sword lights lit up the valley like fireworks as a powerful blade chi collided with a curtain of sword chi. Huang Xiaolong swung out his blade, and his attack this time was more powerful than the last. It descended on Qiao Lung like a punishment blade from the heavens, and the sword chi completely enshrouded the entire valley. The black sword in Qiao Lung's hand shot out in a dazzling black light with a flick of his wrist, and flew towards Huang Xiaolong like a vengeful black dragon to block his attack. Even before Qiao Lung had barely parried his second attack, Huang Xiaolong slashed out with his blade for the third time, and the power of this attack was stronger than the previous two attacks. Qiao Lung retreated in a fluster and swerved away like an agile dragon from Huang Xiaolong's path of attack. In the next second, a thunderous boom shook the valley as a terrifying blade chi left deep cut where Qiao Lung had stood, raising a veil of sand in the air. The ground quaked violently. There was a blade mark on the ground that was several thousand li long, which opened a deep fissure in the ground. Although Qiao Lung had dodged the third attack, his entire body was throbbing in pain, as Huang Xiaolong's blade chi had scraped him. Cold sweat dampened his robe as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. At this time, Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a blur. He arrived in front of Qiao Lung in the blink of an eye, and his blade slashed down for the fourth time. The fifth slash, the sixth slash. In a breath's time, Huang Xiaolong had attacked more than a dozen times. The little cow spectated from a distance, since Huang Xiaolong hadn't instructed her to join him in the battle. Qiao Lung dodged repeatedly and miserably under Huang Xiaolong's consecutive attacks. There were already holes and cracks in Qiao Lung's ink-black armor from Huang Xiaolong's attacks, and it was stained red with the blood flowing out of his body. Even though Qiao Lung's vital points weren't injured, Huang Xiaolong's frigid qi was wreaking havoc inside his body, doubling his pain. Huang Xiaolong stopped after a dozen of attacks. Your strength? Isn't it at the late Fourth Order ancient god realm? Qiao Ling shouted. His face warped, but it didn't conceal the disbelief in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was not at the late Fourth Order ancient god realm as Wang Wei had mentioned, but it was actually at the peak of early Sixth Order ancient god realm. Moreover, how could a peak early Sixth Order ancient god realm's battle prowess be this terrifying? Not to mention, even though Qiao Lung was an early Ninth Order ancient god realm master, how was he still unable to withstand a peak early Sixth Order ancient god realm cultivator's attacks? Wang Wei was the one who told you that my strength is at late Fourth Order ancient god realm? Huang Xiaolong sneered, full of ridicule. In truth, it was hard to blame Wang Wei for assuming Huang Xiaolong was just a late Fourth Order ancient god realm. After all, it had only been 3 to 4 years since the Four Mainland's new disciples battle had ended. In fact, if compared to an average cultivator, it was an overestimation by Wang Wei that Huang Xiaolong could break through to late Fourth Order ancient god realm in such a short time. The moment Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, Qiao Lung snorted coldly. He lunged, thrusting his sword towards Huang Xiaolong, like a dragon diving in deep waters. Qiao Lung's black sword emitted a noble black light, which multiplied into numerous black sword lights entrapping Huang Xiaolong from all corners. This was his most powerful attack, called Roaming Dragon Sword. Wherever the roaming dragon would pass through, all creatures would surrender. However, just as he had thought, the numerous roaming dragon sword lights would tear through Huang Xiaolong's body to pieces. A blood-red blade light cut through the air. The world lost all of its colors in an instant, except the overbearing blood-red blade light. The blood-red blade light enlarged in Qiao Lung's eyes and drowned out everything that he could see. Then, the blood-red blade light subsequently dissipated all of a sudden, and the sword chi and blood-colored light seemingly vanished into the void. Qiao Lung felt a piercing pain in his forehead. Something ran down from his forehead and obstructed his sight. He wanted to raise his hand to wipe away the thing obstructing his sight, only to find that both of his arms were stiff. He finally realized what impeded his sight. It was blood. His blood. There was a vertical blade mark that had cut from Qiao Lung's forehead to his throat. He tumbled to the ground without another sound. Huang Xiaolong put the Three Kings blade away into his spatial ring. That last attack just now was one of the moves from Blood Knife Ancestor's Blood Knife technique. He came to Qiao Ling's side and watched him breathe feebly, as if he would die at any moment. Huang Xiaolong still wanted to search through Chao Leng's memories. Hence he had held back some power in the last attack. A suction force from his palm pulled Chao Leng up from the ground, and he began going through Chao Leng's memories. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong was done with Chao Leng. He flicked a wisp of Azure Dragon Divine Fire onto Chao Leng's body and incinerated him completely. Huang Xiaolong then collected Chao Leng's spatial ring, as well as the poisonous Scorpion Sect disciples and the Golden Lightning Cult disciples' spatial rings. He roughly checked the contents inside them and then disappeared from the valley in a flicker, together with the little cow. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had planned to rest on this planet for a night, but now, it was a better option for them to continue traveling towards the Void Sky world. It goes without saying that one should not linger around after what had just happened. Huang Xiaolong felt calmer after leaving the planet. He took out Chao Leng's spatial ring, and a smile spread over his face as he looked at the enigmatic Yang Thistle inside the spatial ring. Now, he only needed to find the Deep Sea Crystal. Once he finds the Deep Sea Crystal, he would be able to refine the reverse incarnation pill to resolve the Heart Devil blood curse in Yao Qi's body. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow arrived at another uninhabited planet. Chao Leng had recognized him because of his original features. Hence, this time, Huang Xiaolong completely altered his appearance to a burly middle-aged man. Even if Wang Wei wouldn't recognize him in this disguise. From Chao Leng's memories, there were actually more than 30 Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples who served Wang Wei, and all of them were high-level ancient God Realm masters. A few of these disciples' cultivation was at mid-10th and late 10th order ancient God Realm. He had also learned from Chao Leng's memories that Wang Wei not only had disciples serving him in the Void Sky world, but also in the other neighboring world surfaces. A few of them were elders of the super forces. These elders of the super forces were all Ancestor God Realm masters. Even if they were low-level Ancestor God Realm masters, this showed the startling power Wang Wei held in his hand outside of Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered the more he thought about Wang Wei's forces. It seems like I underestimated Wang Wei. If Wang Wei has hidden so deep, then what about his master Blue Empyrean? Ever since Huang Xiaolong had entered the Fortune Gate, he had never seen Blue Empyrean Ancestor. According to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, Blue Empyrean was extremely low-key and mysterious. Although Golden Brow Ancestor was the strongest amongst the 7 Fortune Gate Ancestors, Blue Empyrean ranked second. In truth, even Golden Brow Ancestor didn't know Blue Empyrean Ancestor's real strength. Half a month went by. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow stopped flying in the vast space as they looked at the enormous world surface emitting a soft yellow glow in front of them. After almost 4 months of flying in space, the Void Sky world was finally in sight. The two flew towards the Void Sky world after a brief stop. Roughly a month later, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow appeared on the Void Sky world's Void Sky mainland. There were over 20 mainlands in the Void Sky world. Each of these mainlands were bigger than the Fortune mainland, and the Void Sky mainland was the biggest. It was located at the center of the Void Sky world. The transmission array to transfer Huang Xiaolong and the little cow to the Clear Spirit world was located in the Void Sky City on Void Sky mainland. The Void Sky City was also the most powerful city on Void Sky world. It was 10 days later when Huang Xiaolong and the little cow arrived at the Void Sky City. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh in amazement as he looked at the enormous city in front of him. There were rows of pedestrians, mounts, and carriages coming in and out through the city gates. People were clad in various styles of attire, colors, and emblems. Huang Xiaolong even spotted a few rare divine beasts. 9-headed earth dragon, poison spike beast, fire cloud lion, great wings golden pang. Huang Xiaolong inwardly cried out the names of the divine beasts that were passing next to him. A while later, Huang Xiaolong turned to the little cow and said, "Xianxia, I remember you had said that you want to build a great divine beast army. When can your great divine beast army have more than 4 divine beasts?" Currently, the little cow's great divine beast army only had the black baboon and the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast in it. The black flame sea emperor beast was killed after it was taken to Ouyang Yunfei. The little cow was a little embarrassed hearing his question, but answered, "Very soon. Once I break through to the Ancestor God realm, I'll go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield's Divine Beast mainland. There are more divine beasts there than you can ever imagine." Huang Xiaolong slapped the little cow's head. "Then, let's talk about this again after you break through to Ancestor God realm." Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to enter the city on the little cow, along with the flow of people entering the city, suddenly, there was a loud commotion behind them and the crowd opened a wide berth in the middle. A moment later, a group of people galloped towards the gate riding on mounts that resembled war horses. Each of these mounts had a venomous fiery red horn on their foreheads and were several times taller than the common war horses. Flames danced in their eyes and on their 4 legs, thus, leaving sooty hoof prints on the street as they galloped away. The streets shook under everyone's feet as the group passed through the city gates. "It's the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples," the crowd exclaimed and moved further away from the group. As these Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples galloped through the crowd and entered the Void Sky City, none of the city guards dared to stop them nor admonish them. That group is the latest batch of new disciples accepted by the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. It's them. I recognize that young man in front of the group, an outstanding genius who was accepted by the Golden Phoenix Pavilion a few years ago. It is said that his talent is higher than you can imagine, therefore, he is hailed as the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's greatest genius disciple in 10 million years. He's called Li Ji. I have heard that he has the 100 Bones Godhead. It is a top emperor rank godhead that is ranked 161st. On top of that, his body is also a unique physique. He's Li Ji. I have heard rumors that even though he has been cultivating for less than 300 years, he is already a 7th-order ancient god realm master. Scary. Scary. I think there's only a handful of geniuses from the neighboring world surfaces who can be compared to Li Ji's talent. Everyone talked excitedly as they tried to catch a glimpse of this Golden Phoenix Pavilion's young disciple, named Li Ji. There were a dozen super forces in Void Sky World, and amongst them, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion definitely ranked in the top 3. In the eyes of most cultivators, being able to become a Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple was nothing short of ascending to the sky in a single leap. Huang Xiaolong looked at this young man as the surrounding conversations fell upon his ears. Li Ji. Even though he merely got a glimpse of Li Ji's face, he could see that Li Ji had extremely large ears. It looked like Li Ji's unique physique was related to his ears. The 100 Bones Godhead with a rank of 161? Indeed, Li Ji's talent was slightly higher than Wang Guzi, as Wang Guzi's Soul Jade Godhead was 168th in the rankings. Even though there was a difference of only 7 places in their ranks, these differences would become increasingly obvious as their cultivation would improve. Among tens of thousands of godheads, there was a large difference between a higher and a lower-ranked godheads. At the end of the day, Li Ji was nothing more than a passing thought for Huang Xiaolong. Shortly after, Huang Xiaolong paid a total of 20,000 Shinbi for himself and the little cow to enter the Void Sky City. The streets of the Void Sky City were more prosperous and bustling than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. As the Void Sky World was the only world surface with a long-distance transmission array, it had become the hub for the neighboring world surfaces. This was evident from the various sex branches and shop fronts. As the number 1 city in the Void Sky World, the Void Sky City had more shops and sex branches than any other cities, and one could buy chaos spiritual liquids that couldn't be bought on other world surfaces. There was even a possibility that one could buy chaos spiritual artifacts here. Since Huang Xiaolong was not in a hurry to rush to the clear spirit world right at the moment, he and the little cow strolled around the city, mostly looking at shops selling herbs. As he had found the enigmatic yang thistle not long ago, there was still one ingredient missing, which he needed for refining Yao Qi's reverse incarnation pill, the deep sea crystal. Maybe he could find it here in the Void Sky City. Still, Huang Xiaolong ended up disappointed. After a day's effort and more than a dozen shops later, he did not find the deep sea crystal. But he did come across some chaos spiritual liquids in these shops. The sky gradually darkened as Huang Xiaolong went through the shops. He found a satisfactory courtyard and rented it for several days. He decided to stay there for a few days to see if he could find the deep sea crystal. After settling down the matter of their accommodation, Huang Xiaolong rode on the little cow to the Void Sky City's famous Imagine Paradise restaurant. The Imagine Paradise restaurant was located at the center of the city, close to where Huang Xiaolong was staying. He easily got the directions to the restaurant after asking a few people. When Huang Xiaolong reached the Imagine Paradise restaurant, its dozen-meters-wide entrance was crowded with a large number of people coming and leaving. As it was night time, the restaurant was brightly lit up with spirit stones and looking splendorous. The little cow was seen as a pet, hence she was not allowed inside the restaurant. She had to part with Huang Xiaolong at the entrance and go to the mount's resting place. Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders helplessly despite the little cow's objections. This was the restaurant's rules after all. Thus, Huang Xiaolong entered the restaurant alone. The restaurant's spacious ground floor was about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. The few thousand tables were fully occupied by patrons, therefore Huang Xiaolong could only go to the first floor. The Imagine Paradise restaurant consisted of 3 floors, and here the decorations were similar to the ground floor, only more spacious. Even so, almost 90% of the seats on the first floor was full. Huang Xiaolong managed to find an empty table at a corner and sat down. A waiter soon approached to take his order. He ordered several small dishes and a jug of the famous Imagine Paradise wine. This meal cost him 500,000 shinbi. He hadn't dared to imagine spending this much amount of money just on one meal when he had just ascended to the divine world. Then again, these dishes were made from rare spiritual beasts' meat such as the 9-tailed cat's meat, golden tiger's penis, giant-eyed lion's paw, and so on. It was definitely worth spending this much amount on them. The waiter soon brought Huang Xiaolong's order of several small dishes and wine. Huang Xiaolong tipped the waiter with a grade 4 divine stone. The waiter thanked him enthusiastically. Huang Xiaolong poured himself a cup of wine and slowly sipped it after the waiter had left. At this moment, a group came up to the first floor. Huang Xiaolong unintentionally glanced at this group. His fingers tightened around his cup when he spotted someone in this group. It was Wang Yu. Wang Yu, the Fortune Gate chief from the lower realm. All these years in the divine world, he had been looking for Wang Yu and Sun Yi's whereabouts, without any success. But now he actually ran into Wang Yu in this place, unexpectedly. There were about 20 people in Wang Yu's group, and all of them were clad in Fortune Gate's disciple robes. But these robes were slightly different from the Vientiane World Fortune Gate's disciple robes. Upon close observation, Huang Xiaolong realized that these disciples' robes were from another Fortune Gate branch. Huang Xiaolong observed Wang Yu and the other disciples who were accompanying him, and discovered that they were strong. Most of them were 7th Order Ancient God Realm and above. On top of that, the 2 standing in front of the group were even stronger than Xieli. Both were peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm Masters, whereas Wang Yu's Cultivation had only reached the early 4th Order Ancient God Realm. Although Wang Yu had ascended to the divine world earlier than Huang Xiaolong by many years, his cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Huang Xiaolong's, because Wang Yu's godhead was an average low emperor rank godhead. On the second floor, Wang Yu's group sat down at several empty tables, not far from Huang Xiaolong. Since Huang Xiaolong had altered his physical appearance into a middle-aged man, Wang Yu did not recognize him. Even though Wang Yu's cultivation was lower than most of the disciples in his group, it seemed like his status was quite high. Given that Wang Yu had an emperor-rank godhead, and was also a Fortune Gate chief in the lower realm, it was understandable that he had a high status. After Wang Yu sat down, one of the peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm disciples smiled brightly and said to Wang Yu, "Brother Wang Yu, your betrothment with the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's misleading is a joyous matter. Do not forget to invite us brothers when it's time for Brother Wang Yu's wedding banquet." Wang Yu smiled in return as he said, "For sure. Brothers must remember to come at that time and drink to our heart's content." His smile revealed the color of smugness. Great! The disciples all raised their wine cups to toast Wang Yu. According to the rumors, Miss Li Ting is an exceptional beauty, and the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 beauty with a very high talent. That's for sure. A hero and a beauty. They are the perfect pairing. Only our brother Wang Yu is deserving of Li Ting. Li Ting is not only the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elder Xianxia's personal disciple, but she is also Li Ji's elder sister of the same blood. I'm sure all of you know who Li Ji is, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 genius, and also our Void Sky World's #1 genius. That's right. I even heard someone say that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head is contemplating to have Li Ji succeed him as the next Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head. Brother Wang, you will be his brother-in-law. Isn't that the same as being the Golden Phoenix Pavilion head's brother-in-law? TSK. Tisk. The group of disciples took turns to flatter Wang Yu to such a great extent that Huang Xiaolong could almost see wings growing on Wang Yu's back. Wang Yu was smiling from ear to ear as he emptied his wine cup again and again with his companions. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow as he eavesdropped on their conversations. Wang Yu had come to the Void Sky City for his betrothment with Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Li Ting, and judging from their smiles, it was successful. Li Ji? He hadn't expected that this matter would link back to Li Ji. Huang Xiaolong leisurely sipped on his wine and sampled the dishes on his table, while listening to Wang Yu's group spewing bullshit. Half a day later, Wang Yu's group paid and left the restaurant. After a second thought, Huang Xiaolong did not follow Wang Yu's group, as there were 2 peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm disciples. If he were to be discovered, then the tables would turn on him. It was a simple matter for Huang Xiaolong to check on Wang Yu whenever he wanted, since he already knew that Wang Yu was a Fortune Gate branch disciple. To top it off, he had just learnt that Wang Yu and the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Li Ting were recently betrothed. Huang Xiaolong got up and paid for his meals, and then left the restaurant with the little cow. 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow would visit herb shops during the day, and return to the rented courtyard to cultivate at night. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the limit of peak early 6th Order Ancient God Realm, and he estimated that he could advance to mid-6th Order Ancient God Realm within 10 days. However, Huang Xiaolong was disappointed, as he was not able to find the deep sea crystal, which he needed for refining the reverse incarnation pill in order to cure Yao Qi. In these 5 days, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had visited all the big herb shops in the Void Sky World. I know a place that would surely have the deep sea crystal, the little cow said as she couldn't stand the disappointed expression on Huang Xiaolong's face. Where? Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he urged the little cow. The little cow answered, "The Heavens Avenues." Huang Xiaolong dazed for a second. The Heavens Avenues? It was his first time hearing about this so-called Heavens Avenue. Where's the center of the divine world? The little cow asked without explaining to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong pondered the question. Then his eyes shone brightly. Are you referring to the heavenly court? Wasn't the heavenly court the center of the entire divine world? The little cow smiled sheepishly and praised. Quite smart. 100% correct. When the ancient heavenly emperor built the heavenly court, he also built 108 avenues around the heavenly court, stretching 18,000 li long. These 108 avenues were referred to as the Heavens Avenues. The Heavens Avenues was the most prosperous and bustling land in the whole divine world. All the superforces in the divine world had a branch at the Heavens Avenues, not to mention, 9 out of 10 trading houses' headquarters were located there. The Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall in Vientiane World also had its headquarters at the Heavens Avenues. The sparkles in Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone brighter as he listened to the little cow. You can find most chaos spiritual herbs and chaos spiritual liquids at the Heavens Avenues. If you can't find what you want at the Heavens Avenues, then there's even less possibility of you finding it in other places. The little cow said. Then, how long will it take if we go to the Heavens Avenues right now? Huang Xiaolong asked excitedly. The little cow shook her head as she estimated, then replied, based on your current speed, and even after employing other world surfaces transmission arrays, it'd take you more than 10,000 years to reach the Heavens Avenue. More than 10,000 years. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied hearing her answer. He glared hatefully at her, as if he was on the verge of butchering a cow. The little cow lowered her head and muttered feebly, "Don't stare at me like that." Huang Xiaolong was speechless. He had an impulse to strangle this cow to her death. as she had told him all those things despite knowing he couldn't go to the heavens avenues at that point. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow left the courtyard, as Huang Xiaolong decided to try again to see if he could find the deep sea crystal on the 6th day. Otherwise, they would have set off to the clear spirit world. Huang Xiaolong went to the street with the most number of herb shops. As Huang Xiaolong was perusing the shops, he came upon a crowd of sect's disciples pointing and talking about something. It was obvious that they were watching a lively show, but Huang Xiaolong had no time to join in the fun. He was about to walk away when he heard a familiar but angry voice. His steps halted. This is Chang Susu's voice? Even though they had soon separated after he rescued Chang Susu from the Soul Tribe, they had survived some bad times together. Moreover, they clicked. Therefore, Chang Susu was a friend in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow walked towards the crowd and cut through it. It was Chang Susu as expected. Chang Susu was glaring indignantly at a few people, and Huang Xiaolong recognized two of them. He had seen them a few days ago with Wang Yu. One of them was a Fortune Gate branch disciple like Wang Yu, while the other was clad in the Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple robe. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion? Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into furrows. In truth, Huang Xiaolong didn't prefer getting into a conflict with the Golden Phoenix Pavilion unless necessary. But on the other side, it was Chang Susu. Since he had come across this matter, he couldn't ignore it. May I ask what's going on here? There was no question in Huang Xiaolong's tone as he walked to the center of the commotion. Both arguing sides were surprised that someone was interjecting in their conflict, and because of Huang Xiaolong's middle-aged face, Chang Susu was baffled as well. I'm Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong reassured Chang Susu through voice transmission. Chang Susu was dumbfounded at first, then hope rose to her face. Punk, you don't have any business here. One of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion barked at Huang Xiaolong. Stop nosing around here. Scram now or I'll stomp on you like a cockroach. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples' tone and attitude were as haughty as possible, but no one from the crowd thought that he was being haughty. With the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's power in the void sky world, if their disciples wanted to stomp a person to death, it truly was effortless as stepping on a cockroach. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Chang Susu as if he had not heard the Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples' words. What happened? Chang Susu pointed at the two Fortune Gate branch disciples and angrily explained. It's them who's looking for trouble. They are Fortune Gate disciples of the Black Region World branch. The Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch and our Vientiane World Fortune Gate branch have always been in conflict. Due to this, these two blocked my path when they saw me and wanted me to go someplace with them, blabbering some rubbish that we're disciples from the same sect, and they wanted to give me cultivation advice. When I refused, they wanted to take me away by force. Chang Susu's face was red with shame and fury as she mentioned the latter part. It was obvious that the two disciples from Fortune Gate Black Region World branch must have spouted something audacious. Huang Xiaolong icily eyed the group on the opposite side. Give cultivation advice? It needed no further explanation what these people were aiming for. This advice-giving would probably be done with naked bodies, isn't it? In other words, dual cultivation. So, these were disciples from the Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch. That meant Wang Wei must be too. Junior sister, we were kind enough to give you some cultivation advice, but who'd thought that you won't appreciate it? One of the Fortune Gate disciples chuckled and went on. But it's all right, once your strength rises after we have finished giving you advice, you'll be grateful towards us. Chang Susu glared ferociously at the Fortune Gate disciple. She had never thought that he would be so shameless. That's right, little junior sister. Not only you'll feel grateful towards us, but you'll be begging us to give you more advice. The other Fortune Gate disciple added with obnoxious laughter. Not everyone is so fortunate to have us advise them. The first Golden Phoenix Pavilion who spoke first chimed in. Since I'm available today, I might as well give you some advice, but you don't need to thank me for that. The whole group burst into laughter. You? Who's your junior sister? Chang Susu's face was close to turning purple as she spat in anger. The several disciples' faces sank, sneering coldly. Really? You don't know how to appreciate others' kindness. I'll cripple this punk now, and then I'll slowly advise you on how to cultivate. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple's palm suddenly struck at Huang Xiaolong, and the space warped from his full-force palm attack. It looked like he wanted to cripple Huang Xiaolong in one move. Even before his palm force reached Huang Xiaolong, waves of flames swept out, scaring the crowd to retreat swiftly. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples mainly cultivated fire elements techniques. Everyone thought Huang Xiaolong would be caught off guard by this peak mid-6th order ancient god realm Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples' sudden attack and would be sent flying, but Huang Xiaolong's palm struck out to meet the attack head-on. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple sneered and screamed inwardly, "Go die!" when he saw the peak early 6th order ancient god realm middle-aged man dare to take his attack head-on. But in the next second, his expression changed completely. The crowd saw that an azure dragon flew out from Huang Xiaolong's palm and devoured the Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple's palm force and slammed against him. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple wailed as his body shot backward. By the time he crashed to the ground, his body was entirely burnt black. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. That Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple could not even take one strike from the middle-aged man. No one had expected this result, and was shocked that this middle-aged man actually dared to injure a Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple. "You punk, you're dead now." Other Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples finally reacted. Murderous aura surged from their bodies as all of them unsheathed their swords. The other two Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch disciples also took out their divine artifacts as they prepared to capture Huang Xiaolong. Just as they surrounded Huang Xiaolong, a cold, indifferent, and majestic voice rang in the air. "What is going on here?" Everyone turned to look. A handsome young man clad in a Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciple's robe was walking towards them. There was a group of people following behind this young man. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. This young man was none other than the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 genius Li Ji, and one of the people following behind him was none other than Wang Yu. Walking beside Wang Yu was a beautiful woman in purple dress. She was equally beautiful as Li Ji's handsomeness. This woman was probably Li Ji's sister, Li Ting, the one who was betrothed to Wang Yu. Senior brother Li Ji. Seeing it was Li Ji, several of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples quickly went up and saluted with joy. The two Fortune Gate branch disciples also greeted Li Ji. "Senior brother Li Ji, this punk's making trouble," one of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples exclaimed, with his finger pointing towards Huang Xiaolong. Senior brother Xingji was going to capture him, but this punk has too many underhanded tricks. He injured senior brother Xingji when he was caught off guard. Li Ji's eyes were akin to two sharp blades as he glanced at Huang Xiaolong, then at Chang Susu beside him, as well as the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Xingji lying on the ground in the distance. Though Li Ji could guess what had actually happened, he stared coldly at Huang Xiaolong and said, "You have two choices. One is to beg for mercy on your knees and I'll leave your corpse intact. And for the second choice, you may leave safely if you can withstand one palm strike from me. But if you cannot, then you die without a body for burial." A piercing sharpness which was overbearing and condescending. This is what the crowd saw in Li Ji, as he left no choice for Huang Xiaolong to refuse. Chang Susu was anxious and wanted to defend Huang Xiaolong, but he stopped her before she could say anything. He looked at Li Ji and said, "I'll take one palm strike from you." Li Ji sneered, "Since you have decided to die without a complete corpse, I shall fulfill your wish. You have 3 seconds to prepare." 3 seconds were equivalent to 3 breaths' time. "No need for that. Just go ahead and make your move," Huang Xiaolong said, which was as an unexpected response for others. A cold glint flitted across Li Ji's eyes and he attacked. A myriad of colorful lights gathered around his hands, and each ray of light contained powerful sword chi. Phantasm sword palm. Some experts in the crowd exclaimed the name of the technique that Li Ji was using. The Phantasm sword palm was one of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's top 10 techniques, and it was also one of the hardest techniques to cultivate successfully. The reason behind this was that the Phantasm sword palm required the cultivator's own comprehension towards the sword, as well as one's comprehension in illusionary and palm techniques. The Phantasm Sword Palm combined one's sword with illusionary and palm techniques, which made its movement and power very unpredictable and extremely strong. It was said that those who were killed by the Phantasm Sword Palm would die even before realizing what hit them. Li Ji's palms pushed out in the air. Even though his actions were seemingly slow, the surrounding crowd was unable to see his movements. In the next instant, countless sword chi and palm force roared towards Huang Xiaolong like tidal waves. The crowd watched as Li Ji's sword chi and palm force were about to hit Huang Xiaolong, but Huang Xiaolong suddenly made an unfathomable action. He opened his mouth and sucked in all of Li Ji's sword chi and palm force. The crowd was flabbergasted, and some were even agape in shock. He swallowed them. The Phantasm Sword Palm could be broken this way? Li Ji, Wang Yu, and the rest of the group were dumbfounded as well. Li Ji stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. A black light spread from the depth of his pupils. Fine, you two can leave now. In the end, Li Ji said slowly. Senior brother Li Ji. Other Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples became anxious. But a cold glare from Li Ji was enough for all of them retreat to the backside obediently. Just as everyone thought that the middle-aged man would quickly take Chang Susu and run away, he actually said, Since I took one palm strike from you, you take one strike from my palm too. Also take a strike from my palm? The crowd dazedly looked at Huang Xiaolong for a second, then followed by whopping laughter. The group of Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples laughed the loudest when they heard Huang Xiaolong's words. This punk actually wants senior brother Li Ji to take his attack? Haha! Does he think that he is a match for senior brother Li Ji's strength? Senior brother Li Ji generously allowed him to leave, but this punk is literally seeking death. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples mocked and ridiculed loudly. Wang Yu said to Li Ting, It's been a while since I came upon something so interesting. Li Ting smiled sweetly like a blossoming flower, which quickened Wang Yu's blood. This turn of events was completely unexpected for Li Ji. He had allowed them to leave, yet this punk had turned around and challenged him? That's no different from playing with the tiger's whiskers. A punk that simply doesn't know the meaning of death. Are you sure you want to do this? Li Ji's gaze turned icy as he glared at Huang Xiaolong and he continued, I'm honestly telling you, I merely used 10% of my strength in the Phantasm Sword Palm just now. 10%. The crowd gasped at the information that Li Ji just revealed. Did I not say it? How was it even possible that senior brother Li Ji's strength could not send that unknown early 6th Order ancient god realm punk flying with that attack? Senior brother Li Ji merely used 1/10 of his strength. That explains it. But this punk should be feeling proud of being able to take senior brother Li Ji's attack, even though it was only 10% of senior brother Li Ji's strength. What a joke. This punk didn't run as fast as he could when he had the chance. Probably, his intestines must be green with regret right now. But it's too late for any regrets. We've got another good show to watch. At the center of the crowd's talk and gloating eyes, there were no change in Huang Xiaolong's expression. He looked at Li Ji and said indifferently, I am sure about this. I'll give you 10 breaths to prepare. 10 breaths. A small sect expert snorted loudly, and then shook his head in a mocking sneer. Everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong not only had some problems just in his head, but his entire body was problematic. The frosty black light covered Li Ji's eyes completely. Earlier, he had given Huang Xiaolong 3 breaths time to prepare, but now, Huang Xiaolong had insulted Li Ji by giving him 10 breaths time. According to Li Ji, Huang Xiaolong was taunting him in front of so many people. He, Li Ji, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's greatest genius, who had reached 7th Order Ancient God Realm, was actually being taunted by an early 6th Order Ancient God Realm punk? Li Ji suddenly laughed. No, he was beaming. Go ahead and make your move. He had inwardly decided to employ half of his strength to take Huang Xiaolong's attack, and at the same time, he wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong by making him explode into pieces when he died with just one slap. Li Ji had barely finished speaking, when Huang Xiaolong had already disappeared from where he stood. He appeared in front of Li Ji in the next moment with his palm slapping down. Huang Xiaolong did not use his 3 Supreme Godheads' God Force, but purely used his true dragon physique's raw power at full force. Huang Xiaolong's full-force palm struck heavily on Li Ji's chest. At the same time, numerous sword qi pierced through Li Ji's body. The crowd could see dazzling sword qi flying out from Li Ji's back. Li Ji's body was perforated by numerous sword qi, and blood squirted out like arrows. Li Ji stood stiffly, especially because of the excruciating pain which he had never felt before, while panic gripped at his heart. First, the flesh on the right side of his face cracked, then on the left side. In the end, his eyeballs protruded out from their sockets, while his mouth was wide open, like someone who was trying to shout, but no sound was coming out. It seemed like the time had frozen in that moment, as various sex experts were watching the scene that had just unfolded in front of them with befuddled expressions. Roughly a dozen breaths later, Li Ji's body flew backward like a broken kite, and smashed into the group of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples. All the disciples were knocked into the air along with him. "Brother Li Ji! Younger brother!" Wang Yu and Li Ting cried out. All of a sudden, the street was in chaos. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said to Chang Susu, as she was wearing a very shocked expression on her face. His words woke up Chang Susu to the present, and she quickly followed behind Huang Xiaolong. Noticing Huang Xiaolong and Chang Susu leaving, Li Ting screamed, "Hurry! Block them! Kill them!" At Li Ting's command, the two Black Region World's Fortune Gate branch disciples tried to stop Huang Xiaolong and Chang Susu from leaving, but they were knocked away by Huang Xiaolong. The impact even shattered their internal organs. Huang Xiaolong, Chang Susu, and the little cow disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Ting went pale as she looked at her younger brother's injuries. She then stood up, holding something that resembled a fireworks cylinder, and released a distress signal into the air. Fireworks took the shape of a golden phoenix that soared high into the sky, emitting a crisp cry that reached every corner of the Void Sky City. At the golden phoenix's cry, the experts all over the Void Sky City looked up towards the sky. Whether they were drinking or eating inside restaurants, or selling things by the street side at the market, everyone was looking up at the Golden Phoenix over the Void Sky City. "This is the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Golden Phoenix Order. Who offended someone that possesses the Golden Phoenix Order? They sure must be tired of living." Everyone in the city was astonished to see the appearance of the Golden Phoenix in the sky. At the same time, Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples rushed towards the direction of the Golden Phoenix Order from each and every corner of the city. The Void Sky City was covered in tension and a gloomy atmosphere. After Huang Xiaolong's group got out of sight, Huang Xiaolong had the little cow cast an illusion technique on Chang Susu to completely alter her appearance. Even so, it was not 100% safe. They couldn't stay in the Void Sky City anymore, and most importantly, Huang Xiaolong needed to send away Chang Susu safely. A few hours later, when the three of them reached the Void Sky City's city gates, it was surrounded by layers of Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples, and they were inspecting every person who was trying to leave the city. However, these disciples' strength was too low to see through the little cow's illusionary technique. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong's group smoothly passed through the inspection and left the city safely. After exiting the Void Sky City, Huang Xiaolong wanted to make sure that Chang Susu left the Void Sky mainland safely. Only then would he feel some relief. "What? Xiaolong, why you're not going back to the Vientiane world?" Chang Susu was astonished and worried when she heard that Huang Xiaolong was going back to the Vientiane world. That's too dangerous. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion. "I know." Huang Xiaolong spoke nonchalantly and reassured her, "Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. You go back first. I have to buy something in the clear spirit world. I will return after that." Since Huang Xiaolong strongly insisted on going to the clear spirit world, Chang Susu had no way to persuade him otherwise. She smiled and said, "You have saved me once again." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "What can I do? I just like to be a hero." Chang Susu grinned at his words. "You know, I'm not some great beauty when compared to Li Lu. In fact, I'm just an ugly girl." Huang Xiaolong pretended to scrutinize Chang Susu from left to right and from the front to the back, and then exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Where's the ugly girl?" Chung Susu's happy laughter rang in the air. A while later, the two of them separated. Chung Susu returned to the Vientiane world, whereas Huang Xiaolong turned back to the Void Sky City for the transmission array. In order to go to the Clear Spirit world, Huang Xiaolong had no other choice but to go inside the Void Sky City once again. He wasn't worried about Chung Susu's safety anymore, as the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's forces were mainly concentrated on the Void Sky mainland. On top of that, the little cow's illusion technique would keep Chung Susu safe. Back in the Void Sky City, Huang Xiaolong went straight towards the transmission array. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were on their way to the transmission array, the ground suddenly shook and swayed violently, just like a massive earthquake. Right before Huang Xiaolong's eyes, fissures and cracks appeared on the Void Sky City streets. What's going on? Huang Xiaolong was shocked at the sudden violent quaking throughout the Void Sky City. Is this an earthquake? But Huang Xiaolong soon denied his own conjecture. A great city like this, which is the #1 city in Void Sky World, has numerous protective barriers. Therefore, even if there was an earthquake of a very high magnitude, it wouldn't be able to shake this city in the slightest. But the cracks on the ground were spreading and multiplying throughout the Void Sky City. Merely within few seconds, the cracks on the ground had already widened and the ground had started collapsing at an alarming rate. At the same time, a terrifying energy rushed upwards from below the city's surface. Huang Xiaolong could barely stand without losing his balance. Therefore he quickly leaped onto the little cow and she swiftly flew into the air. Looking down from the midair, Huang Xiaolong saw the flustered faces of various sex experts in the Void Sky City as they escaped into the air, just like him. Thunderous booms came from the city below them, as shopfronts and other buildings collapsed, while being swallowed by cracks in the ground. Undulating screams of terror reverberated from various corners of the city. Huang Xiaolong assumed that these to be the shopfront's owners who were trying to salvage the herbs, divine pills, and divine artifacts inside their shops, since this catastrophe had descended too suddenly and unexpectedly. One could only imagine their losses. The streets were collapsing even more rapidly now. At first, there were only several meters of cracks, then a dozen meters, and now, these cracks had turned into fissures that were wider than 20 meters. The cracks in the ground multiplied and grew increasingly bigger, as if the whole Void Sky City was sinking into the ground. Even the roads and mountain ranges around the city quaked and collapsed. Even more astounding than this was the thick black chi surging from underground, which contained frightening devil chi with corrosive power. "It's Hell's corrosive devil chi," the little cow exclaimed. "Hell's corrosive devil chi?" Huang Xiaolong was perplexed. Why is there Hell's corrosive devil chi beneath the Void Sky City? He had read some of the Fortune Gate Library's records about the Hell's corrosive devil chi. It was written that the Hell's corrosive devil chi contained a terrifying corrosive power because only a whiff of it was enough to corrode the weaker cultivator's body and even his godhead. Even though Huang Xiaolong had 3 supreme godheads and a true dragon physique, he didn't dare to be negligent about this corrosive devil chi. He circulated his god force and formed a protective barrier over him and the little cow. However, as fissures in the ground grew wider, the Hell's corrosive devil chi in the air became thicker, forcing Huang Xiaolong and the little cow to ascend higher in the air. They were initially 100 meters above the ground, but now it was 200 meters. Shortly after, they rose to 300 meters, 400 meters, and lastly 1,000 meters from the ground. Huang Xiaolong grew solemn as he looked at the roiling corrosive devil chi that was spewing out from the ground. The little cow also looked solemn. Probably, magic creatures are sealed beneath this Void Sky City, the little cow said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement, as he was of the same conclusion. Those in the air could see cultivators who were too slow to escape getting plummeted to the ground after they came in contact with the corrosive devil chi. Their bodies twitched, and in a short few minutes, their bodies looked like 10,000 years old rotten corpses. Rumble! A thunderous boom suddenly shook the whole city, as a large area in the ground exploded. The explosive force swept out like a tsunami with rocks shooting several thousand meters into the sky. Almost immediately, screams reverberated all over the city, as these rocks struck cultivators. While these cultivators were fearfully dodging the rocks, they could see a giant entity breaking out from underneath the void sky city's surface and rising above the ground. Soon, everyone was able to determine that this giant entity was a black devil mountain that was exuding an overpowering corrosive devil chi. The devil mountain continued to rise from underground, even though its height had already exceeded several thousand meters. It made everyone wonder about its height. It was about an hour later that the devil mountain finally stopped rising from the underground. Astonishingly, it towered the city at the height of 2,000 zhang, and its width took up half of the Void Sky City. The shops and buildings on this side of Void Sky City were long gone. The cultivators could see some odd-shaped trees growing on the surface of the mountain, despite the thick devil chi enshrouding it. These odd-shaped trees glimmered in a blood-red light. Could this be the legendary Devil Prison Mountain? Far in the distance, some family's expert exclaimed in shock as he stared at the Devil Mountain. Devil Prison Mountain? What is that? Nearby cultivators who heard him asked curiously. It is said that hundreds of millions of years ago, there was a Devil Prison Mountain in the Void Sky world with a Void Devil Beast, but later on, the Devil Prison Mountain disappeared due to some unknown reasons. The expert explained. A Void Devil Beast. Gasps sounded from all around. The Void Devil Beast is one of the top Chaos Divine Beasts, right? And it is extremely savage in nature, which makes it one of the top 10 fierce beasts of hell. How was a Void Devil Beast imprisoned in the Void Sky world? Someone asked in doubt. I don't know the answer to that. The expert went on to elaborate. Perhaps it fled out from the extraterritorial Devil Battlefield's passage to Devil World a few 100 million years ago. According to the latter part of the legend, during that time, 9/10 of Void Sky World Force's ancestors died in order to imprison the Void Devil Beast. 90% of ancestors died? This degree of casualties sent a cold shiver down other cultivators' hearts. They could only imagine how tragic that battle might have been. Then, where is that Void Devil Beast? A cultivator asked. Everyone focused on the expert as their hearts tightened. However, the expert shook his head. I don't know about that, but according to the old records, that Void Devil Beast's physical body was destroyed by the ancestors. Only its damaged soul survived. Even so, its damaged soul was sealed in the depths of the Devil Prison Mountain. No one knows whether it is still alive or dead. Look! Someone's rushing into the Devil Prison Mountain. It's the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's people as well as the Eight Wings sect. Someone shouted, and everyone saw several Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples and Eight Wings sect's disciples passing through the thick corrosive devil chi and entering the Devil Prison Mountain. We're going too. A 10th Order Ancient God Realm Master urged and rushed into the thick corrosive devil chi. In just one breath's time, those in the air could hear his blood-curdling screams that died down abruptly. Everyone knew very well what that meant. Others who were planning to rush to the Devil Prison Mountain hesitated as their faces went pale. Did you see what it was? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow. He had vaguely captured that the 10th Order Ancient God Realm Master was attacked by something. The little cow's eyes glimmered with purple lightning as she answered. Most likely a creature from hell, but the corrosive devil chi is making it hard to see clearly. What do you want to do? Go in and have a look. It seemed like the little cow had the confidence to deal with the corrosive devil chi. All right, let's go in. Huang Xiaolong agreed almost immediately. The Void Sky City's transmission array was likely to be damaged due to this Devil Prison Mountain's appearance. Since it would take a few days for it to be repaired, he might as well take this time to explore the Devil Prison Mountain, and maybe he would find some treasures. The little cow then flew through the thick corrosive devil chi with Huang Xiaolong on her back, heading to the Devil Prison Mountain. Huang Xiaolong soon saw the decapitated corpse of the 10th Order Ancient God Realm Master. There were razor-sharp teeth marks on what was left of his body. Huang Xiaolong frowned. It was obvious that this person's head was gobbled by something. The little cow shouted urgently, "Watch out!" In a split second, a streak of black light flew towards Huang Xiaolong at a speed that would be difficult even for an average 7th Order Ancient God Realm cultivator to dodge. But Huang Xiaolong's palm struck out and sent the black light tumbling backward. Almost simultaneously, The little cow's purple lightning struck the black light right after him. As the black light dimmed, something fell to the ground in the distance. Huang Xiaolong saw that it was a black scaly creature that was half a meter long and had a ghostly face. A big head that was out of proportion to its body and a big mouth with sharp teeth. It's a ghost-faced viper. The little cow recognized the creature. Ghost-faced viper? Huang Xiaolong had never heard of this thing. It's a variant of the snake species from hell. They specifically like eating human heads and godheads. Don't underestimate it. Although its size is small and its attacks are weak, its teeth are extremely sharp and toxic. And don't forget its speed either. If you're careless and get bitten by it, it will be a hassle. The little cow stated. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Since the little cow had advised him to be vigilant about the ghost-faced vipers, Huang Xiaolong decided to be a little more careful. Come on, let's move on, Huang Xiaolong said and turned around as he prepared to leave. A snake's gallbladder is a wonderful supplement, and the ghost-faced viper's gallbladder is even more potent. The little cow stopped Huang Xiaolong. Good things cannot be wasted. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the ghost-faced viper's ghastly face and vehemently shook his head. If you want, you take it. The little cow didn't even bother to fake courtesy. She immediately split the ghost-faced viper's body open with a swing of her golden horns and took out a dark jade-green, thumb-sized gallbladder. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected that the ghost-faced viper's gallbladder would look so charming, contrary to its ugly appearance. However, the little cow did not swallow the gallbladder on the spot, but she put it away inside the space within her collar. This collar was a spatial divine artifact, which she forged for herself. The two continued deeper into the Devil Prison Mountain. They hadn't gone far when another ghost-faced viper attacked them. As they went further in, Huang Xiaolong was astonished. In the past few hours, other than the ghost-faced vipers, they were also attacked by other kinds of hell creatures. All the hell creatures he had come across so far were weird-looking. In truth, he found them quite disgusting. These creatures hid in the dark, which made it hard to defend against them. Fortunately, most of these hell creatures' attacks were weak, and those that attacked him were below 9th order ancient god realm strength. On the other hand, the deeper they went, the corrosive devil chi became stronger. Even with Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique and innumerable Buddha godheads' purification power, it was becoming strenuous. We will rest for a while over there, Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow, when he saw a small stretch of forest up ahead. A few breaths later, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were standing at the edge of a small forest. Earlier, he had not noticed the forest's unusualness. But now, from a close distance, he could see that there was something mysterious about it. The small forest consisted of only one kind of tree called colorful magic tree, which originated from hell. The colorful magic tree emits a light like a rainbow, which can make people fall into hallucination. Cultivators with a weaker soul immediately fall into hallucination the moment they get close to the colorful lights of this tree, and then gradually turn into mindless magic creatures. This forest is probably here to protect something, the little cow said. Her words astounded Huang Xiaolong. Protecting something? The little cow's words stoked Huang Xiaolong's curiosity about the thing that was being protected by this forest of colorful magic trees. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow rested for a while before they stepped into the forest. The moment they stepped inside, colorful rays of lights enshrouded them. These colorful lights rippled with the power of hallucinations that seeped into Huang Xiaolong's mind. However, the moment it entered his mind, it was completely devoured by the moon jade spiral shell's silver moonlight. Huang Xiaolong had dared to step into this colorful magic tree forest only because this grand mist spiritual artifact. On the other hand, the little cow was enveloped by a layer of purple lightning's light which was keeping her safe from the power of hallucinations. They slowly ventured inside with a great caution. They had been walking for almost an hour when they reached an open space. The colorful lights suddenly disappeared, and so did the power of hallucinations. There was only one tree growing in this open space, and there were a dozen of resplendent fruits hanging from its branches. Though there was some distance between them and this tree, The resplendent glow from these fruits felt more like a glare to Huang Xiaolong's eyes, which was unexpected for him. "This is the seven-colored metal fiend fruit," he heard the little cow exclaim with an ecstatic face. She quickly rushed towards the tree before Huang Xiaolong could say a word. "This seven-colored metal fiend fruit. It is a very famous spiritual fruit in hell, isn't it?" Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking, even though he knew that things which could make the little cow ecstatic were surely treasures. The little cow answered enthusiastically, "Famous, very famous. Is the ancestral dragon fruit famous?" The ancestral dragon fruit is one of the top 10 fruits of wonder between heaven and earth, yet it only ranks 10th. But this seven-colored metal fiend fruit ranks 8th. 8th, ah! As if she was afraid that Huang Xiaolong didn't hear her, the little cow repeated 8th once more. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Ranks 8th amongst the top 10 wonder fruits between heaven and earth? This seven-colored metal fiend fruit, which was right in front of him, ranked 8th. Had the Devil Prison Mountain's environment actually nurtured this seven-colored metal fiend tree? Good stuff, ah, good stuff. The little cow couldn't stop Xianxia in delight as she and Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the seven-colored metal fiend tree. Although this seven-colored metal fiend fruit ranks 8th among the top 10 wonder fruits, its medicinal properties are 10 times better than the ancestral dragon fruit. The ancestral dragon fruit was born because it was stained with a mouthful of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, whereas this seven-colored metal fiend fruit was born through the condensation of natural metal element, spiritual energy, and devil chi. Therefore, these two fruits stand at very different strengths from one another. Huang Xiaolong had started catching up on the little cow's excitement as he looked at the seven-colored metal fiend tree. In front of him stood a complete and intact seven-colored metal fiend tree. If he got this tree, wouldn't that mean he'd have an endless supply of seven-colored metal fiend fruit? But his hopes were dashed when he asked the little cow about the seven-colored metal fiend tree's frequency of bearing fruits. The little cow had said, "This seven-colored metal fiend tree bears fruits every 1 million years, similar to the ancestral dragon tree." On second thought, Huang Xiaolong still uprooted the tree along with its fruits into his ghost Buddha ring. After that, they went back into the forest, following the same path that they had used to reach this open space. As Huang Xiaolong made his way towards the edge of the forest, he saw quite a few sex disciples running amok, including a few Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples. It seemed like they had fallen into hallucination. Huang Xiaolong ignored these disciples as moved on. After leaving the forest, he and the little cow flew further inside the mountain. 10 days had passed since the Devil Prison Mountain had appeared in the Void Sky City. During this time, Huang Xiaolong had found several stalks of chaos spiritual herbs and some rare precious spiritual stones. But he was yet to find the location of the Void Devil Beast's sealed soul. By this point, there were more and more various sex experts and disciples entering the Devil Prison Mountain, and a large number of them were Ancestor God Realm Masters. After some thoughts, Huang Xiaolong decided to stay on the Devil Prison Mountain for another 2 days. But after these 2 days were over, he decided to leave the mountain, even if he would have failed to locate the Void Devil Beast's soul. After that, he planned to find a place to refine the seven-colored metal fiend fruit, and further raise his strength, before resuming his journey to the clear spirit world. A day passed. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were passing over a black hill, when they saw a group of blue-robed disciples carrying short blades, fleeing fearfully towards them and shouting for help on the top of their lungs. Chasing them from behind was a group of hell's creatures consisting of the ghost-faced vipers, 8-clawed lizards, sharp-beaked magic centipede, and others. There were more than a dozen kinds of hell's creatures. Judging from this group's attire, they were likely to be the Void Sky World's Short Blade Gate's disciples. The Short Blade Gate was one of the super forces of Void Sky World, however, they were slightly weaker compared to the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, these Short Blade Gate's disciples had run up to Huang Xiaolong, with the wave of hell creatures following behind them. It was too late for Huang Xiaolong to dodge even if he wanted to. A light flashed and the mulberry sword appeared in his hand. A curtain of wooden sword images swished towards the wave of hell creatures and disappeared into their bodies. In the next second, The group of short-blade gate disciples saw the ghost-faced vipers, eight-clawed lizards, sharp-beaked magic centipede, and other creatures getting slashed into pieces from within. They were deader than death itself. The group of short-blade gate disciples was flabbergasted. They knew how scary these hell creatures' strengths were, as each of these creatures' strength was comparable to a late 7th Order Ancient God Realm Master. Not to mention, 2 of them had a peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm Master's strength. Yet all of them were killed by a single sword slash. I am Chun Jianfeng of Short Blade Gate. Many thanks for Senior's help just now. A lean disciple from Short Blade Gate's group reacted, while he cupped his fists at Huang Xiaolong in thanks. Huang Xiaolong nodded indifferently and left on the little cow without a word. Saving them was nothing more than a helping hand in Huang Xiaolong's perspective. Another Short Blade Gate disciple was angered at Huang Xiaolong's indifference toward them. He harumphed loudly, "An idiot that doesn't know what's good for him." Huang Xiaolong's reaction was unusual because, whenever disciples from another sects would come across the disciples from Short Blade Gate, they would go to lengths in flattering these short-balled gate disciples. "That's right. Does he really think he saved us?" Another disciple snorted with disdain. "Even without his help, this swarm of hell creatures couldn't have hurt us." Chun Jianfeng did not say anything. He just watched with a deep frown as Huang. In truth, Huang Xiaolong's attitude had greatly displeased him as well. Chun Jianfeng's gaze fell onto the dismembered corpses of hell creatures. Able to kill a group of hell creatures with a single slash? This fat kid, at the very least, has the strength of an 8th Order Ancient God Realm. But, on the surface, this fat kid just looked like a mid-6th Order Ancient God Realm disciple. Huang Xiaolong had turned himself into a small chubby young man. Therefore, in Chun Jianfeng's eyes, Huang Xiaolong was none other than just a fat kid. "Let's go and look for Senior Brother Shilong and others," Chun Jianfeng said after a while. All of the displeased disciples became excited at the mention of Senior Brother Shilong. Senior Brother Shilong was the Short Blade Gate's #1 genius. Even though he had only been in the Short Blade Gate for a short time, his prestige among the Short Blade Gate's disciples was incontestable. I have heard that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Li Ji, Virtual Returning Cult's Shi Ping, and Yama Gate's Hefian have also entered the Devil Prison Mountain, one of the disciples said to his companions. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Virtual Returning Cult, and the Yama Gate. These were the top 3 forces in Void Sky World. Li Ji, Shi Ping, and Hefian were respectively the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Virtual Returning Sect, and Yama Gate's #1 genius disciples. But I have also heard that Li Zhu was beaten quite miserably by a Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch disciple a few days back. He couldn't even take one palm strike from that disciple and ended up in the streets with half of life stripped away from him. That Vientiane World disciple's cultivation was just at peak early 6th Order Ancient God Realm. Short Blade Gate disciple Zhao Yu mocked. The Vientiane World's Fortune Gate? It's not true, right? Li Ji has the 100 Bones Godhead. On top of that, he's already broken through to early 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Then how is it possible that he was defeated by a peak early 6th Order Ancient God Realm disciple? Impossible. That's right. It's nothing but a rumor. I am not certain if it's a rumor or not, but it seems that a lot of disciples witnessed it. If that's really true, then that Vientiane World's Fortune Gate disciple's talent is terrifying. The question is, since when did such a disciple in the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate exist? Isn't Wang Wei the chief disciple form the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate? But Wang Wei is an ancestor God Realm Master. The Short Blade Gate's disciples talked as they went in search of Shilong. By this time, Huang Xiaolong was already several thousand li away. Therefore, he did not hear the conversation between the Short Blade Gate's disciples. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the thick roiling corrosive devil qi that was surrounding him and the little cow. Deep creases formed between his brow as he said, "The Devil Prison Mountain's corrosive devil qi is getting denser?" The corrosive devil qi in this area was twice as dense, when compared to the time he had just entered the Devil Prison Mountain. The little cow nodded. This corrosive devil qi is coming from a space within the depths of Devil Prison Mountain. Therefore its flow is faster over here. If this continues, we could only stay here for 3 to 4 more days at the most. Based on the current situation, in 3 to 4 days' time, even Huang Xiaolong and the little cow wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosive devil qi. Huang Xiaolong nodded. After all, he had already decided to leave the Devil Prison Mountain in 2 days' time. Whether the corrosive devil qi became denser or weaker, it didn't matter to him. As time passed, more and more Ancestor God Realm Masters rushed into the Devil Prison Mountain. Thus, the situation had become increasingly dangerous. Suddenly, the little cow exclaimed and stopped walking. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to ask, the little cow sped towards a black mountain peak that resembled a black jade. They looked around and finally descended on a slightly open space. The ground was covered with black crystalline rocks that didn't reflect any light. But as Huang Xiaolong got closer, he could see black energy roiling inside these crystalline rocks resembling a phantom. This black energy within these black crystalline rocks continuously changed into different shapes. These black crystalline rocks varied in shapes and sizes. A few were as big as a ball, on the other hand, some were as small as a thumb. As expected, it's the Eidolon crystalline rocks. The little cow exclaimed in delight. Eidolon crystalline rocks? Huang Xiaolong turned to the little cow in confusion. In Huang Xiaolong's eyes, there was nothing special about these rocks. The little cow laughed heartily. It's not strange that you don't know about these Eidolon crystalline rocks. These are very rare, even in hell, formed only in the most of lands, every 100 million years. This thing has many uses. It's extremely hard, hence if you add a little bit of it when forging a chaos spiritual weapon, it could increase the weapon's power to a great degree. It could also raise the defenses of your armor by a startling amount. Not only Ancestor God Realm, but masters above Ancestor God Realm would be in a frenzy trying to snatch these Eidolon crystalline rocks. Huang Xiaolong didn't think these black rocks were so great until he heard the last part. H was simply astounded. Even masters above Ancestor God Realm would go frenzy to snatch it. Are these Eidolon crystalline rocks really this precious? Why are you standing here so dazed? Quick, quick. Collect these Eidolon crystalline rocks. Collect as many as you can. The little cow urged Huang Xiaolong. If other cultivators find this place, there would be trouble. Huang Xiaolong returned to his senses. In a flicker, he was standing in front of a fist-sized Eidolon crystalline rock. A suction force from his hand pulled at the Eidolon crystalline rock, but to his astonishment, this fist-sized rock merely rolled slightly on the ground. It was heavier than an ancient divine mountain. Ha! Are you frightened? This thing is not light. Put some strength into it. The little cow laughed at Huang Xiaolong. At the little cow's words, Huang Xiaolong wrapped his 3 supreme godheads' god force around the fist-sized Eidolon crystalline rock and threw it into his ghost Buddha ring. While Huang Xiaolong was busy collecting the Eidolon crystalline rocks, in the far distance, a group of disciples was flying towards them. These disciples were none other than the Short Blade Gate's disciples, whom Huang Xiaolong had saved earlier. In addition to them, there were 20+ disciples flying with their group. The young man leading in front had a lightning glimmering in his pupils. He was the Short Blade Gate's number 1 genius disciple, Shilong. Shilong, Chun Jianfeng, and other Short Blade Gate's disciples were flying in Huang Xiaolong's direction. When all of a sudden, the black mountain emitted a dazzling light and rich spiritual energy up ahead of them. But it was only for a split second. Then everything disappeared as if it had never happened. Senior brother Shilong, that light just now is? Chun Jianfeng asked. Other disciples also looked at Shilong with astonished faces. We're going over there to investigate. A cold gleam shone in the depths of Shilong's eyes as he said this, and flew towards the Black Mountain's peak. Chun Jianfeng and other disciples quickly followed behind him. At the same time, other sect's disciples who were in the vicinity had also sensed the burst of spiritual energy from earlier. They too hurried to the Black Mountain's peak. Huang Xiaolong, who was diligently collecting the Eidolon crystalline rocks, nearly jumped out of his skin in fright, due to the sudden burst of light and the spiritual energy on the Black Mountain's peak. He sighed. Looks like it's going to be impossible for me to monopolize these Eidolon crystalline rocks. Huang Xiaolong no longer held back his strength. His 3 supreme godheads spun to their limits, and God force surged through his body and wrapped around the football-sized eidolon crystalline rocks. He'd strive to collect as many as he could before other disciples arrived. The little cow on the side wasn't idle either. Her golden horns swung frequently, as purple lightning streaked out from her golden horns with each swing, collecting a black rock each time. Shilong, Qin Jianfeng, and the rest of their group reached the Black Mountain peak at their fastest speed. By this time, the Black Mountain had returned to its original calmness. Nothing special could be seen. "There's someone ahead of us." Shilong discovered Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's energy fluctuations almost immediately. He jumped over the mountain's peak in a single leap and spotted Huang Xiaolong and the little cow working hard to collect eidolon crystalline rocks. Shilong didn't recognize the eidolon crystalline rocks, but watching Huang Xiaolong and the little cow collecting them with fervor, appearing almost manic, doubts rose in Shilong's mind. It's him. Chen Jianfeng, Zhao Yu, and several other Short Blade Gates disciples recognized Huang Xiaolong as they reached Shilong's side. "You all recognize this person?" Shilong sounded surprised. "Yes, senior brother Shilong." Chen Jianfeng answered. "Shilong, 2 hours ago. We saw this kid killing a swarm of late 7th Order ancient God Realm Hell's creatures. He merely used one slash of his sword to kill them. This proves that his strength is not weak, and it's at least at the 8th Order ancient God Realm. This is the reason we remember him." He completely edited out that Huang Xiaolong had saved them. Shilong nodded when Chen Jianfeng finished. "So, it's like that. Merely an 8th Order ancient God Realm disciple was not worthy of his attention." Other sects disciples arrived consecutively at the Black Mountain. There were Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples, Roaming Celestial Cult's disciples, and Swordless Sect's disciples, and some other sects' disciples. Shilong glanced at these newly arrived disciples and said in a threatening tone, "These black crystalline rocks were first discovered by us, the Short Blade Gate. If any of you dare to touch any of these black crystalline rocks, then don't blame us for being rude." Shilong's body exuded a heavy pressure to emphasize his words. Although he didn't know what these black crystalline rocks were, he could tell that these black crystalline rocks were definitely not any ordinary spirit stones. So naturally, he didn't want other sects' disciples touching them. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly when he heard Shilong's claim that Shilong was the one who had first discovered these eidolon crystalline rocks. "It's Shilong!" Roaming Celestial Cult's disciples and Swordless Sect's disciples exclaimed in shock as they recognized Shilong from a distance. "What a joke! Shilong, if you claim that you are the first person to have discovered these black crystalline rocks, then who is your witness?" "I say these black crystalline rocks are discovered by our Golden Phoenix Pavilion." "Humph!" A Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple sneered. Shilong was able to deter the Roaming Celestial Cult and Swordless Sect's disciples, but Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples did not take his warning to heart. "Zhang Yadong." Shilong frowned when he saw the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple, who had uttered those words. Zhang Yadong was one of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's genius disciples. Even though his talent was incomparable to Li Ji's, he had entered the Golden Phoenix Pavilion much earlier than Li Ji, hence, his cultivation realm was higher than Li Ji's. Zhang Yadong was a mid-9th Order ancient God Realm master, while Li Ji was a 7th Order ancient God Realm. However, Zhang Yadong and Li Ji's actual strengths were almost at par despite their differences. Shilong spoke after briefly pondering over this matter. "Zhang Yadong, our two sects can cooperate, and we can equally divide these black crystalline rocks. What do you think?" Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Zhang Yadong considered his suggestion, and then nodded. "Deal. Let's work together. The rocks will belong to whoever would collect them." Shilong's suggestion was exactly what he had wanted. After all, his group of Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples wasn't strong enough to monopolize all the black crystalline rocks in that area. Once the agreement was finalized between the Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples, each side appointed 2 disciples to guard and prevent other sects' disciples from taking the black crystalline rocks, while the rest of their groups rushed to collect them. But soon, they all realized that these black crystalline rocks weighed far more than they had expected. Even some 7th-order ancient god realm disciples were struggling to move them. Both Shilong and Zhang Yadong were greatly surprised. However, Shilong was now even more certain that these black crystalline rocks were extraordinary because of this. "Everyone, go all out!" Shilong commanded loudly. All Short Blade Gate's disciples pushed their god force to their limits at Shilong's command. "Senior brother Shilong, what do we do about that kid?" Chun Jianfeng asked as he came to Shilong's side. Killing intent was flickering in his eyes. This fat kid must have surely collected a lot of these black crystalline rocks before they had arrived. Shilong replied calmly, "Let him continue." Chun Jianfeng was shocked. He didn't understand Shilong's intentions. "We will have one free laborer. Isn't that a good thing?" Shilong went on. "Wait until the time is ripe, we can kill him then. Those black crystalline rocks would still belong to us, and this way we can save ourselves from some additional efforts." Chun Jianfeng smirked. "Senior brother Shilong is wise." Huang Xiaolong sneered as he watched Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples rushing to collect the Eidolon crystalline rocks. He didn't stop them at all. In truth, he had the same thought as Shilong. Since there were so many free laborers helping him collect Eidolon crystalline rocks, why would he stop them? However, as time passed, more and more people appeared at the Black Mountain. Finally, a batch of disciples broke through the Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's barricade and began snatching the black crystalline rocks. Seeing this, other disciples joined in as well. "Damn!" Shilong swore as he watched this. An icy gleam flickered across his eyes. "Memorize the names of these disciples' sections. After we leave the Devil Prison Mountain, we'll annihilate them all," he said to Chun Jianfeng. Chun Jianfeng acknowledged his words. Quite a few of these disciples, who had recently rushed in, began targeting Huang Xiaolong. These sect's disciples dared not provoke Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples. However, they were not afraid of an unknown disciple like Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly as these disciples rushed towards him. He could clearly see through their intentions that they were assuming him to be the soft persimmon amongst all the people who were collecting the crystalline rocks. "Punk! You have 5 seconds. Hand over your spatial ring." A burly disciple with a great blade warned Huang Xiaolong in a deep, rumbling voice, "Or else." But his voice trailed off as a sword light flashed over his neck, and his head dropped to the ground and rolled some distance away. Huang Xiaolong put away his mulberry sword without a word. Huang Xiaolong looked away from the burly disciple's corpse. His cold gaze swept over other disciples that were coming at him with the same intention, before he turned away. The different sect's disciples who were rushing towards Huang Xiaolong were frightened to a halt as they saw the burly disciple's head lying a few feet away from his decapitated body. His eyes had remained wide open in disbelief, as if he hadn't even realized how he had died. Cold sweat dampened the other disciples' robes. Many of them recognized this burly disciple who was still holding a big blade. He was a disciple of the ghostly blade door called Lu Jin, who was an early 8th Order ancient god realm master. Moreover, he was born with a unique physique that made his physical defenses stronger than the average cultivators. Yet his head was cut off with a single sword slash by that fatty. What's that fatty's strength? Surely it wasn't at mid-6th Order ancient god realm cultivation that they could see on the surface. In the distance, Shilong was inwardly shocked that Huang Xiaolong had actually cut off the ghostly blade door disciple Lu Jin's head with a single sword slash. But he commented indifferently, "It seems like this kid's quite strong. No wonder he dares to continue collecting these black crystalline rocks even after our arrival." Chun Jianfeng snickered. "That little bit of his strength is merely enough to threaten some small sect's disciples. In front of senior brother Shilong, it's only a matter of 1 or 2 moves before this fatty would crumble down to a miserable defeat." Shilong nodded in agreement and reminded, "Watch that kid. Make sure he doesn't escape." Chun Jianfeng reassured him, "Rest assured, senior brother." Huang Xiaolong's action had successfully deterred the other disciples. He continued collecting Eidolon crystalline rocks with the little cow. Naturally, the bigger the Eidolon crystalline rocks were, the better it was. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong ignored the small ones and focused on the bigger-sized eidolon crystalline rocks. Huang Xiaolong flew towards a half-meter-high eidolon crystalline rock that was not far ahead. At the same time, a mid-8th order ancient god realm short blade gates disciple also arrived at this same half-meter-high eidolon crystalline rock, bearing the same intention as Huang Xiaolong. That short blade gates disciple dazed for a second when he saw Huang Xiaolong, but he soon recovered and warned icily, "Scram, or I will have to make you scram away. Also, before you do that, I want to remind you that I am not the same as that ghostly blade door disciple Lu Jin." Huang Xiaolong retorted nonchalantly, "I'll also remind you to scram away, before you provoke me to attack you, so scram." Needless to say, the short blade gates disciple was enraged by Huang Xiaolong's response. A short blade appeared in his hands and slashed at Huang Xiaolong with a thick killing intent. Waves of short blade lights surged towards Huang Xiaolong like tidal waves. This was the short blade gate's supreme technique, the indomitable waves blade. Almost at the same time, Huang Xiaolong raised his right palm. His index finger and middle penetrated through the waves of short blade lights, directly clamping the original short blade between his fingers. Everyone was dumbfounded after watching this. Coldness spread in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. His 2 fingers exerted pressure, snapping the short blade into half. With a flick of his wrist, the broken tip of the short blade pierced into his attacker's neck, followed by another flick of his finger, and the disciple's head rolled off his shoulder to the ground. Dead. In that instant, time froze with a heavy silence. The short blade gate, Golden Phoenix Pavilion, and other sects' disciples' movements froze. Their expressions were a little dazed with disbelief at what had just transpired before their eyes. Although they were shocked by Huang Xiaolong's strength, they were more appalled because this fat kid had killed a short blade gate's disciple. Shilong was momentarily dazed. Lightning sizzled in his dark pupils. He disappeared in a blur and in a split second appeared next to his fellow disciple's corpse. As he looked at the decapitated head on the ground, Shilong turned to glare icily at Huang Xiaolong. "Initially, I had planned to let you live for another hour, but now, you can go to hell." A glaring lightning burst out of his palms and completely enshrouded him, as he struck at Huang Xiaolong. The short blade gate's secret technique, the boundless universe lightning palm. Seeing Shilong's attack, Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple Zhang Yadong exclaimed with an earnest expression. Some time ago, there was a rumor in Void Sky City that Shilong had successfully cultivated the boundless universe lightning palm technique, but it was merely a rumor. But now, they were seeing the truth. Shilong had really succeeded. Zhang Yadong had believed that both of their strengths were at par with one another. But now, since it was confirmed that Shilong had successfully cultivated the boundless universe lightning palm, Zhang Yadong knew that Shilong could suppress him without much effort. "Looks like this is the end for that kid," a Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple standing behind Zhang Yadong said, referring to Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Yadong nodded in agreement. Only certain short blade gates disciples are allowed to cultivate the boundless universe lighting palm, since its power is earth-shattering. But he stopped abruptly, as he saw the fatty dispersing all the crackling lighting power with a single punch that sent Shilong staggering back a dozen meters from the impact. This result stupefied Zhang Yadong and the rest of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples. Chun Jianfeng and his fellow disciples' eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. Other sects' disciples who had assumed that Huang Xiaolong was a soft persimmon felt their blood going cold. Huang Xiaolong ignored all the shocked gazes that fell upon him after he had forced Shilong back with a punch. His 3 supreme godheads spun as he fully focused on moving that half-meter-tall eidolon crystalline rock into his ghost Buddha ring. 53 pieces. Huang Xiaolong counted in his mind. That was the number of eidolon crystalline rocks he had collected so far. If he counted the eidolon crystalline rocks that the little cow had collected, there would be more than 100 pieces. This number of eidolon crystalline rocks was enough for him to refine a divine artifact and temper his body. On the other hand, Shilong's face turned liver red after he was forced back by Huang Xiaolong. The killing intent in his eyes was akin to a thunderstorm as he stared at Huang Xiaolong, like a hunter looking at a prey. Violent streaks of lightning crackled around his body, portraying his wrath. Boundless universe lightning palm, myriad lightning vortex. The lightning around his palms expanded in size and slammed down madly at Huang Xiaolong. A great vortex was formed as divine lightning fell from the sky and merged with the vortex. The lightning vortex's power soared as it became bigger, while it continued absorbing more divine lightning. In a split second, over 100 streaks of lightning were merged into the vortex. This myriad lightning vortex is the most powerful attack in the boundless universe lightning palm technique. Its destructive power multiplies by absorbing divine lightning from the sky. However, based on Shilong's current strength, his myriad lightning vortex could only absorb 500 to 600 streaks of divine lightning power at the most. Then again, that was already a terrifying amount in itself. The myriad lightning vortex had expanded over Huang Xiaolong's head in the blink of an eye, sucking Huang Xiaolong up as it spun. Huang Xiaolong was irritated now. Just as he was about to retaliate, the little cow let out a loud sneeze, spitting out roiling purple lightning. Nothing, simply nothing, was left of the myriad lightning vortex. The little cow then turned her butt towards Shilong. With a swing of her tail, purple lightning formed into a purple lightning whip that cracked straight at Shilong. Shilong paled and quickly began striking his palms out repeatedly as he panicked. But to his horror, his boundless universe lightning palm was unable to suppress the force of the purple lightning whip. After seeing that the purple lightning whip was that close to striking him, he executed an ancient technique to dodge the attack and was barely successful. Pa! The purple lightning whip struck the spot, right where he was standing a second ago. The whole mountain shook as a several hundred li-long crack opened in the ground. Everyone's heart jumped in sync as the sound of the purple lightning whip hit the ground. Their eyes were filled with dread as their gaze fell upon the little cow. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's eyes narrowed as they looked towards the horizon. This aura! An ancestor god realm master. There's an ancestor god realm master arriving. An ancestor god realm master, no doubt. Who dares to kill my sect's disciple? Everyone was guess as to which sect's ancestor god realm master it was, when a thunderous roar reverberated in the air, making it feel like even heaven and earth were trembling. Both Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's faces tightened. Huang Xiaolong had expected the Short Blade Gate's ancestor god realm masters to rush over because he had killed the peak mid-8th order ancient god realm disciple. But he hadn't expected one to arrive so soon. However, Chen Jianfeng and the rest of Short Blade Gate's disciples were overjoyed. Ha ha! Punk, you're so dead. Chen Jianfeng pointed at Huang Xiaolong and laughed nastily. But he didn't laugh for long, as a sword light flashed in the air, separating his head from his shoulders. As Chen Jianfeng's head dropped to the ground, he was looking at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Even at this point, he still couldn't believe that this fat kid had the guts to kill him, despite his sect's ancestor god realm master had arrived. Huang Xiaolong flicked away the drops of blood from his mulberry sword with a turn of his wrist, and coldly said, "What I hate the most in this world is an ungrateful little scum like you." He then looked at the rest of Short Blade Gate's disciples that he had saved before. The few Short Blade Gate's disciples turned deathly pale. Just as they tried to run, Huang Xiaolong was like a specter on their heels as sword force formed sharp and howling winds. As these winds blew past them, they froze on the spot and tumbled to the ground. Deep sword cuts completely destroyed their flesh. Huang Xiaolong collected all their spatial rings with a wave of his hand. At this time, another furious roar shook the air. There was a sudden burst of lightning, and in the next second, Shilong was attacking Huang Xiaolong from the back. Huang Xiaolong had no plans to retaliate at all. In a flicker, he dodged Shilong's attack and leaped onto the little cow's back. Go! The little cow swiftly sped away with Huang Xiaolong in a streak of purple lightning, and completely disappeared from the Black Mountain. This speed was even faster for a peak late 9th order ancient god realm master to chase. It was the little cow's natal supreme escape skill called Lightning Bolt. Though the lightning bolt consumes energy rapidly, she couldn't be bothered with it at that moment, as there was no better method to evade the Short Blade Gate's ancestor god realm master. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had left, a middle-aged man clad in the short blade gate's elder armored robe descended on the Black Mountain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Elder Lin Bai. Long and other short blade gate's disciples quickly went up to salute after they saw Lin Bai. Short blade gate's elder Lin Bai nodded at them. His gaze swept over the surroundings and his face sank after seeing Chen Jianfeng and other disciples' corpses. Killing intent roiled within his eyes. Who was it? He asked sullenly. It was a fat kid with a large beast. Long hastened to answer, and then he described Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's looks to Lin Bai. As the little cow had used an illusionary technique, Long described her as a five-horned giant beast. Lin Bai then asked Long and the others the direction in which Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had fled. His hand ripped space like fabric. Then, with a great space teleportation, his figure disappeared from the Black Mountain as he went after Huang Xiaolong. Whereas Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had fled deeper into the Devil Prison Mountain instead of going outwards. Although the corrosive devil chi would be denser deeper into the Devil Prison Mountain, this element was advantageous to their escape. The little cow turned into a streak of purple lightning, with Huang Xiaolong on her back, and cut through layers of corrosive devil chi as they escaped deeper into the Devil Prison Mountain. At the same time, aureate light of purification power shone from Huang Xiaolong's body, as he pushed his innumerable Buddha Godhead to his limits, and purified the corrosive devil chi along their path to lessen the little cow's burden. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong's face sank. He sensed the short blade gate's ancestor god realm master tearing through space and getting closer to them. As per his calculations, this ancestor god realm master would chase up to them in less than 2 minutes. Huang Xiaolong had inwardly praised the little cow's lightning bolt speed. However, the ancestor god realm master's speed had still exceeded his estimation. The little cow too sensed the short blade gate's ancestor god realm elder Lin Bai. Layers of purple lightning fire suddenly flowed out from her body. When this purple lightning fire appeared, the little cow accelerated as if she had just been injected with stimulants. From afar, she looked like a glimmering purple fire on the Devil Prison Mountain. Lin Bai, who was hounding them, was utterly shocked. According to Long, the fat kid and his mount were just a bit stronger than him. Thus, based on his own strength, Lin Bai should have been able to catch up with them in a few breaths of time. But now, to the contrary, more than 3 or 4 breaths had passed. However, this only made him more resolute to kill Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. If such a monstrous genius was allowed to grow and break through to Ancestor God Realm, it'd definitely be a threat to the Short Blade Gate. Run. But do you think you can escape from an Ancestor God Realm? Lin Bai used a nefarious sound technique, trying to befuddle Huang Xiaolong's mind as he pursued from behind. If you two submit to my Short Blade Gate, I can spare your lives. Lin Bai's voice clearly passed into Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's ears. Huang Xiaolong's mind shook, making him nearly lose his own will. But the Moon Jade heavenly spiral shell emitted silvery moonlight almost immediately. Right away, he returned to his senses. Even so, there was a film of cold sweat on his forehead. That was too dangerous. The little cow's speed did not slow down at all, and she went zigzagging into the deeper region of the Devil Prison Mountain. Obviously, Lin Bai's voice hadn't affected her at all. Kiddo, this master has eaten more rice than you've eaten farts. Your trick is useless against me. The little cow also employed a sound technique in retaliation. Wait till I break through to Ancestor God Realm. I'll pummel you to death. Eaten more rice than you've eaten fart? Huang Xiaolong laughed out loudly. But Lin Bai was gnashing his teeth. 2 measly ancient God Realm ants still had the mood to joke while being hunted by him, not to mention they even had the guts to taunt him. Damn them! Sword lights burst out from Lin Bai's body and his speed accelerated. He was now desperately executing consecutive great space teleportation as fast as he could. Finally, about 2 minutes later, he saw Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's figures. Go die! A ruthless light gleamed in Lin Bai's eyes as the long sword in his hand slashed out. A powerful sword light cut through the layers of corrosive devil chi towards Huang Xiaolong's back. This sword attack could easily split a peak late 10th order ancient God Realm master. The feeling of death gripped Huang Xiaolong's heart. His face paled, but there was too much at stake here. As his body swayed, he transformed into a primordial divine dragon. A resounding dragon roar reverberated above the devil prison mountain as the dragon might spread out. His three supreme godheads were spinning at their limits as his dragon claw struck behind him. Almost simultaneously, his primordial divine dragon's body swerved and dodged the sword attack. Zhang! 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 The sword light missed Huang Xiaolong, piercing into the surrounding mountain ground, leaving a great sword mark. Still, the impact sent Huang Xiaolong's primordial divine dragon body tumbling in the air. Dragon scales on his two claws cracked and blood flowed down his claws. Even though Huang Xiaolong had transformed into his primordial divine dragon's body, he was still a mid-sixth order ancient god realm who was going against an ancestor god realm master. The gap in strength was just too big to overcome. The little cow hastened to Huang Xiaolong's side, and then grabbed him and bolted away. Lin Bai was astonished that this fat kid had suddenly turned into a primordial divine dragon. To top it off, this fat kid was still alive after he was impacted by his sword. Is that fat kid the ancient dragon clan's disciple? But a blue dragon? Huang Xiaolong's form of primordial divine blue dragon amazed Lin Bai. So what if you're the ancestral dragon's descendant? Today you're bound to die. Now, Lin Bai was even more resolute to kill Huang Xiaolong and the little cow, regardless of everything. He turned into a streak of sword light and chased up once again. It didn't take long for him to close in on Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. The Sword of Judgment. Lin Bai's raised his hand, and the long sword rotated rapidly and thrust it out. Two terrifying cross-sword lights were formed in midair that whistled straight at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. As the cross-sword lights traveled ahead, all the corrosive devil chi in its path was swept away. The mountain peaks within the range of the cross-sword lights were cut off. Rocks and sand slid down, leaving cross-sword marks on their surfaces. Seeing another sword attack coming at him, Huang Xiaolong roared. His three supreme godheads spun to their limits in a burst of god force as his dragon claw slammed down. In a brief instant, his palms had struck out 10,000 times. Each palm strike shattered the surrounding space. At the same time, the little cow looked over her shoulder to let out a resounding moo. The ancient lightning character in the middle of her forehead expanded as it flew out to attack Lin Bai. Wherever the ancient lightning character swept through, lightning roiled as if all of heaven and earth's lightning force had gathered on that ancient lightning character. Lin Bai was taken aback. Never had he imagined that a small ancient god realm beast like the little cow would dare to attack him. Attack him! Lin Bai snorted with disdain. Although the ancient lightning character's lightning force was alarming, Lin Bai was not fazed by it. He slashed out with his long sword and sent out a streak of sword light. The sword of slalom. The sword light slalomed in and out, drawing a sphere in the air. The ancient lightning character was about to collide with the sword light sphere. Lin Bai was astounded seeing what happened next. The ancient lightning character actually turned into lightning liquid, and his sword attack passed through it without harming it, while the lightning liquid continued its attack and progressed in his direction. Lin Bai's right palm suddenly enlarged and pressed down on the ancient lightning character across the void. Instantly, the lightning force gathering around the ancient lightning character became distorted. This was the power of space manipulation of an Ancestor God Realm Master. Only cultivators who had broken through to Ancestor God Realm Master level could truly manipulate the divine world space. Finally, the ancient lightning character got pinned in midair under the constant space suppression. Then it dimmed and disappeared. Lin Bai sighed in relief. The little cow and Huang Xiaolong had seized this time to bolt. Damn! Lin Bai swore under his breath. He who was an Ancestor God Realm Master had to attack repeatedly, but despite his attacks he was unable to kill these two measly ancient God Realm fleas. If this matter were to leak out, his reputation would go down the drain. He turned into a streak of sword light once more, and continued hounding Huang Xiaolong and the little cow and with one great space teleportation. The little cow was completely annoyed as she sensed that the short blade gate's Ancestor God Realm Master was once again on their heels. His mother's granny. There'll be a day. This cow's gonna annihilate that short blade gate. During her most glorious days, even her sidekick and her sidekick's younger sidekick and this younger sidekick's younger sidekick, literally any one of them could easily pinch an ancestor god realm to death. Since when did she get chased so badly by an ancestor god realm? If her sidekick and her sidekick's younger sidekick, and this younger sidekick were to hear of this, where would she hide her cow face? Xiaolong, you leave first. The little cow looked over at Huang Xiaolong and added, if this goes on, none of us will be able to leave safely. I'll keep this goose back. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No. His tone was firm and adamant. If the little cow stays behind, she would die for sure. There was a slim hope if the two of them were together, even if that slim hope was very vague and uncertain. At this time, Huang Xiaolong felt pangs of regret drumming inside his heart. He should have stopped collecting the Eidolon crystalline rocks when the Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples had appeared, but he had been too greedy. Fine. Then the two of us will kick this goose's ass. The little cow suddenly laughed loudly. Huang Xiaolong also laughed. They would be thanking the heavens if they could survive this ordeal, yet this little cow wants to kill that goose? Then again, the little cow was staying true to her nature, even at a time like this. Her words were still that domineering. Dazzling purple lightning bursts out from the little cow's body, and spheres of lightning gathered above her head. Huang Xiaolong was astounded. Since he hadn't expected the little cow to actually fight to the death with the other side, Huang Xiaolong's desire for battle soared high after seeing the little cow's determination to fight. His three supreme godheads spun at their fastest speed, and each of them started emitting a radiant light. At the same time, he also began circulating the four divine fires and the moonjade heavenly spiral shell. Chaos spiritual energy rushed out from the void like a waterfall, accompanied by soft moon essence energy. Lin Bai's heart was filled with ridicule when he sensed that Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had stopped running and were actually preparing to fight with him. But his face tightened slightly when he saw the numerous lightning spheres above the little cow, and the rolling chaos spiritual energy, as well as the moon essence energy above Huang Xiaolong's head. This is? He exclaimed in amazement. The purple lightning spheres above the little cow's head, and the gray chaos spiritual energy that was glimmering with golden speckles, actually gave him a sense of danger. Two ancient god realms actually gave him a sense of danger? Even though Lin Bai found it hard to believe, his expression gradually turned solemn. Lin Bai's godhead spun, sending god force through his body. The long sword in his hand hummed, and in the next second, his long sword slashed down on Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. This slash had no fancy moves, but only pure power that was sent cutting down towards Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. By this point, the purple lightning spheres above the little cow had covered several thousand li radius. With a bellow, the little cow's purple lightning spheres rushed towards Lin Bai's sword attack. Simultaneously, Huang Xiaolong's dragon claws that were empowered by chaos spiritual energy and moon essence energy reached out to clutch Lin Bai in their tight grip. Rumble. The of their attacks collided together, making the earth below them quake and the space around them to warp. This impact was too great, and due to it cracks began to appear in the space around all three of them, making them twisting out of shape. All of the corrosive devil chi was also swept away due to this impact. Magic trees that had grown for tens of thousands of years were pulverized into dust by the aftershock. Mountains were lifted into the air and then crashed to the ground. Rocks, boulders, stones, and dust flew everywhere into the air. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's bodies suddenly quivered as they were knocked backwards, and blood spluttered out from their mouths. Huang Xiaolong's consciousness began to wane, as if the world was getting further away from him. Am I dying? This was Huang Xiaolong's last thought as he fell into the sea with a splash, the icy water sucking him down. Lin Bai was also pushed back several steps from the impact, while his short blade gate's elder's robe was torn in several places and his hair was disheveled. Lin Bai was angry seeing the sorry state that he was in. He was rendered this miserable by two ancient god realm. Die! He looked in the direction where Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had fallen into the blood-red sea below. Lin Bai took a step forward and arrived at the spot above the blood-red sea where the two had fallen. But when he tried to search for them with his divine sense, he realized that their auras had disappeared completely. Why? Lin Bai refused to accept this result. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly as two rays of sword lights shot out from his eyes and penetrated the waters of the blood-red sea below. Unfortunately, he still couldn't discover any signs of Huang Xiaolong or the little cow. Finally, Lin Bai entered the blood-red sea in a flicker, as he simply couldn't accept the result. In the waters, Lin Bai glanced around. Everywhere he saw there was only blood-red colored water. Other than that, there was nothing, simply nothing. Not even a single sign of the two ancient god realms that had just fallen into the waters. He continued down towards the seabed, when all of a sudden, a sense of danger hit him. What is this feeling? The scene from the past, when he was being chased by an ancient magic beast, flickered in his mind. That's right, the feeling of being preyed on by an ancient magical beast. Goosebumps ran down Lin Bai's neck. His sword slashed a path to the surface of the water and he fled from the seabed. He heaved a sigh of relief the moment he got far away from the sea surface. This feeling of escaping death made Lin Bai break out in cold sweat. Lin Bai took another glance at the blood-red sea below him, and then sped away, no longer caring about Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. In his opinion, both Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were heavily injured by his sword qi, and even if they survived, they would be wasted. Not long after Lin Bai left, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow gradually came to their consciousness inside someplace on the seabed. Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes. He felt an extreme weakness in his whole body that he had not felt in a long time, and even lifting a finger was strenuous. He reverted to his human form and was slightly alarmed as there was no reaction from the four divine fires. Fortunately, the purple grand mist aura dragon and the moon jade heavenly spiral shell were glowing softly, albeit dimmer than usual. His three supreme godheads were barely spinning, but they had lost much of their radiance. Huang Xiaolong was unable to sense the little cow's condition, while he was stuck to lying down on the ground for the moment. But it seemed like their situation was more or less the same. They were conscious and alive. Roughly an hour had passed, when Huang Xiaolong could finally exert some strength as he struggled to a sitting position, as his true dragon physique's instant recovery ability had mended his injuries. Enduring sharp pains all over his body, Huang Xiaolong circulated his little god force according to the grand mist parasitic medium. Immediately, rich spiritual energy rushed towards him from the surroundings, which started nourishing and mending him. 3 days passed, while Huang Xiaolong maintained this posture. About 60% of his injuries were healed within these 3 days, and at this rate, he would fully recover in another 7 days. Huang Xiaolong stopped running the grand mist parasitic medium. He got up and looked at the little cow. Purple lightning was enshrouding the little cow, which clearly meant that she was still healing. Although the little cow's injuries were healing at an amazing speed, it was slower compared to Huang Xiaolong's instant recovery. Huang Xiaolong clenched his fists as he breathed out foul qi. The injuries this time were the gravest he had ever suffered since he had ascended to the divine world. Had it been some average 10th order ancient god realm cultivators, they would have probably died 10 times or more if they would have gotten chased to the same extent as him and the little. Huang Xiaolong took some time to survey their location. He found himself inside a great hall, and the four walls around him reflected in the ripples of water. It was made of materials that he couldn't name. However, the great hall reminded him of the underwater dragon palace. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense spread outwards, but to his astonishment, he was met with a resistance that constricted his divine sense within the great hall. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, but then he stepped deeper inside the great hall. At the other end of it, he came across 2 tunnels. Brimming vitality rushed out from the tunnel on the left side, whereas an overwhelming death qi and devil qi rushed out from the tunnel on his right. He frowned as he sensed vitality as well as death qi from these 2 separate tunnels. After some thought, he decided to go through the tunnel on the right where death qi and devil qi were flowing out. The tunnel was so dark that as soon as Huang Xiaolong stepped inside it, he couldn't even see his own fingers. Even after Huang Xiaolong opened his eye of hell, He could barely see 10 meters in front of him. He started walking very cautiously inside this tunnel. The tunnel was longer than Huang Xiaolong had expected. He walked for almost 2 hours before he could see the exit. Huang Xiaolong closed his eyes as he stepped out from the tunnel, as the glaring lights hit his eyes. Moments later, he finally saw what was at the end of the tunnel as he opened his eyes. In front of him was an enormous square, and right at the center of the square were 8 giant stone pillars with various ancient symbols carved on their surfaces. There was a big bright sphere at the top every stone pillar that was quivering continuously, sending out ripples of some mysterious force. These ripples of the mysterious force from the 8 light spheres were connected as they formed a light shield that covered all 8 stone pillars. Under the light shield was an enormous magical beast with a horn, a tail, and a cute face. Corrosive devil chi was flowing out from this magic beast's body. Huang Xiaolong immediately discovered that the corrosive devil chi flowing out from this magic beast was many times thicker than the outside corrosive devil chi. The void devil beast? A thought flashed across Huang Xiaolong's mind. Suddenly, the void devil beast sealed within the stone pillar's space opened its eyes. Its pupils were the color of extreme icy blue. As the void devil beast opened its eyes, the entire Devil Prison Mountain's corrosive devil chi roiled for a brief second. After opening its eyes, the void devil beast was obviously surprised to see Huang Xiaolong. After a long time of several million years, did a human manage to actually get here? You are the imprisoned void devil beast, aren't you? Huang Xiaolong asked. The void devil beast's eyes widened slightly in surprise. It looked at Huang Xiaolong and rose to its full height, then said, I can't imagine that someone still remembers me after such a long time. The pressure it exuded caused the light shield to tremble. A light glinted in its icy blue eyes as if it wanted to see through Huang Xiaolong. Ei! It exclaimed in amazement. True dragon physique. Then it shook its head. Cannot be. The true dragon physique cannot be so strong. A variant physique? Just as the void devil beast's gaze shifted to the space of Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, it retreated hastily as if it had run into a terrifying giant. You actually have a defensive divine artifact in your soul? Top-grade chaos spiritual artifact? Although the void devil beast could see Huang Xiaolong had a soul defensive divine artifact, it did not know about the moon jade heavenly spiral shell. Therefore, it could simply guess that it was a chaos spiritual artifact. Huang Xiaolong did not bother to explain anything to the void devil beast. His gaze turned towards the 8 stone pillars instead, as he started studying the ancient symbols on them. These are the ancient burning purgatory magical symbols. At this time, a voice sounded from behind Huang Xiaolong. The little cow had passed through the dark tunnel and had arrived at the square. Yo, you know about these burning purgatory magical symbols? The void devil beast was flabbergasted as it looked at the little cow. In the whole divine world, there were only a handful of people that could recognize the burning purgatory magical symbols, and this little cow was one of them. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had already restored their original forms. The little cow rolled her eyes at the void devil beast and said, I also can tell this burning purgatory magical formation was arranged by old monster Qing. The void devil beast shook with excitement as it asked, Then, do you know how to break this ancient burning purgatory magical formation? It stared fixedly at the little cow. Correct. The little cow nodded. The void devil beast's body shook even harder when it heard that the little could break the burning purgatory magical formation, which was trapping him. Little azure cow, what do you want? Just tell me. As long as you free me from this ancient burning purgatory magical formation, I'll give anything to you. The void devil beast's words began to sound incoherent due to excitement. It had been waiting for this day to retain its freedom since several 100 million years. Little azure cow. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled inwardly as he heard the void devil beast address the little cow as little azure cow. Looks like this void devil beast has taken the little cow for granted to be an ancient god realm junior. The little cow flashed a radiant smile at the void devil beast when he called her little azure cow, and said, You don't look like you can give me what I want? Her tone was full of provocation. Naturally, the void devil beast heard the provocation in her words and was enraged by them. The little cow smacked her lips and went on, "You are a descendant of Su Changtan, am I right?" The void devil beast stiffened, but it started trembling again with eyes widened in shock. "Why you're saying, you know my great-grandfather? Impossible. It's impossible that this little azure cow knew his great-grandfather." The void devil beast denied the possibility in his head. "Of course I know Su Changtian." The little cow went on. "In the past, that kid used to act arrogantly in front of me, but once he shitted on the ground with a single slap from me. Since then, every time he would see me, he would always call me Ancestor Nuno." The void devil beast dazed for a second. Then his eyes turned scarlet with fury. Black flames soared from his body as his roar shook the whole square. "Little cow, you're seeking death." In his eyes, the little cow was mocking his great-grandfather. His great-grandfather was one of the greatest existences between heaven and earth. So how could he possibly shit himself because of one slap, that too from this little cow? This was a total bullshit. Absolutely impossible. Therefore, this little cow was definitely making up stories. However, when the void devil beast tried to rush out with the intention of crushing the little cow into smithereens, he was blocked by the ancient burning purgatory magical formation's energy from the 8 stone pillars. A painful howl pierced the air as the ancient burning purgatory magical formation's burning flames devoured the void devil beast's black flames. The void devil beast's energy became chaotic. Clearly, that attack didn't feel too good, and it certainly came with a price. Even so, his angry scarlet eyes were fixed on the little cow, as they were still filled with a chilling killing intent as he looked at the little cow. The little cow shook her head like a disappointed elder. The little cow took out a little golden bell from her collar. This golden bell looked like a ring, and there was a small black hole on its top side that emitted endless devil chi. That is. The killing intent vanished right away from the void devil beast's eyes. All of his desire to shred the little cow into pieces was gone as he stared at the little golden bell with a flabbergasted expression. "This? The golden void bell ring. It is the golden void bell ring," the void devil beast repeated in a voice quivering with excitement. The golden void bell ring was the void devil beast clan's supreme divine artifact, which was carried by his great-grandfather all the time. But why did this little cow have the golden void bell ring? As the direct descendant of the void devil beast clan, the void devil beast could tell that this was the genuine golden void bell ring. This was the most shocking and unbelievable thing to him. Since you can recognize this golden void bell ring, you should know that seeing it is equivalent to seeing Su Changtian himself. The little cow intentionally shook the golden void bell ring in front of the void devil beast. The golden void bell ring let out a melodic chime as the little cow shook it. The bell's chime did not sound special to Huang Xiaolong's ears, but in the void devil beast's ears, it sounded like the devil's voice was banging on his soul. There was fear in the void devil beast's eyes. His whole body was shaking. He crouched on the square and became extremely respectful towards the little cow. "Disciple Su Baisheng greets Senior." Su Baisheng was this void devil beast's name. The little cow was very satisfied with the dread on the void devil beast's face. Thus, she said, "Stand up." The void devil beast Su Baisheng stood up shakily only after the little cow's command, while he gazed at her with extreme respect and apprehension simultaneously. "Master, should I rescue this void devil beast now?" the little cow asked Huang Xiaolong. "Master?" The little cow had spoken so grandly that Su Baisheng now completely believed that the little cow knew his great-grandfather. But she was actually calling this black-haired young man master? The void devil beast Su Baisheng's legs quivered weakly, as he was close to collapsing on the ground as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as he gave the little cow his permission to free the void devil beast. The little cow walked up to the 8 stone pillars and streaks of purple lightning crackled around her 2 golden horns, turning into a lightning liquid that wrapped around one of the stone pillars. Su Baisheng was shocked as he watched the ancient burning purgatory magical symbols began to dim when the purple lightning liquid wrapped around the stone pillar. It didn't take long for all the symbols to disappear, as if they had been erased. This was the first time for Void Devil Beast Su Baixing to see such a thing. In this universe, has there ever been such purple lightning? In truth, Huang Xiaolong was equally shocked. He could see that these ancient purgatory magical symbols were powerful, or else this formation couldn't have imprisoned the Void Devil Beast here for so long. However, the little cow's purple lightning had easily erased these ancient burning purgatory magical symbols like wiping away dust. It seemed like the little cow's strength had increased, so had the power of her purple lightning along with her strength. After the little cow erased the ancient burning purgatory magical symbols from the first stone pillar, she moved on to the second stone pillar. With the same method, she began to erase the ancient burning purgatory magical symbols. Subsequently, it was the third stone pillar, the fourth stone pillar, and lastly, the eighth stone pillar's ancient burning purgatory magical symbols were erased. All in all, it took the little cow 3 hours to remove all the symbols from the 8 stone pillars. Though it was only 3 hours, the little cow was panting with exhaustion at the end. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of god force to erase the ancient burning purgatory magical symbols on the 8 stone pillars. Su Baixing rushed out joyously from the formation area. He had finally regained his freedom after several 100 million years of imprisonment. But he quickly came to the little cow's side and asked with concern, "Senior, are you all right?" He was extremely courteous and cautious. The little cow glared at Su Baixing with displeasure. "Not all right. Can't you see? Get your ass over here and massage my shoulders." "Yes, Senior." Void Devil Beast Su Baixing acknowledged respectfully and hastened to the little cow's side, and began massaging her shoulders. His actions were light and gentle, as if he was afraid that he might hurt her. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless by the little cow's actions. He threw a healing pellet at her and waited until she swallowed it before saying, "Let's go." By now, various forces of the Void Sky World's experts were entering the Devil Prison Mountain. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong preferred to leave as soon as possible. The little cow jumped up at Huang Xiaolong's words and started walking towards the great hall behind him. Her swift actions left Su Baixing dumbfounded. "Quickly, catch up." Suddenly, the little cow's tail struck the Void Devil Beast like a whip. He grimaced from the pain, but his legs quickly followed behind her. A while later, the three exited the underwater Great Hall. Outside, there was still the blood-red sea, where it was very difficult to determine the directions. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong could sense some powerful hell creatures lurking in the depths of the blood-red sea. But, with the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing leading them outside, they smoothly left the sea. The little cow looked around as she flew to the sea surface. She gnashed her teeth, as she realized that the short blade gate's elder Lin Bai was not around anymore, and cursed under her breath. "His granny. There'll be a day when this cow will hang you upside down by your birdie and whip you to death." Huang Xiaolong knew that the little cow was talking about Lin Bai. He lightly slapped her head and poured cold water on her. "Wait till you break through to Ancestor God Realm before you say anything." The three then flew out from the Devil Prison Mountain. Coming out from the Devil Prison Mountain, Huang Xiaolong did not immediately leave the Void Sky City, but bought a sequestered residence instead. He planned on staying there for a few days to refine the 7-colored metal fiend fruits. The 7-colored metal fiend fruit ranked 8th among the top 10 wonder fruit of the universe. Thus, Huang Xiaolong was looking forward to seeing how much his strength would rise after refining the 7-colored metal fiend fruits. Although the residence that Huang Xiaolong had bought at Void Sky City was secluded, it cost him 2 trillion Shinbi. Then again, at this time 2 trillion wasn't much for him. On top of that, the residence was quite big. Only the building materials were not very good. For example, the garden's fake mountain was made from the common fire spirit stones, and the water in the pond was also the common cold spiritual water. But these weren't a concern for Huang Xiaolong. After all, he had planned to stay there only for a short period of time to refine the 7-colored metal fiend fruits to enhance his strength. Huang Xiaolong and the others arranged many layers of defensive and attack formations around the residence. He then entered into a room and took out a 7-colored metal fiend fruit. Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged on the floor as he looked at the seven-colored metal fiend fruit shining with resplendent lights. He circulated his god force according to the grand mist parasitic medium. In an instant, seven-colored lights rushed out from the seven-colored metal fiend fruit. Metal, element energy, and devil chi was the most prominent energies from the fruit. Other than the two, there were also traces of earth, wind, water, fire, wood, and lightning element energy. If others were to refine these seven-colored metal fiend fruits, they would have managed to refine only one of the energies within it, while the rest would have been wasted, including the dominant metal element and devil chi. But Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads contained a myriad of elements. Therefore, he would be able to absorb all of the energy within the fruit. 7 colors of different elements' energies rushed like waves into his body, as his three supreme godheads began to spin. Simultaneously, the moon-jade heavenly spiral shell started emitting silvery moon essence, while purple grand mist aura flowed out from the purple grand mist aura dragon. When he had first obtained the purple grand mist aura dragon, it had been 10,000 zhang long, but as he had continued refining it through the years, only 1,000 zhang of the purple grand mist aura dragon left. The days turned into weeks. As Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the seven-colored metal fiend fruit, he could distinctly feel his strength rising. He noticed the seven-colored metal fiend fruit not only could raise one's strength, but it also could strengthen one's soul and godhead's defense. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise for Huang Xiaolong. Then again, these results were not as surprising either, since the seven-colored metal fiend fruit was ranked 8th among the top 10 wonder fruits between heaven and earth. 1 month went by, when these seven-colored lights gradually dimmed. 2 months passed, and the lights vanished completely, as the energy within the fruit was emptied. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and checked internally with his divine sense, but the results brought a wry smile on his face. Even though he had refined the seven-colored metal fiend fruit, his cultivation had merely rise only from mid-6th order to close to peak mid-6th order ancient god realm. Not even to the peak of mid-6th order ancient god realm. More or less, this was the seven-colored metal fiend fruits effect for Huang Xiaolong. Some other mid-6th order ancient god realm cultivator might have advanced to peak late 6th order ancient god realm, perhaps even to the 7th order ancient god realm. But this was irrelevant for Huang Xiaolong. Nonetheless, Huang Xiaolong's soul was now twice as strong, and his three supreme godheads' defenses were a lot stronger as well. Huang Xiaolong continued adjusting his breathing for a while, then took out the second seven-colored metal fiend fruit. He started running the grand mist parasitic medium once more. 2 months later, as Huang Xiaolong finished refining his second seven-colored metal fiend fruit, his cultivation had reached the peak mid-6th order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong subsequently took out the third fruit, then the fourth fruit. As Huang Xiaolong's strength rose, his refining speed also increased with it, and in another half a month, he was already able to refine his fifth seven-colored metal fiend fruit. By the fifth fruit, Huang Xiaolong had broken through to late 6th order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied by the fact that even though he had refined 10 seven-colored metal fiend fruits, his cultivation was stuck at the peak late 6th order ancient god realm. Come what may, he was unable to break through to 7th order ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating and stepped out from his room. He had spent half a year in seclusion. Now, there was only a little over 2 years of time left until the God of the Sea Grand ceremony. Huang Xiaolong did not wish to delay the journey to the clear spirit world any longer. Moreover, since more than a year had passed, he was certain that the Void Sky City's transmission array would have been repaired by then. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his room, and coincidentally, so did the little cow from her room. She was looking spirited as purple lightning sparked around her. Her aura was completely different compared to a year ago, and it seemed like her overall strength had risen significantly in this 1 year and a half. Master! The little cow's tail was swinging cheerfully as she approached Huang Xiaolong. Somehow, the rate at which the little cow was swinging her tail depressed him. But he could tell that she was in a good mood. She called him master only when she was in a good mood. At other times, the little cow simply called him Xiaolong. Where's Baixing? We're leaving the Void Sky City soon, Huang Xiaolong said. At his question, The little cow turned towards Su Baixing's room and called out, "Little kid Shang. Little kid Shang?" Huang Xiaolong was utterly speechlessness. At this time, a black whirlwind flashed out from a room. In the next second, the void devil beast appeared in front of them. "Master Senior." Su Baixing respectfully greeted Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. "Pack up. We'll leave Void Sky City in a bit." The little cow said. "Where are we going?" Su Baixing blurted out. "Why so much nonsense?" The little cow widened her eyes and glared at Su Baixing. Su Baixing shivered down to his tail. Later, the three stepped out from the residence after packing up slightly and headed to the Void Sky City's transmission array. On the way to the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong came across experts from various sects hurrying with an air of extreme urgency. Even though the Devil Prison Mountain had appeared for more than a year's time now, experts were still gathering at the Void Sky City. All of them were aiming for the Devil Prison Mountain. "I've heard that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head had entered the Devil Prison Mountain, and he was able to find a top Chaos-grade spiritual artifact. What does a top Chaos-grade spiritual artifact count for?" "I have heard the Yama Gate's Gate Chief was able to find a top Chaos spiritual artifact. That's almost a Grand Mist spiritual artifact. Also, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Short Blade Gate's disciples have found a loadful of Eidolon crystalline rocks." "Eidolon crystalline rocks? What are those?" "I'm not very clear about it, but it seems like they are a great treasure." When those Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Short Blade Gate's disciples brought the Eidolon crystalline rocks back to their sects, they were heavily rewarded by their chiefs. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Su Baixing heard conversations from the experts who were passing by in a hurry. The void devil beast Su Baixing snorted disdainfully. "Those are merely chaos spiritual artifacts. Are you implying that there is a Grand Mist spiritual artifact in the Devil Prison Mountain?" Huang Xiaolong immediately caught on to Su Baixing's remark. "That is true, Master. In the depths of the Devil Prison Mountain, there is a battle robe called Yellow Springs Magic Robe. Although I don't know the actual grade of this Yellow Springs Magic Robe, I am certain that it is at least a low Grand Mist grade spiritual artifact." Su Baixing added, "This robe was refined by the Yellow Springs Archdevil." "Yellow Springs Archdevil?" the little cow repeated in surprise. Whereas Huang Xiaolong asked, "Who is the Yellow Springs Archdevil?" The last Archdevil Lord Niawutian had 12 Archdevil subordinates, and all of them were peerless devil masters. The Yellow Spring Archdevil was one of them. Furthermore, in terms of strength, the Yellow Springs Archdevil was definitely in the top 3. The little cow explained. Huang Xiaolong was stunned, as he had never expected there to be a connection between the Devil Prison Mountain and the Archdevil Lord's subordinate, Yellow Springs Archdevil. In other words, this Devil Prison Mountain did not come from the divine world, right? However, the little cow slapped her tail on the void devil beast Su Baixing's head. "Why didn't you tell Master earlier that the Yellow Springs magic robe is in the depths of the Devil Prison Mountain?" Void Devil Beast rubbed his throbbing head and whined bitterly. "The Yellow Springs magic robe is extremely nefarious, and based in Master's current strength, he won't be able to conquer it right now. Moreover, the Yellow Springs magic robe is at the deepest area of the Devil Prison Mountain, and the road is extremely dangerous, as it is laden with heavy restrictions. You need to be at least a high-level Ancestor God Realm Master to get to the Yellow Springs robe and conquer it." "Are you saying that you were being considerate towards our master?" The little cow snorted and harumphed. Su Baixing weakly nodded his head. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he listened to the two of them bicker with one another. "It's all right, don't blame Baixing. The Devil Prison Mountain's depths are filled with bands and restrictive formations. It is indeed dangerous going inside there right now, given our current strengths." Void Devil Beast Su Baixing looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong, then confidently said to him, "Master, rest assured. Give me 2 years. My strength will definitely recover considerably in these 2 years' time. After that, I will enter the depths of Devil Prison Mountain and help Master to bring out the Yellow Springs magic robe." Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's strength had suffered a great damage after he was being imprisoned by the ancient burning purgatory magical formation for several 100 million years. Although more than a year had passed since the little cow had rescued him, he had only regained a small part of his strength, which didn't even reach 1/10 of his original peak strength. As long as he could recover even half of his strength, the Devil Prison Mountain would be akin to his backyard, where he could come and go as he liked. Half of his strength. Huang Xiaolong was astonished after hearing the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's words. In other words, was half of Su Baixing's strength comparable to a high-level Ancestor God Realm Master? Huang Xiaolong had never asked Su Baixing anything about his strength during this whole time. Therefore, he was not aware in the slightest about Su Baixing's strength. Huang Xiaolong had initially thought Su Baixing was, at most, a 10th-order ancient god realm, but now it seemed like he was mistaken. Baixing, what is your strength right now? Huang Xiaolong asked as he looked at Su Baixing with a feverish gaze. Master, right now I'm just a 2nd-order ancestor god realm, but I have the battle power of a 3rd-order ancestor god realm, Su Baixing answered, looking a little embarrassed. In Su Baixing's eyes, his current strength was so low that he was quite embarrassed to face his new master Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong laughed exuberantly as he heavily patted Su Baixing's shoulders and praised, Excellent, excellent! The Void Devil Beast Su Baixing actually has the battle power of a 3rd-order ancestor god realm. All along, Huang Xiaolong had been slightly worried about the trip to the clear spirit world, but now that he had learned about the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's actual strength, it eased his worries slightly. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, who was feeling embarrassed, became flustered, as he felt flattered by Huang Xiaolong when he patted his shoulders. The little cow let out a few dissatisfied harumphs on the side. That expression on her face was seemingly saying, merely a 2nd-order ancestor god realm. What are you so proud of? Now that Huang Xiaolong was feeling more confident about the trip to the clear spirit world, he began humming a few of Andy Lau's songs as they continued traveling. The little cow's eyes brightened as she listened to Huang Xiaolong's humming, and hummed along with him. She grew fonder as she hummed and asked, Xiaolong, you thought of these songs by yourself? Huang Xiaolong smiled and replied to her question with a question. What do you think? The little cow laughed. Between heaven and earth, Master, only you can compose such wonderful songs. She rarely flattered Huang Xiaolong, but this was one of those moments when she did. Huang Xiaolong chuckled evilly. You're wrong then. These songs are not originally composed by me. The little cow stiffened for a second. The three traveled towards the Void Sky City transmission array while talking and laughing. Half a day later, they reached the transmission array. However, the transmission array was strictly guarded by disciples of Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Short Blade Gate, as well as other top forces of Void Sky World. Anyone who desired to leave through the transmission array were subjected to several layers of inspections. Huang Xiaolong saw Short Blade Gate's elder Lin Bai. Killing intent flickered across the little cow's eyes the instant she saw Lin Bai. Sensing the little cow's emotions, Huang Xiaolong lightly patted her head, indicating her to be cautious. There would be opportunities in the future, and right now there was no urgency. As Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's thoughts connected with one another, she converged her killing intent in the blink of an eye. After going through the layers of inspections, Huang Xiaolong paid several hundred billion Shinbi for his group, and the three of them walked towards the transmission array. However, just as the three of them were about to step onto the transmission array, the Short Blade Gate's elder Lin Bai shouted, Hold on! Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened nervously. Had Lin Bai seen through their disguises? But given his disguise technique, Huang Xiaolong was still confident that Lin Bai shouldn't have been able to recognize him. By this time, Lin Bai was already standing in front of them. While pointing at Huang Xiaolong, he ordered, You! Release your aura. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly relieved at Lin Bai's words. He no longer concealed his aura and released it as per the order. A peak late 6th order ancient god realm. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was a peak late 6th order ancient god realm cultivator, Lin Bai lost his interest in him. He waved his hand at them, indicating them that they could leave. In truth, Lin Bai had almost recognized Huang Xiaolong for a second just now. But his suspicions had disappeared when Huang Xiaolong revealed his peak late 6th order ancient god realm cultivation. It had only been less than 2 years after all, when he had chased that kid who was merely a mid-sixth order ancient god realm at that time. No matter how hard that kid would have cultivated, or even if he would have had a heaven-defying fortuitous adventure, in Lin Bai's mind, it would have been impossible for that kid to break through to mid-sixth order ancient god realm in such a short amount of time. Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 stepped onto the long-distance transmission array. A burst of light from the transmission array transferred the 3 of them away from the void sky world. As it would take them more than 3 months to arrive at clear spirit world, Huang Xiaolong decided to spend this time within the transmission array light pillar in refining the 7-colored metal fiend fruits. He gave the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing 5 7-colored metal fiend fruits each, in order for them to recover their strengths as soon as possible. Huang Xiaolong still had a lot of 7-colored metal fiend fruits to spare for himself. Other than the 10 fruits he had refined before, and the 10 fruits he had given away, there were still more than 30 fruits left. Moreover, when he would get his hands on the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, he'd have an endless supply of Chaos Spiritual Pills. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow Xianxia, and Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng cultivated diligently. In the blink of an eye, 3 months went by. During this time, Huang Xiaolong had refined another 2 7-colored metal fiend fruits. When only 1 day was remaining before their arrival to the clear spirit world, Huang Xiaolong was bathed in a dazzling light, while dragon roars reverberated in space as the black and blue dragon flew out from his body. At the same time, powerful god force seeped out from the transmission array's light pillar. Even the transmission array's light pillar couldn't contain his god force. Huang Xiaolong's sudden burst of god force jolted the little cow and Su Baixing. 7th order ancient god realm, the little cow mumbled dazedly. On the other hand, Su Baixing was awestruck due to the roiling god force coming out from Huang Xiaolong's body as he broke through to 7th order ancient god realm. This god force was many times stronger than an average cultivator's god force. The dazzling light around Huang Xiaolong grew brighter. This light lasted for half a day before it disappeared, and everything returned to its original calm. Finally broke through to 7th order ancient god realm, the hardest barrier to break through in ancient god realm. Huang Xiaolong was so happy that he let out a roaring laughter. Xiaolong, if you shout a few more times, this cow will turn deaf. The little cow cried out as she dramatically pressed her front hooves over her ears. Huang Xiaolong grinned at her and said, "Then we will change your name to Golden-Horned Deaf Cow." A day later, the transmission array light pillar quivered, and in the next second, it disappeared as Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 appeared on a grand-scale transmission array. They had arrived in the clear spirit world. Huang Xiaolong surveyed his new surroundings, and he could see that there were tall mountains all around them. Before coming to the clear spirit world, he had done some homework. There were a lot of mountainous terrains in the clear spirit world, and almost half of its lands were mountains. "Hey, you 3! What are you so dazed for? Leave quickly." Huang Xiaolong had stood on the transmission array for only 5 breaths, before the several disciples of the clear spirit world's forces guarding the transmission array had shouted at his group. There were about 30 or so disciples, but all of them had 7th order ancient god realm strength and above. The 3 leaders were 10th order ancient god realm disciples, and more importantly, the strongest of the 3 was a late 10th order ancient god realm. But Huang Xiaolong merely glanced indifferently in their direction. The 2 who shouted at him were disciples clad in gray robes that had a very obvious Shao character on them. Obviously, these 2 were Shao family's disciples. "Come on," Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing. Since they had just arrived at the clear spirit world, he didn't intend to cause any commotion. However, not everything went according to Huang Xiaolong's plans. The 2 Shao family's disciples weren't in the mood to let Huang Xiaolong leave that easily. "Stop right there." Huang Xiaolong's group had just stepped out from the transmission array, when one of the early 10th order ancient god realm disciples barked, while he brought several disciples as he stepped out to stop Huang Xiaolong from leaving. The Shao family's early 10th order ancient god realm disciple was called Shao Jingyuan. Shao Jingyuan gave Huang Xiaolong a detailed glance from head to toe and then chuckled maliciously. "You seem to be very displeased right now, are you? Now, I suspect you have an ulterior motive behind coming to our clear spirit world. Come, Bring this punk in for interrogation, and check him clearly, see if there is anything suspicious on his body. There was always an interrogation room nearby every transmission array. Every disciple on guard duty at the transmission array knew that as long as they would claim someone to be suspicious, they could bring him to the interrogation room and question him. Of course, more often than not, the majority of disciples would take advantage of this rule to make things difficult for outsiders. Moreover, as long as they entered the interrogation room, any treasure that they labeled suspicious would be righteously confiscated by them. This kind of behavior was no different than a bandit's. Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at the Xiao family's disciple. Are you sure you want to do this? How could he not understand the intentions of the Xiao family's disciple? Xiao Jingyuan smiled coldly as he said, Absolutely sure. Then, he ordered several Xiao family's disciples who were standing behind him. After you guys bring him inside the interrogation room, make sure he gets comfortable there. Gets comfortable. The several Xiao family's disciples caught on immediately. Yes, Captain. They acknowledged and moved towards Huang Xiaolong, while Xiao Jingyuan watched Huang Xiaolong with a cold sneer. Merely a seventh-order ancient god realm disciple. He had seen too many disciples like this, mediocre talent but who would act arrogantly relying on their family's backing. It didn't matter even if this punk was a super forces disciple from the neighboring world surfaces. As long as he didn't die, the force behind this punk won't come looking for trouble with Xiao family just because of this. In a few seconds, the several Xiao family's disciples were already gathered right in front of Huang Xiaolong. Punk, don't worry. We guarantee you will feel unprecedentedly comfortable in a while. One of the Xiao family's disciples laughed. With that said, his arm reached out like an agile snake as he aimed to clutch Huang Xiaolong's shoulders. This was the Xiao family's falcon snake claw technique, where he claw brings great pain to the victim as it pierces and hooks the flesh, and once captured, the victim rarely could escape. However, just as the disciple's falcon snake claw was inches from Huang Xiaolong's shoulders, a streak of lightning fell from the sky, and the Xiao family's disciple was screaming within the next second. Lightning fire was burning his hand. Regardless of how much he swung his hand or jumped around, the lightning fire continued burning his hand. In front of the rest of Xiao family's disciples, the lightning fire incinerated his palm to his bones. As it was burned away, the lightning fire then spread up to his arm and devoured it entirely in less than a minute. Only then did the lightning fire vanish. The rest of the Xiao family's disciples sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the empty space left by the disciple's incinerated arm. Xiao Jingyuan was greatly shocked. The little cow was swinging her tail proudly as the lightning fire was summoned by her. Over a dozen breaths passed before the rest of Xiao family's disciples reacted. All of them quickly spread out to encircle Huang Xiaolong's group. The other forces' disciples who were also guarding the transmission array did not make any moves. They were more than happy to just watch a good show. Xiao Jingyuan had lost his confident cold sneer by now. He glared gloomily at Huang Xiaolong and demanded, Punk, I don't care who you are. It would be better for follow us obediently right now. Huang Xiaolong was in no mood of wasting his time in talking with Xiao Jingyuan. Therefore, he punched out fists straight at Xiao Jingyuan. A cold light glinted in Xiao Jingyuan's eyes seeing Huang Xiaolong's action, and he sneered, Idiot! A bright blue light burst out from his body as his fist collided with Huang Xiaolong's fist head-on. Rumble! Their fists' force swept out, and in the next second, Xiao Jingyuan was sent flying like a broken kite. The collision's impact also sent the rest of Xiao family's disciples tumbling away. The other remaining forces' disciples were awestruck at the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Huang Xiaolong left the transmission array on the little cow's back. When they were passing by Xiao Jingyuan, who was lying on the ground, the little cow, unintentionally, stepped on Xiao Jingyuan's palm. Crack! Everyone could hear the breaking sounds of his bones. It's broken, broken. Xiao Jingyuan couldn't help but scream, as a sharp and excruciating pain traveled from his palm towards his heart. While Xiao Jingyuan was screaming in pain, as the little cow kept rubbing the sole of her hoof on the Xiao Jingyuan's palm with fervor, as if she had just stepped on dung. Xiao Jingyuan kept screaming in pain hoarsely. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, who was following behind the little cow, also stepped on Xiao Jingyuan's palm as he walked past him. By now, Xiao Jingyuan's body was twitching uncontrollably on the ground. Once Huang Xiaolong's group had left, the Xiao family's disciples who were sent tumbling away earlier finally got up to help Xiao Jingyuan. Xiao Jingyuan's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked in the direction of Huang Xiaolong. Report back to the family that this person is a Devil Clan spy. Anyone that comes across him is to kill him without mercy. Also, for those two beasts with him, anyone that brings their heads to me will be heavily rewarded. Xiao Jingyuan ordered with a distorted expression. The Xiao family's disciples looked at each other. Then one of them asked, "Captain, will this?" Anyone could tell that the young man was human, probably a top genius disciple from some world surfaces hegemon force. If they were to execute this order, it might bring endless trouble. Xiao Jingyuan glared at him. "What's there to be afraid of? I'll take responsibility if anything happens." "Yes, Captain," the group of Xiao family's disciples replied weakly. Thus, it didn't take long for the news to spread among the clear spirit world's families and sects. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group appeared before a great primeval forest. This primeval forest was named Sinister Ghost Forest, as it was one of 6 perilous lands in clear spirit world. Passing through this odious ghost forest was the fastest way for him to reach the Xiao family's headquarters on the Stone Buddha mainland. Although it was noon with a bright glaring sun in the sky, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing felt cold qi brushing across their skins, while they stood in front of the odious ghost's forest. It felt as if they were standing in an ancient cemetery. Huang Xiaolong could see wisps of black energy currents floating and rolling within the forest with his eye of hell. There was a hint of green energy current interwoven between the black energy currents. The black energy current was ghost qi, while the green energy current was cold qi. As Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 stood in front of the odious ghost's forest, a group of 12 disciples clad in exquisite ember-colored battle robes was traveling towards them. Each one of these 12 disciples was a powerful cultivator, with their strength ranging from 8th order, 9th order, and even early 10th order ancient god realm. Looking at these disciples' exquisite ember-colored battle robes, Huang Xiaolong immediately identified them as disciples of Clear Spirit World's Burning Sky sect. The Burning Sky sect was a prominent first-rank force, even though they could not be compared to Xiao family. Are these Burning Sky sect disciples planning to train inside the Odious Ghosts Forest? Even though the Odious Ghosts Forest was one of the Clear Spirit World's 6 perilous lands that was filled with sinister ghosts, it was also a popular training spot for many first-rank forces and top sects disciples. Moreover, numerous Clear Spirit World's masters were buried inside the Odious Ghosts Forest during the ancient times, and buried with them were various treasures. If these disciples were lucky, they had a great chance of bumping into these treasures left behind by ancient masters, while training in the forest. Just as Huang Xiaolong glanced at the group of disciples, they also saw Huang Xiaolong. An early 7th order ancient god realm? Haha, do you guys see that? An early 7th order ancient god realm disciple wants to enter the Odious Ghosts Forest alone. Burning Sky Sect's disciple Du Gao pointed at Huang Xiaolong and laughed loudly. The sinister ghosts inside the Odious Ghosts Forest were quite strong. One could easily come across high-level ancient god realm strength ghosts, even at the outer edge of the forest. Therefore, very few 7th order ancient god realm disciples dared to enter the Odious Ghosts Forest alone. Given this, Burning Sky Sect's disciple Du Gao could hardly be blamed for laughing at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong could clearly see that this Burning Sky Sect's disciple bore no ill will towards him, as it was merely a passing mention to his companions. In a few moments, the Burning Sky Sect's group arrived next to Huang Xiaolong. "Little brother, are you planning to enter the Odious Ghosts Forest? Since you are alone, you are a little lacking in strength. Do you want to follow us?" A delicate and pretty-looking Burning Sky Sect's female disciple with an almond-shaped face asked Huang Xiaolong, as she smiled at him. "Little brother?" Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second after hearing the Burning Sky Sect's female disciple calling him little brother. This term was really different. The little cow pressed her lips together as she tried hard to hold in her laughter. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly and declined. Thank you, sister. There's no need to trouble all of you. I can enter alone by myself. Since someone had already called Huang Xiaolong little brother, it was only right that he returned the courtesy by calling the other sister. Burning Sky Sect's disciple Guijie was stunned at Huang Xiaolong's answer. She hadn't expected in the slightest that he would refuse. Generally speaking, the expected reaction in this kind of situation would have been to be overjoyed and then agreeing to follow them. Right? Burning Sky Sect's other disciples were also surprised by Huang Xiaolong's refusal. Hey, Senior Sister Guijie, the little brother doesn't appreciate your kindness. One of the disciples named Lu Yong joked. Du Gao laughed. A man, right? They surely need to maintain their reputation. Guijie tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong. Small little brother, you really don't want to come with us? Although being manly is important, but being alive beats that. Also, it must have been difficult for you to cultivate until the 7th Order Ancient God realm. Then why throw away all those efforts over being stubbornly manly? Obviously, she had thought that Huang Xiaolong was refusing because he wanted to maintain his manly reputation. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. Initially, Guijie had called him a little brother, but now, she had added small in front of it. I'm just going inside to take a look, just for a few days and then I'll leave. So, there is really no need to trouble anyone. Huang Xiaolong could only politely explain it this way. He couldn't be rude and say, in truth I am stronger than all of you, and one of me can replace all of you, therefore, I don't need your protection. Only going in to take a look? Guijie nodded then said, all right then, but you must be careful even if you're just going in to take a look. Huang Xiaolong nodded and said, yes. This exchange left a good impression of this Burning Sky Sect's female disciple on Huang Xiaolong. Whether it had been in his past life or the present one, such kind people were rare to come by. Let's go. Guijie looked over her shoulder and said to the others. Clearly, she was the leader in this group of disciples. A moment later, the Burning Sky Sect's disciples broke through the thick Yin Ghost Qi and flew into the Odious Ghosts forest. A few moments later, they disappeared from Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. Small little brother, you really don't want to come with us? The little cow imitated Guijie's voice as she blinked her eyes at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smacked her butt and commanded, let's go. The throbbing pain on her but made her look grievously at Huang Xiaolong. As she complained, Master, I am a girl. Don't always smack my butt. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The three of them soon entered the Odious Ghosts forest. Sinister Yin Ghost Qi rushed towards them as soon as they entered the forest from all around, like great waves. Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead began spinning, and it instantly started devouring the Yin Ghost Qi from his vicinity into his body. The Yin Ghost Qi had appeared from the ground after numerous clear spirit world's experts had died in the ancient times. No doubt it would be beneficial if a cultivator could refine this Yin Ghost Qi. Thus, Huang Xiaolong traveled onwards with the little cow and Su Baisheng as he continued refining the Yin Ghost Qi. Huang Xiaolong kept as close to the outer edge of the forest as possible, even though a second-order ancestor god realm Su Baisheng was accompanying him. Although keeping to the outer edge of the forest would take them more time to reach their destination, they could still reach the Stone Buddha mainland in 2 to 2.5 months with their current speed. There were a total of 7 mainlands in the clear spirit world, and the Stone Buddha mainland was the biggest amongst all the 7 mainlands. Furthermore, the Shao family's territory on the Stone Buddha mainland was adjacent to the Odious Ghosts forest. After passing through the Odious Ghosts forest, Huang Xiaolong's group would reach the Shao city, Shao family's headquarters, in another 10 days' time. Time flew by and 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. At night, one could barely see the moon from inside the Odious Ghosts forest. During this particular night, Huang Xiaolong's group was resting by a bonfire in a small valley. Even though a bonfire had a great chance of attracting sinister ghosts, Huang Xiaolong's group was not too concerned about it. Taking their strengths into consideration, even if all of the sinister ghosts at the outer edge of Odious Ghosts forest were to attack them, they could still leave unscathed. After all, 3 of them were well fed and watered with meat and wine. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong began cultivating the grand mist parasitic medium beside the bonfire. In the last 2 years, his grand mist parasitic medium had improved significantly, reaching the peak late first stage. Judging from this, he'd be able to break through to the second stage very soon. When that happened, he could try to resurrect that petrified divine elephant at the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. While Huang Xiaolong was cultivating, there were sudden sounds of whistling winds in the distance. The ghost manor has appeared again. I wonder if it's true. It's probably true. From the news that I have heard, because of the ghost manor's appearance, the Xiao family, Chun family, Ma family, and many other forces' genius disciples have appeared in the odious ghosts' forest. Is the ghost manor holding another ghost conference? Wrong. It is said that this time, the ghost manor's lord is going to select a personal disciple. TSK. The ghost manor's lord's personal disciple. I wonder who will be so lucky to catch the eye of the ghost manor's lord. Ghost manor. Huang Xiaolong's interest was piqued hearing their conversation. The ghost manor was the most mysterious force in the clear spirit world, as it appeared randomly once within several hundred to several thousand years. But every time it appeared, it always raised great waves through the clear spirit world. Even though no one knew the ghost manor lord's real strength, the Xiao family, Chen family, and Ma family's ancestors would fidget on their toes at the mention of ghost manor lord. A certain sect's disciples were engaged in deep conversations as they flew towards the small valley, where Huang Xiaolong's group was resting. Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the 5 disciples in a flicker and blocked their path. These 5 disciples were clad in dark azure battle robes, with a small drum tied at each of their waists. These small drums had profound symbols painted on them. Huang Xiaolong guessed that they were Clear Spirit World's Golden Drums sect's disciples, based on their attires. Similar to the Burning Sky sect, the Golden Drum sect was also a first-rank force in Clear Spirit World. The 5 Golden Drums sect's disciples were inwardly astonished, as someone had suddenly appeared right in front of them. But they were soon relieved as they noticed that the other side was just a 7th-order ancient God Realm disciple. At this time, anger burned in their hearts. A 7th-order ancient God Realm disciple dared to block their path. Friends, I want to ask about the ghost manor you were just talking about, Huang Xiaolong said in a friendly manner, as if he did not see the anger on their faces. By this point, the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing had appeared at the scene and were standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Golden Drums sect's Zhang Wei and his 4 companions snickered, while they looked meaningfully at Huang Xiaolong as if they were looking at a clown. Punk, which small sect do you belong to? Don't you feel you're very foolish? Why must we tell you about the ghost manor? Are you my slave or someone related to me? Another Golden Drums sect's disciple Wang Hua laughed. I wouldn't want such a stupid slave anyway, even if you give one to me. Otherwise, with him going out and causing such troubles every day, I won't even know why I died. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the 5 Golden Drums sect's disciples. 2 were late 8th order, 2 mid-9th order, and 1 was a late 9th order ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong reached out suddenly as his palm made a grasping gesture in the air, and immediately, the 5 Golden Drums sect disciples felt a terrifying power squeezing them from all around. Their faces paled. In the next second, all 5 of them crashed into a mountain cliff not far away, like broken kites. Then they slid to the ground while blood gurgled out of their mouths. You! Zhang Wei was terrified as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, and his face paled. Speak. Tell me everything you know about the ghost manor, Huang Xiaolong ordered coldly. The late 9th order ancient God Realm Zhang Wei's body wobbled as he struggled up to his feet. Nonetheless, he faked bravado. Do you know who we are? However, before he could explain his identity, the little cow's tail struck out like a whip across the air. In the next moment, Zhang Wei let out a scream and his body flew out and crashed once more to the ground. His companions could see a whip mark running from his head to his leg. There were tiny ribbons of lightning crackling along the whip mark. Zhang Wei was rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Wang Hua and the other 3 disciples were deathly pale as they saw Zheng Wei's miserable condition. At this time, the little cow turned around and blew a few times at her tail as lightning crackled. She was getting more familiar at using her cowtail whip you to death move. Now, who else wants to introduce their identities? The little cow directed her question at Wang Hua's group. All 4 desperately shook their heads in fear. The little cow turned to Huang Xiaolong with a flattering smile and said, "Master, please ask them again, and I am sure this time you will get your answer." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "This cow." Subsequently, Wang Hua and the rest explained in great detail everything that they knew about the ghost manor to Huang Xiaolong. All of them were afraid that if they were a second too slow, they would be killed. Thus, the 4 of them fought over one another to tell Huang Xiaolong what they knew. "Is Xiao family's elder Xiao Teng coming to the ghost manor?" Huang Xiaolong asked. This was the main reason he had come to the clear spirit world. The chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone was in Xiao Teng's hand. If Xiao Teng was also coming to the ghost manor, it'd save him a trip to the Stone Buddha mainland. "This we don't know," Wang Hua and the other 3 disciples said and shook their heads. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong branded Wang Hua and the other 3 Golden Drums sect's disciples' mind with his soul mark, holding their lives in his hands. As Wang Hua's group knew the location of the ghost manor, he had them lead the way for him. Although Huang Xiaolong couldn't determine if Xiao Teng would be at the ghost manor, he still decided to go there to take a look first. It was only a matter of a few days' time even if Xiao Teng did not appear at the ghost manor. Zheng Wei did not die, since Huang Xiaolong gave him a healing pellet, and his injuries recovered slightly. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected Zheng Wei to have a hard background, but as it turned out, Zheng Wei was the Golden Drums sect's chief Zhang Xiong's son. No wonder his tone had been so big, some time back. This time, the ghost manor had appeared at the Ghost Sea within the odious Ghosts Forest. With their flying speed, they could arrive at the Ghost Sea in 7 to 8 days. Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to reach the Ghost Sea, as there were more than 10 days left until the day the Ghost Manor's lord would choose a personal disciple. Therefore, they traveled during the day while Huang Xiaolong cultivated at night. Other than cultivating the Grand Mist parasitic medium at night, Huang Xiaolong also tempered his physical body with the Eidolon crystalline rocks. The little cow had mentioned earlier that the Eidolon crystalline rocks has a divine effect in tempering the physical body. Huang Xiaolong hadn't believed her words initially, but now he was a complete believer. The Eidolon crystalline rocks' physical tempering effects were beyond divine. It was simply heaven-defying. Every night after tempering his body with the Eidolon crystalline rocks, he distinctly felt the changes in his true dragon's physique. Both his defenses and explosive power improved to a shocking degree. During this time, the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing's strength also had improved significantly, especially Su Baixing. With the help of the 7-colored metal fiend fruit, his strength had recovered at a terrifying speed, that even Huang Xiaolong smacked his lips in envy. Void devil beast Su Baixing was different from the little cow. Su Baixing's cultivation had dropped because he was imprisoned by the ancient burning purgatory magical formation for too long. As long as he was consuming divine pills and spiritual herbs, he could swiftly regain his peak strength. On the other hand, the little cow was reincarnated and had to start cultivating from scratch. Therefore, even though her cultivation was improving quickly, it was slower when compared to Su Baixing. When Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Ghost Sea after 10 days, Su Baixing's strength had recovered to peak late second-order Ancestor God Realm, just half a step more, and he could reach third-order Ancestor God Realm. Whereas Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was closer to peak early 7th-order Ancient God Realm. By the time Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Ghost Sea, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Various sects' disciples had already arrived at the Ghost Sea. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group was flying towards the Ghost Manor, a group of disciples flew towards them and directly blocked their path. Zheng Wei, Wang Hua, and the rest of Golden Drum's sect's disciples tightened nervously after recognizing the person blocking their path. "Hey, Zheng Wei, long time no see." The crimson-haired young man who was standing in front of the other group looked arrogantly at Zheng Wei and went on, "It seems you've been living well recently. You're here for the Ghost Manor? Then, let's go together." His tone left no room for Zheng Wei to refuse. Zheng Wei did not reply. Instead, he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the group who was blocking their path. It was clear that this group had grudges with Zheng Wei, and from Zheng Wei's apprehensive expression, the crimson-haired young man had quite the background. As Huang Xiaolong looked at the crimson-haired young man, the crimson-haired young man also looked at Huang Xiaolong following Zheng Wei's line of gaze. When he saw that Huang Xiaolong was just an early 7th-order ancient god realm disciple, a mocking sneer curved up from the corners of his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Xiaolong was a step ahead of him as he said, "Excuse me. We are not interested in going with you." Chong Fong and the disciples behind him blanked for a second. "Kid, you're not a disciple of the Golden Drums sect, right?" Chong Fong was not angered by Huang Xiaolong's words. Instead, he laughed and warned, "Do you know who I am? Not to mention, can you even decide on behalf of Zheng Wei and the rest?" Despite the smile on Chong Fong's face, his attitude was evidently condescending. There were only a few people who dared to refute Chong Fong's words, given his identity and status in the clear spirit world amongst his generation. Huang Xiaolong said indifferently, "I am not interested in knowing who you are, and I can definitely decide on behalf of Zheng Wei and the rest. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you to talk like that to my young lord?" A disciple behind Chong Fong pointed his finger at Huang Xiaolong and reprimanded. "Young lord, allow me to cripple this kid," the disciple requested respectfully as he took a step towards Chong Fong. "No need to go as far as crippling. It's not good for our reputation. Give him 100 slaps as a small penalty," Chong Fong said casually. The disciple acknowledged. Then he walked towards Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, consider yourself to be lucky today," he sneered, but his movements suddenly came to a halt. In the next second, he plummeted from high in the air and fell straight into the ghost sea below. Splash. Everyone was splattered with water. Chong Fong and his cronies were astonished, unable to register what had just happened. But one of the disciples reacted. In a flicker, he was already scooping out his fellow disciple who had just fallen into the sea. Everyone watching could see that the disciple was no longer breathing. There was a thumb-sized blood hole on his forehead with vigorous sword chi. Everyone's astonishment increased. This sword chi! Chong Fong couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The disciple who was just killed was a mid-9th order ancient god realm. He had also cultivated an ancient body refining divine art. Thus, his physical body's defenses were shocking. Yet, he was defeated by a ray of sword light. On top of that, he wasn't even able to see who had attacked him. As Chong Fong's shock receded, his face sank. He looked gloomily at Huang Xiaolong and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you kill my 100 Tribulations faction's disciple?" In the clear spirit world, the 100 Tribulations faction stood at the same height as forces like Shao family, Chen family, and Ma family. The 100 Tribulations faction was definitely number one among the first-rank forces. However, Chong Fong's group was not wearing the disciples' robes of 100 Tribulations faction at present. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong was unaware of Chong Fong's identity. Then again, even if he would have known Chong Fong's identity, it would have been just the same for Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong hadn't even put the disciples guarding the transmission array in his eyes, then what was more to these mere 100 Tribulations faction? "So what? Punk, you could still make it if you scram right now. Or else, if this cow gets angry, I'll whip you to death with my tail." The little cow had started getting impatient. "You want to die?" The disciples of the 100 Tribulations faction were enraged by the little cow's words, but as they were about to attack her, Chong Fong's hand stretched out to stop them. Chong Fong's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the group opposite him as he ordered, "We are leaving." He could tell that Huang Xiaolong was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Although Chong Fong was a mid-10th order ancient god realm disciple, inwardly, he was uncertain he could suppress Huang Xiaolong. Hence, he decided to wait until the end of the Ghost Manors event. Afterwards, he could regroup with the elders from 100 Tribulations faction and take care of Huang Xiaolong once and for all. Chong Fong was sure that he would see Huang Xiaolong again as their destination was the same, the Ghost Manor. Before leaving, Changfang looked at Zheng Wei and praised him through gritted teeth. "You are very good." His tone was filled with murderous intent. Zheng Wei paled visibly due to Changfang's remark. Changfang's group left soon after. "Master, do you want me to annihilate them?" Void Devil Beast Su Baixing asked Huang Xiaolong respectfully as he watched Changfang's group leave. "Not necessary. Let them go for now." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and added, "Let's see what the situation looks like after the Ghost Manners event. At that time, if this group of 100 Tribulations faction still tries to entangle with his group, then he would definitely squash them to death." "Yes, master." Su Baixing nodded. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the center of the Ghost Sea. There was an enormous icy black manor that looked more like a palace. Dense ghost chi was roiling above the black ice manor, forming a myriad of ghostly faces of beasts. This enormous black ice manor was none other than the Ghost's Manor. "This is the Ghost Beast Godlocked Formation," the little cow explained to Huang Xiaolong while looking at the Ghost Manor. "This Ghost Beast Godlocked Formation is a very powerful ancient formation from the Hell Spirit world. At the core of this formation are 10,000 ghost beasts. The stronger the strength of the ghost beasts, the more powerful this formation would be." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he looked at the Ghost Manor. This Ghost Manor's lord actually knows an ancient formation from Hell's Spirit world? "If we're trapped inside, do you have the confidence to break it?" Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow. The little cow solemnly answered, "That depends on the strength of the ghost beasts within, but with little kid Sheng here, there won't be a problem." "Probably." Void Devil Beast Su Baixing had a pitiful bitter expression on his face, as it seemed like the nickname Little Kid Shang had stuck very firmly. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group entered the Ghost Manor by flying through its entrance. Once inside, Huang Xiaolong was vigilant, as he had just learnt about the Ghost Beast Godlocked Formation. They soon arrived at the Ghost Manor's front hall along with other sect's disciples. The spacious front hall was already crowded with the Clear Spirit world's various sect's disciples. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. There were rows of seats on the left and the right as well as at the center of the hall. 100 chairs in each row that were mostly occupied. There were Ancestor God Realm Masters, and also the young lords of the Clear Spirit world's super forces. In a corner, Huang Xiaolong saw Guojie's group from the Burning Sky sect. Almost at the same time, Guojie, Dugao, and the rest of the group looked towards the entrance and saw Huang Xiaolong. "Senior sister, it's that kid," Dugao pointed out to Gao Jie. His voice was filled with incredulity. "Why is he with the Golden Drums sect's disciples?" Guojie's eyes were also filled with confusion. Maybe he met the Golden Drums sect's disciples on the way, and Zheng Wei was kind enough to let him tag along? One of the Burning Sky sect's disciples took a guess. Was it really like that? Guojie's eyes narrowed. Then, why is Zheng Wei walking behind Hong Xiaolong? Moreover, Zheng Wei was looking at Hong Xiaolong respectfully, full of astonishment. "Little brother, over here." Though confused, Guojie still called out to Huang Xiaolong. This little brother remark immediately made Huang Xiaolong the center of attention for everyone in the hall. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. He hesitated for a second, then nodded at Guojie and walked towards the Burning Sky sect's group with Zheng Wei and the rest following behind him. The hall suddenly broke into an uproar just as Huang Xiaolong was about to step towards Guojie's group. "It's Xiao family's young lord Xiao Zhongyu, and the 100 Tribulations faction's young lord Changfang." Huang Xiaolong retrieved his foot and turned to look towards the entrance. He saw the crimson-haired young man, whom he had met earlier, walking in with another young man wearing the Xiao family's disciple's robe. The young man clad in Xiao family's emblem robe was none other than the Xiao family's young lord, Xiao Zhongyu. Huang Xiaolong frowned inwardly. The 100 Tribulations faction's Changfang had actually came together with Xiao Zhongyu. This showed that their association was quite deep. As expected, the experts in the hall began talking with their companions. "I've heard that the young Lord Changfang of the 100 Tribulations faction has become sworn brothers with Xiao family's young Lord Xiao Zhongyu. Both of them are our clear spirit world's most dazzling geniuses, and their sworn brotherhood is already looking favorable in many people's eyes. Elders and disciples from Hundred Tribulations faction and the Xiao family followed behind Changfeng and Xiao Zhangyu as they entered the front hall. Changfeng walked into the hall with his head held high. Suddenly, as his gaze swept over the hall, he spotted Huang Xiaolong. Immediately, hostility glinted in his eyes, roiling with killing intent. Xiao Zhangyu immediately felt the murderous aura coming off from Changfeng's body. He followed Changfeng's gaze a little doubtfully and saw Huang Xiaolong. "Changfeng, did that kid offended you?" Xiao Zhangyu asked. He found it unusual that a seventh-order ancient god realm could bring out such a strong killing intent from Changfeng. Changfeng answered, "Sometime back, he killed a disciple of my Hundred Tribulations faction above the Ghost Sea." His eyes stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Zhangyu was astonished. That kid killed a disciple from Hundred Tribulations faction above the Ghost Sea. And from Changfeng's words, it was apparent that it had happened right in front of Changfeng. It was even more surprising that Changfeng had actually let the kid go at that time. "This kid is not as simple as he looks," Changfeng said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhangyu took another look at Huang Xiaolong, but he couldn't see anything extraordinary about Huang Xiaolong. "But I hadn't expected this punk to have the guts to step into the ghost manor." Changfeng sneered coldly. As his killing intent thickened, there was a fury burning in his heart. Huang Xiaolong's action had blatantly insulted the Hundred Tribulations faction. Was he not afraid of the grave repercussions? Xiao Zhangyu promised, "I'll help you vent this anger." Changfeng didn't expect that. Don't worry. I guarantee your anger will be appeased." Xiao Zhangyu smiled and reassured Changfeng. At this time, all the experts sitting at the center of the hall stood up from their seats and enthusiastically greeted Xiao Zhangyu and Changfeng. Changfeng could only smile in response to these experts' greetings. Xiao Zhangyu and Changfeng soon took the seats in the front row. No one objected to this, as if these seats were rightly theirs. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong had reached near the burning sky sex group. As Xiao Zhangyu sat down, he ordered a peak late 10th order ancient god realm Xiao family's guard. "Go. Summon that kid over here. Tell him that I have something to ask him, and also, he's to come over here on his knees." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong, who was standing beside Wuxia. The Xiao family's guard respectfully acknowledged Xiao Zhangyu's order and strode powerfully towards Huang Xiaolong. Since Xiao Zhangyu had not lowered his voice deliberately, quite a lot of experts in the hall were able to hear him. Their attention turned to Huang Xiaolong and they shook their heads inwardly. They were sure that Huang Xiaolong would end up miserably. In the past, a first-rank forces young lord had offended Xiao Zhangyu, and he ended up being skinned alive by Xiao Zhangyu before his soul extracted. That young lord had died miserably, but his family had not dared to utter a single word. Worry rose to Guojie's face as she watched the Xiao family's guard walking straight to Huang Xiaolong. She asked anxiously, "How did you offend the Xiao family's young lord?" Huang Xiaolong smiled nonchalantly and said as he shrugged his shoulders, "Maybe because I killed a disciple from the Hundred Tribulations faction a few hours ago?" "What?" Guojie, Du Gao, and others were flabbergasted. This was the reason. "You!" Guojie was even more anxious as she urged. "Quickly run then. Xiao Zhangyu and Changfeng are life and death brothers. Now that you have killed a disciple from the Hundred Tribulations faction, Xiao Zhangyu is venting on behalf of Changfeng, and he won't let you off that easily. Don't worry, it's nothing that serious." Huang Xiaolong flashed her a brilliant smile. "How can you say it's nothing, after killing a disciple from the Hundred Tribulations faction?" She was fuming, but didn't know what to say anymore, as she saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't anxious. Not to mention, the disciples who had qualified to follow Changfeng to the Ghost Manor were all important core disciples from the Hundred Tribulations faction. Killing a disciple from the Hundred Tribulations faction was nothing. In these few seconds, the Xiao family's guard had already arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, you've already heard what my young lord said, didn't you? Now, walk over on your knees, or do you want me to break your kneecaps before you kneel?" He looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong. He was prepared to shatter Huang Xiaolong's kneecaps immediately, if Huang Xiaolong dared to utter the word, no. Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently. If your young lord has something to say, then he can walk over here on his knees. The people in the hall were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's reply. Even more shocked were Wuxia, Du Gao, and the rest of the Burning Sky sect's disciples. Everyone could feel the intense cold gleam in Xiao Zhangyu's eyes. Courting death? The guard, Xiao Jinji, reacted. His fingers bent into a claw to strike down at the crown of Huang Xiaolong's head. The others in the hall barely caught the afterimages of his hand, as a powerful in-corpse chi rushed out of it. This was the Xiao family's in-corpse claw technique. Once scratched by this technique, the victim would be in excruciating pain as in-corpse chi would invade their body. Seeing that Xiao Jinji's claw was very close to clutching Huang Xiaolong's head, all of a sudden, a black palm reached out and blocked the attack. Then, this black palm lightly slapped against Xiao Jinji's claw. The peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm Guard, Xiao Jinji flew out like a withered leaf in the storm and crashed right in front of Xiao Zhangyu's feet. In the next second, Xiao Jinji's flesh started rotting rapidly, leaving only his bones a few breaths later. At the end, wisps of black qi flowed out from Xiao Jinji's bones. This is the corrosive devil qi. Corrosive devil qi. Shocked gasps sounded in the hall. The experts and their young lords sitting nearby jumped away in. So did Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang. In the next moment, everyone looked in astonishment at the cute void devil beast Su Baisheng standing beside Huang Xiaolong. Ancestor God Realm Magical Beast. Up until now, no one had noticed that the completely black and cute beast behind Huang Xiaolong was actually an Ancestor God Realm Master. Guijie, Du Gao, and others were agape. Though these experts recognized the corrosive devil qi, none of them recognized that Su Baisheng was a void devil beast. They thought it was a common magical beast. Regaining his balance, Xiao Zhangyu looked at Xiao Jianji, who was corroded until nothing was left except his white bones, and his face turned extremely gloomy. His head jerked up as he glared at Huang Xiaolong with startling killing intent. Huang Xiaolong had actually dared to have his magical beast kill a Xiao family's disciple in front of him, and in front of so many experts. Just as Xiao Zhangyu was about to order the Xiao family's Ancestor God Realm Master to kill Huang Xiaolong, the space in the hall rippled as a mysterious person wearing a ghost mask appeared in front of them. Ghost Guard! A few exclaimed. This ghost guard was naturally the Ghost Manor's guard. Outsiders only knew that there were a lot of ghost guards, but no one knew exactly how many of them were there, nor did they know their strengths. Xiao Zhangyu, this is the Ghost Manor, not the Xiao family's main residence. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for throwing all of you into the Ghost Sea, the Ghost Guard warned. Xiao Zhangyu stared fixedly at the Ghost Guard. A while later, he waved his hand at the Xiao family's elders and disciples and indicated them to stay where they were. Punk, consider yourself lucky this time. Let's see if you can hide forever inside the Ghost Manor. The day you go outside is the day you die, Xiao Zhangyu said icily to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was as indifferent as ever. He didn't even look at Xiao Zhangyu. Xiao Zhangyu's rage intensified as Huang Xiaolong ignored him. He was now more determined to kill Huang Xiaolong in a miserable way, as soon as Huang Xiaolong would step outside of the Ghost Manor. The Ghost Guard looked at Huang Xiaolong for a brief second, then disappeared in a blur from the hall. The hall was silent once more. However, everyone could feel the hall's lingering oppressive atmosphere. Guijie, Du Gao, and other disciples from the Burning Sky sect felt uneasy standing beside Huang Xiaolong like there were pins stabbing their bodies. Especially, the disciples who were standing close to the void devil beast Su Baisheng shuffled back covertly. While everyone waited in the front hall, there stood a group of ghost guards inside one of the Ghost Manor's many halls. The ghost guard who had appeared in the front hall was amongst them. Standing in front of this group of ghost guards was an old man clad in similar black robe, except for the mask. The old man did not wear any mask, but there seemed to be a dark cloud hanging over the old man's bony face, as if he was withering, while his body exuded a terrifying death chi. This terrifying death chi was continuously devouring this old man's vitality. One couldn't sense almost any vitality from this old man, as if he could drop dead any second. This old man was none other than the Ghost Manor's lord, called Guiyu. Guiyu sighed heavily in his heart as he looked at the group of the ghost guards in front of him with an extreme reluctance. These ghost guards were all talented orphans he had taken under his wings in his early days, and had nurtured them through the years. But they were still too far from his requirements. None of them could inherit his Ghost Manor's lord position. Finding a successor who could inherit his position and legacy was one of the main reasons he wanted to accept a personal disciple, a genius disciple. For his days were numbered. At this time, a charming young woman in a red dress stepped into the hall from outside. Her fiery red dress stood out amongst a sea of black-robed ghost guards. Foster father. The young woman walked in and greeted Guiyu. This charming young woman was named Feng Er, one of the orphans Guiyu had taken in. Her talent was the highest among all the orphans he had taken in. Thus, Feng Er was also the most favored by Guiyu. Unfortunately, she too did not meet his requirements as his successor. Which family's disciples have come in the front hall? Guiyu asked. Feng Er answered, Shao family's Shao Zhangyu, 100 Tribulations factions Chongfang, 1 Heaven Gates Zhao Simin, Ma family's Ma Lin. She named a string of names in a single breath. All these were Big Force's genius disciples of the clear spirit world. Not bad. Guiyu nodded when Feng Er finished. Foster father, since you want to look for a genius disciple with a high hell's bloodline to inherit your legacy, I'm afraid Shao Zhangyu, Chong Fong, and the others are unable to fulfill your requirements. Feng Er said cautiously. Guiyu sighed. I know it too. It was indeed very hard to find someone with a high hell's bloodline in the divine world. If I can't find one this time, I will go to other world surfaces. Guiyu said after contemplating the matter. Foster father, your body? Feng Er was worried. It's all right, foster father can still last a few years. Guiyu waved his hand, ending the subject. The clear spirit world's various sex genius disciples arrived at the Ghost Manor one after another. Huang Xiaolong and the Burning Sky sex Guijie had talked about nothing interesting, while they were waiting for the Ghost Manor's lord. After the incident earlier, Guijie had shown great curiosity towards Huang Xiaolong. In a short 1 hour, Huang Xiaolong lost count of the number of questions she had asked, but enough to render him speechless. Huang Xiaolong suddenly said, I just offended Shao Zhangyu. How could you still to talk to me? You're not afraid of Shao Zhangyu? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling curious about this. Guijie blinked her beautiful eyes and said, You guess. Huang Xiaolong was completely silenced. When Huang Xiaolong had no words to answer Guijie's questions earlier, he had used you guess to answer her. All of a sudden, the people in the front hall stirred as the Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu stepped out from the inner hall with a group of ghost guards behind him. In an instant, the whole hall quieted down. All eyes were on Guiyu and Feng Er. At this time, there was a golden ghost mask on his face, and the thick death chi flowing from his body was completely gone. But there was a powerful pressure from his body, whereas Feng Er was still clad in her blazing red dress. She was wearing a ghost mask to conceal her beautiful face, but the curves of her body were hard to hide. Each of her step exuded temptation. After seeing that the Ghost Manor's lord had come out, all the experts stood up. Not even Shao Zhangyu, Ma Lin, and other young lords dared to remain seated. To the Shao family, Ma family, and similar forces, the Ghost Manor's lord was a great master. Greetings to the Ghost Manor Lord. Everyone saluted. Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu's gaze swept over the faces in the hall, and then he nodded. He proceeded to the master seat at the center of the hall and sat down. Feng Er and other ghost guards stood respectfully behind him. Only then did the experts sit down again. Everyone must have heard the reason behind the Ghost Manor's appearance. Correct. This time the Ghost Manor has appeared because I want to accept a personal disciple. Guiyu began. A personal disciple that could inherit my legacy. Any disciple is qualified to participate in the selection as long as they have an emperor rank godhead. Various sects' disciples revealed disappointed expressions, hearing only disciples with emperor-rank godhead could enter the selection, including Guijie, Du Gao, and others from the Burning Sky sect. At this time, Feng Er took out a crystal ball the size of a human head from her spatial ring. The crystal ball was colorless and transparent, but its surface was not smooth and rounded like the common crystal ball. Guiyu pointed at the crystal ball and said, "I will take the disciple who could make this crystal ball release the ultimate black light as my personal disciple. My successor would inherit the ghost manor, and everything that belongs to the ghost manor would be given to him, including the ghost manor's treasury." The crowd exclaimed in excitement. The ghost manor's lord actually wanted to accept a personal disciple to pass on his position. The ghost manor lord. Treasury. Everything belonging to the ghost manor. There was a feverish look in Xiao Zhangyu, Ma Lin, and Changfeng's eyes. Even their breathing had quickened. No one could maintain a calm expression under the mention of such benefits. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he looked at the crystal ball. Ultimate black light? The ghost manor Lord Guiyu then pointed at the spatial ring on his hand and explained, "This is the ghost manor ring. Inside this ring are all the chaos grade treasures that I had collected over the years. This too will be given to my personal disciple." He opened the restrictions over the ring and revealed the things inside to everyone. When Huang Xiaolong saw a fist-sized stone that emitted a yellow glow, his eyes brightened with delight. It was the deep-sea crystal. Inside the ghost manor ring was actually the deep-sea crystal he had been searching for over the years. With this deep-sea crystal, he would have all the herbs required to refine the reverse incarnation pill and cure Yao Qi's heart devil blood curse. The crystal ball flew to the center of the hall in front of the burning gazes of everyone in the hall. "Everyone, we can begin now." As the crystal ball hovered at the center of the hall, Feng Er said, moving her cherry-red lips. The hall was extremely quiet. No one wanted to be the first one to go up. More than half of the people in the hall looked at Xiao Zhangyu, Ma Lin, and Changfeng. These three young men were the geniuses of Xiao family, Ma family, and the 100 Tribulations faction. But Xiao Zhangyu, Ma Lin, and Changfeng were silent and steady as a mountain, and seemingly, none of them had the intention to take the lead and step up to try activating the crystal ball. "I'll go up first." Roughly 3 minutes later, a tall, brawny man as he stood up. There was a nefarious air about him as his green eyes glimmered. He was called Xiongdong, the young lord of great evil cult, a first-rank force on the clear spirit world. Although Xiongdong's reputation was not as loud as Xiao Zhangyu, Ma Lin, and Changfeng, he was one of the clear spirit world's famous genius disciples. He was already a ninth-order ancient god realm with a little over 1,000 years of cultivation. Xiongdong walked towards the crystal ball under the attention of everyone in the hall. A second after he stood in front of the crystal ball, a dark green light rose from his body. His momentum soared, and the nefarious qi from his body became more potent. The dark green light from Xiongdong's body gradually enshrouded the crystal ball. A light emerged from the center of the crystal ball, but soon it simply shattered. Seeing this, Xiongdong pushed his god force to the limit. But, no matter how hard he pushed his god force, the crystal ball merely issued a small spark before it fizzled away. It barely lasted a second, thus making ultimate black light a mere fantasy when there was not even a black dot in the crystal ball. 15 minutes later, Xiongdong could only give up and return to his seat. There were no changes to his expression, and he didn't even look disappointed. It seemed like he was prepared for this result. Everyone exchanged a look with their companions in silence. The hall once again fell into silence. Another few minutes passed when another genius disciple attempted to activate the crystal ball's ultimate black light. But the result was the same as Xiongdong. As the hour passed, the people in the hall couldn't hold back their voices anymore. As 5 genius disciples had failed, Xiao Zhangyu was frowning. It was becoming apparent that releasing the ultimate black light from the crystal ball was 10 times harder than he had previously thought. The 5 people that had tried so far had failed to bring out even a sliver of black light. Xiongdong and the other 4 people had used darkness element technique to activate the crystal ball. Logically speaking, their method should have triggered some black light within the crystal ball. Perhaps the activation was not related to the technique? All of a sudden, Xiao Zhangyu's eyes lit up. I'm next. At this time, Changfeng, who was sitting beside Xiao Zhangyu, stood up. Others talking in the hall all quieted down. Their gazes followed Changfeng. Huang Xiaolong too was watching this young lord of Hundred Tribulations faction. He could see that Changfeng had a unique physique of darkness element, and his godhead was of yin element nature. Changfeng stood in front of the crystal ball. Suddenly, ripples of black light rushed out from his body as his god force surged. In the next second, layers of black cold ice covered the hall with him at its center. This sight shocked the experts from the clear spirit world. The crystal ball that had barely given any reaction when Xiongdong and the other 4 disciples had tried to release its ultimate Blake light suddenly lit up in black light. Crepuscular rays of backlight filled the hall, sending the people in a furor. The Ghost Manor Lord, who had been watching quietly, suddenly sat up straighter. Changfeng's face showed his joy, and he circulated his god force even harder. A few minutes later, there were increased brighter rays of the black light from the crystal ball. But another few more minutes passed, and the crystal ball's black light stopped increasing. Regardless of how much Changfeng channeled his god force onto the crystal ball, or how much he displayed his unique physique's power, he was unable to trigger the ultimate black light. Changfeng stood there for almost half an hour as he was unwilling to give up. But in the end, he retrieved his god force with disappointment in his eyes and returned to his seat. Voices of astounded experts rose and fell in the hall. The Ghost Manor Lord also shook his head in disappointment. He thought to himself, Changfeng, even though he was the young lord of Hundred Tribulations faction, and a high emperor rank godhead genius with unique darkness nature physique, was unable to trigger the ultimate black light from the crystal ball. Given this, Xiao Zhangyu and Ma Lin won't be able to do it as well. A heavy sigh sounded in his heart. It's fated. Gui Yu sighed again. Could it be that he would have to die without finding a successor to inherit his legacy, despite having lived gloriously for his lifetime? As Changfeng returned to his seat, Huang Xiaolong stepped out. At the same time, Xiao Zhangyu also rose from his seat and walked towards the crystal ball. Unexpectedly, all eyes fell onto Huang Xiaolong and Xiao Zhangyu. Xiao Zhangyu noticed Huang Xiaolong stepping out and was stunned. Then, he snickered disdainfully. Punk, didn't you hear clearly what the Ghost Manor Lord had said? Only Emperor-rank Godhead Genius disciples are qualified to enter the selection. Are you saying that you are an Emperor-rank Godhead Genius disciple? Xiao Zhangyu's tone was a little bloodthirsty. That's right, kid. You're breaking the Ghost Manor's rules if you're not an Emperor-rank Godhead disciple. Are you aware of the consequences for doing that? A Xiao family's elder ridiculed. Ghost Manor Lord Gui Yu frowned. Then he gave Feng Er a look. Feng Er nodded slightly and walked up to Huang Xiaolong. She was going to inspect Huang Xiaolong's godhead rank. Huang Xiaolong did not object, and cooperated by allowing the Ghost Manor's Feng Er to check his godhead rank. Feng Er placed her palm on Huang Xiaolong's arm, letting her god force to flow into Huang Xiaolong's body. The two of them were standing quite close, as he could smell the scent from Feng Er's body. After a moment, Feng Er retrieved her hand. She turned towards the Ghost Manor Lord and confirmed respectfully, Foster father, his is a high emperor rank godhead, with the 5 elements godhead ranked at 458th. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they looked at Huang Xiaolong, while Xiao Zhangyu's face sank. Huang Xiaolong's godhead was actually the same high emperor rank godhead as him. Moreover, the 5 elements godhead ranked a little higher than his own godhead. Guijie, Du Gao, and others looked at Huang Xiaolong with shock. Ghost Manor Lord Gui Yu nodded at Feng Er, then looked at Huang Xiaolong with interest. Of course, it was only a slight interest though. In his eyes, Huang Xiaolong had the same high emperor rank godhead like Changfeng. Therefore, his expectation from Huang Xiaolong to trigger the ultimate black light from the crystal ball was remote. Xiao Zhangyu sneered, Punk, even if you have the 5 elements godhead, you won't be able to trigger the ultimate black light from the crystal ball. It's useless even if you try, you'll only make a joke out of yourself. Make a joke out of yourself? The corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved into a smile. He ignored Xiao Zhangyu and went up to the crystal ball. The sneer on Xiao Zhangyu's face deepened. He was waiting to see what could Huang Xiaolong possibly do, when he himself was not fully confident that he could trigger the crystal ball's ultimate black light. He didn't think Huang Xiaolong was capable of succeeding. Huang Xiaolong stepped in front of the crystal ball. He did not circulate a shred of his god force, nor did he utilize his true dragon physique. Instead, he activated the Azura bloodline in his body. Immediately, the power of his Azura bloodline flooded out from his body and into the crystal ball like great waves. For everyone in the hall, the crystal ball was akin to an exploding black sun that had awakened after countless years of slumber. That black light was extremely strong and magnificent. All the experts in the hall were alarmed by the intensity of the black light. The weaker ones couldn't even open their eyes as it them. Xiao Zhangyu was dumbstruck by the black light filling the hall. Chang Feng, Guijie, and Du Gao were also dumbstruck. Ghost Manor Lord Yu dazed for a second. Feng Er, who had examined Huang Xiaolong's godhead earlier, was dumbfounded. A moment later, Ghost Manor Lord Yu came to his senses. His lips quivered with excitement and he clenched his fists tightly to control himself. It's actually the Azura bloodline. That's right, the Azura bloodline. Azura bloodline, Hell's royal bloodline. I finally found it. Guiyu, finally found it. Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu roared ecstatically in his heart and almost laughed out loudly. The crystal ball's black light continued to intensify, darker and stronger, akin to a black sun on the verge of exploding, delightfully releasing all its brilliance within. The hall was dominated by the black light and there was no other color. It kept filling the hall with a mysterious atmosphere, quietness, and antiquity. For a moment, everyone in the hall could feel that the darkness could also be beautiful and enchanting. Soon, the black light spread out from the ghost manor and rose to the sky above it. The ghost sea lit up in the black light down to the seabed, as if there was nothing between heaven and earth that could block this black light nor anything could conceal it. The ultimate black light. Indeed, the ultimate black light. Ghost Manor Lord Yu couldn't rein in his excitement anymore and jumped up from his seat. Even though he was a peerless master in the clear spirit world at par with the Shao family's ancestor, Ma family's ancestor, Chen family's ancestor, and a few more, excitement took him over. Contrary to the crystal ball's brilliant black light, Xiao Zhangyu's face was as white as it could be. There was disbelief and denial in his eyes. How could this be? How? Impossible. This punk actually triggered the crystal ball's ultimate black light. Changfeng, Xiao family's group, and the group of 100 Tribulations faction felt the same as Xiao Zhangyu. In the entire hall, the only noise was the sound of the little cow smacking her lips as she lay on the floor, looking extremely laid back. What a boring group of people. Isn't it just the ultimate black light? What's there to be so excited about? She knew that there was a stronger and more powerful black radiance above the ultimate black light, and Huang Xiaolong could surely trigger the black radiance due to his bloodline. At this time, Huang Xiaolong suddenly removed his hand from the crystal ball. For a second, everyone's sight darkened, and the hall returned to its normal ambience. The crystal ball hovered quietly in the hall. Had they not witnessed the scene from earlier with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was an illusion. There was a pin-drop silence in the hall as everyone was looking at Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, the little cow sneezed and the crackling lightning broke the heavy silence. People were startled by it and they nearly jumped out of their skins. Anger rose in their hearts due to this, but it quickly vanished when they saw that the culprit was Huang Xiaolong's mount. Ghost Manor Lord Yu let out a hearty laughter. His laughter shook the entire Ghost Manor. There had never been a moment he had felt this happy. Ghost Manor Lord, you have said you will accept the person who triggers the ultimate black light from the crystal ball as your personal disciple. But what if there were two people that could do it? At this time, Xiao Zhangyu suddenly said. Ghost Manor Lord Yu had not expected this question and he blanked for a second. If I can also trigger the crystal ball's ultimate black light, what happens then? Xiao Zhangyu attempted to corner the Ghost Manor Lord with his question. Ghost Manor Lord Yu said solemnly. Then, I will accept both of you as my personal disciples. Then, the position of the Ghost Manor Lord? Xiao Zhangyu asked urgently. This was the question he was most concerned about. But the Ghost Manor Lord Yu's face sank. Since you are confident, we can talk about it after you actually trigger the crystal ball's ultimate black light. Xiao Zhangyu could feel the sudden coldness coming from Ghost Manor Lord's body, and his heart tightened nervously. He dared not utter another word and walked straight to the crystal ball. Black chi appeared around his body as he circulated his god force, and soon the darkness element's clouds were formed above his head. Xiao Zhangyu's godhead was a darkness element emperor rank godhead. Thus, this was his trump card. Black light burst out from the crystal ball when Xiao Zhangyu placed his hand on its surface. And the black light grew increasingly stronger and brighter. The Xiao family's group cheered. Joy shone in Xiao Zhangyu's eyes as deliberately glanced in Huang Xiaolong's direction a few times. Yet, Huang Xiaolong kept looking calmly at the black light. The black light from the crystal ball grew stronger as time passed, and the proudness in Xiao Zhangyu's eyes thickened with it. Everyone watched nervously as the black light filled the crystal ball. The Xiao family's group members were holding their breaths. However, just as the black light was about to fill up the crystal ball, it stopped suddenly, as if it had met with resistance. Xiao Zhangyu froze momentarily, but he quickly pushed his darkness element god force to its limit. Yet he was unable to break through the resistance. The smiles on the Xiao family's elders and disciples' faces dimmed and gradually disappeared along with the black light within the crystal. A strange silence permeated the hall. This idiot thinks that having a little bit of darkness element power could trigger the ultimate black light. The little cows harumphed with disdain. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was the little cow that was lying comfortably on the floor with her butt up and tail swinging. Xiao Zhangyu's face turned red and then purple due to his anger at the little cow's words. But he was more angry and annoyed that no matter what method he used, he was unable to trigger the crystal ball's ultimate black light. I already told you that you are an idiot, but you don't believe it, don't you? The little cow's disdainful voice rang again. Xiao family's elders and disciples glared daggers at the little cow. It was obvious from their expressions that they wanted nothing more than to tear this little cow apart. In the end, Xiao Zhangyu retrieved his hand from the crystal ball. Instead of returning to his seat, he said to the Xiao family's group, "We're leaving." He stepped out of the hall leading the Xiao family's group, but he dared not show insolence. He respectfully said to Ghost Manor Lord Yu, "Ghost Manor Lord, this junior bids his farewell." Xiao Zhangyu did not conceal his killing intent as he glared at Huang Xiaolong and the little before leaving, as he passed by their side. As Xiao Zhangyu stepped out of the front hall, Changfang also led his group of the 100 Tribulations faction out after bidding farewell to Ghost Manor Lord Yu. Huang Xiaolong remained cold and indifferent as he watched Xiao Zhangyu and the others leave. He did not stop them from leaving. This was mainly because Xiao family's elder Xiao Teng had not come to the Ghost Manor. Thus, he would have to make a trip to the Xiao family's main residence on the Stone Buddha mainland anyways. Ghost Manor Lord Yu also did not stop the Xiao family and the group from the 100 Tribulations faction from leaving. After Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang left, his gaze fell back on Huang Xiaolong, a gaze filled with gentleness and comfort. Congratulations to Ghost Manor Lord for finding a fine disciple. The Ma family's group and other experts stood up to congratulate the Ghost Manor Lord. Ghost Manor Lord Yu laughed happily and nodded his head as he exclaimed "good" a few times. Roughly an hour later, these various forces experts took their leave from the Ghost Manor. Ghost Manor Lord Yu waved his hand and called Huang Xiaolong to stand in front of him. He took off his ghost mask and smiled amiably. "Kid, come and quickly greet your master." Huang Xiaolong hesitated. Then his face wriggled and changed. He reverted to his original appearance. Ghost Manor Lord Yu, Feng Er, as well as the Ghost Guard's eyes widened in surprise. Until now, none of them had noticed that Huang Xiaolong had altered his features. "Senior Ghost Manor Lord, I am Huang Xiaolong, a Fortune Gates disciple of Yantian World, and also the personal disciple of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Huang Xiaolong disclosed his identity to the Guiyu. Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu then laughed. So, you are Golden Brow and Blood Knife's little disciple. I have had the chance to meet them once in the past. Therefore, we can be considered as old associates. But you can still worship me as your master even if you are their disciple. Disciple greets master. Since Guiyu didn't mind, and Huang Xiaolong was a decisive person, he stepped forward and bowed in salute to Guiyu. Guiyu laughed heartily. Good disciple, you may rise. He personally helped Huang Xiaolong to his feet and scrutinized his new disciple from head to toe, finally nodding in appreciation. Huang Xiaolong had been transparent in disclosing his true identity before calling Guiyu his master, and Guiyu had liked this about Huang Xiaolong. All of you come out. Come out and greet the young lord of Ghost Manor, Guiyu said to Feng Er and all the ghost guards. Barely a breath passed, and all the hidden ghost guards appeared from the void. Feng Er and all the ghost guards stepped forward and bowed, respectfully to salute Huang Xiaolong. Greetings, young manor lord. Huang Xiaolong had them all rise. Guiyu indicated Huang Xiaolong to take the seat next to him. He sighed as he said, Xiaolong, since I accepted you as my disciple, there are things that I won't hide from you. I was poisoned by the poison of 1,000 corpses. Even though Master has been suppressing the poison with his strength, the poison of 1,000 corpses has gradually entered my godhead. I am at death's door. At the most, I could live for 5 more years. No wonder. Now, Huang Xiaolong realized why the Ghost Manor Lord wanted to pass on his position. Master, is there nothing that could detoxify your poison of 1,000 corpses? Huang Xiaolong asked. Guiyu shook his head and sighed heavily. I have refined a number of chaos spiritual herbs for more than 20,000 years, but they have been ineffective. There is no cure or antidote against the poison, since the poison has now seeped into my godhead. That's because you're ignorant. Right at this time, the little cow leisurely walked towards them. Ignorant. Guiyu was stunned. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but now he was called ignorant by a cow. Insolent. Feng Er and several ghost guards snapped angrily at the little cow. Guiyu shook his head. There was a faint smile on his face, and he said, It's all right. Then he turned to Huang Xiaolong and added, This mount of yours really has a big tone. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but smile wryly. She is always like this. He looked at the little cow and asked, Xianxia, do you have a way to deal with the poison of 1,000 corpses? Guiyu laughed, shaking his head again. How could an ancient god realm cow have a way of curing his poison of 1,000 corpses? The little cow answered Huang Xiaolong. The poison of 1,000 corpses has contaminated his godhead at the moment. Therefore, I cannot completely cure him, but I can let him live a few hundred years more. What did you just say? Guiyu stood up in excitement, even though there was disbelief in his eyes, while he looked at the little cow. Live a few hundred years more? Feng Er and all the ghost guards stared at the little cow with fervor. Huang Xiaolong chuckled and reassured. Master, if Xianxia says she has a way to extend your life for a few hundred years, then she surely can do it. But, Xianxia, you said you have no way to completely cure Master right now. In other words, you have a way in the future. Guiyu quivered with anticipation as he looked fixedly at the little cow. The little cow nodded. That's right, later, when my cultivation returns to high-level ancestor god realm, I can completely cure him of the poison of 1,000 corpses. Guiyu's breathing quickened, and there was an obvious joy on his face as he stammered, Xiaolong, is it true? Huang Xiaolong smiled and reassured. Don't worry, Master. If Xianxia could not do it, she wouldn't have said it out loud. He turned to the little cow and added, Xianxia, are you planning to help my master to suppress the poison of 1,000 corpses right now? The little cow harumphed with an extreme unwillingness. A bitter smile rose to Huang Xiaolong's heart. Looks like the little cow is extremely upset because Feng Er and the ghost guards snapped at her earlier. 100 ancestor god realms godheads? Huang Xiaolong offered. Guiyu, Feng Er, and the ghost guards had no idea what Huang Xiaolong was talking about. What does 100 ancestor god realms godheads mean? 200. Huang Xiaolong increased his offer. Finally satisfied with her bargain, the little cow walked towards Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu, with her tail swinging happily behind her. The ancient lightning character from her forehead flew out, and in an instant vigorous streaks of purple lightning sizzled above Guiyu's head. Every time the ancient lightning character completed a circle, streaks of lightning entered Guiyu's body. Guiyu noticed that the suppressed poison of 1,000 corpses within his body has started weakening gradually. Even though Huang Xiaolong had been confident about the little cow's ability in healing Guiyu, there was still a shred of disbelief at the bottom of Guiyu's heart. How can an ancient god realm cow suppress the poison of 1,000 corpses when he couldn't? But now, he absolutely believed in this little cow. Feng Er and the ghost guards were staring for any changes in Guiyu's body with eagle eyes. When they noticed the death chi from Guiyu had gradually dispersed, their brows loosened with joy. The whole treatment went on for 3 hours. By the end, the little cow crumbled to the floor in exhaustion, heaving heavily. Seemingly, she had consumed a lot of god force. Guiyu felt a lightness and comfort that he had not felt for a long time, and there was no longer any lingering death chi coming out from his body. It was as if he had been reborn. Joy rushed to his heart, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong with a delighted expression mixed with a complicated gaze. Initially, he had accepted Huang Xiaolong as his disciple just to have a successor to inherit his legacy, as well as to take care of the Ghost Manor. But he had never imagined, even in his wildest fantasies, that things would take such a turn. Xiaolong. Guiyu was lost for words. Huang Xiaolong smiled. You are my master, and it is rightly so that Xianxia helps to cure your poison of 1,000 corpses. Guiyu chuckled. It seems that I'm thinking too much. He then looked at the little cow again. His earlier contempt was completely gone. An ancient god realm cow who was able to detoxify the poison of 1,000 corpses from his body. How could he dare to treat the little cow with contempt? Not to mention the little cow had said that once her cultivation would return to the high-level ancestor god realm, she could completely cure Guiyu of the poison of 1,000 corpses. What does this represent? The little cow was surely a reincarnated peerless master. On the same night, there was a celebration banquet in the Ghost Manor. There were 2 main reasons behind this celebration. One was to celebrate Guiyu's new disciple, and the second was to celebrate the hope that Guiyu would be cured of his poison eventually. During the banquet, Ghost Manor Lord passed on his position to Huang Xiaolong and gave Huang Xiaolong the Ghost Manor ring. Huang Xiaolong tried to refuse, but Guiyu was adamant. Thus, Huang Xiaolong accepted the Ghost Manor Lord's position and Ghost Manor ring with a wry smile. After all, when he would go to the Shao family on the Stone Buddha mainland, it would be much more convenient to get the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone with the Ghost Manor backing him. Huang Xiaolong stayed in the Ghost Manor for 3 months before setting off to the Stone Buddha mainland. In these 3 months, Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen, reaching the peak of early 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Just half a step more and he would advance to mid-7th Order Ancient God Realm. Not to mention, as he continued tempering his physical body with the Eidolon crystalline rocks every day, the defenses of the true dragon's physique and its power improvement were shocking. Not only Huang Xiaolong's strength and physique had improved, but his cultivation of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium had also increased, and it was inching closer to the 2nd stage. However, he had completely refined the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon by now. Without the support of the Grand Mist Aura, it would be hard for him to advance into the 2nd stage of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Thus Huang Xiaolong planned to go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield after the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony to look for another source of Grand Mist Aura. During these 3 months, the little cow used her purple lightning to detoxify some of the Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu's poison of 1,000 corpses twice. Due to the little cow's help, Guiyu didn't need to worry about the poison of 1,000 corpses for the next 300 years. Guiyu would have even less worries after 300 years. This was because the little cow had assured him that she would be able to recover her high-level ancestor god realm strength by then, and she could then completely cure Guiyu's poison of 1,000 corpses. You want to go to the Shao family's headquarters? Guiyu was surprised when he heard Huang Xiaolong wanted to go to the Shao family's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong nodded and told his master Gui Yu about the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone. Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone is with Xiao Teng. Gui Yu frowned. A moment later, he said, Xiao Teng is Xiao Zhongyu's people. Therefore, even if he is in possession of the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, I doubt he sell it to you. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as killing intent flickered across his eyes. Gui Yu understood Huang Xiaolong's intention as he detected the killing intent coming from his body. He shook his head. There are many experts at the Xiao family's headquarters, also not to mention the Xiao family's ancestor. Even I cannot say with confidence that I could handle him. Getting what you want by force is definitely not an option. Huang Xiaolong said seriously, I will pay Xiao Ting a visit first. If that doesn't work, I can only wait until Xiao Ting leaves the Xiao family's headquarters before taking action. Gui Yu agreed. That works too. How about this? I can accompany you when you pay Xiao Teng a visit. A warm feeling filled Huang Xiaolong. He understood this was because his master Gui Yu was worried about him. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head and declined. Master, no need. Although Gui Yu was powerful, his identity was too conspicuous. Moreover, after comparing Gui Yu's identity with Xiao Teng's, Huang Xiaolong didn't want Gui Yu to ask for a favor because of him. Gui Yu insisted solemnly. Then I will have Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San to accompany you. Huang Xiaolong did not object to this arrangement. Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San were less conspicuous than Ghost Manor Lord Gui Yu. On top of that, all four of them were high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters, especially Feng Er. Her strength was almost at par with the Xiao family's ancestor. It was much safer for Huang Xiaolong to go to the Stone Buddha mainland with them. There was also the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. The number of people in their group was enough, as too many people would attract unwanted attention. In these 3 months, the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's strength had returned to the peak mid-3rd Order Ancestor God Realm, and his battle power was comparable to a 4th Order Ancestor God Realm Master. As the matter was settled, Huang Xiaolong's group set off from the Ghost Manor to the Stone Buddha mainland, early in the morning the next day. Before Huang Xiaolong left, Gui Yu reminded him to be careful, and also told him everything he knew about the Xiao family. Huang Xiaolong committed Gui Yu's words to memory. As there were more than 3 Ancestor God Realm Masters in the group, Huang Xiaolong took a shortcut to the Stone Buddha mainland. They cut straight through to the Odious Ghosts Forest and reached the Stone Buddha City in 10 days. Manor Lord, Stone Buddha City is just up ahead. With our speed, we will arrive there in 2 hours. Standing on a main path, Feng Er respectfully informed Huang Xiaolong as she pointed a slender finger in front of her. Feng Er, Gui Er, and Gui San had taken off their ghost masks long time back. No one could see a flaw in Feng Er's alluring face under the sunlight. In terms of beauty, Feng Er, Li Lu, Shi Xiaofei, and Yao Qi each had their own unique charms. Huang Xiaolong nodded as his gaze moved away from Feng Er's face to look in the direction of the Stone Buddha City. The Stone Buddha City was actually the biggest city on the Stone Buddha mainland, instead of Xiao family's Xiao City. In fact, the Stone Buddha City was a territory of the Qin family. Huang Xiaolong looked at the dusky sky and said, Increase speed. Aim to enter the Stone Buddha City before the night falls. We'll rest here for a day and resume traveling the day after. The little cow was quick to cheer after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong lightly slapped the little cow's head and urged, Go on. How could he not know the little cow's personality, after having spent a long time together? If this cow were to go crazy, even he would have a headache. With a sway of her tail, the little cow turned into a streak of purple light across the air, with Huang Xiaolong on her back. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the rest quickly followed behind her. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Stone Buddha City when the last rays of light disappeared into the horizon. Even before entering the city, Huang Xiaolong could sense a zeal of Buddhism energy from years of accumulation. Huang Xiaolong felt a closeness towards the Stone Buddha City's Buddhism energy. After he paid the required shinbi, his group passed through the city gates. The shop fronts in the streets of Stone Buddha City were lit with crystal lights, adding a touch of splendor. It was a very bustling city even during the night. Huang Xiaolong soon discovered that there were various sizes and forms of Buddha statues everywhere, and these Buddha statues provided people with a peace of mind whenever they looked at them. The stone Buddha city reminded Huang Xiaolong of the blessed Buddha Empire in the lower realm, and inevitably of Shi Xiaofei. Master, it's the Burning Sky Sex group. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing suddenly spoke. Huang Xiaolong looked in the direction where Su Baixing was pointing, and saw Guojie, Du Gao, and the rest of Burning Sky Sex group. He was happy. He hadn't expected to run into them here. Huang Xiaolong nudged the little cow with his knees, urging her to go towards the Burning Sky Sex group with Feng Er and the others trailing behind them. Guojie! Huang Xiaolong called out from behind Guojie's group as he got closer to them. Guojie, Du Gao, and the rest looked over their shoulders. Xiaolong! Guojie's eyes shone in delight as she called out. You're here too? Huang Xiaolong and Guojie asked each other simultaneously. Both were stunned for a moment as they tried to speak simultaneously, but then they chuckled. I came to the stone Buddha city to buy some natural Buddha spirit stone, said Guojie. We're passing by stone Buddha city on our way to Shao City, so we decided to spend a day over here before resuming our journey. Huang Xiaolong explained to Guojie. Xiaolong, do you mind if we catch up somewhere else? This cow's stomach is gonna go flat from hunger. The little cow interjected. Huang Xiaolong grinned. I think it's the wineworm in your stomach that's making trouble. Everyone laughed. Soon they found a restaurant and went inside. Before long, the tables were laden with food and wine. Guojie looked at the ghost manor ring on Huang Xiaolong's finger. She smiled and said, Looks like I have to call you Ghost Manor Lord Huang. Then she asked curiously, Are you going to Shao City to buy something? Huang Xiaolong honestly disclosed to Guojie that he was looking for Shao Tung. I don't have any pressing matters that need my attention right now, so how about I make a trip with you to Shao City? Shao Tung would give me some face. Guojie offered after some thought. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. However, he did not doubt Guojie's words. He had learned from Master Guiyu that she was much more than just being a Burning Sky Sex disciple. After some thought, Huang Xiaolong politely declined Guojie's kind offer. He didn't want to involve her in this matter. Guojie did not insist any further as she respected Huang Xiaolong's decision. Some time passed and the meal ended. Before they separated at the restaurant's entrance, Guojie told Huang Xiaolong to contact her if he needed her help. Huang Xiaolong then found a courtyard for his group and they stayed there for the night. Silvery moonlight shone down on the courtyard. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in his room. A half-meter-long eidolon crystalline rock hovered in front of him, exuding ripples of frigid qi that was tempering his true dragon physique. As he circulated the grand mist parasitic medium, the moon jade heavenly spiral shell's moon essence energy rain fell onto his three supreme godheads. Soon, Huang Xiaolong entered into an ethereal state. By the time he woke up, it was already bright outside. He walked out of his room and found the little cow waiting for him at the door. Xiaolong, good morning. The little cow greeted as she stood up with her tail swinging rapidly. Huang Xiaolong deliberately tilted his head to look at the radiant sun high up in the sky. It's almost noon. The little cow's happily swinging tail halted in midair. Come on, let's take a walk outside, Huang Xiaolong said as his tone softened slightly. The little cow cheered and quickly followed Huang Xiaolong. Her tail was spinning 360 degrees. Huang Xiaolong smiled helplessly. The two of them went to look for Su Baixing, Feng Er, Guiyi, and the rest and strode out from the courtyard. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong went into some shops and bought a few Buddhism-related items. There were many things that Shi Xiaofei would have liked, but she was not there unfortunately. Otherwise she would have been very happy visiting this city. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong spotted a small godly MT Shumi inside a small shop named Buddhism Awareness. No, it should be said a replica of godly MT Shumi like the one he had. There was a small golden boat beside the godly MT Shumi replica. This small golden boat looked exactly the same as that boat from many years ago. Huang Xiaolong had come across this boat with a mysterious old man sitting on it, when he had found the godly MT Shumi in the lower realm. But he knew both of these items were merely replicas. He had learned from the little cow that this small golden boat was called the Phaseless Divine Boat, a treasure of the Buddha world. The Phaseless Divine Boat was built by using the Buddha world's most sacred tree, the Buddha Luminescence Tree, and numerous natural Buddhism treasures. The genuine Phaseless Divine Boat was currently in the hands of the current Lord Buddha of the Buddha world. The Phaseless Divine Boat was recognized as the #1 boat of the universe, making the little cow envious of its speed. Huang Xiaolong walked into the Buddhism awareness shop and picked up both the godly MT Shumi and the Phaseless Divine Boat and studied them carefully. The person who had replicated both the godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat was extremely skilled, as this replica was high-grade, just slightly lower than his godly MT Shumi. This young master has a keen sight, since he is picking up the godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat. The shop owner, who was a middle-aged man, began singing the praises about the two items as he reached Huang Xiaolong's side. Huang Xiaolong thought that he looked like a cunning rat. The shop owner introduced the godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat to Huang Xiaolong, including information about their materials, their forging method and forging time. When Huang Xiaolong heard that the replicas of godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat had taken the forging time of more than 100 to 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong laughed out aloud on the spot. The little cow guffawed. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong said to the shop owner, "I say, boss, are you trying to tell me that your godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat are genuine items? Are you also telling us that more than 100,000 years were spent on forging them? As far as I know, the one in the Lord Buddha's hand is the real Phaseless Divine Boat, and that took 1,000,000 years to forge." The shop owner smiled sheepishly. "I mentioned the wrong number of years because I was too excited. Yes, the forging time was slightly over 10,000 years. Slightly over 10,000 years? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He stopped bursting the shop owner's bubbles and asked, "How much is this godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat?" The shop owner slowly raised one finger. 1 trillion each. Huang Xiaolong put down the two items and turned around to leave the shop without missing a beat. 2 trillion? Really, is he taking me as a big fat sheep waiting for slaughter? 2 trillion could buy him a good residence in Stone Buddha City. Not to mention, he also possessed the better quality godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat, as compared to the ones in that shop. If those replicas had been cheaper, he would have bought them for research. "Young master, how about this? I'll charge you 1.5 trillion. The shop owner became anxious seeing Huang Xiaolong leave. Huang Xiaolong did not stop. "Both of them for 1 trillion. The shop owner gritted his teeth and shouted, "Both for 1 trillion, I want them." A voice rang in the shop, and in the next moment, several disciples clad in Xiao family's disciple robes walked in. One of them went on, "I say, boss, you don't need to serve people like him who are poor enough to afford taking out 1 trillion Shinbi. Send him off, since we have a big business to discuss. I know that your Buddhism awareness shop has recently gotten a batch of ancestor gods' Buddha bones. I want all of them," another Xiao family's disciple stated. The shop owner's face lit up with joy when he heard the words of the Xiao family's disciple. He quickly invited them inside and had them sit down courteously. "Brat, why are you still here?" After the group of Xiao family's disciples sat down, one of them with a pudgy face and big ears barked at Huang Xiaolong. When he noticed that Huang Xiaolong was still in the shop, his expression and tone was extremely icy. "Don't you see we have something to discuss with this shop owner? Must we send you out personally?" A late 8th Order Ancient God Realm disciple from the group stood up and a whelming pressure burst out from his body, locking onto Huang Xiaolong. Almost at the same time, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing snorted coldly, and Xiao family's late 8th Order Ancient God Realm disciple vomited blood as if he was struck, and crashed into the wall. The rest of Xiao family's disciples were momentarily dumbfounded. Then their horrified gazes fell upon Su Baixing. The shop owner froze on his chair. "Boss, I'm also interested in that batch of Buddha bones," Huang Xiaolong said to the shop owner. completely ignoring the Xiao family's disciples. Still, one of the Xiao family's disciples sneered at Huang Xiaolong's words. That batch of ancestor gods' Buddha bones costs 6 trillion. Are you sure you can afford them? Huang Xiaolong placed an open spatial ring on the table next to him. Right in front of everyone's eyes, shiny Shunbi formed undulating mountains inside the spatial ring's space. The Xiao family's disciple who was sent flying by Su Baixing swayed unsteadily on his feet as he tried to stand up, while glaring ferociously at Huang Xiaolong. My master is Xiao family's elder Xiao Teng. Punk, you're so dead. Just as he said that, a lightning whip split across the air and landed on him. His body rolled in the air and crashed to the floor. Even though the little cow had simply swayed her tail in a casual way, great waves of shock hit the hearts of the Xiao family's disciples as they looked at her. Several Xiao family's disciples did not dare to act recklessly. They quickly helped Xiao Teng's disciple up and left the shop. Who allowed you all to leave? The little cow asked. Her eyes widened as she glared at them. In a flicker, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing appeared in front of the door as he blocked the exit. The expressions on the faces of the Xiao family's disciples turned ugly. Let them leave, Huang Xiaolong said indifferently. Su Baixing acknowledged respectfully and stepped away from the door, and the group of Xiao family's disciples ran for their lives. Senior? You really want to buy this batch of ancestor gods' Buddha bones? The shop owner gulped and asked Huang Xiaolong with apprehension, after making sure that the Xiao family's disciples had ran out of sight and earshot. Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly. Of course. He hadn't shown interest in the ancestor gods' Buddha bones to merely anger the Xiao family's disciples, but because he really wanted to buy them. After Huang Xiaolong had gotten the Eidolon crystalline rocks, he had been meaning to reforge the godly Mt Shumi, Mulberry Sword, Heavenly Devil Snake Sword, Ghost Buddha Ring, Ghost Buddha Divine Cauldron, and even the Devil Restraining Tablet and the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell. Huang Xiaolong needed materials containing Buddhism energy in order to reforge the godly Mt Shumi and Fozless Divine Boat. And fortunately, the ancestor gods' Buddha bones were one of the ideal materials. The shop owner's apprehension disappeared, and he smiled brilliantly. He courteously requested Huang Xiaolong to wait for a moment as he hurried to the inner hall. He returned swiftly with a white jade box in his arms. The white jade box was about the size of 2 palms, and it was neither too big or too small. However, when the shop owner opened the white jade box, it revealed the spacious interior of the box, and inside it was a pile of ancestor gods' Buddha bones, glowing in sacred aureate light. Each piece of ancestor gods' Buddha bones had a layer of Buddhism luminance around them that was filled with vigorous Buddhism energy. Huang Xiaolong felt his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead slightly quivered. All of these bones come from high-level ancestor god realm masters' ancestor gods' Buddha bones. The little cow commented, Pity that none of these bones are complete. Every ancestor god's Buddha bones were either missing an entire arm's bones, or a leg or other parts. Even so, Huang Xiaolong could barely contain his excitement. This batch of ancestor gods' Buddha bones were all ancestor god realm masters' ancestor gods' Buddha bones, much better than what he had expected. This batch of ancestor gods' Buddha bones. I want all of them. So, name your price, Huang Xiaolong said to the shop owner. The shop owner carefully quoted his price, 5 trillion. Is that an acceptable amount for you? Or you can pay me with half of a low-grade 6 spiritual vein. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bargain in the slightest. He threw a spatial ring to the shop owner and said, There's 6 trillion Shinbi inside that spatial ring. Check it. As per his judgment, Huang Xiaolong could tell that the worth of these ancestor gods' Buddha bones was more than 5 trillion, almost closer to 6 trillion. No, that's too much. I'll charge you 5.5 trillion. The shop owner waved his hands shakily. Huang Xiaolong accepted the shop owner's offer. After putting away the white jade box containing ancestor gods' Buddha bones, Huang Xiaolong inquired if the shop owner had any other valuable Buddhism-related items. The shop owner hesitated for a while, before taking out a blackish round bead that was exuding a strong Buddhism energy. It was as big as both of the fists of an adult man. Huang Xiaolong couldn't see anything peculiar about this item. except that it was a Buddhism item. I found this Buddhist prayer bead in an ancient cultivation dwelling. I have asked quite a few people to appraise this prayer bead, but no one was able to identify it precisely. Nonetheless, this Buddhist prayer bead is extraordinary. If Senior wants to buy it, my price is T10 trillion? Huang Xiaolong picked up the Buddhist prayer bead between his fingers and looked at it doubtfully from left to right. He turned to look at the little cow to seek her opinion, and she nodded her head heavily. In truth, Huang Xiaolong was surprised, but he absolutely believed in the little cow's judgment. Thus, he paid 10 trillion to the shop owner and bought the Buddhist prayer bead. A while later, as Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the shop, he told the shop owner to contact him if he were to find more high-level ancestor gods' Buddha bones. The shop owner quickly nodded his head, as he warmly and courteously walked Huang Xiaolong out of his shop. Huang Xiaolong finally asked the little cow after leaving the Buddhism awareness shop, "What kind of Buddhist prayer bead is it?" But the little cow's answer was, "That is not a Buddhist prayer bead." "Not a prayer bead?" Huang Xiaolong, Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the rest were equally surprised. The little cow explained, "This is a cloud-winged dragon beast's demon bead. The cloud-winged dragon beast is a rare grand mist spiritual beast of the Buddha world. The cloud-winged dragon beast is born with an innate Buddha body, and a demon bead forms inside their bodies like a beast core, called winged Buddha bead. In other words, the bead that you just bought is called the winged Buddha bead. This bead can be used to refine a grand mist spiritual artifact, and can also be used in cultivation. It is a rare and precious treasure for the people with Buddha physiques, or Buddhism element God force." Huang Xiaolong and the others were a little surprised. This round black thing was actually a demon bead from inside of a Buddha world's grand mist spiritual beast. In other words, it was definitely worth buying this winged Buddha bead. Anything that was in a tiniest bit related to grand mist spiritual beast would usually cost an exorbitant prices. Even if it was a grand mist spiritual beast's fart, it would be a treasure that experts in the divine world would fight head and feet for getting their hands on it. Huang Xiaolong put the winged Buddha bead away. The group continued to stroll around the city, and only returned to the courtyard when the sky had darkened. As planned, Huang Xiaolong's group departed from the Stone Buddha City the next day and traveled towards the Shao family's headquarters in Shao City. 5 days later, they arrived in the Shao City. Upon entering the city, Huang Xiaolong could see Shao family's disciples everywhere. Their cultivation realms ranged from low-level ancient god realm to ancestor god realm. There were also countless other forces people, but merchants were the most prominent group among them. Even though Shao City was the second biggest city on Stone Buddha mainland, it was renowned as the largest medicinal pellets trading city in the clear spirit world as well as in the neighboring world surfaces. Every day, people from other world surfaces visited Shao City to buy or sell medicinal pellets. Huang Xiaolong leisurely strolled the streets of Shao City. Almost all the shops sold medicinal pellets of various sizes, from cultivation medicinal pellets to healing pellets, or even medicinal pellets for specific purposes. Huang Xiaolong was bedazzled by this extensive variety of pellets. Although Xiaotong was only the first-order ancestor god realm cultivator, his talent was excellent. Hence, his status in Shao family was very high, and he was considered as one of the top Shao family's elders. Xiaotong's residence was located at the most prosperous street in Shao City. Therefore, it was very easy to find it. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at Shao Teng's meteoric Sur Manor, they saw a lively crowd in front of it. There was a joyous atmosphere in the air, seemingly an indication of an ongoing celebration. Various forces experts had come to congratulate Xiaotong, and were crowding the entrance of his manor. Huang Xiaolong stopped a sect disciple who was walking towards Shao Teng's manor and asked him about the reason behind this crowd and the festivities. Soon, he learned that Xiaotong was actually accepting a disciple, and it was the day of the apprenticeship ceremony. "I have heard that this is Xiaotong's 23rd female disciple, and she is quite a beauty." Female disciple? In ugly words, she's Xiaotong's 23rd concubine. Which of the female disciples he has accepted so far do not dual cultivate with him every night, while serving him day and night. Also, It is said that when Xiao Teng was promoted as Xiao family's elder after he broke through to Ancestor God Realm, he even tasted his previous ancient God Realm master's wife. TSK. TSK. What a peculiar taste. SSHH. Don't talk about this anymore. There are too many people here, and if Xiao Teng hears us, we're dead for sure. I have heard the Xiao family's young Lord Xiao Zhongyu and young Lord Changfeng of the 100 Tribulations faction will also come to congratulate Xiao Teng. He's got quite the favor. Not far ahead from him, the two sect disciples' conversation fell upon Huang Xiaolong's ears. A mischievous light gleamed in his eyes. Xiao Zhongyu is coming? And Changfeng too. That's great. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to step through the entrance to Xiao Teng's manor, a person who looked like the steward blocked his path. This guest? Have you brought the congratulatory gift in order to pass through the manor's main entrance? Our Lord Xiao Teng has specifically ordered to forbid people from entering his manor if they fail to bear the congratulatory gifts, irrespective of their identities, he said while pointing at the main entrance. All of the meteoric Sor Manor's guards quickly gathered at the main entrance, as they noticed the disagreement between the steward and Huang Xiaolong's group. All of them stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong and warned him through their piercing gazes that they would detain his group if he did not deliver a gift to show respect to their master. Just as the little cow, Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the rest were about to attack, Huang Xiaolong suddenly looked over his shoulder and said to Guei, "Go, send a congratulatory gift." The rest of his group was astounded. However, Guei quickly acknowledged and walked to the side, towards the disciple who was in charge of receiving gifts. The steward proudly tilted his chin in victory and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a satisfied expression. Moments later, Guei arrived in front of the disciple who was collecting the gifts. He then took out a shinbi and placed it on the table in front of all the anticipating eyes. The disciple stared agape at this one shinbi, as he was unable to understand what Guei meant. Congratulatory gift. One unique shinbi. Guei spoke. Congratulatory gift. One unique shinbi. One top of that, unique. Guei's words thundered like a bomb at the main entrance. The lively atmosphere at the entrance suddenly died down. The various sex experts who had come to congratulate Xiao Teng looked in a weird way at Huang Xiaolong's group and Guei. Then, a few of them simply started laughing. The laughter jolted the meteoric Sor Manor's steward to his senses. His face darkened in an instant as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Punk? You came to make trouble at meteoric Sor Manor? Do you know that your action is equivalent to seeking death?" Huang Xiaolong looked unconcerned, and he calmly explained, "One shinbi can buy a lot of steam buns. If Xiao Teng thinks this is too little, I can give him one more shinbi. It should buy him a few days' worth of steam buns." A young woman in a blue dress in the crowd let out a peal of laughter. Steam buns? A few days' worth? Huang Xiaolong's words were obviously implying that Xiao Teng was a beggar. "Court death," the steward reacted. In the next second, a yellow earth element light burst around his fist as he angrily took a swing at Huang Xiaolong, using the force of a great mountain. Naturally, someone who was given the position of a steward by Xiao Teng was not going to be a weakling. In fact, he was a late 10th Order ancient God Realm master. The force of his punch was powerful enough to flatten a 10,000 li mountain range. Not to mention, his punch would even leave another late 10th Order ancient God Realm extremely miserable, if not crippled. However, when he tried to attach Huang Xiaolong, his mighty fist force simply dispersed like smoke, and he was sent flying backwards as he was hit by a mighty force. This was the doing of the void devil beast Su Baixing. Su Baixing had sent the steward's body smashing into several stone pillars and crashing onto the floor by simply lifting his claws and pointing out a nail at him. Following this shocking event, everything around the manor suddenly fell into a momentary, eerie silence. But seconds later, thundering footsteps, angry shouts, and whistling winds broke this silence. In a distance, everyone could see a person levitate above the manor, raising whistling winds across the sky. In the next second, this person appeared in front of the crowd, and a powerful momentum billowed from his body. enveloping all four directions of the meteoric Soar Manor in an unstoppable bearing. Manor Lord, Elder Xiao Teng. The manor's guards and various experts greeted. This person was none other than the Xiao family's elder Xiao Teng. His gaze was locked on Huang Xiaolong's group the moment he arrived. Xiao Teng and Huang Xiaolong scrutinized one another for some time. Huang Xiaolong could see that Xiao Teng was not very tall. He had a pale white skin and a clean-shaven face. Friend, you have made a wrong choice by coming to my manor and creating unnecessary trouble. Xiao Teng smiled coldly at Huang Xiaolong. This is Xiao City, the Xiao family's territory. A few years back, a high-level ancient god realm fool had caused trouble at Xiao City. Do you know what happened to him? His soul was imprisoned. His body was chopped alive and fed to demonic beasts. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he said, I have heard there are 3 pieces of chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones. Xiao Teng raised an eyebrow. The chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones? But Xiao Teng sneered and said icily, So, you have come for the chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones? That's right. I indeed bought the 3 chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones some years back. If you are interested in buying them from me, I may agree to sell them to you for 30 trillion. Huang Xiaolong sneered. 30 trillion? One piece of chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone costs about 3 trillion Shinbi. Thus 3 pieces come up to roughly 10 trillion. Xiao Teng was asking for 30 trillion from him. What? Can't afford it? Xiao Teng snorted coldly. It's you. Right at this time, someone exclaimed from behind Xiao Teng. A young man appeared in front of them and glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong. Master, it's this punk who injured me and robbed us of the batch of Ancestor God's Buddha bones. When we were in the middle of purchasing that batch of Ancestor God's Buddha bones as a gift for Master, the young man explained as he came to Xiao Teng. Robbed? As if that batch of Ancestor God's Buddha bones were theirs to begin with. There was a cold gleam in Xiao Teng's eyes as he looked at Huang Xiaolong once again. He snickered maliciously and said, Punk, you dared to come here, despite robbing my batch of Ancestor God's Buddha bones? Just as Xiao Teng was about to attack, someone shouted, Xiao family's young lord Xiao Zhongyu and 100 Tribulations factions, young lord Chongfang are making their appearance. Make way for them! The crowd stirred with excitement. Subsequently, the people opened up a path in the middle as a group of people walked through the crowd. Xiao Zhongyu and Chongfang were walking in front of the group. Xiao Teng couldn't be bothered with Huang Xiaolong at that moment as he quickly turned around with a wide smile. My meteoric Soar Manor is extremely blessed by young lord and young lord Xiao Zhongyu's presence. Xiao Zhongyu and Chongfang chuckled and exchanged perfunctory greetings with Xiao Teng. Xiao Zhongyu's gaze swept the surroundings and immediately saw Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Su Baisheng. His expression turned gloomy as thick killing intent surged from his body. Chongfang also saw Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Teng was shocked sensing Xiao Zhongyu's killing intent. Young lord, did this kid offended you? Xiao Zhongyu sneered. He has more than offended me. As he said this, his gaze swept past Feng Er, Gui, and others, and he went on. If I have guessed right, this punk here is the current Ghost Manor's lord. What? Xiao Teng exclaimed. His heart was thumping against his chest. Some months ago, Xiao Zhongyu and Chongfang had returned from the Ghost Manor, after failing to become the personal disciple of the Ghost Manor Lord Guiyu, as that position was snatched by an unknown disciple. This was not a secret, and all the Force's experts in the clear spirit world knew about this. It was actually this kid. Xiao Teng suddenly looked at Feng Er who was standing beside Huang Xiaolong, and then his gaze turned towards Guiyi and the others. If this punk was actually the new Ghost Manor Lord, then these people's identities were clear. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng's body quivered and his back dampened from cold sweat. Fortunately, he had not attacked Huang Xiaolong, otherwise, instead of standing there alive, Xiao Teng would have been a corpse that was lying on the ground. Seeing Xiao Teng's expression, Xiao Zhongyu said, In truth, it doesn't matter even if this punk is the new Ghost Manor Lord. From the news that I have heard, the Ghost Manor Lord was poisoned by some unique poison, which has left his one foot in the coffin. His days are numbered. A ghost manor without Guiyu is nothing more than a first-rank force level. Our Xiao family can easily annihilate the ghost manor. The crowd gasped in shock. The ghost manor lord was close to death? Was this true? Huang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled slightly. From where did Xiao Zhengyu get the news about Guiyu being poisoned? Is there a spy in the ghost manor? So that's the case. Xiao Teng chuckled and then said, Young lord, if it is as you've said, should we get rid of this punk? It's even easier to annihilate the ghost manor with him dead. Xiao family had always harbored the intention of annihilating the ghost manor, but they were wary of Guiyu. Now that it was open news that Guiyu's death was close, there were no scruples left. Xiao Zhengyu did not answer Xiao Teng. He sneered while staring fixedly at Huang Xiaolong's group, and finally fell for Feng Er's alluring face. Even he couldn't help but appreciate Feng Er's beauty. But he knew that this woman was extremely loyal and faithful to the Ghost Manor Lord, and she was absolutely not someone he could tame. He felt a pity in his heart, as the only option for her was to die there. A murderous light glinted in the depths of Xiao Zhengyu's eyes. In truth, the moment he had seen Huang Xiaolong after arriving at the Xiao Teng's manor, he had used a secret method to summon all of the Xiao family's elders, as well as the Grand Elders that was in Xiao City. He only needed to wait for a few minutes for them to arrive. At that moment, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to escape Xiao City. While Xiao Zhengyu was thinking of all these things, Huang Xiaolong suddenly attacked with a punch. But his target was the disciple standing behind Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng's disciple exploded to his death even before he realized that he was being attacked. A mist of blood splattered everywhere. You! Xiao Teng was red from fury. But, before he could say another word, a black claw appeared in his direct line of sight. At the other end of this black claw was the void devil beast Su Baixing's sinister smiling eyes. In a split second, Xiao Teng was knocked into the air as the black claw struck him. His body jerked and twitched as he crashed to the ground, feeling a pain that reached his soul. Poison. An extremely terrifying poison. This was his last thought. The experts all around saw Xiao Teng twitched and convulsed on the ground with wisps of black smoke curling out from his body. On top of that, his flesh was rotting and deflating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Teng was turned into nothing more than a dry corpse that was emitting a stench. Everyone in the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, as they looked at the void devil beast Su Baixing in horror. Even Xiao Zhengyu and Chong Fong felt numbing coldness in their limbs, after seeing the effects of the void devil beast Su Baixing's poison. Even though Xiao Teng was just a first-order ancestor god realm, nonetheless he was still an ancestor god realm to have been killed by a mere claw strike. More accurately, died from a poisoned claw strike. One could hardly imagine how terrifying void devil beast Su Baixing's corrosive devil poison was. As Xiao Zhengyu and Chong Fong came to their senses, their first thought was run. But before they could run, it was already too late. The space around them froze and they were helplessly locked inside of this space. A suction force from Guiyi and Gui'er's palms pulled Xiao Zhengyu and Chong Fong towards them, each holding one young lord like they were pinching a pup by its neck. Huang Xiaolong's attention was not at all on them. Instead, he went to Xiao Teng's corpse and collected his spatial ring. He opened the spatial ring's restrictions and looked inside. There were various precious items including mountain-high herb elixirs, spirit stones, spirit fruits, divine pellets, and 3 palm-sized resplendent stones. Chaos 5-colored heaven-refining stones. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up seeing these 3 chaos 5-colored heaven-refining stones. As he had guessed, Xiao Teng carried them with him at all times. Now, the final material he needed to repair the pill-blending tower was complete. Inwardly, Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief. Just then, sounds of whistling winds came from all 4 corners of Xiao City. Xiao family's elders and grand elders had arrived to the scene. However, no trace of panic could be seen on Huang Xiaolong's face as he put Xiao Teng's spatial ring into his own. Bring them both, we're leaving. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the little cow's back and sped off in a streak of light. Void devil beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and others followed. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had reservations about killing Xiao Teng, but now, with Xiao Zhongyu and Chang Feng as his hostages, he would be able to leave. He also wanted to see if the Xiao family would give up on Xiao Zhongyu and Chang Feng just to kill him. You want to leave so easily after killing someone? Stay back. A voice reverberated in the air with a soul-jarring power. It was then followed by a sharp and fierce sword chi that flew across the air, straight at Huang Xiaolong's back. This elder had been closest to the meteoric Soar manner. Moreover, he was a peak late Third-Order Ancestor God Realm Master, just half a step from advancing to Fourth-Order Ancestor God Realm. As the sword chi was inches from splitting Huang Xiaolong into two halves, Feng Er's slender hand reached out and held the sword chi in her hand. With that, she casually flicked her wrist and threw it back at the elder with a much faster speed and greater power. A soft humming filled the air and was soon drowned by a piercing scream from the Xiao family's elder. At this point, no one could tell if he was still alive or dead, but Huang Xiaolong's group did not stop for a second. A while later, more Xiao family's elders arrived and tried to block Huang Xiaolong from leaving, but all of them ended up like the first elder who had tried to stop them. One after another piercing screams filled the air as Feng Er deflected each of the elders' attacks back at them, with a casual flick of her slender wrist. As Huang Xiaolong's group got further away, a thunderous bellow of fury shook Xiao City. In the next second, a giant palm locked down on them as if the sky had darkened above them. The power of this palm was many times stronger than any other attacks from the Xiao family's elders. It was a Xiao family's Grand Elder, a mid-level Ancestor God Realm Master, not a mere Fourth Order, but likely to be a Sixth Order, even late Sixth Order Ancestor God Realm. But Feng Er merely tapped the air with her finger, and a finger force shot out like a tsunami, exploding into numerous bright and dazzling stars that pierced a hole through the giant palm that was attacking them. The hole grew bigger as explosions continued, and light shone through it. However, the power of Feng Er's finger force continued to blast a hole in the void, and soon a screaming figure plummeted down. Clearly, this was the Xiao family's Grand Elder who had attacked them just now. Feng Er was calm and relaxed the whole time. Every moment of hers was elegant, even when she was attacking. She was truly a magnificent sight to behold. Initially, Huang Xiaolong was a little skeptical when Master Gui Yu had told him that Feng Er was almost as strong as Xiao family's ancestor. Now, it was proven to be true. Huang Xiaolong's group continued flying fast and the city gates was already in sight, when the atmosphere changed suddenly. The clouds roiled, and strong wind blew as a glaring golden light shone down on the entire Xiao city. A boundless, overwhelming pressure appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on them. All the people in Xiao City were terrified under this overwhelming pressure, as if it was the end of the world. Even the high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters were no exception to this. This is? Huang Xiaolong's heart missed a beat as he could feel the space around him being solidified. He couldn't even wriggle a finger. It's the Xiao family's ancestor. Feng Er's calm expression was finally replaced by solemnness. The commotion in Xiao City had forced the Xiao family ancestors to show up. Given Feng Er's current strength, she was wary of only a handful of people, and Xiao family's ancestor was one of them. Feng Er was still confident to face the Xiao family's patriarch, but the Xiao family's ancestor? Feng Er made her decision in a split second and ordered, "Gui Yi, you need to take the Manor Lord to his safety. Until then, I will delay Xiao family's ancestor as long as possible." A powerful black light rippled from her body. Gui Yi and others acknowledged her order, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "No, we all leave together." Then he shouted towards the void, "Xiao family's ancestor, Xiao Zhongyu and Chang Feng both are in my hands. Are you willing to bury them with me?" But the golden light continued to fall. It was filled with killing intent as it pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. The Xiao family's ancestor was willing to forfeit Xiao Zhongyu and Chang Feng's lives just to kill Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong realized that his group was about to get torn apart by the golden light. Therefore, he signaled Gui Yi and Gui Er to kill Xiao Zhongyu and Chang Feng. But suddenly a stretch of black waves of energy appeared at the horizon and flooded towards the boundless golden light. In a split second, The black waves of energy collided with the boundless golden light. Boom! The entire Xiao city shook, and fissures opened up the city's grounds. Even the nearby mountain ranges quaked. Buildings in the city crumbled one after another like dominoes, raising a thick curtain of dust. "Run quick!" An urgent voice sounded in Huang Xiaolong's ears. "Master Guiyu." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with ecstasy. He shouted to Feng Er and the others, "Go!" In an instant, a power wrapped around Huang Xiaolong's group, and the world seemed to have turned upside down. It was Feng Er's God Force. She had executed a space technique, sweeping everyone away from Xiao City. When Huang Xiaolong could see once again, they were standing on a small hill that was miles outside Xiao City. From there, they could still see the extreme golden light and the black energy roiling above Xiao City. The golden light and the black energy battled on, followed by an alarming aftershock that further destroyed the city below. Huang Xiaolong's group felt the powerful energy fluctuations even from afar. "Manor Lord, let's go," Feng Er said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. After the little cow's purple lightning detoxification, Master Guiyu's poison of 1,000 corpses had completely been suppressed. Even if his strength was slightly weaker than Xiao family's ancestor, it was still a negligible difference, and his Master Guiyu could definitely retreat unharmed. Hence, Huang Xiaolong's group sped away. Both Guiyi and Gui'er were still dangling Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang by their necks. Huang Xiaolong's group flew at the fastest speed nonstop until they reached the Stone Buddha city. All of them heaved a sigh of relief upon entering the city, as the Stone Buddha city was Chun family's territory. The Xiao family and Chang family had been at odds. Hence Huang Xiaolong anticipated that Xiao family would not dare to attack him in Stone Buddha city. After renting a courtyard in Stone Buddha city, Huang Xiaolong asked Guiyi and Gui'er to throw Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang on the floor. He looked at them with a malicious glint in his eyes. A cold shiver ran down Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang's spine as they looked at Huang Xiaolong's malicious gaze. "Why you? I am Xiao family's young lord. You dare to hurt me?" Xiao Zhangyu roared at Huang Xiaolong, trying to threaten Huang Xiaolong. I know you are Xiao family's young lord. I also know your name is Xiao Zhangyu. You, what do you want to do?" There was fear in Xiao Zhangyu's eyes. "Heh, you will come to know very soon," Huang Xiaolong sneered. Moments later, Changfang saw his sworn brother Xiao Zhangyu rolling on the floor, screaming hoarsely in pain. Changfang was scared after seeing Xiao Zhangyu's face twisted by heart-wrenching pain. Huang Xiaolong then looked over his shoulder at Changfang. No, don't." Changfang shook his head as he feebly pleaded. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate. His finger tapped on Changfang's forehead, sending a yin energy into his body. Then, he stood up, leaving Xiao Zhangyu and Changfeng rolling and screaming on the floor. For the time being, Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to kill them. He had yet to leave the clear spirit world. Leaving them alive would have some kind of use. Huang Xiaolong put Guiyi on guard duty to keep watch on Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang, while he and the rest went to the inner courtyard. Inside his room, he took out the pill-blending tower. Huang Xiaolong felt excited dented and cracked body of the pill-blending tower. It was as tall as 2 adult men standing on top of one another. Finally, the day when he could repair the pill-blending tower had arrived. He took out all of the Chaos Spiritual Liquid from his collection as well as the 3 pieces of Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stones. He then turned to the little cow. "Xianxia, the rest is up to you," Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow, as he did not know the ancient secret technique prepared for repairing the pill-blending tower. The little cow patted her chest and boasted, "Rest assured, Xiaolong, if I fail, you can punish me to drink 100 years of wine." Huang Xiaolong gave her a kick and rolled his eyes. "You can dream of it because if you fail, you won't get a drop of wine for hundreds of thousand years." The little cow smiled sheepishly as she insisted, "If I succeeded, I want to drink 100,000 jugs of wine." Huang Xiaolong glared at her. "Enough to drown you to death." Feng Er and the others laughed at their banter as they watched from the side. The little cow went to stand in front of the pill-blending tower, and her smile narrowed. She looked solemnly at the pill-blending tower in front of her, as she knew that it was a crucial matter to Huang Xiaolong. Failure was not acceptable. After adjusting her mind, the little cow slowly circulated the purple lightning force. In the next moment, streaks of purple lightning flew out from her golden horns, forming drops of purple lightning liquid that wriggled and merged to form a strange diagram. At this point, Huang Xiaolong released all the chaos spiritual liquids from their bottles. A force formed at the center of this strange purple lightning diagram, and it slowly sucked in drops of chaos spiritual liquids. Soon after, the chaos spiritual liquids disappeared into the diagram and merged at its center. Everyone was holding their breath as they watched this. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened nervously. Combining two different kinds of chaos spiritual liquids was very easy and many people could do it, but combining more than a dozen chaos spiritual liquids of different elements, Huang Xiaolong had to admit that he couldn't do it. A tiny mistake could cause these chaos spiritual liquids to explode, thus wasting all the money and efforts up until that point. Although all the chaos spiritual liquids integrated quickly and smoothly as the little cow combined them. Even so, after half an hour, only half of the chaos spiritual liquids were integrated. At this point in time, the purple lightning from the little cow's body dimmed significantly. Obviously, she had consumed a lot of her god force to combine the chaos spiritual liquids. If this were to continue, the little cow's god force would be depleted sooner, rendering her unable to integrate all the chaos spiritual liquids. All of you, send some god force to me, the little cow said to Feng Er, Gue Er and Gue San. Feng Er and the other two acted quickly, not daring to be a beat slow. Each placed a hand on the little cow's back and channeled their ancestor god realm's god force into her one by one. In the blink of an eye, the little cow's purple lightning shone even brighter than before. Finally, resplendent lights burst out from the center of the purple lightning diagram as all the chaos spiritual liquids got integrated. After 2 hours. Even so, the little cow remained careful. Next, she had to melt the 3 pieces of chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone and integrate it into the chaos spiritual liquids. This was one of the crucial steps. As the little cow carefully maintained the balance of the integrated chaos spiritual liquids, the ancient lightning character on her forehead flew out, letting purple lightning fall on 3 pieces of chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones, hovering above them. Another 2 hours passed. The 3 chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones liquid was finally integrated with the combined chaos spiritual liquids. Seeing this, the little cow beamed with delight and blew at them. Every time she blew, a small drop of the integrated liquids entered the pill-blending tower, and there would be 1 crack missing from it. As more and more of this integrated liquid entered the pill-blending tower, the tower's body grew smoother and shinier, and soon it was shining like a resplendent chaos 5-colored heaven refining stone. In the end, all of the integrated liquid had entered the pill-blending tower, and not a single crack was left on it. Its crooked body was now enshrouded in luster, and it stood as straight as a pillar propping up towards heaven. Great success. This Nyo is exhausted, the little cow complained as she retrieved her god force. Purple lightning disappeared, and her tongue hung out from the side of her mouth. Huang Xiaolong quickly threw the little cow a few chaos spiritual healing pills. After seeing her extreme exhaustion, the little cow opened her mouth unpretentiously and swallowed all the healing pills in one go, and then began adjusting her condition on the spot. Feng Er, Gue Er, and Gue San had merely used a small portion of their god force. Therefore, they did not need any adjustment or rest. Huang Xiaolong hastened towards the pill-blending tower with a spring in his step, and a big smile spread across his face. He couldn't resist touching the tower its body as he looked at the resplendent pill-blending tower. It was entirely different from before. Before it was repaired, the pill-blending tower's body was filled with marks, cracks, and almost desolate coldness. Now, the pill-blending tower was warm under his palms, and there was a mysterious power circulating in the tower that made him feel comfortable. He circled around at pill-blending tower once, then he sat down cross-legged in front of it. He squeezed out a drop of blood essence from his finger and flicked it onto the pill-blending tower. He first refined his blood essence according to the ancient technique taught to him by the little cow. followed by a strand of his soul force, and then he refined the pill-blending tower for the second time. It took Huang Xiaolong half a month to finish two-time refinement of the pill-blending tower. This had definitely exceeded his estimation. However, after he had completely refined the pill-blending tower, Huang Xiaolong discovered that there were actually 13 floors inside it. 13 floors. All 13 floors that contained liberal number of divine pills. Huang Xiaolong turned into a streak of sword light in a flicker and appeared on the first floor of pill-blending towers. The first floor of pill-blending tower was 100 Li Hall. There were numerous herbs, elixirs, and divine pills piled up its corner. However, a large number of these herbs, elixirs, and divine pills were shattered into powders. It looked like when the pill-blending tower had suffered damages in the past, the herbs, elixirs, and divine pills inside its space were also damaged along with it. Still, Huang Xiaolong managed to find a few shiny aureate divine pills amongst the pile of powdered herbs and divine pellets. Although he didn't know the nature of these pills, he was sure that they were chaos spiritual pills, judging by their startling aura. Huang Xiaolong subsequently searched through all 13 floors one by one. To his pleasant surprise, he actually found more than 100 high-quality and grade divine pills of various kinds. Each divine pill had very little impurities. By the time Huang Xiaolong came out from the pill-blending tower, the little cow had already stood up. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the divine pills in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Heaven Phoenix's Eye Divine Pill, Impuissant Soul Returning Divine Pill, Bright Star Heavenly Dragon Sacred Pill. The little cow cried out the name of the divine pills one after another. Her voice quivered in shock while she named them. These divine pills were very hard to come by even during the Chaos Era. She had only seen some of these divine pills, but had never consumed them. As expected, Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly as he saw the little cow's excited face. Earlier, he had guessed these were not the average chaos spiritual pills. The little cow finished naming all the chaos spiritual pills in Huang Xiaolong's hand. A while later, she was close to drooling as she stared at them without blinking. She trotted towards Huang Xiaolong with her tail swinging beautifully and called Huang Xiaolong in an amorous tone, "Master!" Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly, as he already knew what this old cow wanted. "Just say it. Which one do you want?" Huang Xiaolong asked crisply. After all, it was the little cow who repaired the pill-blending tower in a true sense. Not to mention these chaos spiritual pills were a stroke of good luck. Heaven Phoenix's Eye Divine Pill, Bright Star Heavenly Dragon Sacred Pill, 5 Kings of Earth Beast Pill. The little cow did not stand on ceremony, and named more than a dozen chaos spiritual pills. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips twitched as he picked out a dozen chaos spiritual pills and gave it to the little cow. The little cow happily received the pills from Huang Xiaolong, and in return, she gave him a big, wet lick on his face. She turned and entered a room to refine the chaos spiritual pills, while leaving the words, "Thank you, Master," in the air. Huang Xiaolong rubbed his face with his hand with a fervor, trying to get rid of the stains the little cow had left on his face. A chill filled his heart from the little cow's stain. Feng Er and the rest watched as they stood in the distance and felt like laughing, but managed to keep a straight face. Huang Xiaolong turned back towards the pill-blending tower helplessly. He opened his right palm and connected his thoughts with the pill blending. A second later, the pill-blending tower rose into the air and flew towards Huang Xiaolong. As the pill-blending tower flew towards Huang Xiaolong, it shrunk rapidly until it was only a cute, 1-foot-tall delicate tower on Huang Xiaolong's palm. It was adorable no matter which angle you look at the tower. The current pill-blending tower reminded Huang Xiaolong of the heavenly king Li Jing from the old myths of his past life. The pill-blending tower in his hand was a little similar to that pagoda. Huang Xiaolong put away the remaining chaos spiritual pills, as was in no hurry to cultivate like the little cow. Instead, he took out all the herbs and elixirs that he had prepared, and then activated the pill-blending tower. All of the herbs and elixirs were sucked into the tower. The pill-blending tower churned, crushing the herbs and elixirs and refining their essences into pellets. Huang Xiaolong laughed loudly when several lustrous green pellets rolled out from the pill-blending tower's mouth. The pill-blending tower had refined the divine pills, just like the little cow had said. But Huang Xiaolong soon discovered a problem. The pill-blending tower required an uninterrupted flow of pure spiritual energy to support it in order to refine pills. Pure spiritual energy? Huang Xiaolong extended his hand into the air in order to condense the grade 6 spirit stones with the rich spiritual energy from the depths of the void. He had no need to worry about supporting the pill-blending tower's spiritual energy consumption, as he could condense spirit stones from spiritual energy. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to condense 10,000 grade 6 spirit stones. He then placed all of them at the center of the pill-blending tower's grand formation. When Huang Xiaolong was 100% certain that the pill-blending tower could refine any kind of pills, after half a day's worth of attempts, he was finally confident to take out the 5 chaos spiritual herbs: golden radiant needle mushroom, blue flaming heart fruit, 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus, enigmatic yang thistle, deep sea crystal, and other herbs that he had collected over the years to refine the reverse incarnation pill. With this pill, he would finally be able to cure Yao Qi's heart devil blood curse. Without blinking, Huang Xiaolong stared apprehensively at the pill-blending tower after it had swallowed all the precious herbs into it. Half a day had passed, when all of a sudden, the pill-blending tower emitted a brilliant light as a dozen beautiful golden pills flew out from its mouth. The reverse incarnation pill was successfully refined. Huang Xiaolong clenched the reverse incarnation pills tightly in his hand. Not only these pills could cure Yao Qi's heart devil blood curse, but these pills could also cure similar magic curses and blood curses. After this, Huang Xiaolong stayed in Stone Buddha City to refine all the chaos spiritual pills he had found in the pill-blending tower. 1 year passed by since Huang Xiaolong had entered seclusion. During this 1 year, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had risen from peak early 7th order to peak mid-7th order ancient god realm, extremely close to advancing to late 7th order ancient god realm. A year later, Huang Xiaolong stepped outside his room and immediately noticed an entirely different air around the little cow. Obviously, her strength had also improved significantly during this period. The void devil beast Su Baixing's speed of recovering his strength was even more shocking, as he had reached the peak of early 6th order ancestor god realm. Feng Er and the others were startled by this speed. On the other hand, this 1 year had been like a worst nightmare for Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang. When Huang Xiaolong saw them again, he almost couldn't recognize the both of them. They were nothing more than a dirty layer of skin over bones, and they gave off a nauseating stench. Only a handful of people would dare to stay so long in Stone Buddha City after kidnapping Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang, like Huang Xiaolong had done. It's time to return to the Vientiane world, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. There was less than a year left to the Sea Tribe's god of the Sea Grand ceremony. The next day, Huang Xiaolong's group left the Stone Buddha City. Fortunately, they were able to travel back to the Ghost Manor without any incidents. Huang Xiaolong wished to bid farewell to his master Guiyu before going back to the Vientiane world. Guiyu had safely retreated from the battle at Shao City, after Huang Xiaolong and his group had escaped safely from that city. During the time Huang Xiaolong had been in seclusion, Feng Er, Guiyi, and the others had been in contact with Guiyu. One thing was baffling Huang Xiaolong, since the time he had walked out from his seclusion at Stone Buddha City. Even though he had been holding Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang hostage for a year, neither Xiao family nor the 100 Tribulations factions had pursued him. How was that possible? Inside the Ghost Manor's main hall, Guiyu listed to Huang Xiaolong, as he explained to his master that he wished to return to Vientiane world for the purpose of participating in the Sea Tribe's god of the Sea Grand ceremony. Guiyu understood there were things Huang Xiaolong needed to take care of. Thus, he did not ask Huang Xiaolong to stay back. On the other hand, he urged Huang Xiaolong to be careful and visit him at the Ghost Manor whenever Huang Xiaolong could manage to do so. Guiyu was going to stay in the odious Ghosts Forest for several hundred years, or at least until his poison of 1,000 corpses was completely cured. After all, this forest has been his old nest. As they were talking, Guiyu suddenly said, "These two, just release them," he said as he pointed at Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang. Huang Xiaolong was surprised by Guiyu's request at first, but then nodded in agreement. "All right, master." He agreed because Yu still needed to stay in the clear spirit world, and Huang Xiaolong didn't want any deep grudges between Yu and Xiao family as well as the 100 Tribulations faction. In the end, Huang Xiaolong decided to release Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang. On that same day, Huang Xiaolong set off from the Ghost Manor, accompanied by Feng Er, Yi, Er, and San. As for Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang, they were thrown on a random mountain at the edge of the odious ghosts forest. Xiao Zhangyu and Changfang tumbled and rolled down from the mountain peak to the foothills, before coming to a stop. Both of them were completely covered in dirt and dried leaves. Finally, both of them struggled to their feet from the mossy ground, in a sorry state. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's group was already on their way towards the transmission array to travel back to the Vientiane world. Xiao Zhangyu glared in the direction of Huang Xiaolong as he sped off. Extreme hatred and killing intent roiled and filled inside his heart. Finally, it became so overwhelming that he couldn't bear it anymore, and he screamed his lungs out, like an angry wounded beast. "You dead punk! Xiao Zhangyu wants you dead. Die, 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 die. No. I want you to feel pain 1,000 times. 1,000,000 times worse than death." He shouted with every cell of his body, his voice shook the heavens. Xiao Zhangyu's deranged screams and shouts continued for a full hour, before they died down. This was a proof of his intense hatred and killing intent towards Huang Xiaolong. In fact, Changfang of 100 Tribulations faction had also screamed as maniacally as Xiao Zhangyu had done, with an equal amount of the surging killing intent. "Brother Zhangyu, what should we do now?" Roughly an hour later, Changfang asked Xiao Zhangyu through gritted teeth. Xiao Zhangyu inhaled deeply. "We return to Stone Buddha mainland first. Let that dead punk live a few more days while we send someone to check his identity. I want to know every single detail about him, including the 18 generations of his ancestors." Anger boiled inside his heart increasingly. The more he talked about this, "I want to squash everything of his to hell. Go!" Xiao Zhangyu did not want to delay any further. Both he and Changfang left in a whistling winds. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong's group was already out of the odious ghosts forest. A day later, they arrived at the Clear Spirit World Surfaces Transmission Array. During this time, Xiao family, Chun family, and Ma family's disciples' guards did not make things difficult for Huang Xiaolong's group. Dazzling lights burst out from the transmission array as it activated to send Huang Xiaolong's group to Void Sky World, after Huang Xiaolong paid the required Xinbi. Since it took 3 months to reach the Void Sky World, Huang Xiaolong was not idle inside the transmission array light tunnel. He took out Eidolon crystalline rocks and chaos spiritual pills and began refining them, entering cultivation. Although it would be difficult for Huang Xiaolong to break through to peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm before the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, he was confident that he could at least advance to late 7th Order Ancient God Realm by then. Huang Xiaolong had refined these chaos spiritual pills in the pill blending tower during his 1-year seclusion. He had used all of the chaos spiritual herbs and precious items from various treasuries and spatial rings into refining these chaos spiritual pills. However, Huang Xiaolong limited refining the chaos spiritual pills to 3 kinds, namely the Sky King Buddha Dragon Holy Pill, Dark Devil Sea Divine Pill, and 9th Layer Moon Tyrant Divine Pill. Cultivating after swallowing these 3 kinds of divine pills was beneficial in improving Huang Xiaolong's strength, true dragon physique, and also his soul. At least, these 3 kinds of chaos spiritual pills were the most effective before Huang Xiaolong broke through to Ancestor God Realm. Each time, he would take out 10 pellets of each kind of pills and consume them simultaneously. When Huang Xiaolong was done refining the chaos spiritual pills, he would then refine the Eidolon crystalline rocks for a day before swallowing 30 chaos spiritual pills once more. He kept repeating this whole process. 3 months later, when they arrived at the Void Sky City's transmission array, Huang Xiaolong had finally broken through to the late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. During this time, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's strength had recovered at an alarming speed, and he had reached the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm. The little cow's strength improvement was also obvious. Feng Er, Yi, Er, and San's strengths had also increased after Huang Xiaolong had given them 1 Eidolon crystalline rock and 10 chaos spiritual pills each. However, their improvements were not as significant and obvious as Huang Xiaolong, Su Baixing, and the Little Cow. This was mainly because it was impossible for high-level Ancestor God realm cultivators like Feng Er, Gue Yi, and others to see such a significant increase in their strength in as short as 1 or 2 years. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath as he stepped out from the Void Sky City's transmission array formation. He could sense the difference between the spiritual energy in Clear Spirit World and Void Sky World. Now that he was back in the Void Sky World, the next thing on his to-do list was to pick up the Yellow Springs magic robe. Naturally, this was something that he would never forget. Huang Xiaolong decided to stay in the Void Sky City for a day or two after getting the Yellow Springs magic robe, before continuing their journey back to the Vientiane world. With this decided, Huang Xiaolong led Su Baixing, Feng Er, and others straight to the Devil Prison Mountain. The Devil Prison Mountain still stood tall in the Void Sky City, enshrouded by shocking corrosive devil chi. More cultivators had come to try their luck this year, as compared to a year before. This has happened, especially after the news of treasures being discovered had spread to the different parts of this world. Thus, battles and killings had grown increasingly, as various sex experts had begun to rob and steal from other cultivators. Even the Ancestor God realm masters had fallen during these battles. Although most of them who had died were first and second order Ancestor God realm masters, the number of deaths was still alarming. The conversations of passing cultivators fell on Huang Xiaolong's ears. The Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasury has actually appeared in the Devil Prison Mountain. Yellow Springs Archdevil. Is it for real? How could the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasury appear in the Devil Prison Mountain? It's 100% correct information. I have also heard that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion virtual returning sect and Yama Gate's disciples have started killing each other for the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasures. But until now, none of them have been successful. Therefore, the three forces are going to send out a disciple each to compete and decide the owner of the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasures. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked when he heard that the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasury had been discovered. Then, did the Yellow Springs magic robe fall into the hands of one of the three forces? Master, don't worry. Even if they have discovered the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasury, they won't be able to open it without the key. The Void Devil Beast said. In a flash of light, he was holding a small axe in his paw. This axe was entirely black, and 2 words were inscribed its handle: Yellow Springs. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he stared at the black axe, and asked Su Baixing, "This is the key to the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure?" Su Baixing respectfully answered, "Yes," but barely a second had passed, when he grunted in pain. The Little Cow had knocked him on his head and reprimanded, "Why didn't you tell us earlier that you have the key to the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure?" Su Baixing clutched his head and muttered something under his breath. The Little Cow's eyes widened fiercely as she questioned, "What? Your courage has grown bigger now that your strength has increased, is it? Now, are you going to start swearing at me under your breath?" Su Baixing nearly jumped out of his skin at the Little Cow's soft but threatening voice. He smiled flatteringly in a fluster. Senior Golden Horned, Junior would never dare to do such a thing. Junior doesn't have the courage, A cow that was not even an Ancestor God realm was actually reprimanding a high-level magic beast. However, by now, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and others were no strangers to such scenes. After spending more than a year together, Feng Er and the others had witnessed the Little Cow's miracles, and had learned that the Little Cow was actually the reincarnation of a great chaos spiritual beast. Then again, even though the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure's key was in the possession of Su Baixing, Huang Xiaolong needed to reach the Devil Prison Mountain as soon as possible. Since the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure had been discovered, more and more experts from the surrounding world surfaces, perhaps even the super forces on world surfaces further away, would learn about it in no time. Once that were to happen, these powerful people would flood into the Devil Prison world. Huang Xiaolong strived to get the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure into his hands before these experts would arrive. Without further delay, Huang Xiaolong's group turned into a streak of light and headed towards the Devil Prison Mountain. The nearby experts merely felt a rush of powerful energy brushed past them, as Huang Xiaolong's group disappeared from the street, shocking them senseless for a second. A half-day later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Devil Prison Mountain. They stopped briefly in front of the Devil Prison Mountain before speeding inwards. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength and the toughness of his true dragon physique, he could sustain the corrosive devil qi. Not to mention, Su Baixing was also by his side. Wherever Su Baixing passed, the surrounding corrosive devil qi retreated, similar to the subjects who would retreat with respect after seeing their emperor who was out on an inspection. The Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road in the depths of the Devil Prison Mountain. Huang Xiaolong's group flew non-stop towards the Yellow Springs Road. While Huang Xiaolong's group rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road, a few people stood on a certain mountain peak, somewhere on the Yellow Springs Road. One of them was none other than the Short Blade Gate's elder Lin Bai, who had once wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Other than Lin Bai, there was one more Short Blade Gate's elder, and 2 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's elders. Elder Lin, is there really a Chaos in Spirit fruit on this Snake Mountain? Golden Phoenix Pavilion's elder, Sun Tong, asked Lin Bai. Chaos in Spirit fruit was a rare top-grade chaos spiritual herb. The benefits of consuming 1 Chaos in Spirit fruit was almost equivalent to several hundred years of hard work cultivating, which was shocking. Even the average Chaos spiritual pill's effects were far from comparable to the benefits brought by the Chaos in Spirit fruit. Lin Bai nodded. Although I'm not 100% certain, there is still 90% of certainty, as I learned this information from the Earth Ghost Devil, whom I had killed earlier. However, the Chaos in Spirit fruit is guarded by 2 Chaos spiritual beasts, called Soaring Snakes. These 2 Soaring Snakes are both at the peak early First Order Ancestor God realm strength. Hence, the 4 of us must cooperate to deal with them, Lin Bai said. This was the main reason he had contacted these 3 people. Their expressions turned serious at Lin Bai's explanation. A First Order Ancient God realm Soaring Snake strength was definitely comparable to a mid-First Order, or even a peak mid-First Order Ancestor God realm human cultivator's strength. Amongst the 4 of them, only 1 person was a mid-First Order Ancestor God realm, while the other 3 were between early First Order to peak early First Order Ancestor God realm. I will block one of the Soaring Snakes, whereas the other one will be handed to you too. In the meanwhile, Lin Bai will seize this opportunity to pick the In Spirit fruits. When all the fruits are picked, we'll leave at once. The mid-First Order Ancestor God realm Golden Phoenix Pavilion Elder assigned tasks to the group. Lin Bai and the other 2 nodded. No one had any objections to this plan. With Lin Bai leading the way, the 4 sped off in the direction of the Chaos in Spirit fruits. Chaos in Spirit fruits grow in a place with rich in energy. Soon, the 4 appeared on a certain part of the In Snake Mountain. The Chaos in Spirit fruit is right ahead. Lin Bai pointed at a cliff wall as he said to the rest of his group. All 4 of them concealed their presence entirely and slowly flew closer to the cliff wall. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group was gradually approaching the In Snake Mountain. The Yellow Springs Road is just beyond this mountain up ahead. Su Baixing informed Huang Xiaolong respectfully as he led the group at the very front. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Suddenly, they felt energy fluctuations of a battle, not far ahead of them. There are Ancestor God Realm Masters battling, at the In Snake Mountain, Su Baixing inferred. Xiaolong, should we go and take a look? The little cow said with her eyes shining with excitement. This cow? Huang Xiaolong smiled inwardly. Might as well check it out as it is not too far and it won't delay us. Thus, Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the battle on the In Snake Mountain. As they got closer, they saw the 2 battling sides. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's eyes narrowed. Ha! Xiaolong, didn't I say it? We should come over and take a look. What do you think? Do you feel like thanking me now? The little cow said to Huang Xiaolong. But her eyes never left Lin Bai as a playful smile appeared on her cow face. A cold light gleamed inside Huang Xiaolong's eyes the moment he saw Lin Bai. If he hadn't been so lucky as to have survived the last time, as he managed to escape death by falling into the blood-red sea, he and the little cow would have probably died. That's the Chaos in Spirit fruit. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing exclaimed loudly in shock. He stared feverishly at the dozen of spirit fruits hanging from the cliff wall in the distance. These fruits were exuding a dark green luster. Feng Air, Gui Air, and Guasen also showed rare ripples of desire, as they stared hungrily at the chaos spirit fruits. Only then did Huang Xiaolong and the little cow notice the chaos spiritual fruits hanging from the cliff wall. Haha! This cow's lucky. It's really the chaos spirit fruit. The little cow laughed in delight. At this time, Lin Bai, who was battling the soaring snake, had discovered Huang Xiaolong's group and was astonished. That kid is still alive? Brother Lin, you know these people? One of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's elder asked. A little over 2 years ago, this kid stole a lot of our Short Blade Gate's Eidolon crystalline rocks, and even killed a few of our Short Blade Gate's disciples. Later, when I chased after him, he fell into the blood-red sea. I thought he was dead, since he fell into the sea with heavy injuries. Who could have thought that this kid would be still alive? He suddenly looked at Huang Xiaolong in shock. But, at that time, this kid was just a mid-6th order ancient god realm. How is he already a late 7th order ancient god realm right now? Others were also shocked, as they heard to Lin Bai's last sentence. Brother Lin, that is impossible. How can he break through to late 7th order ancient god realm from mid-6th order ancient god realm in as short as 2 years' time? The other Short Blade Gate's elder said in astonishment. Who cares whether he is a 6th order or 7th? This kid really has a lot of Eidolon crystalline rocks on him, right? Golden Phoenix Pavilion's elder Suntong's gaze locked onto Huang Xiaolong with a burning greed in his eyes. The Eidolon crystalline rocks were just as precious as the chaos spirit fruit. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel funny watching Lin Bai and the others targeting him because of the Eidolon crystalline rocks in his possession. He signaled the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing with his eyes. Su Baixing answered by reaching out and clenched his claws in the air. Instantly, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's elder Suntong exploded to his death. Lin Bai was heavily injured by the explosion. He was thrown to Huang Xiaolong's feet while still vomiting blood. The two soaring snakes looked fearfully at Su Baixing. In a split second, both of them turned to flee, but Su Baixing captured and threw them at Huang Xiaolong's feet, with a grab and throw gesture with his hand. Lin Bai and these two soaring snakes were akin to babies who had just learned to crawl, against Su Baixing's strength. Lin Bai lifted his head as he struggled from the ground. There was fear, disbelief, and denial in his eyes as he looked at Su Baixing. This seemingly cute demonic beast was actually a mid-level Ancestor God Realm Master? Maybe even a high-level Ancestor God Realm Master. How is this possible? How could a high-level demonic beast be willing to serve a human master who is not an Ancestor God Realm Master? Kiddo, you didn't think this would come to pass when you were relentlessly trying to kill us, did you? The little cow's face split into a wide grin that showed off her sparkling white teeth. Lin Bai forced down his fear and said, I am an elder of Short Blade Gate. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape the Short Blade Gate's pursue. We have our sex experts everywhere on this Devil Prison Mountain. Not to mention, our Gate Chief and Vice Gate Chief are just nearby. The Yellow Springs Road was just ahead of them. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not doubt Lin Bai when he said that a lot of Short Blade Gate's experts as well as the Short Blade Gate's Chief and Vice Gate Chief were nearby. Then again, so what? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to order Su Baixing to kill Lin Bai, several sounds of whistling winds could be heard. 5 figures were flying towards them at an alarming speed, and reached Huang Xiaolong's group in a few breaths. Lin Bai couldn't hide the joy on his face as he saw these 5 people. He smiled in relief, as he thought that he had escaped death. The 5 people were none other than the Short Blade Gate's Grand Elders, as well as the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders. The strong energy fluctuations from when Su Baixing had killed the 3 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Elders had alarmed them. With the emergence of the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure, the Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's higher echelons had decided to form an alliance. Thus all of the experts from both forces were grouping together. As a result of this alliance, the Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders had appeared, alerted by the commotion. Grand Elder Wang Shao, Grand Elder Lin Chun. Lin Bai hastened to the two Short Blade Gates Grand Elders, and stood respectfully in front of them. Short Blade Gates Grand Elder Wang Xiao, Grand Elder Lin Chun, and the other three Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders were all inwardly shocked at Lin Bai's heavy injuries. Lin Bai, what's going on here? Lin Chun demanded sternly, while he was stared at Huang Xiaolong's group. Lin Bai lost his composure and half screamed, Elder Sun Tong and the others are dead. It's them. They killed Elder Sun Tong and the others, that black demonic beast. It was that demonic beast. He pointed shakily at Huang Xiaolong and the void devil beast Su Baixing. What? All five Grand Elders' eyes were wide in shock. Sun Tong is dead? Sun Tong was their Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head's personal disciple. But he had died, and on top of that he was killed by the people in front of them. That kid had stolen a lot of our Short Blade Gates Eidolon crystalline rocks, and had also killed our Short Blade Gates disciples almost 2 years ago. Today, he killed Sun Tong and the others for the Chaos Een Spirit Fruit. Lin Bai quickly added, Eidolon crystalline rocks, Chaos Een Spirit Fruits. Wang Xiao, Lin Chun, and the rest turned to look at the cliff wall in the distance. They could see a dozen dark green glowing Chaos Een Spirit Fruits, with greed shining in their eyes. But, Grand Elder Wang Xiao, that demonic beast's strength is not low. I'm afraid it's probably a high-level ancestor god realm. Lin Bu added at the end through voice transmission to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao's gaze swept over Su Baixing. He then sneered, It's merely a demonic beast that has just broken through to 7th Order ancestor god realm. The heavy stone in Lin Bai's chest disappeared at Wang Xiao's reply. Wang Xiao was a late 7th Order ancestor god realm master. His strength ranked second among all of Short Blade Gate's Grand Elders. Since Wang Xiao had claimed that the black demonic beast had just broken through to 7th Order ancestor god realm, then it must definitely be true. As Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others had concealed their strengths, they appeared no higher than mid-level ancestor god realm masters on the surface. Wang Xiao's gaze moved from Su Baixing and finally stopped on Huang Xiaolong as he spoke icily. The Short Blade Gate has existed for thousands of years. This is the first time someone had the guts to kill our Short Blade Gate's elder. You will soon know what the consequences are. Then he turned to the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's 3 Grand Elders and said, 3 brothers, I will kill that demonic beast, but I leave the rest of them to you 3. We'll deal with the boy later. What do you think? The 3 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders answered in unison, Sure. Wang Xiao stopped speaking and attacked first. In a split second, his palm had struck towards Su Baixing. This palm strike contained the full force of Wang Xiao's strength as he intended to kill Su Baixing in the shortest amount of time. In his opinion, as long as Su Baixing was out of the picture, then dealing with the rest would be easy. Short Blade Gate's Grand Elder Lin Chen extended his hand through the air, and a force from his hand entangled Huang Xiaolong and the little cow, while the 3 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders lunged towards Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others. Right at this time, Feng Er, who had been quiet for this whole time, suddenly raised her slender hand and pushed lightly in the air. The force from Lin Chen's hand that was aimed at capturing Huang Xiaolong and the little cow was forced back by a whelming power. Lin Chen couldn't even think to retaliate against this power. Lin Chen looked at Feng Er as he tracked the source of this overwhelming power, and his eyes widened in astonishment. In the next second, Lin Chen shrieked as he flew down like a broken kite. Lin Chen's shriek was so sudden and unexpected that Wang Xiao as well as the 3 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders turned to look, and saw a miserable Lin Chen embedded into the ground. Their faces turned sullen at this sight. Feng Er did not stop at that. Her wrist turned and her palm forced rushed towards Wang Xiao. At the same time, Gue Yi, Gue Er, and Gue Sen all simultaneously swung their fists at the 3 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders. In an instant, frigid ghost chi covered the sky above them, taking the shapes of ghost kings. Wang Xiao and the others' pupils contracted in fear as they were punched into the air, and soon they also ended up like Lin Chen, embedded in the ground. The tide had turned too quickly. Lin Bai turned woodenly to look at Wang Xiao and the other 4 grand elders who were half buried in the ground. A moment later, Lin Bai came to his senses, but coldness numbed his limbs. He quivered uncontrollably. Huang Xiaolong looked coldly at Lin Chun, then signaled the void devil beast Su Baixing. Su Baixing's palm slammed down. The ground shook from the impact as Lin Bai was flattened on the ground. But at this time, a figure flew out and as it tried to escape Huang Xiaolong's group. However, his strength was much weaker than Lin Bai's original strength, merely at the peak of late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Avatar! Huang Xiaolong and the others exclaimed in surprise. In general, rarely any Ancestor God Realms kept their avatars within their own main bodies. This was risky as the avatar could still survive, even if the main body was killed. For instance, Sun Tong and the others did not have their avatars within the main bodies when they were killed. Su Baixing instantly destroyed Lin Bai's avatar with a flick of his fingers. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong collected the dozen Chaos Yin Spirit fruits, as well as the spatial rings belonging to Lin Bai, Wang Xiao, Lin Chan, and the 3 Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders. Huang Xiaolong did not forget their godheads. Without bothering to clean up the scene, he sped off on the little cow, with Feng Er and the rest following behind them. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group had left the scene, space rippled as another powerful presence descended on it. They were the Short Blade Gate and Golden Phoenix Pavilion's experts. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group appeared at the beginning of a bloody road. Unknown beasts' blood flowed on this bloody road, and on the 2 edges of the bloody path was roiling yellow-colored water. This yellow-colored water could make any cultivator's heart palpitate, as a strong stench from this yellow water permeated the air. This was the Yellow Springs Road. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed solemnly. Is this really the Yellow Springs water? The little cow asked with a deep frown, as she looked at the running yellow-colored water on both sides of the road. She was doubtful whether this was the genuine Yellow Springs water. According to what she knew, the Yellow Springs water was one of Hell's spirit world's most horrifying things, and it could be seen rarely in the spirit world. How could the Yellow Springs water appear here in the Devil Prison Mountain? Not to mention, this Yellow Springs water actually gave her a very scary feeling. This Yellow Springs water is very scary? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow nodded heavily and said, yes. Forget ancient God Realm cultivators. Even high-level Ancestor God Realm masters would melt into nothing if they were to fall into the Yellow Springs water, and their godheads would be no exception to this. Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others' faces tightened nervously at the little cow's explanation, as the Yellow Springs water seemed to be terrible. Master, this Yellow Springs water is already terrible. Even more so, the further one travels on this Yellow Springs road, the more dangerous it gets, even for high-level Ancestor God Realm masters. Therefore, it's better that I go alone hereafter, and get the Yellow Springs Devil's treasure. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing said. Huang Xiaolong hesitated, then agreed. All right then. Feng Er, you accompany Su Baixing, and we will wait for you around here. If something happens, contact us with the communication talisman. Yes. Both Su Baixing and Feng Er acknowledged respectfully. They sped away after they saluted Huang Xiaolong. Hence, those who remained behind picked up a mountain nearby and dug a cave all the way until its belly. After laying a concealing formation at the entrance, they cultivated as they waited for Su Baixing and Feng Er to return. Inside the freshly dug cave, Huang Xiaolong took out one of the Chaos Yin Spirit fruits. Usually, it was considered more beneficial to consume the Chaos Yin Spirit fruit when refined into a Yin Spirit Divine pill, but at this moment, Huang Xiaolong didn't have that kind of luxury. The most important thing for him was to break through to Ancestor God Realm as soon as possible. Since his cultivation had increased in recent years, there was an urgency for Huang Xiaolong to break through to Ancestor God Realm. Moreover, almost 2,000 kinds of herbs and materials were needed for refining the Yin Spirit Divine pill. To top it off, Huang Xiaolong didn't have much time to collect all of these materials. Still, even on its own, the Chaos Yin Spirit fruit's medicinal energy was potent, and Huang Xiaolong was cautious about not swallowing too many of them at once. The moment he swallowed one Chaos Yin Spirit fruit, A purine energy flooded out from it and rushed to all corners of his body. Huang Xiaolong swiftly circulated his god force according to the grand mist parasitic medium, making every effort to absorb the Chaos-Yin spirit fruit's energy. He had also given one of the Chaos-Yin spirit fruits to the little cow, and she was refining the fruit not far from Huang Xiaolong, while Gui and the others were guarding near the entrance. Outside was deathly quiet. Dense, corrosive devil qi floated in the air. From time to time, there were sounds of whistling winds over the mountain. Most likely, these were ancestor god realm masters who were headed towards the Yellow Springs Road. In the blink of an eye, 1 month went by as they waited. In this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong had refined 3 Chaos-Yin spirit fruits. Although he was not able to advance to peak late 7th order ancient god realm, he was quite satisfied with the result of his cultivation, as he sensed the vigority of his god force. However, 1 month went by yet the void devil beast Su Baisheng and Feng Er had yet to return. Huang Xiaolong did not get any response when he tried to contact them through the communication talisman. This made him increasingly anxious. Another 10 days passed, as Huang Xiaolong refined another Chaos-Yin spirit fruit, and still there was no news from Su Baisheng or Feng Er. This made him restless to the point where he couldn't calm down to cultivate any longer. Did something happen to them? Huang Xiaolong looked at the dense corrosive devil qi as he stood at the cave's mouth. He finally decided to enter the Yellow Springs Road to find them. But suddenly, a terrifying energy rushed in their direction from the horizon. At Huang Xiaolong's current late 7th order ancient god realm strength, he felt a dangerous and destructive power, despite the distance between them. Only a battle between a 10th order ancestor god realm and above could produce such a destructive power. In a split second, Huang Xiaolong could judge that this destructive energy was coming from the Yellow Springs Road. Its sister Feng Er, Gui exclaimed with certainty as he sensed a familiar supple ghost god force. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. Something really happened. What to do? What to do? The question repeated in Huang Xiaolong's mind as he flew into the air. Xiaolong, don't act on impulse. The little cow chased after Huang Xiaolong and admonished. Even if it is Feng Er, that doesn't mean something bad has happened to her. With her strength, there are only a handful of people in Void Sky World who are capable of injuring her. She can extricate herself, even if her opponent is the Short Blade Gate's chief or the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head. Huang Xiaolong stopped and calmed down. Also, given the strength of her opponent, it would be useless if we go over there. The little cow added. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply. There was a deep, harrowing feeling of helplessness inside his heart. Strength. His cultivation time was too short when compared to others, and his strength was too lacking. Perhaps, he had little to no opponents amongst the younger generation in the neighboring world surfaces based on his current strength, but against older generation cultivators like the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head, his strength was far from being enough. Give him 100 years. 100 years. He believed that within 100 years he could reach the heights of the Shao family's ancestor, Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head, and the likes. Maybe he could even surpass them. Huang Xiaolong could suddenly feel a sake from his communication talisman. He quickly took it out, and his divine sense swept inside. He then said to the little cow, "We're leaving the Devil Prison Mountain." With that, he leaped onto the little cow's back. Leave the Devil Prison Mountain? The little cow was surprised, but did not hesitate. She disappeared in a streak of purple lightning with Huang Xiaolong on her back, and headed straight to the outer edge of Devil Prison Mountain. Gui Er, and Gui San were right behind them. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong and the others had left the Devil Prison Mountain. But he did not leave the Void Sky World. Instead, he headed to the remote residence that he had purchased prior to leaving for the Clear Spirit World. Earlier, he had received a message from the Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng that he and Feng Er would find a chance to escape from the Devil Prison Mountain, and then meet up with Huang Xiaolong and the others. Huang Xiaolong could only force himself to wait patiently inside the remote residence. Fortunately, this time, Feng Er and Su Baisheng did not make him wait for long. After seeing that both of them had returned safely, Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief inwardly. "Are you both all right?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing grinned. Fortunately Feng Er was there with me, or I really would have died on the Yellow Springs Road. Then Su Baixing and Feng Er recounted that they had ran into the Yama Gate's gate chief when they were at the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. Even though they had managed to escape, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing had suffered 2 sword cuts. But luckily, he was not injured too heavily. Despite this, Su Baixing gritted his teeth hatefully and complained at the mention of the 2 sword cuts. His granny, "Wait a few years after my strength recovers. I'll come and flip his Yama Gate's chief upside down." But the little cow's hoof greeted Su Baixing's head. "You can say this again after a few years. Where's the Yellow Spring Archdevil's treasure?" A light flashed from Feng Er's hand as she took out a fist-sized black cube that was exuding shocking death chi and devil chi. "Manor Lord, this is the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure." Feng Er respectfully presented the black cube to Huang Xiaolong with both hands. Huang Xiaolong was beyond delighted. Earlier when Su Baixing had said that they had run into the Yama Gate's gate chief, he had naturally assumed that the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure was gone. But Feng Er and Su Baixing had succeeded in getting it. Huang Xiaolong took the black cube from Feng Er's hand. Feng Er and Su Baixing had said that this black cube was the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. Who would have thought that this ordinary black stone was the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure that various forces were desperately fighting for? If he hadn't heard this from Feng Er and Su Baixing's mouth, he would have never been able to guess this. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huang Xiaolong channeled his god force into the black stone, opening the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. Immediately, an overwhelming and violent death chi and devil chi rushed out from the black stone. But Huang Xiaolong was prepared for this. He soon suppressed the death chi and devil chi with his supreme god force along with assistance from Feng Er and the others. The moment the black cube opened, it revealed the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure, and an alarming devilish gray light exuding death chi soared to the sky and dispersed in all the 4 directions, regardless of the formation around the residence that Huang Xiaolong had arranged previously. Huang Xiaolong and everyone else were stupefied for a second due to this gray devilish light. Subsequently, a magic robe with brimming devil chi flew out from the black cube's space. The magic robe was entirely covered with thousands and thousands of magic symbols that formed the outline of a giant devil. The giant devil on this robe held an axe in his hand, with glowing scarlet eyes, and exuded a pressure of an archdevil. "This is the Yellow Springs magic robe? Such startling devil chi." Huang Xiaolong was inwardly astounded. Yellow Springs, that brat, has quite the forging talent. Even though Yellow Springs' magic robe cannot be compared to the 6 great devil steels, it's not far from them. But it's a pity that... The little cow's words trailed off as she shook her head. "Pity what?" Huang Xiaolong urged. The little cow explained. "Pity that this Yellow Springs magic robe is damaged. Thus its power is greatly reduced. In the past, when the Yellow Springs magic robe had appeared, its death chi could cover 10,000 li and more. It is no exaggeration to say that its death chi could reach several world surfaces. Those under the area of the Yellow Springs magic robe's death chi would be trapped within. And even if the Yellow Springs magic robe was retrieved and put into this treasure box, people who were trapped by its power won't be able to escape its influence regardless of how strong they are." This information astonished everyone. The Yellow Springs magic robe, even though it was less than 2 meters long, could actually cover several world surfaces to exert its power over them. How big was several world surfaces? This had exceeded their scope of imagination. Huang Xiaolong's breathing quickened slightly. Then, is there a way to repair this Yellow Springs magic robe? The problem was, he couldn't any damages on the Yellow Springs magic robe at all. The little cow rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaolong. "Do you think this Yellow Springs magic robe is the same as the pill-blending tower, that you can repair it by collecting a few chaos spiritual liquids and some chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones? This Yellow Springs magic robe is forged from the devil world and hell's most and frigid materials. You must find these things if you want to repair it." Purple lightning crackled from the little cow's golden horns as she explained, and landed on the Yellow Springs magic robe. "It needs at least 500 kinds of element and cold element materials from the devil world. Not to mention after you've found these materials, you need the devil holy water to fuse them, which can only be found at the devil world's holy land. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded at the little cow's description. In the end, he nodded his head listlessly. At least 500 kinds of element materials? Although the little cow did not say it explicitly, Huang Xiaolong estimated that it was almost impossible to find more than 500 kinds of element materials in the divine world. On the other hand, it was purely a fantasy to enter the devil world's holy land to get the devil holy water. Despite their great strength, even Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor would perish, even before reaching the devil world's holy land. Taking this into consideration, Huang Xiaolong's chances of reaching the devil world's holy land were completely out of the question. Huang Xiaolong kept the Yellow Springs magic robe away, as he does not plan to refine it in that moment. More than a few experts in the Void Sky City were alerted by the striking gray light in the sky earlier, when the Yellow Springs magic robe had unfolded. Therefore, it was urgent for Huang Xiaolong's group to exit the Void Sky City. He wasn't too stoked to check the other treasures inside the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure at that moment. Could wait. Huang Xiaolong's group hurried out from the residence immediately. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong's group was flying in the vast space. Huang Xiaolong stopped briefly as he turned to look at the Void Sky world. Then he sped off again, leading Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others. Based on their current speed, Huang Xiaolong estimated that they could reach the Vientiane world in a month and a half. Thus, there was ample amount of time and he was not in a hurry. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong's group stopped on a small planet to rest. He selected a small forest to descend. Guei and the others spread out in different directions to keep a watch, whereas Huang Xiaolong took out the black cube. He took his time going through the treasures inside this cube. The more he saw, the brighter his eyes shone. Crimson water fruit, double-hearted 9-yang grass, wind dragon leaf, phoenix in the cloud divine armor, low-grade chaos spiritual artifact, furious ghost halbier, blood ghost twin blades, soul's blood river pill, life-reversing soul devourer green corpse powder. Huang Xiaolong looked at one item after another. There were stalks of chaos spiritual herbs, chaos spiritual artifacts, chaos spiritual pills, and ancient poisons. His hand holding the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure quivered with excitement. Su Baisheng and Feng Er's eyeballs nearly fell off to the ground as they listened to Huang Xiaolong's exclamations. Even the little cow couldn't move her eyes away from the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. Other than these chaos spiritual herbs, chaos spiritual artifacts, and chaos spiritual pills, Huang Xiaolong spotted several piles of magic spirit stones. Grade 7 was the lowest grade among the piles of magic spirit stones. There were grade 8, grade 9, and even grade 10. Grade 10 magic spirit stones. Unfortunately, he did not see the legendary chaos spirit stones. Even though Huang Xiaolong had not seen the Vientiane World Fortune Gate branch's treasury, he was certain that the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure was richer by a lot. Something's not right. How could there be this less amount of things? All of a sudden, the little cow exclaimed. Her voice was too sudden in the quiet forest that others jumped in fright. But as Huang Xiaolong thought of the Yellow Springs Archdevil's status and identity, he too felt that the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure was a bit small. Reasonably, there should be more treasures. Could it be that this treasure left behind by the Yellow Springs Archdevil's disciple or grand disciple? Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng guessed. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Su Baisheng's guess was a possibility. Then again, whether it was the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure or his disciples or his grand disciples was not important anymore. He gripped the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure black cube in his hand. These chaos spiritual herbs and chaos spiritual pills were sufficient for his cultivation to rise again in a short period of time. With that decided, Huang Xiaolong did not push onwards to return to the Vientiane world, but remained on the small planet and began refining the Yellow Springs magic robe. Although the Yellow Springs magic robe had suffered damages, it didn't make it any easier to refine it. Despite having Feng Er, Guei, Su Baisheng, and others helping him on the side, It took him half a month to successfully refine the Yellow Springs magic robe. Huang Xiaolong draped the Yellow Springs magic robe over his shoulders and circulated his god force. Thick devil chi flowed out from the robe immediately and enshrouded him. Under the robe's devil chi, Huang Xiaolong's figure flickered in and out. Currently, even a peak late 10th Order ancient god realm master could manage to break through the devil chi defenses of the Yellow Springs magic robe. Only after refining the Yellow Springs magic robe's damages did Huang Xiaolong realize how severe they were. If it was an intact robe, the Yellow Springs magic robe's devil chi could have devoured all the lives within 1 million li radius under his god force activation. Whereas now, the devil chi was merely enough to protect him. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head with satisfaction after testing the Yellow Springs magic robe's power. Even though the Yellow Springs magic robe had some severe damages, it was still more useful than the mid-grade chaos spiritual artifact Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell in certain aspects. The Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell protected, enhanced and nourished his soul, but it was unable to attack. Whereas, the Yellow Springs magic robe could both attack and defend. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong could even activate the robe's death chi to attack his enemies. Devil chi of Yellow Springs was one of the most powerful devil chi in the devil world. Therefore, one could imagine its terror. In addition to this, Huang Xiaolong could also escape with the help of the Yellow Springs magic robe. The Yellow Springs magic robe coupled with his space concealment ability would make it hard even for a peak early First Order Ancestor God Realm Master to kill him. For example, the Short Blade Gates Elder Lin Bai. Huang Xiaolong's group stayed another day on the small planet, and then continued on their journey to the Vientiane world. The rest of the journey was calm and smooth. Since Huang Xiaolong continued cultivating as they traveled, their entire journey took them 2 months to reach the Vientiane world. However, Huang Xiaolong's first destination was not the Fortune Gate. Instead, he detoured to the Barbarian God sect. But when he reached the Barbarian God mountain range, he saw devastation and ruins. Not only the Barbarian God sect's grand defensive formation was shattered, but Barbarian God sect's ancestor Lu Zhua and Barbarian God sect's chief Guling were laden with heavy injuries. Who was it? Huang Xiaolong asked. His face darkened gloomily. Lu Zhua and Guling stood respectfully in front of Huang Xiaolong, but neither of them knew how to answer his question. In truth, even they couldn't tell how many enemies had attacked the Barbarian God sect, nor their strengths, or even how they looked like. 1,000 li radius devil cloud had suddenly appeared above the Barbarian God mountain range 3 months ago. The enemies were hidden in the cloud and attacked the Barbarian God sect, shattering the grand defensive formation almost instantly. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling estimated that the enemies were at least 8th Order to 10th Order ancient God realm masters. They even suspected there to be late 10th Order, and even peak late 10th Order ancient God realm masters amongst the enemies. However, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling were both baffled as to why their enemy had spared the two of them. Based on the enemy's strength, it was simply too easy for their enemies to kill them, if they wanted them dead. Was their purpose to show might? But to whom? Huang Xiaolong. In the whole Vientiane world, any forces knew that Huang Xiaolong originated from Barbarian God sect. On top of that, they also knew that the Barbarian God sect and many neighboring islands' forces had submitted to Huang Xiaolong. Furthermore, this catastrophe hadn't simply ended with the Barbarian God sect, but the Great Whale sect, Elephant Genesis sect, the Dralian Islands Golden Dragon Gate, Berserk Lion sect, and other islands' forces related to Huang Xiaolong were also attacked. More than half of the Great Whale sect, Elephant Genesis sect, Golden Dragon Gate, Berserk Lion sect's Grand Elders and Elders had died in the attacks. Unlike Luo Zhua and Gu Ling that were left alive, the Great Whale sect's chief was blasted to his death on the spot. Huang Xiaolong's face darkened with killing intent after listening to Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's report. Who is the other side? The Dragon Origin sect or the Twin Cities sect? Maybe it was the Wangu clan. He did not forget to suspect the Sea Tribe's Gua family as well. Huang Xiaolong's gaze grew increasingly frosty. You too, come here. The little cow ordered Lu Zhua and Gu Ling. Both of them stiffened for a moment, but then they respectfully came to a stop in front of the little cow. Purple lightning crackled from the little cow's golden horns. In the next moment, Lu Jue and Gu Ling were enveloped by a layer of purple lightning. Through the purple lightning's force, the little cow could easily access Lu Jue and Gu Ling's memories. She could see the attack on the barbarian god sect, and see exactly every other detail of what the two of them had seen. A while later, the little cow retrieved her purple lightning and said solemnly, "Although the other side had concealed themselves well, I was able to recognize the kind of god force they were using. It was the Blood Imperial God Force from cultivating a devil cultivation technique named Blood Imperial Devil Art." Blood Imperial Devil Art? Huang Xiaolong looked at her with confusion in his eyes. He searched through his memories, but came up with nothing. As far as he knew, there weren't any forces that cultivated this kind of devil art in the Vientiane world. Manor Lord, on the Scarlet Hole world, a lot of disciples from the Blood Imperial sect cultivate this devil art. Feng Er said. Oh. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. The Scarlet One world? The Scarlet One world was one of Vientiane world's neighbors. But he had never been to the Scarlet One world, therefore it was impossible for any forces from the Scarlet One world to harbor any hatred towards Huang Xiaolong. Maybe someone hired them to do so, Feng Er added, seeing the confusion in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The Blood Imperial sect is very mysterious and resembles a killer organization. They accept bounties from other forces to annihilate their enemies. Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation. Spread the news that I've returned. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong said to Lu Jue. Lu Jue blanked for a moment, but soon figured out Huang Xiaolong's intention. He respectfully acknowledged and sped off. You're planning to use yourself as a bait to lure them out? The little cow asked, however, it sounded more like a statement. Huang Xiaolong nodded. What if they don't make a move? The little cow asked with a frown. We'll stay here for 5 days. After that, we'll return to the Fortune mainland. Huang Xiaolong answered after some thought. There were still 4 months until the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Therefore, staying with the barbarian god sect for 5 days didn't delay them or affect their schedule. Soon, the news of Huang Xiaolong's return to Vientiane world and his visit to the barbarian god sect spread like wildfire. However, the first day passed peacefully. In the blink of an eye, the second day and the third day went by. The fourth day finally arrived. Huang Xiaolong was practicing his sword skill in one of the barbarian god sect's many courtyards, when a clear, loud alarm resonated across the barbarian god mountain range. This meant that the enemies were attacking. A sneer curved up Huang Xiaolong's mouth when he heard the alarm. It seemed like the other side couldn't sit still anymore. The little cow was lying lazily on the ground. She jumped up spiritedly and grinned. You cannot rob my prey. Huang Xiaolong smiled and agreed. Sure. All the ancestor god realm masters are yours. The little cow was stupefied by Huang Xiaolong's answer. Huang Xiaolong laughed and flew away without waiting for the little cow. When Huang Xiaolong and the little cow stopped in high air, they saw an enormous devil cloud moving towards the barbarian god sect. In an instant, the devil cloud was already on their opposite side. Huang Xiaolong had not expected his enemies to directly attack the moment the devil cloud was stopped. Several blood palms attacked, with tails of roiling devil chi, headed straight at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Clearly, the other side was aiming to kill Huang Xiaolong in one strike. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Almost simultaneously, he and the little cow retaliated with their own attacks. The Yellow Spring's magic robe unfolded behind Huang Xiaolong. Thick devil chi spread out and devoured the other side's blood palms and devil chi. In a split second, the Yellow Spring's magic robe's devil chi and the little cow's purple lightning blasted up the enormous devil cloud and revealed 2 figures hidden behind it. Huang Xiaolong extended 2 fingers, and with a swish, 2 rays of sword chi shot out and pierced into the 2 men's chest. This time, the little cow's purple lightning attack arrived half a beat slower. The 2 figures plummeted to the ground, and Huang Xiaolong appeared above them in a flicker. He looked at them with a cold, emotionless gaze. His 2 enemies were clad in blood-colored armors, and both were mid-10th order ancient god realms. It was very likely that they were the elites amongst the Blood Imperial sect's core disciples. The two blood imperial sect's disciples got up from the ground. Fear and disbelief were written all over their faces as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. From the information they had gotten, Huang Xiaolong was only a 5th-order ancient god realm at most. He was definitely not above 6th-order ancient god realm. But Huang Xiaolong was actually a late 7th-order ancient god realm. Not to mention his terrifying battle prowess. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong injured both of these 10th-order ancient god realm masters. "You are Huang Xiaolong," the two blood imperial sect's disciples blurted out in unison. What could they do? Huang Xiaolong's strength had far exceeded their expectations, and this was making them suspicious. They had to feel suspicious. The little cow interrupted with a wicked chuckle and said, "Of course he's not Huang Xiaolong." The two blood imperial sect's disciples were stunned, and then they visibly heaved a sigh of relief. As they had expected, this young man was not Huang Xiaolong. On second thought, the investigation that they had conducted could not possibly have any error. But before they could feel relief, the little cow was already in front of the two disciples, and she kicked them with a swift motion of her legs as she said, "He's your Uncle Huang." Two figures flew backwards like cooked shrimps, shattering several thick ancient trees as they fell back. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow slowly approached the two blood imperial sect's disciples. Once again. Some time passed before the two blood imperial sect's disciples managed to struggle up from the ground. They were utterly shocked and horrified as they looked at the little cow. If they still hadn't realized that the black-haired young man in front of them was actually Huang Xiaolong, then they needed to bang their heads on a tree and go straight to hell. "Speak! Who hired you?" Huang Xiaolong demanded as he stopped in front of the two disciples. His face was cold and indifferent. One of them snorted coldly and threatened in return. "Huang Xiaolong, we are disciples of Scarlet One World's Blood Imperial Sect. Even the Void Sky World's Golden Phoenix Pavilion or Yama Gates do not dare to offend the Blood Imperial Sect. You'd do better to let us go right now." The Blood Imperial Sect was mysterious and unpredictable, and well-versed in assassination technique. Therefore, the Blood Imperial Sect was a great headache for many super forces in the surrounding neighboring world surfaces, and due to this, even the Golden Phoenix Pavilion or Yama Gates would not clash with the Blood Imperial Sect if they could. Thus, this Blood Imperial Sect's disciple was not bluffing. But it was unfortunate for these two Blood Imperial Sect's disciples that the person standing in front of them was Huang Xiaolong, instead a Golden Phoenix Pavilion or Yama Gates disciple. Huang Xiaolong's fist punched, directly shattered the Blood Imperial Sect disciple's chest. His fingers unclenched into a palm, slashing across the disciple's head like a blade. The disciple's head fell off his shoulders and rolled far away on the ground. The disciple's eyes were wide open, as if he did not believe this was how he was about to die. Huang Xiaolong then coldly turned to the other Blood Imperial Sect's disciple. By this point, the Blood Imperial Sect's disciple was deathly pale due to fear. Not many could stay calm when death was staring at you in the eyes. I'll say. As he saw that Huang Xiaolong was looking at him, his throat felt parched, and his words came out scratchy. "No need," Huang Xiaolong said coldly. "No need." When the Blood Imperial Sect's disciple reacted, he was held up by his neck. Huang Xiaolong then quickly scoured the memories of the Blood Imperial Sect's disciple. He then casually flicked his fingers and a ray of sword chi flew out and penetrated through the forehead of the Blood Imperial Sect's disciple. "The Sea Tribe's Gua family." Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth as cold gleams of light flickered across his eyes. From the disciple's scoured memories, Huang Xiaolong had learned that the party who had hired the assassins was none other than the Sea Tribe's Gua family. However, the one who had hired them was not Guogang, but Guogang's father, Guojin, one of 5 10,000 Elephant Mountain city castellans. Guojin. Although he didn't know whether this was Guojin's own intention or the entire Gua family's intention, though this was not important for Huang Xiaolong at that moment. After he would finish conquering the Vientiane world's human forces, the first one on his extermination list would be the Sea Tribe's Gua family. He picked up the two Blood Imperial Sect disciples' spatial rings with a wave of his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, 2 streams of azure dragon divine fire fell on the 2 bodies, incinerating them to ashes. Early the next day, Huang Xiaolong's group left the Green Cloud Island. However, he had Guisan stationed at the Barbarian God Sect to guard the Barbarian God Sect. This was as a precaution in case Gua family hired the Blood Imperial Sect to attack again in the future. It was 10 days later when Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the Fortune mainland. Huang Xiaolong sighed inwardly as he stood on the Fortune mainland once more. The journey to the clear spirit world seemed like a dream now. When he had first left the Fortune mainland, it had never crossed his mind that not only he would get the Chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones, and be able to repair the pill-blending tower, but also would become the new Ghost Manor's lord, and obtain the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. More importantly, his cultivation had broken through to late 7th Order ancient god realm. Even though he didn't have the slightest confidence to battle the Sea Tribe's #1 genius Feng Yingying 5 years ago, today he was looking forward to the battle with more confidence. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong appeared at Grand Elder Li Chaoxing's cultivation palace. Since he had successfully refined the reverse incarnation pill, he went looking for Yao Qi the moment he returned to the Fortune Gate to cure her heart devil blood curse. But Huang Xiaolong ended up disappointed. Li Chaoxing informed Huang Xiaolong that Yao Qi had taken up a task and was outside of the Fortune Gate for the past 4 to 5 months. Li Chaoxing wasn't certain when she would return. Just as Huang Xiaolong turned around to leave, a disciple ran inside flustered, as he exclaimed to Li Chaoxing, "Master, junior sister Yao Qi's in trouble." In trouble. Huang Xiaolong and Li Chaoxing both jumped up from their seats. What happened? Li Chaoxing asked anxiously. On the way back from completing their task, junior sister Yao Qi's group was attacked by the Sea Tribes. Although junior sister Yao Qi's group managed to escape, all of them were injured. Also, senior sister Chun Feng was killed. The disciple did not dare to hide anything, and informed all the details in as few sentences as possible. Li Chaoxing's face sank. He turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, "Brother Huang, we will go take a look together." Huang Xiaolong's eyes were frosty as he nodded at Li Chaoxing. When Huang Xiaolong and Li Chaoxing arrived at the main hall, they saw Yao Qi and several Fortune Gate's female disciples lying injured on warm jade beds. Their breaths were extremely weak. Space rippled, and Huang Xiaolong had arrived at Yao Qi's side almost instantaneously. Pain stabbed at his heart as he looked at Yao Qi's pale face. Huang Xiaolong gently opened Yao Qi's mouth as he took out a Chaos Spiritual Vitality Sacred Pill and fed it to Yao Qi. He circulated his God Force to help Yao Qi refine the Vitality Sacred Pill's medicinal energy, while healing her injuries and nourishing her body. A while later, Yao Qi's pale face regained some color. Seeing this result, Huang Xiaolong's shoulders relaxed as he stopped circulating his God Force. He took out a few more of the Vitality Sacred Pill and gave them to the other injured disciples. The disciple with the comparatively lightest injuries were the first to wake up. Was it the Sea Tribe's Gua family? Huang Xiaolong asked a female disciple. The female disciple knew Huang Xiaolong, hence, she did not hesitate and replied to him respectfully. This disciple is not sure, but it was mainly the Blue Lion tribe, Nine-Headed Bird tribe, and the Skywings tribe. Li Chaoxing spoke. Others might not be aware of this, but I know that the Blue Lion tribe, Nine-Headed Bird tribe, and Skywings tribe are all forces under the Sea Tribe's Gua family. No doubt it is the Gua family. He looked at Huang Xiaolong. Brother Huang, how did you know it would be the Sea Tribe's Gua family? Huang Xiaolong explained. During the last 4 mainland's new disciples' battle at the Golden Wheel City, there was a conflict between me and Gua Gang. He then briefly informed Li Chaoxing that the Gua family had hired the Blood Imperial Sect to attack the Barbarian God Sect, Golden Dragon Gate, and others. Blood Imperial Sect. Li Chaoxing exclaimed in shock at Huang Xiaolong's information. Then his expression became solemn as he cautioned Huang Xiaolong. Brother Huang, if it is the Blood Imperial Sect, you must be careful. It's best you report this matter to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Huang Xiaolong nodded as his gaze turned icy for a second. Blood Imperial Sect? They better know when to retreat, or else. Even with Huang Xiaolong's Vitality Sacred Pill, It took Yao Qi 2 days to regain her consciousness. When she saw a blurry figure of Huang Xiaolong upon slightly opening her eyes, she mumbled softly, "Xiaolong, am I dreaming?" Pain stung Huang Xiaolong's heart as he watched Yao Qi's feebleness. He held her small hand tightly as he reassured her gently, "You're not dreaming." Tears moistened Yao Qi's eyes as she could feel the warmth of Huang Xiaolong's hand clasped around her hand. His words were reassuring as he told her that she was not dreaming and he was with her in person. Yao Qi said with moist eyes, "Xiaolong, when we were attacked on the way back, I really thought that I was going to die. At that time, I was scared that I won't be able to see you anymore." Huang Xiaolong tightly embraced her for a long time without saying anything. "That won't happen. As long as I don't permit it, you won't die. No one could harm you." Killing intent surged out from his body at the thought of Sea Tribe's Gua family. Sea Tribe's Gua family. Yao Qi stayed quietly in Huang Xiaolong's arms. A while later, Yao Qi raised her head to look at Huang Xiaolong and asked, "Xiaolong, did you find the Chaos 5-colored heaven refining stones in the clear spirit world?" A smile bloomed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he said, "I found it. Moreover, I also repaired the pill blending tower successfully. And see, what do I have here?" He took out a Chaos spiritual pill and showed it to Yao Qi. "The reverse incarnation pill?" Yao Qi guessed correctly, seeing the aureate Chaos spiritual pill in Huang Xiaolong's palm. Huang Xiaolong nodded heavily as his smile widened. "It's the reverse incarnation pill." Tears trickled down Yao Qi's face. She tightened her arms around Huang Xiaolong's waist. She knew very well how difficult and dangerous it had been for Huang Xiaolong to refine this. He had to face innumerable dangers and take life-threatening risks, while exerting lots of time and effort over several years as he collected all the ingredients for refining reverse incarnation pill. Once, Huang Xiaolong had even gone to one of the sea tribes punishing Heaven City all by himself, just to search for one of the herbs that was needed to refine the reverse incarnation pill. This time as well, Huang Xiaolong had gone all the way to Clear Spirit World to find the Chaos 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, in order to repair the pill blending tower so that it could refine the reverse incarnation pill. All these thoughts raced through Yao Qi's mind in a short amount of time, and her tears soaked through Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. When Huang Xiaolong saw that Yao Qi had turned into a rain woman, he was at a loss as to how to comfort her. When Yao Qi still continued crying after a while, he said, "Little Yao Yao, don't cry anymore. Okay?" Yao Qi puffed in laughter at Huang Xiaolong's words like blooming petals after the rain. She put on a serious tone. "Who's called Little Yao Yao?" "Your little Long Long." Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly and admitted, "I'm Little Long Long. Okay now? Little Long Long?" Yao Qi was dumbfounded for a second. Then she let out a peal of laughter that shook her voluptuous bosom, bedazzling Huang Xiaolong's world. "Where are you looking at?" Yao Qi soon noticed there was something wrong with Huang Xiaolong's gaze, and she blushed as she lightly pushed him away. Huang Xiaolong smiled sheepishly as he moved closer to Yao Qi's ear and said something. Immediately, her ears turned red all the way down to her neck. Huang Xiaolong had breathed one sentence into her ear, reminding her that she had promised to give herself to him whenever he would cure her heart devil blood curse. Yao Qi suddenly laughed in vengeance, seeing the smugness in his eyes. "I did say that, but I never specified that I would give it to you the moment you cured me." Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Yao Qi covered her lips and giggled happily as she watched Huang Xiaolong's smugness wither away like green veggies. "Silly goose," she whispered into Huang Xiaolong's ears like a siren, saying, "Don't leave tonight." Her voice was so low that it sounded like a mosquito. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment, then hot blood rushed to his groin. Don't leave tonight? He would have lived his life in vain so far, if he couldn't hear the implication of that sentence. That night, Huang Xiaolong did not leave Yao Qi's cultivation palace. Not only that night, he was there for 3 consecutive nights. On the morning of the 4th day, Li Chaoxing came knocking on Yao Qi's cultivation palace due to Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestors' order to smack Huang Xiaolong back to the Divine Fortune Kingdom. Huang Xiaolong realized that it was time to go, as he saw Li Chaoxing rigidly standing in front of him. There was no other option but to leave for the Divine Fortune Kingdom. Otherwise, his two masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, might just come over to pick him by themselves. Yao Qi was as red as a tomato, standing a step behind Huang Xiaolong. She did not dare to look her master Li Chaoxing. Inwardly, Li Chaoxing gave Huang Xiaolong a thumbs-up of admiration. Huang Xiaolong left Yao Qi's cultivation palace and returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Before he left, Huang Xiaolong had given Yao Qi a big batch of chaos spiritual pills, that even Li Chaoxing was green with envy. But Huang Xiaolong soon gave Li Chaoxing a batch of chaos spiritual pills as well, and Li Chaoxing, despite being a Fortune Gate Grand Elder, quivered with excitement. As Zhu Yi's permission was required for Feng Heir, Gue Yi, and Gue Heir to enter into the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Huang Xiaolong temporarily arranged them at the Myriad Gods Manor in the Fortune City. In the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Huang Xiaolong headed to the Thousand Spirit Mountain on the Little Cow, and arrived at the Assembly Shrine a while later. He glanced at the blood-eye devil steel that was as quiet as ever on the terrace, and a light glimmered in his eyes. My cultivation is getting closer and closer to breaking through to Ancestor God Realm. As long as he breaks through to Ancestor God Realm, he would be able to refine this blood-eye devil steel. Once he would complete refining the upper half of the blood-eye devil steel, he would then find the lower half to complete the steel. At that time, his strength would have risen significantly. A while later, Huang Xiaolong was standing in front of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Blood Knife Ancestor pointed at Huang Xiaolong the moment he saw him and half reprimanded. "Are these two old men at all in your heart? You have returned many days ago, but stayed at your woman's place for this entire time, while leaving us worried about you." A warm feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's heart, even though Blood Knife Ancestor was scolding him. Huang Xiaolong took out 2 boxes with a smile and said, "This disciple is at fault for it. This time going to the clear spirit world, disciple had gotten some good stuff, and these are gifts for masters." Golden Brow Ancestor smiled warmly. "Our disciple knows how to be filial to his masters, not bad." He and Blood Knife both received the boxes from Huang Xiaolong, but neither were very much concerned about the good stuff that their disciple had mentioned. Based on their identities and statuses, they had a lot of good stuff. But when they opened the boxes in their hands, both were astounded. These Fortune Gate ancestors were shaking with excitement, like trees blown by a hurricane. GG Grade 10 Spirit SS Stones. It's ranked 8th on the 10 Wonder Fruits of Heaven and Earth. The 7-colored metal fiend fruit. And this? Is this Eidolon crystalline rock? The 2 old masters shook even harder. Each item they had taken out from the box was a priceless treasure, and each one of them was something that they had dreamed for a long time. "Xiaolong, these are too precious." A little while later, Golden Brow Ancestor said as he managed to rein in his excitement. "Moreover, you need these things more than we do, given your current cultivation." Blood Knife Ancestor's excitement receded slightly after hearing Golden Brow Ancestor's words. He agreed with Golden Brow. "That's right, you need this metal fiend fruit, and Eidolon crystalline rocks to raise your strength more than we do." Huang Xiaolong smiled as he reassured them, "Masters, don't worry, disciple still has a lot of these items." Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor exchanged a glance, then accepted Huang Xiaolong's gifts. "Wait, you? Late 7th Order Ancient God Realm." Suddenly, Golden Brow Ancestor stared at Huang Xiaolong fixedly, as if he had just discovered something unbelievable. His expression was full of shock. Blood Knife Ancestor also scrutinized Huang Xiaolong, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Their disciple, Huang Xiaolong, had actually broken through to late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. How is this possible? Before Huang Xiaolong had left Fortune Mainland, he was still in early 5th Order Ancient God Realm, right? How long had it been? Looking at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's astounded faces, Huang Xiaolong gave a wry smile inwardly. "Looks like I have a lot of explaining to do." Therefore, Huang Xiaolong briefly recounted the highlights of his journey to the clear spirit world from the past few years. For example, finding the 7-colored metal fiend fruit at the Devil Prison Mountain, and the Eidolon crystalline rocks. He also mentioned the void devil beast Su Baisheng, and also the events at the Clear Spirit World's Ghost Manor, where he took the crystal ball test. He told them that he had passed the test and has now become the new Ghost Manor Lord. Huang Xiaolong told Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor about everything, except the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. It was not because he didn't trust his masters, but because he believed that the less people knew about it, the better it was. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor sighed in envy more than once, as they heard Huang Xiaolong recount his journey to the Clear Spirit World. Of course, they were happy for Huang Xiaolong, but his journey sounded very interesting that it made them a bit envious. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong finished his story, and a sigh sounded from Golden Brow Ancestor. Your luck is really heaven-defying to the extreme. Then again, great fortune is also a kind of talent. We're happy that you can have such adventures. Blood Knife Ancestor grinned. Your good luck has exceeded our imagination. It seems like you'd be able to break through to Ancestor God Realm within 1,000 years. Both old men felt comforted by the progress of their disciple. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. 1,000 years? Inwardly, he shook his head wryly. On further thought, he could understand that 1,000 years was still an astounding cultivation speed for breaking through to Ancestor God Realm from Elite 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor couldn't be blamed for feeling comforted as they thought of this. Huang Xiaolong knew that his two masters would laugh until their tummies ached if he told them his actual plan of breaking through to a high-level Ancestor God Realm within 100 years. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not say anything. Xiaolong will depart to the Sea Tribe City in 2 months. In the meantime, stay in your Cosmos Palace and cultivate diligently, and strive to raise your strength further. Blood Knife Ancestor said. Although you've broken through to late 7th Order Ancient God Realm, there is still a gap in strength, when compared to the Guo family's Guojun. We have obtained certain information that Guojun broke through to the 10th Order Ancient God Realm more than a decade back. Even though Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the late 7th Order Ancient God Realm, which had greatly astounded Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, in their eyes, Huang Xiaolong's current strength was still several miles behind Guojun's. Despite Huang Xiaolong's extraordinary battle prowess, both of them believed it was impossible for him to defeat someone that had broken through to 10th Order Ancient God Realm more than a decade ago. Not forgetting there was an even more outstanding Sea Tribe's genius Feng Yingying. Huang Xiaolong smiled helplessly at Blood Knife Ancestor's worry. All right, I know. Two masters, please rest assured. I promise to cultivate diligently for the next 2 months. Already a 10th Order Ancient God Realm master more than a decade ago. Although this Guojun surprised Huang Xiaolong, he did not put Guojun in his eyes. Still, you do not need to feel depressed about this. Your overall cultivation time is shorter than Guojun's, therefore, it is normal that there is a gap between the two of your levels in strength. Based on your current late 7th Order Ancient God Realm, I guess you can battle the average late 9th Order Ancient God Realm, or even peak late 9th Order Ancient God Realm masters. Blood Knife Ancestor went on. So, you can still battle Guojun, and exchanging 100 moves with him will not be a problem. Huang Xiaolong smiled and said, Second Master, don't you worry. When the time comes, I will last 100 moves. Golden Brow Ancestor said. You have this confidence, so we're reassured. After a while, Huang Xiaolong bid farewell to his two masters and returned to his Cosmos Palace. There was a softness in Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's eyes, as they watched Huang Xiaolong's back when he left because they felt comforted and satisfied with their disciple. It has only been 10 years, this kid has already broken through to late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Blood Knife Ancestor sighed. Even now, he could not believe it. Huang Xiaolong had only been a fortune gate for a decade. A decade ago, he hadn't even broken through to Ancient God Realm, yet he had already advanced to the late 7th Order Ancient God Realm in 10 years. This cultivation speed made Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's liver quivered in astonishment. Golden Brow Ancestor suddenly said, Maybe this kid doesn't need 1,000 years to reach the Ancestor God Realm. Maybe he could do it in 400 to 500 years. Blood Knife Ancestor was shocked by this comment, however. He nodded in agreement a second later. Even though it was hard to believe it, It seemed like Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed could actually make this a possibility. However, with Xiaolong's current strength, he won't be a match against Guojun and Feng Yingying during the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Blood Knife Ancestor said. There was undisguised worry in his tone. A sharp light glinted in Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes. I hope that the sea tribes are tactful enough as not to cross the line, or I will teach them a lesson that my disciple is not someone they can bully as they like. While his two masters were contemplating as to how Huang Xiaolong would fare at the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, Huang Xiaolong headed back to his Cosmos Palace. On the way, he passed by Li Lu's brimming snow palace and went over to see her. However, her place was quiet and empty. Li Lu had yet to return. Huang Xiaolong could only head back to Cosmos Palace and enter seclusion. Every night, Huang Xiaolong would swallow 30 chaos spiritual pills refined by the pill-blending tower. Whether it was the Sky King Buddha Dragon Holy Pills, or Dark Devil Sea Divine Pills, or Ninth Layer Moon Tyrant Divine Pills, or other chaos spiritual pills from the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure. While he cultivated, the 4 divine fire spirits, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise devoured the chaos spiritual energy falling from the void. Coupled with the medicinal energy from 30 chaos spiritual pills, the speed of his 3 supreme godheads to absorb energy had increased once again. On the other hand, the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell rained pure moon essence and nourished his soul. When dawn would arrive, Huang Xiaolong would switch to tempering his true dragon physique with the Eidolon rocks. At times, he would practice his sword skills in the morning. At other times, he would alternate between practicing with Golden Brow Ancestor's Metal Domain Cannon or Blood Knife Ancestor's Blood Knife technique. During this time, he also reforged the godly MT Shumi and Phaseless Divine Boat with Eidolon crystalline rocks and also the Ancestor God's Buddha bones he had bought from the Stone Buddha City, thus greatly improving their power and durability. Due to time constraints, Huang Xiaolong didn't manage to reforge his mulberry sword and other artifacts. Alas, he could only wait until the God of the Sea ceremony ends. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. Under the effects of 30 chaos spiritual pills per night, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose at a startling rate. Although he hadn't yet advanced to the peak late 7th Order Ancient God realm, nonetheless he was much closer to advancing, and not to forget his physical body's sturdiness after repeatedly tempering it using the Eidolon crystalline rocks. On this day, as Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his Cosmos Palace, he saw the little cow sunbasking on the roof, while crunching on a golden phoenix pavilion Grand Elder's godhead. From time to time, she would tilt her head as if enjoying some beautiful scenery. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's presence, the little cow got up and stretched lazily, then walked to Huang Xiaolong's side with her tail swinging, and exclaimed, "The sun is finally out." Huang Xiaolong looked at the sun high in the sun, then at the little cow. He kicked the little cow and scolded, "The sun has been out for long. Come on, we are headed to the assembly shrine." A while later, the two of them reached the assembly shrine. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi also arrived subsequently. Since Black Ice Ancestor had taken Li Lu to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, neither of them were there. But, other than the ancestors and Fortune Gate Chief, Wang Wei and Zhu Feng were also present. A few years had passed since Huang Xiaolong had last seen Wang Wei. It looked like Wang Wei had grown stronger. On the other hand, Zhu Feng didn't seem to have changed much. Was it? When Huang Xiaolong stepped into the assembly shrine's hall, all eyes fell on him. There were feelings of a fleeting complex in Wang Wei and Zhu Feng's eyes as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even though both had concealed their true feelings well, a trace of surprise still showed on their faces. 2 months ago, the news of Huang Xiaolong's return from the clear spirit world had spread like a wildfire. Along with that, everyone had also heard about Huang Xiaolong's astonishing advancement with regards to his cultivation, as he had broken through to late 7th Order Ancient God realm. This had shocked the Fortune Gate's higher echelons, disciples, and even the various forces on Fortune mainland. Huang Xiaolong was still a mid-4th Order Ancient God realm disciple during the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle. That was less than 5 years ago. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had actually broken through again and again, and now he was already a high-level Ancient God Realm Master at late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. How was this possible? Late 7th Order Ancient God Realm in less than 5 years. Wang Wei and Zhu Feng had thought to themselves, so did Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and also the Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi. Huang Xiaolong calmly saluted his 2 masters and others upon arriving at the hall, despite other people's shocked and complicated gazes. Sky Sword Ancestor sighed enviously at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Frankly speaking, I'm really envious of you 2 brothers for having a disciple like Xiaolong. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor chuckled proudly. I've already said, we don't mind at all if you're willing to pass your legacy to Xiaolong. Golden Brow Ancestor said with a wide smile. Lightning Hammer Ancestor interjected. I say, Old Sword, no matter what, you've already accepted 2 disciples. If you feel envious, what about me who doesn't have even 1 disciple? If Xiaolong's godhead were of lightning element, I surely would have passed on my legacy to him. Blood Knife Ancestor smiled. Looks like our darling disciple. Little Long Long is very popular. Everyone could hear smugness in his tone. Goosebumps ran down Huang Xiaolong's back when he heard Blood Knife Ancestor called him Little Long Long. The Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi smiled faintly as he said, it never crossed anyone's mind that Xiaolong could break through to late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Xiaolong talent and great fortune are our Fortune Gate's blessings. In God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, he will surely raise our Fortune Gate's prestige. Zhu Feng agreed loudly. Father is right. With junior brother Huang's talent and strength, he's bound to defeat all the Sea Tribes' so-called geniuses during this trip to the Sea Tribes. In my opinion, even the Sea Tribes' genius Feng Yingying is not a match against junior brother Huang. Even less so the Guo family's Guo Jun. The entire hall fell into silence at Zhu Feng's words. Everyone present knew that the Sea Tribe's #1 genius Feng Yingying was at least a mid-10th Order Ancient God Realm, perhaps even a late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. It was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to defeat Feng Yingying at his current strength. Zhu Feng's words carried a taste of sarcasm. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and Myriad Flames Ancestor were all frowning. Even Zhu Yi glared at Zhu Feng with dissatisfaction for a second. In Zhu Yi's opinion, his son Zhu Feng was just too brash. Wang Wei simply stood where he was, expressionless as if everything was unrelated to him. All right, let's set off now. Ancestors, what do you think? Zhu Yi courteously asked Golden Brow Ancestor and others to break the heavy silence. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the other ancestors nodded. Zhu Yi was the Fortune Gate's chief after all. It is not appropriate that they reprimanded Zhu Feng in front of him. Thus, every walked out of the Assembly Shrine's hall, and then flew towards the Fortune Divine Kingdom's exit. This time, Fortune Gate's chief Zhu Yi was personally leading the group to the Sea Tribe's God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, instead of Golden Brow Ancestor. Other than Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor Wang Wei, and Zhu Feng were joining the group that was setting off to the Sea Tribes. Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and Myriad Flames Ancestor were going to oversee the sex affairs during this time. After they exited the Fortune Divine Kingdom, the group flew straight to the Fortune City's transmission array non-stop and transferred all the way. Several days later, they arrived at the Hua Prefecture City. The group rested for a day in Hua Prefecture City, journeyed onwards the next day, and arrived on Wu Island. Only Wu Island's transmission array could connect to other islands in the Sea Tribe's region of the Endless Sea. In truth, Huang Xiaolong wanted to see Luo Yunjie when he was at the Fortune Gate, but Luo Yunjie had gone to experience the outside world. Hence, Huang Xiaolong had no other choice but to wait until the end of the God of the Sea ceremony in order to meet Luo Yunjie. Once he was back in Fortune Gate. As there were Zhu Yi, Zhu Feng, and Wang Wei in the group, it was inconvenient for Huang Xiaolong to bring along Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er. Thus he had asked them to stay behind at the Myriad Gods Manor. The group stayed for a day on Wu Island. Huang Xiaolong took this time to pay a visit to Meng Yuan, the head supervisor of Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. Now that the pill blending tower was repaired, He needed to procure a great amount of various herbs and materials to get a stable supply of chaos spiritual pills to support his cultivation. Although there were quite a lot of chaos spiritual herbs within the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure, Huang Xiaolong needed other supporting materials to refine these chaos spiritual herbs into pills. For example, refining the reverse incarnation pill required more than 1,000 kinds of ingredients. Only the golden radiant needle mushroom, blue flaming heart fruit, 9 petals spiritual lightning lotus, deep sea crystal, and enigmatic yang thistle were chaos spiritual herbs. Head supervisor of Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall Meng Yuan was agape when he saw Huang Xiaolong's long list of herbs and other things. Each item on his list was a rare material. Brother Huang, are you sure you want to buy all the herbs and other materials listed here? Meng Yuan swallowed audibly and added, 100 of each item? Although Meng Yuan was unable to accurately add up the cost of 100 copies of every item on the list, he was certain that it would be exorbitant. 30 trillion? Or 40 trillion? Perhaps even more than that. I'm certain, Huang Xiaolong answered calmly. He had already expected such a reaction from Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan looked at Huang Xiaolong. When he saw that he was serious, a radiant smile bloomed over his face. Brother Huang, please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to pick up the things on the list right away and send them over to you. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Meng Yuan hastened away. He returned sometime later with a spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring was open, revealing piles and piles of herbs within it. Brother Huang, inside the spatial ring are all the herbs and elixirs that you need. He showed a trace of embarrassment as he said, however, we only have around 7,000 kinds of herb elixirs in there, and not all of them are in a quantity of 100. He had compiled a list of the items and the quantities that were in stock at the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. Huang Xiaolong swept over the list from Meng Yuan and frowned subconsciously. Only 7,000 kinds? Then he won't be able to refine a few kinds of chaos spiritual pills, not to mention one of them was the chaos spiritual pill that he wanted to refine the most as well as the chaos spiritual pill that he needed the most. The chaos spiritual pill was named Soul-Strengthening Heavenly Fire Divine Pill. This chaos spiritual pill was used to nourish the soul. Even though he has the moon jade heavenly spiral shell to nourish and strengthen his soul, it was not enough. But, Brother Huang, don't worry. I'll order the remaining 2,000 or so kinds of herbs and elixirs. If they are available, I will have them sent here. Meng Yuan said hurriedly as he noticed the frown on Huang Xiaolong's face. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. This was one method. However, he did not plan to rely on the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall entirely, as he decided to make a trip to check the trading houses in Void Sky World. After paying a little over 30 trillion Shinbi, Huang Xiaolong left the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall and headed back to accommodation for the Fortune Gates group. However, when Huang Xiaolong left, Zhu Feng slowly stepped out from the inner hall. He watched Huang Xiaolong with doubt in his eyes. Why is Huang Xiaolong buying such a large volume of herbs? After a while, Zhu Feng left the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall. Not long after he had left, Wang Wei stepped out from the darkness. Similar to Zhu Feng, Wang Wei was also curious to know why Huang Xiaolong had bought so many herbs. Does he want to refine chaos spiritual pills? Or is he running an errand for Golden Brow and Blood Knife? There was sullenness in his eyes, as he had to applaud Huang Xiaolong's resilient life. Not only had Wang Wei ordered the Void Sky World's Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Yama Gate's disciples to kill Huang Xiaolong, but he had also tasked Ma family's disciples in Clear Spirit World to kill him. Yet, Huang Xiaolong had returned to Fortune Gate unharmed, and his cultivation had actually risen at a startling speed. However, I don't believe that his life will be so resilient in this trip to the Sea Tribe. Huang Xiaolong, the Sea Tribe's Sea God City would be your burial place. Wang Wei's figure disappeared. However, his cold voice lingered into the air. After returning to the accommodation arranged for the Fortune Gates group, Huang Xiaolong divided the herbs and other materials in the privacy of his room, before feeding them into the pill-blending tower. He replenished 10,000 pieces of Grade 6 Spirit Stones into the tower's grand formation. After that, he threw the pill-blending tower into the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure space and let it refine the chaos spiritual pills on its own. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the room and started cultivating the grand mist parasitic medium. The 4 divine fire spirits greedily devoured the gray chaos spiritual energy falling from the void. The Fortune Gates group stopped and rested occasionally as they traveled onwards. 1 month later, they arrived at the Sea Tribe's Sea God City. The Sea God City was the Sea Tribe's sacred land, and only Sea Tribe's prominent families' core disciples and ancestor God Realm masters could reside there. When Huang Xiaolong, Golden Brow Ancestor, and the others arrived at the Sea God City, Grand Elder Guoshi of the Sea God Temple welcomed them as the Sea God City's representative. Guoshi was also the current Guo family's patriarch, and also Guojun's biological father. The Sea Tribe's Sea God Temple had 12 Grand Elders, and they were also the Sea Tribe's 12 great families' current patriarchs. Guoshi was full of smiles when he saw Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Zhu Yi as he greeted them. Welcome Gate Chief Zhu, welcome Senior Golden Brow, and Senior Blood Knife. It is our honor that the 2 seniors came to participate in our Sea Tribe's God of the Sea ceremony. Zhu Yi smiled in return. Patriarch Guo is polite. We were obliged to come after receiving the Sea Tribe's invitation. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor also exchanged perfunctory greetings with Guoshi. Guoshi's gaze swept over the rest of the Fortune Gates group and finally stopped on Huang Xiaolong. He sighed as if in appreciation. This one here should be young warrior Huang, am I right? Indeed a dragon amongst men. According to what I know, young warrior Huang has only entered the Fortune Gate for a decade or so, yet he has advanced until the late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. I have to say, this kind of talent is only a handful in the entire divine world. Guoshi went on enthusiastically about Huang Xiaolong, as if he was not able to see Wang Wei or Zhu Feng amongst the group. Patriarch Guo is praising me, but my little bit of talent is extremely lacking compared to Patriarch Guo's son. Guoshi chuckled happily, waving his hand. He then turned to Zhu Yi and said, "That kid is not worthy of any mention compared to Feng Yingying." More perfunctory words were exchanged before Guoshi led the Fortune Gates group to their accommodations that were arranged for them. A short while later, they arrived in front of a remote residence located on one of the most quiet streets in Sea God City. Huang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled slightly as he looked at the rundown courtyard in front of them. Is this the accommodation the Sea Tribes has arranged for them? As expected, Guoshi pointed at the rundown courtyard in front of them as he explained, "My apologies, Gate Chief Zhu. Other residences and courtyards in Sea God City are completely full. Therefore, I hope you won't mind and will make do with this accommodation." Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor's faces turned ugly. Even Wang Wei and Zhu Feng's anger was obvious from their faces. The Sea Tribe had actually arranged such a lousy accommodation for them. This run-down courtyard's walls were old and crumbly, and it was more of a place that commoners would use. Were they equivalent to commoners in the Sea Tribe's eyes? Guoshi carried on as if he hadn't noticed the angry expressions on everyone's faces. Senior Golden Brow and Senior Blood Knife, please understand our difficulty. It was not easy for us to allocate this place to all of you. Not easy for us to allocate this place. Did Guoshi's tone indicate that if it weren't for the Sea Tribe, the Fortune Gates group wouldn't have had a place to stay at all, and they would have ended up sleeping on the streets like beggars instead? Even Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor were angered, despite having a steady temperament because they had lived for more than 10,000 years. The Sea Tribe was crossing the line. Huang Xiaolong glanced in Guoshi's direction and saw a phony smile on his face. The courtyard is not bad. Golden Brow Ancestor calmed down and commented indifferently, "My thanks to the Sea Tribe's hospitality. If Patriarch Guo visits our Fortune mainland, we will surely allocate a very big courtyard for you." A very big courtyard? Guoshi chuckled. "I thank Senior Golden Brow Ancestor. This junior will take his leave for now. I will arrange my Guo family's disciples to guard nearby. If 2 seniors were to need anything, please have any of them forward your request to me. I hope Gate Chief Zhu finds his stay equally pleasurable. In a month's time, on the day of the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, I will send someone to lead Gate Chief Zhu and others. Send someone to lead them, and not Patriarch Gua coming himself. This made everyone's face turned ugly once again. And what did Guasher mean by Gua family's disciples would be guarding nearby? Did that blatantly mean that they would keep a watch on them? Guasher lightly cupped his fists at Zhui, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor, before he turned and left. But the two disciples who were accompanying him stayed behind and stood guard in the distance. The little cow looked at Guasher's back and said, "I really want to throw cow dung all over his face." She said it loud enough that it reached the two Gua family disciples' ears. The two disciples' faces sank immediately. But Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. "How is it enough just to throw cow dung at his face?" The little cow snickered. "Throw all over him. Turn him into a shitman." The two Gua family's disciples were enraged by this comment, and they were close to attacking the little cow. But even before they had barely taken a step, they were knocked into the air. Blood Knife Ancestor smiled as he looked at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. "Well said. Guasher is a shitman, full of shit." Everyone laughed loudly. A while later, the group stepped into the courtyard. Although the courtyard was run down, it was big and spacious and had lots of rooms. Huang Xiaolong picked a room and entered it to cultivate. Inside a certain residence within the Sea God City, Guagang sneered after he listened to his subordinate's report about Huang Xiaolong's arrival in Sea God City. "Huang Xiaolong, you're finally here. I vow that this time I will welcome you warmly by making you comfortable from head to toe." "Young lord, it won't be easy to harm Huang Xiaolong, as he is being accompanied by Golden Brow and Blood Knife," one of Guagang's subordinates said, and further added, "Moreover, I have heard that Huang Xiaolong has already broke through to late 7th Order Ancient God Realm." Guagang snickered. "I know that, but during the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, even the two old farts won't be able to save Huang Xiaolong. In a while, I am visiting Big Brother Guojun to request him to help me cripple Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong is merely a late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Therefore, Big Brother Guojun only needs to move his little finger to squash him to death." The subordinate smiled flatteringly at Guagang. "With young Lord Guojun handling Huang Xiaolong, there is naturally no problem." Guagang nodded proudly and went on, "No genius from the younger generation is worthy of being Big Brother Guojun's opponent in the Sea Tribes, or this entire Vientiane world. Big Brother Guojun has already reached the 10th stage of Silver Whale Scripture, not to mention, his cultivation realm has advanced to mid-10th Order Ancient God Realm, or maybe even higher." Guagang's subordinate suddenly said, "Young lord, I have heard that Feng Yingying has inherited the ancient sea god's bloodline. Is that true?" After saying this, he shivered uncontrollably. Inherited the ancient sea god's bloodline. As one of the Sea Tribe disciples, they all knew what that represented. Once Feng Yingying truly merges with the sea god's bloodline, she will be the Sea Tribe, new sea god. The Sea God was the existence that stood above the whole Sea Tribe as their supreme leader. Feng Yingying would then also become the head of the Sea God Temple. All of 12 Sea Tribes' prominent families would be obliged to obey Feng Yingying's orders. Guagang looked frostily at the subordinate. "Don't go inquiring about things that you shouldn't know, or one day, or you might lose your life." Coldness gripped the subordinate's heart, as he hastily acknowledged with a terrified yes. Feng Yingying is going to be Big Brother Guojun's woman sooner or later, Guagang said confidently. Only Big Brother Guojun is worthy of her in this whole Vientiane world. If Feng Yingying really possesses the sea god's bloodline, then he could get her in essence energy after dual cultivating with her. This will help him to finally reach the 12th stage of the Silver Whale Scripture, thus enabling him to break through to Ancestor God Realm. When that happens, our Gua family will rule the Sea Tribe. Once our Gua family unifies the Sea Tribe, the next target will be the whole of the Vientiane world. As Guagang said this, the smile on his face deepened, along with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The first one to be annihilated will be the Fortune Gate. As the days passed by, it got closer to the day of the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, and excitement and liveliness spread across the Sea Tribe's cities. Huang Xiaolong did not step out of his room and cultivated for the remainder of the time before the god of the sea grand ceremony. In truth, he was too lazy to go out. But he still knew what was happening outside, as he could hear the conversations between the Guo family's disciple patrols. Wangu clan's Wangu Zi, as well as the dark elf tribes Yu Wuxin, had also arrived in Sea God City. Not only that, the Sea Tribe had also invited the Void Sky World's Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Yama Gates, Virtual Returning Cult, Short Blade Gate, and also some other super forces from neighboring world surfaces, including the Scarlet One World's Blood Imperial Sect, and Black Region World's Fortune Gate Branch. Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Short Blade Gate, Yama Gates, Blood Imperial Sect, and Black Region World's Fortune Gate Branch. Huang Xiaolong sneered under his breath as he heard these familiar names. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head, and that Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 genius disciple Lin Ji had arrived. I wonder if Wang Yu would come here too? A fleeting killing intent appeared in Huang Xiaolong's heart, as the thought crossed his mind. Since the Sea Tribe had also invited the Black Region World's Fortune Gate Branch, he thought that it was very likely for Wang Yu to attend the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Not to forget Sun Yi. Perhaps Wang Yu knew Sun Yi's whereabouts in the divine world. Huang Xiaolong certainly had to kill Wang Yu and Sun Yi, especially Sun Yi, not to mention the main body of mysterious Fang Chu. Huang Xiaolong was not worried about Wang Yu and Sun Yi, but he was a little concerned about Fang Chu's main body. Every time he thought of Fang Chu, he would get a strong sense of uneasiness. In the blink of an eye, the month came and went. Perhaps it was Huang Xiaolong's diligence, or may the large number of chaos spiritual pills that he had consumed, or even the 4 divine fires' gray chaos spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong broke through to peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm 6 days before the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. It was an unexpected delight for Huang Xiaolong. As his cultivation advanced, so did the defenses and power of his true dragon physique. Huang Xiaolong had continued tempering his body with the Eidolon crystalline rocks throughout this whole time. The amount of Eidolon crystalline rocks he had obtained at the Devil Prison Mountain was sufficient to support a few years of his cultivation. On this day, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his room, as he desired to go out for a stroll. Huang Xiaolong saw the little cow lying on the ground as we walked to the yard. She was lazily crunching on an ancestor god realm master's godhead. Since the void devil beast Su Baixing had not followed Huang Xiaolong to the sea god city, the little cow was a little lonely by herself. Even though she saw Huang Xiaolong, she still continued lying down lazily and without much spirit as she basked in the sun. Huang Xiaolong gave her a kick and stated, "The sun has come out." But the little cow said with disinterest, "That sun has been out for a long time, and still doesn't seem to want to stand up. Let's go." Huang Xiaolong gave her another kick, slightly harder. "Where?" The little cow still hadn't come around. "Where do you think?" "Of course out. For a stroll." Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes at the little cow, then turned and walked straight in the direction of the gates. The little cow blanked out for a second, but then in a split second, she swooshed out like a streak of lightning while screaming, "Here I come!" The loud, enthusiastic voice sounded like a waiter in an inn attending to customers. "Only now do I notice that you have potential to become a restaurant waiter." Huang Xiaolong laughed. The little cow chuckled sheepishly. "Really? Then you open a restaurant and become a boss, while I'll be your restaurant's waiter." Huang Xiaolong laughed as he imagined himself opening up a restaurant and having the little cow shuffling back and forth with her but swaying all over the place. "Forget it. If you become my waiter, there definitely won't be any business." The little cow curled her lips in protest. "My charm is very big. I really did not see that," Huang Xiaolong said as he surveyed the little cow from top to bottom. The two talked and joked as they walked out of the courtyard and on the streets of Sea God City. Compared to a month ago, there were more people in the city, and it was livelier outside. There were pedestrians walking up and down the wide streets, and the air was full of excitement. While Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were casually strolling on a street, Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gates disciples were strolling casually towards them from the opposite direction. At the very front of the group were Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 genius disciple Li Ji, accompanied by his younger sister Li Ting and Wang Yu. Younger brother, I have heard that Feng Yingying is not only the Sea Tribe's #1 genius, but she's also the #1 beauty. More importantly, she has no companion yet. Li Ting said to Li Ji. That's right. Our senior brother Li Ji is an unparalleled talent. Even that Sea Tribe's Guojun cannot be compared to our senior brother Li Ji. Senior brother Li Ji is the only one worthy of Feng Yingying. One of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples said. Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gates disciples began flattering Li Ji. Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, Wang Yu's steps halted as he stared fixedly at a figure not far away from them. There was shock and astonishment in his eyes. As Huang Xiaolong was not in disguise, Wang Yu had recognized him right away. This was his nemesis from the lower realm. The rest of Wang Yu's group turned to look because of Wang Yu's sudden exclamation. A Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple spoke. Huang Xiaolong? The #1 genius of the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch, is that him? I have heard that even Wangu clan's genius Wangu Zi lost to him. What? He is a disciple of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. Wang Yu was shocked when he learned this information. Wang Yu had an inkling of Huang Xiaolong's talent when he was still in the lower realm. Thus, he was not too surprised when he heard that Huang Xiaolong had defeated Wangu clan's Wangu Zi. But what shocked him the most was the fact that Huang Xiaolong was a disciple of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. This was because Huang Xiaolong and the Fortune Gate had been mortal enemies when Huang Xiaolong was in the lower realm. Li Ji spoke. I have heard about Huang Xiaolong. He is the current champion of the Vientiane World's 4 mainlands new disciples battle, and on top of that, he is the personal disciple of Fortune Gate's Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestors. Moreover, it seems like he also has quite an unbelievable luck, because he was able to find a source of Grand Mist aura. And he also possesses the true dragon physique. The current champion of the Vientiane World's 4 mainlands new disciples battle, and a personal disciple of Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor from the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. Grand Mist aura. These sentences sounded like thunderclaps in Wang Yu's mind. Then what is his strength now? Wang Yu asked with great curiosity. According to the rumors, he currently is a late 7th Order ancient god realm. Li Ji answered with a cold glint in his eyes. What? Late 7th Order ancient god realm? Wang Yu shrieked. Wang Yu was certain that Huang Xiaolong had ascended to the divine world much later than him. He had experienced many fortuitous adventures in the years following his ascension to the divine world, and he even had guidance from the ancestors from Black Region World's Fortune Gate. Yet his cultivation was only at early 4th Order ancient god realm, but on the other hand, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the late 7th Order ancient god realm. I have heard that Huang Xiaolong has been a part of the Fortune Gate only for a decade. On top of that, when he first came to the Fortune Gate 10 years ago, he was merely a peak late 10th Order heavenly god realm and hadn't even breakthrough to ancient god realm. A Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple added with a complicated expression. What? He broke through several cultivation orders from peak late 10th Order heavenly god realm to late 7th Order ancient god realm in 10 years? This is a joke, right? That's impossible. That's right. Absolutely impossible. Quite a few of Golden Phoenix Pavilion disciples were shaking their heads with disbelief on their faces. Li Ting smiled demurely as she spoke her opinion. I think all these rumors are fabricated by the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. I don't believe that Huang Xiaolong's talent is so high. Li Ji nodded in agreement. Huang Xiaolong's godhead is merely a high emperor rank 5 elements godhead, with the rank of 548. Even though he could be considered talented, it is impossible for me to believe that he has broken through to late 7th Order ancient god realm from peak late 10th Order heavenly god realm in just 10 years, and it's even more impossible that he was able to find the Grand Mist aura. Whereas Li Ji had a top emperor rank 100 bones godhead, ranked 161. Not to mention, he had been cultivating for 300 years, but was only a 7th Order ancient god realm at this point. Even if the Grand Mist aura really offered unbelievable wonders, Li Ji didn't believe that it could help Huang Xiaolong break through so many cultivation orders in a short span of 10 years. Wang Yu stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. His gaze grew increasingly cold and sullen. No matter what, Huang Xiaolong must die. Based on Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed, Wang Yu estimated that Huang Xiaolong could probably break through to Ancestor God realm in a few hundred years, and that would make it difficult for him to kill Huang Xiaolong then. What's wrong? There is hatred between you and Huang Xiaolong. Li Ji asked Wang Yu when he sensed the killing intent coming from him. Wang Yu explained, in the lower realm, Huang Xiaolong and I were mortal enemies. Wang Yu conveniently omitted telling them the part where he had been able to escape the divine world only because of Huang Xiaolong. The rest of the group couldn't believe their ears. It would be troublesome to kill Huang Xiaolong in the Sea God City. Li Ji's eyes glimmered as he weighed the possibility, and went on slowly. Moreover, his masters, Golden Brow and Blood Knife, are also present here. According to the pavilion head, Golden Brow's strength is unfathomable. We cannot kill him, but we can definitely humiliate him, Li Ting stated gloomily. Wang Yu nodded in agreement as his eyes locked onto Huang Xiaolong in the distance. His mouth arched into a sinister smile as he strode towards him. The Black Region World's Fortune Gate's high-level ancient God Realm disciples followed behind him. Li Ji, Li Ting, and other Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples also strode towards Huang Xiaolong. In the distance, Huang Xiaolong was selecting some spiritual items harvested from the sea at a stall located on the street. Huang Xiaolong sneered as he sensed Wang Yu's group walking towards him. In truth, he had noticed Wang Yu and Li Ji long back. When the little cow sensed Wang Yu's group coming towards them, she smiled, revealing sparkling white teeth. Soon, Wang Yu's group was surrounding Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Huang Xiaolong still continued to select items from the stall, despite the intruders standing right behind him. A cold light gleamed in Wang Yu's eyes as he felt ignored, and he barked, "Huang Xiaolong!" Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder. When he saw Wang Yu, he blurted out, "You Wang Yu!" There was just the right amount of shock on his face. Wang Yu chuckled at Huang Xiaolong's shocked expression. "Huang Xiaolong, it is unexpected that you've already ascended to the divine world, and even became a disciple of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. I have also heard that the Vientiane World's genius Wanguzi from the Wangu clan is no match against you. You really surprise me." Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the people at Wang Yu's side, including Li Ji. He then spoke coldly, "Wang Yu, did you run all the way to the divine world because you were scared that I'd come looking for you? And these people, are they your friends?" Wang Yu was outraged and embarrassed because Huang Xiaolong just exposed the fact that he had fled to the divine world in the past to avoid him. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Bullshit. In the lower realm, I was the Fortune Gate's chief and one of the top masters of a galaxy. How could I flee to the divine world because of an insignificant and unknown character like you?" Wang Yu snapped. "What a joke. This sounds ridiculous to the extreme." But Wang Yu's reaction was too dramatic, which roused others' suspicions. "You are Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's Huang Xiaolong?" At this time, Li Ji asked. His tone was haughty and condescending. Huang Xiaolong looked at Li Ji from head to toe, then asked loudly, "Are you Wang Yu's follower or slave?" "Follower? Slave?" Both Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gate's disciples were stupefied for a moment, but as they recovered their anger soared. "Damn punk! What did you say just now?" "He is our Golden Phoenix Pavilion senior brother Li Ji. Our senior brother Li Ji is our Golden Phoenix Pavilion #1 genius with the 100 Bones Godhead." Li Ji's face was darker than muddy water as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. He didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong couldn't tell his relationship with Wang Yu. He was obviously mocking them. Did this mean that he was looking for a fight? They had come over to find trouble with Huang Xiaolong. But who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong would manage to provoke them first? Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 disciple? Wanguzi also used to claim that he was Wangu clan's #1 genius. Huang Xiaolong said indifferently. The two sects' disciples' faces turned even uglier. Wanguzi was one of the geniuses defeated by Huang Xiaolong. Now, Huang Xiaolong was actually comparing Li Ji with Wanguzi? "Punk! You're seeking death!" A peak late 8th Order Ancient God Realm Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple shouted angrily, and he swung his fists at Huang Xiaolong without a warning. In an instant, surging fist force rushed towards Huang Xiaolong like a golden ember fire tornado. One could faintly hear the cry of an ancient phoenix from the golden ember fire tornado. Li Ji watched with frosty eyes. He wanted to see if Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was as strong as the rumors claimed to be. Under the crowd's attention, Huang Xiaolong merely raised his arm, and seemingly did not even use a strand of god force. His arm penetrated through the swirling golden ember fire, and he extended his palm to grip the golden phoenix pavilion disciple's head. Everyone watched this scene dumbfoundedly. The face of the golden phoenix pavilion's disciple turned red from shame and fury. He circulated his godhead's god force to the limit as he attempted to break free from Huang Xiaolong's grip. However, his efforts were futile. You, let go of me!" The golden phoenix pavilion's disciple shouted furiously as he continued to struggle. Huang Xiaolong released his grip and pushed out with his palm. The golden phoenix pavilion's disciple flew backwards, knocking into his peers standing behind him. In an instant, more people were knocked into the air. Li Ji and Wang Yu's faces tightened gloomily. The golden phoenix pavilion's disciple had an innate Herculean strength, as he had cultivated an ancient body-tempering technique that had further strengthened his flesh. Even though he was a peak late 8th Order ancient god realm, his strength was comparable to an average 9th Order ancient god realm cultivator. Yet he was sent flying with a slight push from Huang Xiaolong's palm. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong was a mere late 7th Order ancient god realm. How could his battle power be so strong? Huang Xiaolong then walked towards Li Ji and Wang Yu with an indifferent expression. Panic rose in Li Ji and Wang Yu's hearts. God Hunter Soul Freezing Spear. A long blood-colored spear suddenly flew straight at Huang Xiaolong's forehead from behind Li Ji. This blood-colored long spear seemed to contain frightening magic. It seemed like Huang Xiaolong had momentarily lost his soul as he looked at the blood-colored symbols on the spear's body, and stood blankly rooted in his spot. But he swiftly regained his consciousness as the moon jade heavenly spiral shell in his soul emitted a bright silver light. However, the blood-colored long spear was 10 meters from Huang Xiaolong's forehead by then. Li Ji, Wang Yu, and the others were watching closely as the spear was close to piercing through Huang Xiaolong's head. But out of nowhere, a streak of purple lightning zapped across the air and struck the blood spear. The blood symbols on the long spear dimmed immediately, like fire under the water, as they were bombarded by the purple lightning. Almost at the same time, a scream rang in the air. The golden phoenix pavilion's disciple couldn't stand the pain and released his grip on the long spear. Clank! The long spear fell on the street. Naturally, the purple lightning had come from the little cow. The person who had tried to assassinate Huang Xiaolong was an inconspicuous and thin golden phoenix pavilion's disciple. He was hidden among the crowd and actually had escaped Huang Xiaolong's notice. However, this was because this disciple had cultivated an ancient breath convergence technique. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as he looked at that golden phoenix pavilion's disciple. Late 9th Order ancient god realm. His gaze then fell onto the blood-colored long spear on the ground. It was actually a mid-grade chaos spiritual divine artifact, an artifact from the ancient times. In fact, even if the blood-colored long spear would have pierced Huang Xiaolong's forehead, it wouldn't have injured him. The terrifying defenses of his current true dragon physique would definitely not allow a late 9th Order ancient god realm disciple's strength to harm Huang Xiaolong, even if he had used a mid-grade chaos spiritual artifact. When the blood-colored long spear fell to the ground, the golden phoenix pavilion's disciple's hand reached out towards the long spear as he tried to collect it back. But suddenly, the sky darkened with a rumbling thunder as purple lightning struck down and split the golden phoenix pavilion's disciple. The little cows but swayed left and right as she trotted over and picked up the blood-colored long spear. The blood gore fiend tribe's blood symbols. The little cow recognized that the blood-colored symbols engraved on the long spear belonged to Hell's blood gore fiend tribe. The disciple that was struck flying by the little cow's purple lightning stammered, "You know about the blood gore fiend tribe?" In truth, he had picked up this blood soul spear when he was training in a devil land. When he had refined the blood soul spear, he had learned some information about the blood gore fiend tribe from the broken memories of the spear's previous owner. Nonsense! The little cow rolled her eyes. Years ago, the blood-gore-fiend tribe's ancestor Shui Huanqing had once invited me for a drink. Her words rendered the group of Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gates disciples dumbfounded. In truth, they had no idea at all about the blood-gore-fiend tribe's ancestor. Even the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple who had gotten the Blood Soul Spear knew nothing about the spear's original owner. Then again, even if they knew, they would just pretend to not believe in the little cow. Huang Xiaolong continued to walk towards Li Ji and Wang Yu. Huang Xiaolong! Wang Yu shouted, but Huang Xiaolong's fist had already landed on his chest, exiting from his back. A violent force from Huang Xiaolong's fist entered his body, wreaking havoc inside. The others could hear the muffled noises of bones breaking. Wang Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. Huang Xiaolong was not going to have any mercy on Wang Yu during this encounter between them. Therefore, he had punched a hole through his chest. There was no chance for Wang Yu to fully recover in the future. "Where is Sun Yi? Where is Fang Chu?" Huang Xiaolong asked coldly. Wang Yu glared at Huang Xiaolong with scarlet eyes. He roared hoarsely with hatred and fury. "Huang Xiaolong, I vow, I'm going to kill you." Huang Xiaolong swung his fist out again, sending Wang Yu flying in the air. This time, Wang Yu's torso exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. "Wang Yu!" Li Ting screamed. She finally reacted, and her face was completely pale. "Kill him! Kill Huang Xiaolong!" Li Ji bellowed. Huang Xiaolong's fist swung to the side, punching straight at Li Ji's throat. Li Ji's throat shattered as his body flew back. "Senior brother Li Ji! Younger brother!" Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples and Li Ting cried out. Just as Huang Xiaolong was approaching Wang Yu to scour his soul, the ground shook as uniformed footsteps sounded in everyone's ears from afar. Moments later, a group of Sea Tribes patrol appeared in front of them. After seeing Wang Yu and Li Ji's miserable state, the Sea Tribes patrolling disciples' faces ashen, as they could recognize the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's core disciple Li Ji's robe. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion had good relations with Feng family, Wu family, Ouyang family, and Ying family, 12 of the prominent Sea Tribes families. And this time, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion were important guests invited to attend the God of the Sea ceremony. But now, the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples were heavily injured in Sea God City. "What's going on here?" Suddenly, a loud voice demanded. Guo Gang appeared with a group of Guo family's guards. "Young Master Guo Gang." The Sea Tribes patrolling disciples quickly saluted upon seeing Guo Gang. Guo Gang's gaze swept across, starting from Li Ji, Wang Yu, and others to Huang Xiaolong. An enchanting smile rose on his face. "Huang Xiaolong, we meet again." Huang Xiaolong remained cold and indifferent, and did not say anything. Guo Gang's face sank as he said, "According to Sea God City's rules, there is a light and a heavy punishment for anyone fighting in the city. The light punishment is to cut off both arms, whereas the heavy punishment includes beheading, soul extraction, refinement into a phantom, and suppression under the Sea God Tower forever." Huang Xiaolong continued to watch Guo Gang coldly, while he still maintained his silence. "Are you going to cut off your arms by yourself, or you want us to help you?" Guo Gang sneered. Huang Xiaolong's expression made him extremely displeased. Did Huang Xiaolong think that he wouldn't dare to touch him? Huang Xiaolong ignored Guo Gang. He turned to the little cow and said, "You will get warm up your muscles in a bit." The little cow's tail swung happily as she said, "I was just thinking that I needed to train my leg muscles." She flexed her front legs and then the hind legs. Since Huang Xiaolong was ignoring him, a hint of redness shone in Guo Gang's eyes. "Attack! First break their dog legs, followed by their arms, and then send them to the Sea God Tower." Immediately, the Sea Tribes patrolling disciples lunged towards Huang Xiaolong and the little cow in order to attack them. The next scene rendered everyone dumbfounded. Huang Xiaolong's fist was akin to a giant chaos hammer, as he sent the Sea Tribes patrolling disciples flying high and far away with every punch. As for the little cow, she cheerfully swung her tail like a whip. Every strike of her tail sent a Sea Tribes patrolling disciple flying into the air. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were both paralleled in sending the Sea Tribe's patrolling disciples flying up into the air. In the blink of an eye, the Sea Tribe's patrol group of 100 disciples was completely swept away by Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. At one end of the street, the Sea Tribe's patrol was sprawled in various postures. Many were crippled and covered in blood, while some had large holes in their bodies and were grunting in pain. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gates disciples, as well as the experts from other forces, were astounded by the outcome. The weakest of these Sea Tribe's patrol disciples were at least 7th Order Ancient God Realm, and the strongest were at least early 10th Order Ancient God Realm. In between, there were a lot of 9th Order Ancient God Realm disciples, but unbelievably Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had dealt with them easily. But Huang Xiaolong is merely a peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong, who is merely a peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm, has actually crippled an early 10th Order Ancient God Realm Sea Tribe's disciple. For a moment, no one made a sound. As the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region's Fortune Gates disciples' shock receded, they felt the atmosphere turn icy cold. Whereas Guogang and the Guo family's guards were slightly ashen, and their arrogance from earlier had completely disappeared, especially Guogang's. His eyes were wide in disbelief, but more so from terror. Huang Xiaolong did not pay attention to the crowd's expressions as he walked towards Guogang. Huang Xiaolong. Guogang stepped back fearfully. Although he was in a denial that Huang Xiaolong would not dare to attack him in the Sea God City, he still couldn't help being afraid. But before Guogang could utter another word, Huang Xiaolong clenched his jaw and squeezed his mouth into a shape of an O. Terror and anger were intermingled in Guogang's eyes as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Never had he imagined that Huang Xiaolong would really dare to touch him in the Sea God City. I know that you are Guo family's core disciple Guogang, and your father is Guojin. Huang Xiaolong added coldly. My memory is not that bad that I need your reminder. Huang Xiaolong's words were clearly heard by Guogang and his guards, along with Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Black Region World's Fortune Gates disciples, as well as Otherworld Surfaces sex experts. Huang Xiaolong, release our young lord immediately. How dare you lay a hand on our young lord in Sea God City? You're going to pay for this. You're dead. A Guo family's guard emphasized that Huang Xiaolong would pay for his action to vent his anger, and to reiterate the severe consequences of his actions. As the Guo family's guard had said, attacking someone with Guogang's status and identity in Sea God City could only lead to dire consequences. I'm dead. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a faint smile as he exerted force on Guogang's chin. Guogang shrieked like a pig being slaughtered. Huang Xiaolong had crushed all of Guogang's teeth. Guogang's inhuman scream sent cold shivers down Guo family's guards, but they were also enraged at the same time. Stop! Stop right now! All the Guo family's guards drew their swords, slashing and thrusting at Huang Xiaolong. Despite being wary of Huang Xiaolong's startling strength, they couldn't care to think of it right now. It was crucial for them to swiftly save young Lord Guogang from Huang Xiaolong's grasp. Otherwise, they would die more miserably. Huang Xiaolong ignored these Guo family's guards' attacks and punched Guogang's chest with his other fist. Guogang's chest caved in from the force from Huang Xiaolong's punch. In a split second, others saw multiple Guo family guards' swords slash on various parts of Huang Xiaolong's flesh. Watching this, Guogang endured the pain in his chest and roared, Huang Xiaolong, your death has arrived. Kill him. But to his horror, Huang Xiaolong repelled all of the guards in front of his eyes. Not to mention, there wasn't a single scratch of Huang Xiaolong's body. The experts in the crowd were just as shocked. This was mainly because they could see that Huang Xiaolong was not wearing some wondrous ancient divine armor, and his robe was made from common cloth, nor had he defended with his god force. Not to mention the swords used by the Guo family's guards were forged by the Guo family using a rare iron and a secret forging method. These swords were sharp enough to split even a mountain. But Huang Xiaolong had remained unhurt. How strong was Huang Xiaolong's flesh exactly? At this point, a cloud of lightning struck down like a thunderstorm from above them. Guo family's guards were all sent flying, as smoke curled out from their bodies as they crashed to the ground. Presumptuous, a mere seventh-order ancient god realm, dares to be insolent in my sea god city. Suddenly, a sonorous voice reverberated from afar like rumbling thunder, shaking the city. Experts in the sea god city looked up fearfully. A finger force pierced through the air, reaching Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. The finger force seemed calm and quiet, but Huang Xiaolong felt danger and death from it. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong discovered that he couldn't move at all. This feeling reminded Huang Xiaolong of the time he had encountered Xiao family's ancestor in Xiao City. Is it a Sea tribe's ancestor generation, or a patriarch from the 12 prominent families? As the finger force was about to piercing through Huang Xiaolong's body, a golden sword qi appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. The golden sword qi quivered for a second, and the finger force was scattered without a trace. The crowd was stunned. Space rippled as Guo family's patriarch Guo and several Guo family's grand elders appeared on the street. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor also appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. Golden Brow Ancestor calmly said to Patriarch Guo, it's just some scuffles between the juniors. Attacking a junior, despite being an elder and Guo family's patriarch, is a bit too much. In the meantime, a Guo family's grand elder ran towards Guo Gang's side and began healing him. Guo gave a fake smile as he said, Senior Golden Brow is joking. I had no ill will just now. I was just too happy seeing a talent like Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, I merely wanted to give him some guidance. Golden Brow Ancestor calmly retorted, In that case, we should say thank you to you. The smile on Guo face did not falter as he spoke. The God of the Sea Grand Ceremony is just days away. I also hope that Senior Golden Brow and Senior Blood Knife would not interfere in the competition between juniors when the time comes. No need to trouble Patriarch Guo to remind us of this, Golden Brow Ancestor said. With that said, Golden Brow Ancestor took Huang Xiaolong and the little cow away with a great space teleportation. Blood Knife Ancestor followed as well. Patriarch, we're letting them leave just like this? Asked a Guo family's grand elder. A cold light gleamed in Guo eyes as he answered, Let them leave. Wait until the day of the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. I'll let them know what's bitterness. Of course, Golden Brow's strength had made him apprehensive to go against Huang Xiaolong any further. He was not confident that he could delay Golden Brow. Guo frowned as he looked in the direction Golden Brow had disappeared. This Golden Brow has probably broken through to the realm that their Guo family's ancestor had mentioned. Guo's gaze swept around, and fell on Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Li Ji, Black Region World's Fortune Gate's Wang Yu, and the number of crippled and injured Guo family's guards lying on the streets. A frown wrinkled his brows. Huang Xiaolong's battle power was far stronger than he had expected. Before this, the Guo family had assumed that given his startling amount of strength, Huang Xiaolong could probably defeat some mid-9th or late 9th order ancient god realm disciples at the most, even if he had broken through to peak late 7th order ancient god realm. After all, a cultivator of peak late 7th order ancient god realm, who had the strength to defeat a late 9th order ancient god realm, had never appeared in the Vientiane world before. But now, an early 10th order ancient god realm patrol group leader was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong. One punch. Then, what is Huang Xiaolong's current battle power? Thinking of this, Guo's face darkened further as his killing intent towards Huang Xiaolong roiled inwardly. Huang Xiaolong cannot be allowed to grow his strength anymore. They must kill him. During the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, no matter what, he would need to emphasize to his son Guojun to take care of Huang Xiaolong once and for all. Golden Brow's wrath would need to take a back seat compared to killing Huang Xiaolong during the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Return, Guo said to the several Guo family's grand elders. In a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. When Guo appeared again, he and the several grand elders were already back at Guo family's headquarters main hall. One of the Guo family's grand elder, who was carrying Guo Gang, ordered a guard to take Guo Gang to heal in the spiritual pond. It didn't take long for the all of Guo family's grand elders to appear at the main hall. Lastly, a young man with extraordinary bearing walked into the main hall. He had thick brows, was slightly over 6 feet tall, and his skin was like white jade that made others stare at him. "Father!" The young man stood in front of Guoshi and saluted respectfully. This young man was none other than the Guo family's #1 genius, Guojun. Guoshi's gloomy expression eased slightly. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he said, "You're here? Take a seat." Guojun took one of the seats at the side of the main hall. The hall grew quiet as Guoshi looked at everyone in the main hall. "I'm sure that everyone knows what happened earlier," Guoshi began solemnly. "What do you all think of this matter?" Suddenly, someone jumped in anger and clamored, "Big brother! We absolutely must kill Huang Xiaolong this time." In Seagod City, a mere Vientiane World's Fortune Gates disciple had the guts to injure Guo family's disciple in public. This is not just insulting for the Guo family, but the entire Sea tribe. This person was Guojin, Guogang's father, who had rushed over from the Golden Will City for the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. He would have never imagined that Huang Xiaolong could heavily injure his son to such an extent that he might not able to heal fully. Guoshi nodded as he turned to his son Guojun and said, "Juner, during the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony, when you challenge Huang Xiaolong to a battle, use all your strength. You do not need to feel any burden. Just kill him." "Yes, father and second uncle, please rest assured." Guojun stood up and respectfully acknowledged. At the same time, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had brought Huang Xiaolong back to the rundown courtyard. Golden Brow Ancestor's brows were scrunched together. On the other hand, Blood Knife Ancestor was smiling as he said, "Say, little Long Long, I didn't think that you actually hid it from us. Even an early 10th Order Ancient God Realm Sea Tribe's disciple is not your match." Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. If he remembered correctly, he had not deliberately hidden it from them. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had assumed on their own that he merely had the battle strength of a late 9th Order Ancient God Realm cultivator. "All right now, senior brother Golden Brow, it's nothing even if Xiaolong injured Guogang. I don't believe that the Guo family would dare to do anything about it," Blood Knife said and added, noticing Golden Brow Ancestor's expression. "We should be happy that Xiaolong has such an ability." Golden Brow Ancestor shook his head and replied with a question. "What if the Guo family really dares to do something and hurt Xiaolong?" Blood Knife Ancestor choked with silence, unable to answer Golden Brow Ancestor. Golden Brow Ancestor said to Huang Xiaolong with a hint of worry in his tone, "Xiaolong, I'm afraid that Guojun will target you. When that happens on the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony's battle stage, even I will not be able to interfere in the competition." In the end, Golden Brow Ancestor was still worried that Huang Xiaolong was not a match against Guojun and Feng Yingying. Huang Xiaolong said solemnly, "Master, don't worry. It won't be easy for Guojun to defeat me." Golden Brow Ancestor frowned and tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong. "Guojun is not as simple as you think. He is at least a mid-10th Order Ancient God Realm, but his battle strength has already reached a late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Presently, your cultivation is only at peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Therefore, you are no match for Guojun." Huang Xiaolong chuckled all of a sudden, but he did not argue, and merely said, "Then, Master, what are your thoughts?" Golden Brow Ancestor pondered for a moment, then said, "I'll send you back to the Fortune Gate." Both Huang Xiaolong and Blood Knife Ancestor were stunned by his words. "Back to Fortune Gate?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head and refused. "Master, I know you're thinking in my best interest, but if you want me to avoid Guojin and Feng Yingying, it is impossible. If this matter were to spread outside, how would the Wangu clan and Dark Elf tribe look at our Fortune Gate? Not to mention, how would forces from otherworld surfaces look at our Fortune Gate? More importantly, how would Vientiane World's Fortune Gates disciples look at Huang Xiaolong? All of the Vientiane World's Fortune Gates disciples would think he's a wimp, who is hiding like a turtle inside the shell. That's right, senior brother Golden Brow. Moreover, even if Xiaolong manages to avoid facing them this time around, there will always be a next time, when they will try to deal with and hurt Xiaolong. Blood Knife Ancestor went on. Not to mention, avoiding things this way is not beneficial to Xiaolong's cultivation state in the future, and it would be hard to eliminate even after he breaks through to Ancestor God Realm. Golden Brow Ancestor sighed. I understand your point of view. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and Blood Knife Ancestor and nodded. He went on, all right, Xiaolong. Master respects your decision. Rest assured, Master will always stand behind you. If Guojun tries to kill you. His eyes turned frosty as he continues. Even if Master has to leave the Fortune Gate, I will wreak havoc for the Sea Tribe and the Guo family. At the same time, inside one of the courtyards within the residence, Zhu Feng, Zhu Yi, and Wang Wei were sitting in a room discussing Huang Xiaolong's conflict with the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Black Region World's Fortune Gate, and Guo family. Father, Huang Xiaolong injured the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 genius disciple Li Ji, and the Black Region World's Fortune Gate's Wang Yu. Worst of all, he also injured the Guo family's Guo gang. Due to this, he has provoked so many enemies against Vientiane World's Fortune Gate, and has put us in a predicament. We have to punish him. Zhu Feng went on. I suggest Huang Xiaolong to be expelled from our Vientiane World's Fortune Gate, as well as his cultivation to be abolished. Then we also need to announce that we have severed all relations with him. Zhu Yi glanced at his son, then looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei, as the Fortune Gate's chief disciple, what is your opinion? Wang Wei calmly and respectfully answered, in my opinion, we should not punish Huang Xiaolong because of this. Zhu Feng was stunned. He knew that Wang Wei hated Huang Xiaolong as much as he did, and Wang Wei would never miss a chance to kick Huang Xiaolong out of the Fortune Gate like a flea, but now he was actually defending Huang Xiaolong? Zhu Yi was surprised as well, but he remained calm on the surface as he asked, why so? Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gate's disciples provoked Huang Xiaolong. Therefore Huang Xiaolong was merely defending himself. As for Guogang, he wanted to capture Huang Xiaolong without investigating the cause and reason behind the scuffle, as he holds a grudge against Huang Xiaolong, and wanted to take his revenge. Thus, the fault lies with the Sea Tribe and not Huang Xiaolong. Wang Wei then asked, what crime has Huang Xiaolong committed? What crime has Huang Xiaolong committed? Huang Xiaolong's actions were not wrong. So what crime has he committed? Wang Wei asked. Zhu Feng stopped talking, as his expression turned a little unnatural. Zhu Feng was in a fix. Since Wang Wei was saying that Huang Xiaolong was not at fault, it seemed like Zhu Feng was obviously targeting Huang Xiaolong, as he had suggested punishing Huang Xiaolong. Wang Wei continued speaking. Huang Xiaolong is innocent, yet if we insist on punishing him because of this, how would other disciples from Fortune Gate feel about this? In the end, they would be taunted and insulted by the Sea Tribe, insulted by the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, the Black Region World's Fortune Gate, and others. Yet they won't even dare to retaliate. If this continues, what will happen to our Vientiane World's Fortune Gate? What will happen? It goes without saying. Zhu Yi nodded his head several times as he said, Wang Wei, as the chief disciple, I feel comforted that you could look at this matter objectively. His expression changed as he looked at Zhu Feng. As the Fortune Gate's young lord, you should learn from Wang Wei. Though Zhu Yi did not particularly mention that Zhu Feng was targeting Huang Xiaolong earlier. Zhu Feng lowered his head and respectfully answered, yes, father is right. A few days passed by in a blink of an eye. During this time, at every corner of Sea God City, people kept gossiping about Huang Xiaolong injured the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Li Ji, the Black Region World's Fortune Gate's Wang Yu, and also the Sea Tribe's Guo gang. People had varying opinions about Huang Xiaolong. Some people were sighing enviously at Huang Xiaolong's strength and talent. At the same time, others were gloating as they were waiting to see a good show. On the other hand, some people really admired Huang Xiaolong, while some shook their heads as they said Huang Xiaolong was a fool and so on. These discussions bounced off Huang Xiaolong's ears as he remained inside his room to cultivate. By consuming more than a dozen chaos spiritual pills every night as well as Eidolon crystalline rocks, Huang Xiaolong's strength rose steadily. Fortune Gate's chief Zhu Yi came to see him once during this time. Zhu Yi did not mention a word about the incident where Huang Xiaolong had injured Li Zhu, Wang Yu, and Guo gang. He genuinely expressed concern about Huang Xiaolong's progress with his cultivation. Wang Wei and Zhu Feng were also kind enough to visit Huang Xiaolong once, and they even shared their cultivation insights with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong humbly, accepts their kindness. On the other hand, there were no movements from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gate, and it seemed like it was inconvenient for them to stir up trouble in the Sea God City. However, Huang Xiaolong knew that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gate would not swallow this down, and they surely would act against him. It seems that I have to reach the second stage of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium as soon as possible. On this day, Huang Xiaolong had stopped cultivating, and this was his first thought. Although he had Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, as well as his Master Guei Yu of Ghost Manor as backings against Gua Family, Golden Phoenix Pavilion, and the Black Region World's Fortune Gate, these forces behind him were still a little shallow. If his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium cultivation would reach the second stage, then he would be able to add the 10,000 Elephant Tribe under his wing. The Ghost Manor's power coupled with the Vientiane World's 10,000 Elephant Tribe would make him powerful enough to not worry about the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, the Black Region World's Fortune Gate, or the entire Sea Tribe. In the last few days, Huang Xiaolong had spent some time to learn about the 10,000 Elephant Tribe from Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. According to the two ancestors, the 10,000 Elephant Tribe was an unfathomable force that even the Sea Tribe was wary of them. However, the fastest way for him to advance to the second stage of Grand Mist Parasitic Medium was to find the Grand Mist Aura. Thus, he was even more determined to head to the extraterritorial devil battlefield right after the God of the Sea Grand ceremony was over, instead of returning to the Fortune Gate. The days passed, and the day of the God of the Sea Grand ceremony arrived. When Huang Xiaolong and the little cow came to the front hall, the Fortune Gate's Chief Zhui, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and others were already there. A while later, the group stepped out from the courtyard and walked towards the center area of the Sea God City, where the Sea God Square was located. The streets were crowded with experts from various forces when they came out. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong spotted a familiar figure at a corner of the street. Wanggu Zi, Wanggu clan. Other than Wanggu Zi, there were also Wanggu clan's patriarch Wanggu Rui, Wanggu clan's three ancestors, Wanggu Junfei, Wanggu Ren, and also Wanggu Haoyue. Huang Xiaolong had seen them at the last Four Mainland's New Disciples battle, so they could be considered as familiar faces. Other than them, there was a strange young man in the Wanggu clan's group. This young man has a burly physique, with thick shoulders and thick waist, spirited eyes, and exuded an overbearing aura. He is Wanggu clan's strongest younger generation named Wanggu Pengfei. His talent is only second to Wanggu Zi, and is a genius of high emperor rank godhead. His current cultivation is between 5th order and 6th order ancestor god realm. Blood Knife's voice sounded in Huang Xiaolong's mind through voice transmission. So, he's Wanggu Pengfei, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Wanggu Pengfei's status in Wanggu clan was the same as Wang Wei in Fortune Gate. Wang Wei was the Fortune Gate's chief disciple, whereas Wanggu Pengfei was the strongest amongst the Wanggu clan's disciples. A second later, the Wanggu clan's group also spotted Huang Xiaolong and the rest of his group. Senior Golden Brow, Senior Blood Knife, Gate Chief Zhu. Wanggu Rui cupped his fists in greeting at Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Gate Chief Zhui. Patriarch Wanggu Rui. The three returned the greeting. Wanggu Rui looked at Huang Xiaolong, then said to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, I couldn't imagine that just 5 years after the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle, young warrior Huang's strength would have risen so much. Z is far from comparable from young warrior Huang A. In the God of the Sea Grand ceremony this time, young warrior Huang would surely shock experts in all 4 directions. Wanggu Zi looked at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated gaze. There was hatred and killing intent in his eyes, but the strongest emotion was that of dread. Dread had sprouted in his heart when he had heard Huang Xiaolong could send an early 10th order ancient god realm sea tribe's disciple with a single punch. Golden Brow Ancestor calmly smiled and said to Wanggu Rui, Patriarch Wanggu Rui is overpraising him, talent-wise and strength-wise. Xiaolong is miles behind Sea Tribes Guijun and Feng Yingying. The two sides exchanged perfunctory greetings, and then agreed to go to the Sea God Square together. On the way, Huang Xiaolong and Wanggu Zi barely spoke a word. Instead, Wang Wei and Wangu Pengfei conversed happily, as if they were a pair of great friends. Roughly an hour later, the group arrived at the already crowded Sea God Square. This time around, Huang Xiaolong and the others were welcomed by two common Guo family's disciples, instead of the Guo family's patriarch Guo Shi. Patriarch Wangu, this way please. A Guo family's disciple stepped out and led the Wangu clan group to their seatings, whereas the other Guo family's disciple led the Fortune Gates group to the last row seatings at the edge of the square. These are the seatings the Sea tribe has prepared for us? Zhu Feng questioned the Guo family's disciple as he pointed at the 3 seats at the farthest edge of the square. The Guo family's disciple smiled calmly and answered, "That's right. What about them?" Zhu Feng pointed at the Wangu clan's group that was already seated in the first row. Compared to Wangu Rui, Wangu Zi, and the rest of the Wangu clan's group seatings, the Fortune Gates group was supposed to sit in a shit of a place. They are they, and you are you. The Guo family's disciple stated righteously, "If you don't like these seats, you can refuse. You should be thankful that you even have seats. Do you think that you're somebody special, since you are being so picky? Who do you think you are?" The Guo family's disciple threw such insulting words in the air as he turned and left. Zhu Feng's liver was close to exploding, as a merely common Guo family's disciple had dared to treat him in such an insulting manner. His fists clenched tightly, and he was excluding a strong urge to kill this Guo family's disciple. Kill this dog of a disciple. Kill this lowly scum. Zhu Feng almost gave in to his impulse to kill the Guo family's disciple, but Zhu Yi blocked him from making a rash move. "Father!" Zhu Feng cried out, as his father had stopped him, and his anger was boiling in his heart. Zhu Yi's expression was sullen as he reminded, "We're in Sea God City." Zhu Feng was furious, and so was he. As the Vientiane World's Fortune Gates chief, this was the first time he was humiliated like this since he had risen to the Fortune Gate chief position for almost 30,000 years. It was obvious that this Guo family's disciple had received instructions from Guo family's higher echelon. Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have dared to act this way. Guo family, Huang Xiaolong, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Wang Wei, and the rest stood with sullen expressions. In the end, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Zhu Yi sat down. However, Guo family had only arranged 3 seats for the Fortune Gate, therefore Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Feng, and Wang Wei could only stand. This further infuriated Zhu Feng. He, as the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's young lord, who was a peak late Third Order Ancestor God Realm Master, actually had to stand. Furthermore, other forces experts as well as even the ancient God Realm disciples were offered seats. Zhu Feng glared angrily at Huang Xiaolong. In his opinion, the Guo family was targeting them because Huang Xiaolong had heavily injured Guo Gang in Sea God City. He was being targeted simply because he was in the same group as Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked to the front where the Wangu clan's group was seated, and completely ignored Zhu Feng's fierce glare. Wangu Zi was looking at the Fortune Gate smugly, and obviously gloating at their situation. Clearly, he was over the moon at the Sea tribe's treatment towards the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong saw the Dark Elf tribe's group seated beside the Wangu clan's group. Amongst them was Yu Wuxin. The Dark Elf tribe was also arranged in the first row seats. Among the Vientiane World's human forces, only the Fortune Gates group was arranged in a faraway corner. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong saw the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's group and the Black Region World's Fortune Gates group. Both forces' seats were also arranged in the first row. Li Ji sat not far from Wangu Zi, however. The Black Region World's Fortune Gates Wang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Wang Yu did not appear because he was probably still lying in bed in a residence somewhere in the Sea God City. Huang Xiaolong hadn't shown any restraints when he punched Wang Yu. Therefore, there was a high possibility that Wang Yu would stay in bed for a few years. While Huang Xiaolong surveyed the crowd as he stood behind Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, various forces experts were also observing Huang Xiaolong. Many of them were snickering and laughing with their companions. "That's Huang Xiaolong of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate? Is he really that strong?" A disciple questioned doubtfully. "Absolutely true." There were a lot of experts present. when Huang Xiaolong sent an early 10th Order Ancient God Realm Sea Tribes patrol guard flying with just one punch. A peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm sent an early 10th Order Ancient God Realm disciple flying with a punch. That's too monstrous. Monstrous? What's the use of being a monstrous genius? The Sea Tribe absolutely won't let him off today. The Guo family is probably planning to chop his flesh and bones into a minced meat. Mark my words, when the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony begins, the Guo family's #1 genius Guojun would surely challenge Huang Xiaolong. He's dead for sure. That's a pity. It's a total waste of such a monstrous battle power. If he were to live to break through to Ancestor God Realm, he surely would deter the neighboring world surface's forces. Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected as he listened to these people's whispers. As time passed, experts from neighboring forces arrived consecutively. Gradually, all the empty seats were filled. Zhu Feng's expression grew uglier by the second because he could notice that the various forces experts had seats, including their disciples. Only he, Huang Xiaolong, and Wang Wei were standing. Even though they were standing at the edge of the square, it still felt like they were standing at its center. Every group that was arriving couldn't help but looked in their direction. There were even female disciples that pointed at them, then covered their mouths and giggled. Zhu Feng was on the verge of going berserk. Li Ji looked at Huang Xiaolong from where he sat, not bothering to disguise his hatred towards him. Although his injuries were not as severe as Wang Yu's, Huang Xiaolong had almost crippled him. Huang Xiaolong won't be proud for too long. I met with Guojun yesterday, and Guojun said that Huang Xiaolong's blood would be used as an offering on the sea god's sacrificial altar to the ancient sea god souls. A golden phoenix pavilion's disciple seated next to Li Ji assured him. Li Ji nodded. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and said through gritted teeth, "Pity that I won't be able to kill him myself." 1 hour passed as the seats on the square were filled. Once everyone was seated, the Sea Tribe's disciples surrounding the arena blew into a long conch-like shell. A deep sound resembling rolling waves or a flute reverberated in the air. The undulating melody quieted the noisy crowd at the square. Subsequently, the Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families experts stepped out from a large black hole in the void above the square. The first in line was the Feng family. The Feng family's ancestor was acknowledged as the Sea Tribe's strongest person. Not to mention Feng Yingying's appearance was considered with high regards amongst Sea Tribe. Therefore, the Feng family had gradually become the leader of the 12 prominent families. Feng family's ancestor was the first person to step out from the void, followed by Feng family's patriarch. But the third person to step out was not a Feng family's grand elder. Instead, it was a tall, slender, peerless, beautiful young woman clad in a blue battle armor who was exuding a cold, noble air. It looked like this woman was born with an innate charm, as she was mesmerizing everyone. This charm was originating from her blood and from her soul. Even more startling thing was that the blue battle armor was full of holes. Tiny holes that led straight to the jade-smooth skin beneath. They could even see the pinkish tenderness of her skin. The upper part of the battle armor was barely covering up her voluptuous bosom. This sight jarred the minds of the force's experts and disciples on the square. She is Feng Yingying, the Sea Tribe's #1 genius, peerless as the rumors. Huang Xiaolong noticed that Wang Wei and Zhu Feng's breathing had become a little chaotic. Naturally, other sect's disciples were even more obvious. This female has cultivated the Enchantress tribe's technique. The little cow said suddenly. Enchantress tribe? There was confusion in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The little cow explained, the Enchantress is one of the ancient tribes and one of the more powerful ones too. Males as well as females of this tribe were perceived to be extremely enchanting and charming because they cultivated an enchanting technique. The Enchantress tribe's enchanting technique was famous even in the ancient times. But this female is just a beginner. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. The effect is already shocking even though Feng Yingying is a beginner. If she were to fully grasp the essence of this technique, would that mean she could make anyone succumb to her charm and beauty with a snap of her finger? That female is looking at you. The little cow's voice broke Huang Xiaolong's thoughts. Huang Xiaolong dazed for a second at the little cow's words. Indeed, as the little cow had said, Feng Yingying was looking at him. Her eyes were resembling the concentration and depths of the sea. In her deep gaze, there was a taste of entice, titillate, and undisguised taunting. Despite being stared blatantly by a great beauty, there were no ripples of emotions in Huang Xiaolong's heart. He frowned instead. He doesn't think Feng Yingying was looking at him because he was handsome, nor because he had roused her interest by injuring Guogang, Li Zhu, and Wang Yu. Obviously, Feng Yingying stared at him at such a venue to make him the center of attention. As expected, the various sects' younger generation who were enchanted with Feng Yingying turned towards Huang Xiaolong. Their gazes were akin to drawn arrows, depicting their owner's wishes to pierce his body full of holes. Guojun came out after the Feng family. Killing intent erupted in his heart when he saw Feng Yingying looking at Huang Xiaolong. A beauty's grace comes at a great cost. The little cow's untimely statement sounded in the square. Huang Xiaolong recovered his senses and gave the little cow a fierce glare. "Why do I feel that you're actually gloating?" The little cow grinned. "I'd like to bear the beauty's gaze for you, but too bad this cow can't enter her eyes." Her tail swung happily as she said this. Huang Xiaolong would have given the little cow a kick looking at her if it weren't for Golden Brow Ancestor and others' presence. "This female has big breasts, a big butt, and a big ambition." The little cow went on. "Xiaolong, in fact, you can take her. She's not bad for a maid. She has big breasts and a big butt, suitable to warm the bed for you." Huang Xiaolong decisively closed his hearing for some quietness. At this time, Feng Yingying, Feng family's ancestor, Feng family's patriarch, and the rest had taken their seats on the host stage when Guo family, Di family, Gao family, and the rest of the Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families followed behind them. As the Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families' experts arrived, all of the various experts seated on the square stood up in greeting. The Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi's gaze swept around the crowd with a faint smile on his lips. A moment later, he began, "Thank you everyone for coming to my Sea Tribe's God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. We've invited everyone here today as witnesses to our Sea Tribe's Sea God Enthronement Ceremony." Sea God Enthronement Ceremony. In an instant, the crowd was in a furor. The crowd's attention once again fell onto Feng Yingying, who was sitting beside the Feng family's ancestor. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. It seems like the rumor about Feng Yingying inheriting the ancient sea god's bloodline is true. It had never crossed anyone's mind that the Sea Tribe would use the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony as an opportunity to hold the Sea God enthronement for Feng Yingying. Once the Sea God enthronement ceremony was completed, Feng Yingying would be the Sea Tribe's new Sea God. The current Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families were governed independently, and competition between families was common. Hence, if Feng Yingying was enthroned as the Sea God, she would unite the whole Sea Tribe's forces as a new leader. Wouldn't that prove to be a great danger for the human forces on Vientiane world? A gloomy light gleamed in Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Zhu Yi's eyes as they thought of this problem. So did Wangu Rue Yukue and the rest. The Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi raised his palm and waved a few times to calm the crowd as he continued. "Apart from this, my tribe's disciples would like take this opportunity of the Sea of the God Grand Ceremony to spar with various sects' genius disciples, assess each other, compete for the benefits of improvement." The crowd was in an uproar of excitement. Superforce's genius disciples from the neighboring world surfaces were filled with anticipation. From time to time, their gazes fell on Feng Yingying's body. Clearly, these genius disciples couldn't wait to perform dazzlingly in front of the great beauty Feng Yingying. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi went on with empty encouragement to the various sects' younger generation disciples to do their best in the challenge. A moment later, the Sea Tribe's Sea God enthronement ceremony began. The Sea Tribe's guards on the square began blowing into the long conch shell according to an unique rhythm. Then the Sea Tribe's disciples brought out 1,000 drums. All 1,000 drums looked exactly the same. On the upper surface of the drums were drawings of various divine beasts of the sea. 1,000 Sea Tribe's disciples struck their drums with uniformed movements. Rumbling sounds of drums reached every corner of the Sea God City. Huang Xiaolong noticed the sounds of these drums could affect one's mind, make them trapped or lose control over their own thoughts. This is the Sea Tribe's Thunder Beast Drum. Blood Knife Ancestor explained to him. It's made from the Sea Tribe's ancient Thunder Beast skin. Even though it hasn't yet reached the grade of a chaos spiritual artifact, drumming 1,000 Thunder Beast drums at the same time could form a mental attack that is quite powerful. Huang Xiaolong nodded and noted it down. As the Sea Tribe's disciples continued to strike, the thunder drums shook, and the sounds of rumbling thunder grew increasingly louder, reaching the ninth heavens. Feng Yingying stepped elegantly towards the Sea God Tower in the distance with the 12 prominent families' ancestors and patriarchs behind her, until she stopped a short distance away from the Sea God Tower. According to the Sea Tribe's Sea God enthronement ceremony, Feng Yingying was required to pray to the past generations of Sea Tribe's master souls within the Sea God Tower. When her Sea God's bloodline was acknowledged and resonated by the past generations of Sea Tribe's master souls within the Sea God Tower, then only it would be a successful ceremony. Feng Yingying stood 20 meters from the Sea God Tower and knelt down. She then lowered her body forward to the ground with palms joined together. A second later, she came back on her feet, knelt down, and lowered her body down again, repeating the same posture. When Feng Yingying lowered her body from a kneeling position, her butt was like two mountains facing each together, and it was a tempting scene. As Feng Yingying continued to pray, the Sea God Tower glimmered. Soon, rays of light shot out from the Sea God Tower into Feng Yingying's body. A power within Feng Yingying seemed to have awakened, as a bright light enshrouded her from within. Half an hour later, the light that was enshrouding her grew stronger and brighter, reaching the four corners of the Sea God Square. A unique pressure came from Feng Yingying's body that made the Sea Tribe's disciples feel a pressure on their souls. The joy on Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi's face thickened as the light enshrouding Feng Yingying grew stronger. Roughly an hour later, suddenly, a low muffled roar came from the Sea God Tower as if there were thousands of sea beasts roaring. The entire Sea God city shook. The light that was enshrouding her shot to the sky. A long time later, the Sea God Tower slowly dimmed as the light disappeared gradually. Sometime later, the light enshrouding Feng Yingying's body also converged inside her. However, everyone could see that Feng Yingying was different from before, as each and every movement of hers was exuding a majestic air. Feng Yingying had successfully merged with her Sea God's bloodline. Saluting the Lord Sea God, all the Sea Tribe's disciples on the square knelt excitedly in salute. Even the 12 prominent families' ancestors and patriarchs bowed deep. Huang Xiaolong looked at the Sea Tribe's experts and disciples saluting on their knees. He then looked at Feng Yingying as she stood at the pinnacle of the Sea Tribe, and his brows wrinkled slightly. He had not expected Feng Yingying to successfully complete the Sea God enthronement ceremony so easily, and to merge with her Sea God's bloodline. Feng Yingying's strength was unfathomable. Now that she had merged with her Sea God's bloodline, one could hardly imagine the extent of her current strength. Before this, Huang Xiaolong was still confident that he could defeat Feng Yingying, but now this thought was dashed. This was because no one knew the true extent of the Sea God's bloodline's power. The last Sea God had fallen 500 million years ago. 500 million years was too long ago to verify the facts related to the Sea God legend. But one thing was certain, that the Sea God's bloodline was the most noble and supreme bloodline to the Sea Tribe. While Huang Xiaolong was watching Feng Yingying looked in his direction. There was a vague smile in her eyes, mixed with superiority. Feng Yingying was looking at him with the eye of a superior being. At this time, the 12 families' ancestors stepped forth to open the Sea God Tower's seal and took out the Sea God Divine Armor and the Sea God Scepter. The Sea Blue Sea God Divine Armor merged with Feng Yingying's body on its own, and soon some mysterious symbols appeared on her skin. These mysterious symbols did not affect her beauty, while they also added an indigenous aura and holiness to her. The Sea God Scepter was about 4 meters long. It was inscribed with mysterious symbols, and at the top end of the scepter consisted of 2 half-moons forged from unknown metals that embraced a blue crystal ball at the center. The blue crystal ball spun slowly, and all the water element energy of the entire Sea God city flowed towards it. A faint mist of water element energy shrouded Feng Yingying, giving the illusion of a god in the sea. Feng Yingying then returned to the host stage accompanied by the 12 families' ancestors and patriarchs. At this time, an exquisite throne made of deep-sea red coral was placed on the center of the host stage. With this, the sea god enthronement ceremony concluded successfully. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head, Black Region World's Fortune Gate Chief, the Yama Gate's Chief, Blood Imperial Sect Chief, and others went to congratulate Feng Yingying, Feng family's ancestor, and the patriarch. Soon, the atmosphere at the square turned lively. Roughly half an hour later, all the guests returned to their seats, as the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony was about to begin. The master for the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony was the Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun. He took a few steps forward on the host stage, and briefly explained the rules and arrangements made for the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. This time, there were two parts to the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. The first part was a battle competition between Sea Tribe's disciples for ranks, followed by rewards with lucrative prizes. The latter part was also a battle competition, but this was going to be between the Sea Tribe's disciples and the other sect's genius disciples who were attending the ceremony. The other sect's disciples could also challenge one another on the sea god's sacrificial altar with lucrative prizes prepared for the winners. The winners of battle on the sea god's sacrificial altar would be rewarded with 2 sea god's sacred fruits, 2 trillion shinbi, 2 low-grade 6 spirit stones, and 2 low-grade chaos spiritual pills called Wonder Emperor Divine Pill. The lost party would still be given a prize which was half of the winner's prizes, consisting of 1 sea god's sacred fruit, 1 trillion shinbi, 1 low-grade 6 spirit stone, and 1 low-grade Chaos Wonder Emperor Divine Pill. After the Feng family patriarch Feng Kaiyuan announced the prizes, the crowd gasped in astonishment, and the attending sect's disciples were even more excited. 2 sea gods sacred fruits, 2 trillion shinbi, 2 low-grade 6 spirit stones, and 2 low-grade Chaos Wonder Emperor Divine Pills. Even for a Superforce's core disciple, these were lucrative and tempting prizes, including Zhufeng. The sea god's sacred fruit was the sea tribe's most precious fruit. Consuming 1 fruit was equivalent to several decades' worth of cultivation. However, the sea tribe only had 1 sea god's sacred tree that bloomed and bore several fruits every 10,000 years, and the fruits were extremely scarce, that even the 12 families' core disciples rarely had a chance to get one. The Sea Tribe had actually taken out a few fruits as one of the prizes this time. Not to mention, grade 6 spirit stones were scarce, and despite being low-grade, these were rarely sold even in the surrounding world surfaces. As for the low-grade Chaos Wonder Emperor Divine Pill, it was refined using the Sea Tribe's secret technique. Like its name, it had a wondrous effect. Any one item, whether it was the Sea God's sacred fruit, grade 6 spirit stone, or Wonder Emperor Divine Pill, was enough to light a fire in these sect's disciples' hearts. Yet Huang Xiaolong was unaffected. Perhaps these prizes were tempting to these sect's disciples, but for Huang Xiaolong, these prizes were not worth mentioning, since he owned the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure and the pill-blending tower. However, Feng family patriarch Feng Kaiyuan's words made Huang Xiaolong heave a sigh of relief inwardly. Feng Kaiyuan's had announced that Feng Yingying would not participate in the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony's battle competition. This stirred up the crowd. On second thought, it seemed to be a natural choice. Feng Yingying had successfully merged with the Sea God's bloodline and had just become the Sea Tribe's new Sea God. With her current status and identity, it wasn't appropriate for her to participate in the competition with the younger generation. In the distance, Guojun sneered mockingly when he noticed the relief on Huang Xiaolong's face. A while later, the first part of the ceremony began, as Sea Tribe's disciples went up to battle. Over 300 Sea Tribe's disciples, who mostly came from the 12 families, participated in the battle competition. The rankings were determined through several rounds of battles. As Feng Yingying had not participated, Guojun took first place without any suspense. The second place was a disciple of D family named D Rong, a young man with 3 eyes and devilish air. In third place was Feng Shen, a disciple of the Feng family, who was also Feng Yingying's biological, younger brother. The top 3 disciples were all 10th order ancient god realm and above. Huang Xiaolong paid careful attention to these 3, while he ignored the rest. After the prizes were handed out, it was time for the other sect's disciples' battle competition. However, no one went up for a moment. All of a sudden, a figure leaped into the air and landed softly on the stage. A tall, lean, silver-haired young man clad in the Black Region World's Fortune Gate disciple robe with an extraordinary bearing was standing on the stage. "I am Jiang Feng of Black Region World's Fortune Gate. Anyone interested to come up on the stage?" The silver-haired young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a rather haughty manner. Then again, he had the capital to be haughty. Firstly, he was an emperor-rank godhead genius. And secondly, he was the Black Region World Fortune Gate Chief's personal disciple who had successfully cultivated the sect's wondrous technique. First time in a million years. Not to mention, he was a peak late 9th Order Ancient God Realm, just half a step, and he would break through to 10th Order Ancient God Realm. It didn't take long. A 9-impact Sword Sect's disciple of Battlestar World leaped onto the battle stage. The 9-impact Sword Sect's disciple was a peak mid-9th Order Ancient God Realm, but he was defeated by Jiang Feng not long after he entered the battle stage. Consecutively, disciples from otherworld surfaces also went up to challenge Jiang Feng, but all of them were defeated by him. After a few failures, no one dared to go up on the battle stage. Even though there were still prizes despite losing, one still needed to weigh their own strengths. Everyone could see that Jiang Feng's battle power was comparable to an early 10th Order Ancient God Realm, even though his cultivation was only at the peak late 9th Order Ancient God Realm. Maybe a little stronger than the average early 10th Order Ancient God Realm cultivator could defeat him. Seeing that no one had come to the stage, Jiang Feng looked at the surrounding crowd, then finally fixed his stare on Huang Xiaolong. "Are you the so-called Vientiane World's Fortune Gate number 1 genius, Huang Xiaolong?" Jiang Feng looked loftily, and a cold sneer rose at the corner of his mouth as he went on. "I have also heard that you have never been defeated. Even an early 10th Order Ancient God Realm Master is not your opponent, is that correct?" As Jiang Feng went on, his voice became elongated. "But, honestly, I have reservations and wonder if your true dragon physique is really that strong?" His words were naked satire. Reservations? That's equivalent to saying that Huang Xiaolong's reputation precedes him. Moreover, Jiang Feng had deliberately named Huang Xiaolong as the Vientiane World's number 1 genius. This had inevitably roused other Vientiane World's geniuses' dissatisfaction towards Huang Xiaolong. The Vientiane World had both the human race forces as well as the sea tribe. As expected, even before Jiang Feng had finished speaking, the top 10 sea tribe's disciples and other forces' disciples were glaring daggers at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong remained calm as he looked at Jiang Feng with indifference. It was as if he was watching a clown performing a solo act on the stage. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's indifference, anger rose to Jiang Feng's head. On an impulse, Jiang Feng pointed the tip of his sword at Huang Xiaolong and challenged, "Huang Xiaolong, a few days back you heavily injured my junior brother Wang Yu. Today, on this stage, I challenge you to a battle." Challenge you to a battle. Jiang Feng deliberately emphasized the latter part of his sentence. Everyone's attention fell on Huang Xiaolong. Feng Yingying was loftily watching Huang Xiaolong with a great interest from her throne, waiting to see what he would do. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to walk towards the battle stage, Jiang Feng's voice rang again as he couldn't wait to insult Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, you don't even dare to come up to the battle stage. Are you wimp with false fame? In that case, roll back to your Vientiane World's Fortune Gate and cultivate for a few hundred years, and drink more milk before coming out to disgrace yourself." Most of the sect's disciples on the square burst into laughter. Those laughing the loudest were naturally the disciples of Black Region World's Fortune Gate. "Snot-nosed brat. Roll back to drink your mommy's milk. Don't come here and disgrace yourself. A brat who still drinks milk came out to make a fool of himself." Some of the ill-willed Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples also threw out insults. Huang Xiaolong had only entered the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate for a decade or so. Therefore, compared to the other disciples who had cultivated for several hundred to thousands of years, Huang Xiaolong was really a snot-nosed kid. Listening to the harsh clamors from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Black Region World's Fortune Gate's disciples, Blood Knife Ancestor coldly said 2 words, "Waste him." Huang Xiaolong respectfully acknowledged Blood Knife Ancestor's order. He looked coldly at Zhang Feng on the stage, and in the next second, he disappeared in a flicker to appear on the battle stage. Zhang Feng sneered seeing Huang Xiaolong on the stage. "You actually have the guts to come up. That's good. Now I can cripple you to avenge my junior brother Wang Yu. You probably don't know, so let me tell you, I have only used half of my strength until now. I will show you how strong I really am." Zhang Feng's momentum soared as he said this, shocking the four corners of the square. The pressure from his body was 2 times stronger than before. Seeing this, disciples of Black Region World's Fortune Gate clamored even more excitedly. "Senior Brother Zhang, cripple him, cripple him. Make him roll back to his mother's side to drink milk." Huang Xiaolong was standing opposite to Zhang Feng, and he suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, everyone saw Huang Xiaolong clutch Zhang Feng's neck with his left hand. At this time Zhang Feng was still proudly releasing his momentum. The Black Region World's Fortune Gate's disciples' voices choked in their throats. "You are very strong, are you?" Huang Xiaolong looked frostily at Zhang Feng. Then, his right hand clenched into a fist and struck at Zhang Feng's chest. The sounds of breaking bones crackled in the air like firecrackers. Zhang Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. "Roll back to drinking my mommy's milk?" Huang Xiaolong said as his right fist punched again. Zhang Feng's torso was distorted by Huang Xiaolong's punches. "You still want to cripple me?" Huang Xiaolong's third punch landed on Zhang Feng's unrecognizable chest. This punch made no sound when it landed on Zhang Feng's chest. However, Zhang Feng screamed, and his eyeballs protruded painfully from his sockets. Body fluids flowed out from his mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes. "Stop!" The Black Region World's Fortune Gate's chief Lu Mengyuan shouted, as could not sit still any longer. At the same time, a frightening pressure surged out from his body like an erupting volcano. The sky lost its color. Other than the Ancestor Generation Masters, others felt their breaths stagnated as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on their chests. Almost at the same time, another terrifying momentum soared to the sky. The second pressure exuded savageness, bloodthirst, and an overbearing authority. The two opposing momentums collided, and booming blasts thundered, turning the air currents chaotic. Some of the ancestors and chiefs were dumbfounded, but reacted quickly to protect their disciples. "Lu Mengyuan, this is the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Are you disregarding the Sea Tribe and its rules by interfering with the competition?" Blood Knife Ancestor harumphed coldly. The second force was none other than Blood Knife Ancestor. "If the Sea Tribe is unwilling to deal with this matter, then I can't help but teach you a little lesson," Blood Knife Ancestor stated. Black Region World's Fortune Gate's chief Lu Mengyuan's expression was warped with anger. But he also understood that reason did not stand on his face. Thus, he snorted coldly and sat down without a word. He glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong. His gaze made others shudder, as they could see Lu Mengyuan wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong. Yet Huang Xiaolong continued as if he did not see the killing intent in Lu Mengyuan's eyes. He sent Zhang Feng flying off the stage with another punch. At this point, Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyuan stood up and announced, "Huang Xiaolong of Yantian World's Fortune Gate wins this battle." Then, he looked at the crowd and added, "I would appreciate it if everyone adheres to our God of the Sea Grand Ceremony's rules. Don't blame us for being rude. If anyone interferes with the battle competition next time," although he favored the Black Region World's Fortune Gate, he had to say this. After all, Black Region World's Fortune Gate's chief Lu Mengyuan's interference had indeed disregarded the Sea Tribe's rules, and his action had roused Feng Kaiyuan and the 12 families' ancestors' dissatisfaction. Huang Xiaolong did not leave the battle stage after defeating Zhang Feng. He had anticipated that the Sea Tribe's disciples and other sects' disciples would eventually challenge him after his first victory. Therefore, he thought he might as well wait on the stage and deal with them once and for all. "Who else wants to challenge me?" Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice rang in the square. His robe fluttered. He stood tall with domineering air, which caused many female disciples within the crowd to stir. There was a faint smile on Feng Yingying's face the entire time, while she sat on the sea god's throne. She was inwardly interested to the fullest as she watched Huang Xiaolong. But on the surface, Feng Yingying didn't show any astonishment. Even though Huang Xiaolong had demonstrated exceptional battle power by easily defeating Jiang Feng, was Huang Xiaolong's strength ordinary in her eyes? A long time passed since Huang Xiaolong's words had fallen, but no one went up to challenge him. There were disciples with the strength of late 10th order, even peak late 10th order ancient god realm among the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciples, Black Region World's Fortune Gates disciples, and other sects' disciples. And even though they wanted to go up the battle stage, they could. Unfortunately, Patriarch Feng Kaiyuan had earlier mentioned the age limit as one of the battle rules. Those above the acceptable age limit were not permitted to go up to the battle stage. No one is going to come up and fight me? Huang Xiaolong was still indifferent, but he was looking in the Guo family's direction, especially at Guojun, the god of the sea grand ceremonies expected first place. Everyone's gaze followed Huang Xiaolong's, as it fell on Guojun. Before everyone's anticipation, Guojun's face darkened as he stood up. Guojun wouldn't be a man if he didn't stand up at Huang Xiaolong's blatant provocation. Not to mention, he would not be worthy to be Feng Yingying's man. In Guojun's mind, he had always been Feng Yingying's man. This thought was also shared by most of the Sea Tribe's disciples. Although it was not a written rule, no Sea Tribe's female disciples would ever marry outside the tribe. Not to mention, Guojun was the most outstanding man among the younger generation. Only Guojun was worthy of Feng Yingying. Guojun slowly walked towards the battle stage, levitating in the air. With every step he took, the pressure he exuded grew stronger and overwhelming. Everyone could feel the surrounding air current turning chaotic. Guojun was akin to a ferocious beast that was displaying its might. Guojun's momentum was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than the Black Region World's Fortune Gate Jiangfeng. As Guojun got closer to the stage, a part of his overwhelming pressure specifically targeted Huang Xiaolong, like 1,000 layers of tsunami. A faint golden light rippled around Huang Xiaolong, as he stood there unaffected by Guojun. Huang Xiaolong didn't move even an inch, no matter how strong the pressure from Guojun rushed towards him. All the Sea Tribe's disciples watched Guojun and Huang Xiaolong with bated breaths and unblinking stares. The various sects' disciples and sect chiefs, patriarchs, and ancestors subconsciously straightened their backs. Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor seemed calm on the surface, but inwardly, it felt like their hearts were being squeezed by a hand. Both of them could see that Guojun's cultivation was not a mid-10th order ancient god realm, but a late 10th order ancient god realm. Late 10th order ancient god realm. On top of that, after taking into account Guojun's talent and bloodline inheritance, one could imagine the high level of his battle power. In short, only a scarce few were Guojun's match below the ancestor god realm. At this moment, Guojun finally reached the stage. The two of them stood face to face on the stage. A silver sphere of light suddenly appeared above the crown of Guojun's head. It expanded in a split second and enveloped the entire stage. Huang Xiaolong felt strong pressure squeezing him within the scope of this silver light. Silver whale space. A rare genius in 100 million years. Guojun actually has comprehended the silver whale space even before breaking through to ancestor god realm. Praises from Sea Tribe's experts could be heard from all directions. Even the Sea Tribe's 12 families' grand elders and elders were astonished by Guojun. The Guo family had inherited the ancient divine beast silver whale's bloodline, a hegemon of the sea. The silver whale space was a divine art unique to the silver whale that consisted of an astounding power. However, it was very difficult to successfully condense the silver whale space. One of the strict requirements to do so was a high purity of silver whale's bloodline, at least 70% bloodline purity, and another requirement was reaching the 10th stage of the silver whale scripture, the Guo family's heritage cultivation technique. Although there were more than a few of the Guo family members who could form the silver whale space. For the past 10 million years, there hadn't been a Guo family's disciple who had successfully condensed the silver whale space before entering the ancestor god realm. Hence, this was the reason behind the Sea tribe's experts' astonishment. But once a Gua family's disciple could comprehend and start condensing the silver whale space, it would become proportionally stronger, as their cultivation would rise. Furthermore, the earlier one could start condensing the silver whale space, the higher would be their growth potential. On the sea god's throne, Feng Yingying's gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong the whole time, as she thought inwardly, how many moves can this little guy take from Guojun? 10, perhaps. As the number 1 genius of the Feng family, she had a good understanding of the power of the Gua family's silver whale space. The Gua family's ancestor was acknowledged as the second strongest person in the Sea tribe, due to his silver whale space. Guojun listened to the praises and exclamations from the crowd as he looked callously at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Perhaps you have not heard about my Gua family's silver whale space. Therefore, you seem to be ignorant of the silver whale space's power, but it doesn't matter. Soon you will experience it for yourself." Huang Xiaolong retorted with a deadpan face, "Is that so?" Guojun was not angered by Huang Xiaolong's expression. Instead, he chuckled softly, "Within my silver whale space, even a peak late 10th order ancient god realm cultivator would be suppressed by me. The lower their strengths as compared to mine, the more severe the suppression felt by them. A 9th order ancient god realm cultivator probably would be able to use only half of his strength when under the influence of my silver whale space. A 9th order ancient god realm could probably exert only half of their strength." Those in the crowd who were unaware of the silver whale space whispered to their companions in shock. If that's true, doesn't that mean Huang Xiaolong will be able to use less than half of his true strength? 50% strength? Did you hear that clearly? A 9th order ancient god realm cultivator might be able to use only half of his strength? But then Huang Xiaolong is only a peak late 7th order ancient god realm. In that case, I would say he might be able to exert only 20% of his strength. 2/10. How is he going to battle Guojun then? Even if Huang Xiaolong would have been able to exert his full strength, he still wouldn't have been Guojun's match. Considering this, he probably might just last through only half a strike. Guojun can squash him to death with a press of his palm in the air. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's faces turned increasingly ugly listening to the discussions around them. Wangu clan's patriarch Wangu Rui shook his head in lament. What a pity! Even though he hated Huang Xiaolong because Huang Xiaolong had heavily injured Wangu Zi in the past as well as made the Wangu clan's reputation to drop from the top to bottom, Huang Xiaolong was the human race's disciple at the end of the day. Now that he was on the verge of being crippled by Guojun, Wangu Rui was pitying Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Zi sneered coldly. He was looking forward to this very scene where Guojun would destroy Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Zi's anticipation and gloating were shared by Golden Phoenix Pavilion's Li Zhu, Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's Zhu Feng and Wang Wei. As the whispers continued, Guojun's right fist punched out at Huang Xiaolong. Strong silver light enshrouded his right fist, eclipsing other colors on the stage. This was the unique silver whale god force that was successfully condensed by Guojun inside the silver whale space. The silver whale space didn't only compound the force of Guojun's attack, but it could also generate heavy gravity to weaken the opponent's attack power. It seemed like Huang Xiaolong didn't have any intention to dodge Guojun's attack, as he stood calmly watching Guojun's fist coming at him. Inwardly, he circulated his 3 supreme godheads' god force to his whole body. He was curious to know how strong his current true dragon physique was. Bang! A loud bang rang in the air. Through the crowd's eyes, it looked like Huang Xiaolong had failed to dodge Guojun's in time, as he had just stood there and was accurately punched by Guojun. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's hands clenched nervously. Looking at this outcome, all of Huang Xiaolong's ill-wishers smiled with great satisfaction. There were none other than Wangu Zi, Li Ji, Zhu Feng, Wang Wei, Gua family, and the rest of the Sea tribe, as well as the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and the Blood Imperial sect. Huang Xiaolong's figure staggered back until the edge of the stage. Seeing that he was about to fall off of the stage, he stopped himself with ease and stood there firmly. Naturally, this was completely unexpected for all of the viewers. The crowd blanked for a second at this sight. Huang Xiaolong patted off the dust from his body, where Guojun's punch had landed. He stretched his neck to loosen his muscles and said, "Thank you for helping me loosen some muscles. Your punch is quite relaxing." "What? Quite relaxing?" Punched by Guojun was quite relaxing. Everyone reacted beyond shock. Guo family's patriarch Guo, Guo family's ancestor, and other families' patriarchs and ancestors, grand elders, and elders exchanged a doubtful look. At this time, Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor were frozen in shock. Feng Yingying's small cherry lips were slightly agape in disbelief. On the stage, Guojun was staring at his own fist with an incredulous expression as he wondered, "Is this really my fist? Not someone else's, right?" Even though I punched Huang Xiaolong, he actually said it was quite relaxing, despite being a mere peak late 7th order ancient god realm. How is that possible? His mother, "This punk says it's quite relaxing." Relaxing. Guojun's face turned sullen and ugly as red blood vessels lined the whites of his eyes, while he glared ferociously at Huang Xiaolong. It seemed like he wanted to rip Huang Xiaolong into shreds with his eyes. Huang Xiaolong walked back to the center of stage, towards Guojun, while saying, "How about you give me a few more punches to help me loosen a bit more? I will take it as a free massage." "Give me a few more punches." Free massage. Insult. Naked contempt. Guojun let out an angry bellow, akin to an injured fierce beast as he swung his fist at Huang Xiaolong. This time, he channeled his entire body's silver whale god force. "I am going to blast off Huang Xiaolong with my fist. Blast him into a splatter. Die. Roar." The silver-colored god force emitted such an extreme radiance that the crowd could see the surreal shadow of a silver whale's head. The silver whale's jaw was side open, revealing its lethal sharp teeth. Huang Xiaolong circulated his 3 supreme godheads' god force, concentrating them at his chest. Rumble. A loud bang resounded from the stage as Guojun's fist landed on Huang Xiaolong's chest. Huang Xiaolong staggered several times, before standing firmly at the edge of the stage, and patted the dust off of his chest, like he did before. There was dust on his robe? Huang Xiaolong rolled his shoulders and breathed out loudly, "Refreshing. Refreshing." First it was relaxing, now it was refreshing. Guojun's infuriated roar thundered and resembled a stimulated beast. Once more he punched Huang Xiaolong. Then another punch. After every punch, Huang Xiaolong patted his chest and said, "Too refreshing. Too refreshing." Guojun's bellow thundered as he punched Huang Xiaolong once more. "Super refreshing. Super refreshing." Guojun kept landing a punch after another on Huang Xiaolong's chest. Again and again Huang Xiaolong's voice rang in the square, as he shouted refreshing. As time passed, the crowd grew deathly quiet. The various sex experts were flabbergasted and astonished by the shocking results on the stage. Feng Yingying's chest heaved as she watched, full of interest. Li Ji, Zhu Feng, Wang Wei, Guo family's disciples, and other Sea Tribe's disciples' minds went blank. After consecutive punches, Guojun finally stopped. He was slightly panting, and shock was clearly written all over his face. Now, there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even though he was a late 10th order ancient god realm master, Guojun was actually feeling scared of Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention Huang Xiaolong was just a peak late 7th order ancient god realm. This feeling was ludicrous, but at the same time real. Huang Xiaolong detected the fear in Guojun's eyes as he looked at him, and said coldly, "You've helped me loosen my muscles. Now, let me return the favor." The moment his voice fell, Guojun merely saw Huang Xiaolong disappear into a blur. In a split second, a fist enlarged in front of his eyes. By reflex, Guojun wanted to dodge, but he was still too late as he felt the tremendous impact on his chest. An indescribable pain spread from his chest that sent him staggering backwards. However, before Guojun could regain his balance, Huang Xiaolong punched his chest. The second punch. The third punch. One punch after another. Huang Xiaolong's fist punched Guojun's chest like a violent thunderstorm. In the beginning, Guojun could still endure the pain, but soon, the pain became increasingly excruciating and he began screaming in pain. His screams were worse than a pig being slaughtered, and his face was distorted. Huang Xiaolong punched 13 times consecutively at Guojun's chest, forcing him to a corner of the stage and sprawl unbecomingly. Mutilated flesh had replaced Guojun's chest. The wind blew. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a Guo family's disciple farted. No one else, but only he knew if it was due to fear or for some other reasons. All eyes turned to this disciple, especially Guo family's elders, grand elders, and even Guo family's ancestor. Their murderous gazes terrified him to such a great extent that he fainted on the spot. Guo family's ancestor Guoda and Guo family's patriarch Guoshi both turned their attention back to the stage. Killing intent towards Huang Xiaolong was glimmering in their eyes. Whereas Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had recovered from their earlier shock, which was now replaced by joy and excitement as they watched Huang Xiaolong on the stage. Their shadow of worries and anxiety from earlier was replaced by a radiant smile. This kid. Blood Knife Ancestor spoke incoherently. He was lost for words as he tried to express his feelings. When we return, we must smack his bottom, Golden Brow Ancestor said as he laughed happily. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed and echoed, "That's right. Smack his bottom when we go back. Smack his bottom really hard. This kid dared to hide it from us, making us worry in vain for him." Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor did not deliberately lower their voices as they spoke, and everyone could hear that these two old men were inwardly ecstatic. Then again, anyone who was a master to a disciple like Huang Xiaolong would be over the moon. How long has passed since Huang Xiaolong entered the Vientiane world's fortune gate? It seems like he has almost defeated a late 10th order ancient god realm Guojun with just a few punches. Despite being a peak late 7th order ancient god realm, there was a big difference of 3 orders between the two of them. On top of that, Guojun was a peerless genius that could condense the silver whale's space. Wait, hold on for a second. If Guojun was Guo family's peerless genius in millions of years, then what about Huang Xiaolong? More than a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they thought of this. Huang Xiaolong's monstrous strength had exceeded their scope of imagination. Huang Xiaolong felt a little helpless as he listened to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor laughing and talking about smacking his bottom. However, this was not the biggest concern for Huang Xiaolong, as killing Guojun was his priority at that moment. Huang Xiaolong's 13 punches had not entirely defeated Guojun. Guojun's physical body's toughness had exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong guessed that Guojun had cultivated some kind of ancient body tempering technique which ranked quite high. Just in terms of defenses, Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was only a point higher than Guojun. As Huang Xiaolong had expected, a bright silver light suddenly enshrouded Guojun, while he was sprawled on the stage. At the same time, his momentum soared. The people who were busy whispering in shock about Huang Xiaolong's battle power stopped instantly as they saw Guojun. Guojun climbed to his feet. His injuries healed at a rapid pace as the silver light danced on his chest. Soon, Guojun's chest was as good as new. At least no one could tell he was injured a while ago. The rest of Guojun's robe burst into fragments as he shook his shoulders slightly and revealed his beautiful chiseled body. For this entire duration, his stare was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. He laughed sinisterly as he wiped off the corner of his mouth and said, "Those 13 punches are not bad. Quite relaxing and super cool. Quite relaxing and super cool." Since Huang Xiaolong had spoken those exact words earlier, Guojun fired them back at him. All the Guo family's disciples erupted into a cheer as they witnessed this. Didn't I say it was impossible for Big Brother Guojun to get defeated by his opponent? See, not a hair on Big Brother Guojun's body is harmed. Big Brother Guojun, cripple him. Guo family's ancestor Guoda, Guo family's patriarch Guoshi, and other Guo family's experts were clearly relieved seeing Guojun back on his feet once again. Wang Guzi's tone was full of mockery. For a second, I really thought Huang Xiaolong is very powerful, but it seems this is as far as he goes. 13 consecutive punches. Yet Guojun is still dandy and fine. It seems to me that his fist is comparable to soft tofu. Strong in appearance, but weak in reality. Wangu Rue frowned slightly at Wangu Zi's mockery, but did not say anything. That's right, a mere 7th order ancient god realm, pretending to be tough. Golden Phoenix Pavilion's disciple Li Ji echoed Wangu Zi's words. Other Black Region World's Fortune Gate and Blood Imperial Sect's disciples followed Wangu Zi's lead and began throwing insults at Huang Xiaolong. In the blink of an eye, undulating waves of ridicule filled the square. Huang Xiaolong was suddenly reduced to a juggling clown. Huang Xiaolong listened to Wangu Zi, Li Ji, and others' ridicule without any ripples of emotion. He sneered while looking at Guojun. While Guojun was enshrouded in a sphere of radiant silver light, Huang Xiaolong knew very well that his 13 punches were not as relaxing and refreshing as Guojun had claimed. Otherwise, would Guojun have been left sprawled on the stage for so long? Still, Huang Xiaolong was surprised by Guojun's ability to recover this quick and flawlessly. He could see that Guojun's speedy recovery was related to his bloodline. The Silver Whale's bloodline was worthy of its reputation as one of the sea tribe's most powerful and noble bloodlines. The silver light spread outwards from Guojun's chest to his entire body. From afar, he looked like an iron man that was painted with a layer of silver light. His momentum burst and soared, and it was many times stronger than earlier, from when he attacked Huang Xiaolong. Now, I am going to let you experience the true power of my Guo family's Silver Whale's bloodline. Guojun stared venomously at Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, Guojun's palms expanded, and the rest of his body began to change as well. A sharp, long blade grew out and curved all the way to his hip from the back of his head. Subsequently, silver lines appeared on his face. Then, silver-colored skin that resembled beast skin grew over his chest. Silver spikes grew out on his arms and legs, and even more amazing was the 8 silver-colored whale tails that grew out from Guojun's spine. Every silver tail was about 6 meters long. Profound silver symbols littered the tail's surfaces. Even though these 8 tails were whale tails, they looked more like silver foxes' tails. 8 silver tails danced in the air behind Guojun, which added a mysterious air, as well as a majestic appearance. The silver whale's true body. Guojun's silver whale's true body actually has 8 tails. 8 tails, ah! So many million years have passed since an 8-tailed silver whale disciple has appeared in Guo family. Guo family's founding ancestor was an 8-tailed silver whale genius disciple. Now, a disciple at the same level of the Guo family's founding ancestor has appeared. The crowd broke into an uproar. Guo family's grand elders and elders jumped up from their seats in excitement. An 8-tailed silver whale true body. This was a legend within the Guo family. All of the Guo family's core disciples could transform into their true silver whale form, but most of them merely had 3 tails or 4 at the maximum. In fact, disciples with 5 tails were scarce. Above that, 6 tails were rare, and only a handful of disciples had 7 tails. In Guo family's several hundred years of history, only the Guo family's founding ancestor was an 8-tailed silver whale. Their hopeful gazes fell on Guojun, as an 8-tailed silver whale had appeared again in the Guo family. Guo family's ancestor Guode and Guo family's patriarch Guoshi were trembling with excitement, but they were not surprised at all. Clearly, the two of them had already known about Guojun being an 8-tailed silver whale. Big brother Guode, congratulations, congratulations. Guojun's true body is actually an 8-tailed silver whale. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi couldn't help sighing enviously to Guo family's ancestor Guode. Other families' ancestors also congratulated Guode and Guoshi enthusiastically. Guode and Guoshi's faces bloomed as they cupped their fists at them in thanks, but everyone could see the smugness in their eyes. Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor's brows were locked tightly together. It had never crossed their minds that Guojun would have an 8-tailed silver whale's true body. Whenever a sea tribe's disciple would transform into their bloodline's true body, their strengths would rise by various degrees. The strength of the bloodline of the true body was directly proportional to the rise in the disciple's strength. In other words, the stronger the bloodline of the true body, the alarming degree of rise in their strength. For a genius disciple like Guojun, who possessed the legendary 8-tailed silver whale's true body, was his strength doubled. Xiao Long Long will be fine, right? Although Huang Xiaolong had shown shocking power and defenses, Blood Knife Ancestor couldn't help but feel worried. A tie, maybe, Golden Brow Ancestor said solemnly, but he was not confident. Guojun was now a peak late 10th Order ancient god realm, since his transformation to an 8-tailed silver whale's true body. Could Huang Xiaolong, a peak late 7th Order ancient god realm, defeat a peak late 10th Order ancient god realm Guojun? Zhu Yi spoke when he heard Golden Brow Ancestor's reply. Two ancestors. Rest assured. With the battle strength Huang Xiaolong has displayed so far, he could fight to a tie with Guojun. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor both nodded, and no longer spoke. Zhu Feng sneered as he watched Huang Xiaolong's figure on the stage. On the other hand, Wang Wei was expressionless. At this time on the stage, Guojun's eyes had completely turned silver, after he had transformed to his 8-tailed silver whale body. The silver light from his eyes was so glaring that the disciples on the viewing platform soon discovered that it could penetrate into their souls and godheads if they stared at it for too long, and suffer pain of being pricked by 10,000 thorns. Disciples below Ancestor God Realm quickly looked away. They didn't dare to look at Guojun anymore. But Huang Xiaolong was looking straight into Guojun's eyes. He had the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell, hence, the silver light from Guojun's eyes was ineffective against him. Guojun was a little shocked as he saw that Huang Xiaolong was unaffected by the silver light from his eyes, but he sneered coldly a moment later and said, "Huang Xiaolong, are you ready? I'm gonna help you refreshingly loosen up your muscles and bones." The moment his sentence ended, he turned into a streak of silver light. In a split second, his silver-colored fist was already in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong raised an arm, while circulating his 3 supreme godheads' god force to their limits, and punched out. Rumble! Their fists collided into the air, and it was akin to the collision of 2 planets. The entire stage shook violently. Terrifying energy swept out like 1,000,000 arrows being launched simultaneously in all 4 directions. Huang Xiaolong felt a crushing weight smash into him, sending him staggering back uncontrollably. Guojun's strength had completely suppressed Huang Xiaolong. After Guojun's transformation into his 8-tailed silver whale's true body, the faces of Guo family's higher echelons and disciples' eyes lit up. Big brother Guojun. Smash him to death. Shatter his 3 legs. Some Guo family's disciples began to clamor excitedly. Guojun sneered smugly, seeing he had gained the upper advantage. He then seized the opportunity and punched out for the second time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures on the stage were swinging their fists at each other. Guojun's every punch sent Huang Xiaolong staggering back, completely suppressing him. A few times, Huang Xiaolong was nearly blasted off from the stage. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's hearts tightened nervously. On the sea god's throne, Feng Yingying shook her head. Disappointment lingered in her eyes. Originally, she had thought Huang Xiaolong would give her a pleasant surprise, but it looked like Huang Xiaolong wasn't a match against Guojun. If this were to continue, then Huang Xiaolong was bound to lose. Her eyes glimmered as her gaze fell on Guojun's 8 silver whale tails. Even she had to acknowledge that amongst her peers, Guojun's talent was the highest she had seen so far. The excitement and bloodlust on Guojun's face thickened as he watched Huang Xiaolong staggering back miserably. His attacks became faster, violent, and cruel. The Guo family's disciples were urging Guojun to crush Huang Xiaolong and making clamoring noises to cheer him on. Guojun was fired up to blast Huang Xiaolong to his death, starting with shattering his 3 legs into pieces. Thinking of this gave him great satisfaction, as he recalled the sight when he was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's 13 punches, and hatred brimmed violently in his heart. Guojun's consecutive punches sent Huang Xiaolong staggering to the edge of the stage. He laughed happily at Huang Xiaolong's miserable state and said, "Huang Xiaolong, is that the limit of your strength and ability? Beaten up by me, without any power to even resist. He's a turtle, therefore he can only get beaten." Guo family's disciple ridiculed Huang Xiaolong loudly from the viewing platform. "That's right, he is a shit of a Vientiane world's #1 genius. It looks more like a turtle genius." Another Guo family's disciple joined in, laughing madly. The disciples of Gua family, Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Black Region World's Fortune Gate, and Blood Imperial Sect all erupted in laughter. Huang Xiaolong looked at Guojun without any expression as he said, "Until now, I was merely warming up a little and playing along with you. Frankly, you've really disappointed me. Is that the highest level of your so-called eight-tailed silver whale true body? Merely playing along with you to warm up. You've really disappointed me, as your eight-tailed silver whale true body has limited level of strength." Huang Xiaolong's voice reverberated in the air. People in the crowd dazed for a moment, but then started laughing mockingly. It started with the Gua family's disciples, guffawing as if they had just heard the funniest joke. Some Gua family's disciples laughed so hard that they were bent over from their waists. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Black Region World's Fortune Gate, and Blood Imperial Sect's disciples' laughter ensued. "This punk is really damn funny. He has the nerve to say he simply was playing along with Big Brother Guojun to warm up. It's too funny. No, I can't stand this anymore. My stomach's cramping from laughing." Several Gua family's disciples exclaimed exaggeratedly. Various sects' ancestors, patriarchs, and grand elders all shook their heads. Even though he is already at the road's end, Huang Xiaolong is still pretending to be tough. Does he think doing so would maintain a shred of his dignity? Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor watched intently without uttering a single word. Feng Yingying was looking at Huang Xiaolong from the sea god's throne, and the color of disappointment deepened in her eyes. Anyone could see that Huang Xiaolong was going to lose. It was only a matter of time. A man who didn't have the courage to admit defeat was not worthy of another look from her. While everyone was immersed in taunting and laughing at Huang Xiaolong, suddenly, a majestic dragon might, that had been in slumber for too long, flooded out from Huang Xiaolong's body. In the blink of an eye, the earth quaked and the sky darkened. Huang Xiaolong's head tilted back and he roared. The terrifying sound waves of a dragon's roar swept out in the four directions, rumbling across the entire sea god's city. Huang Xiaolong's robe exploded into fragments, and crepuscular rays of golden light shone out from his body, drowning the world's color. Even the radiance of Guojun's silver light became dimmed by it. In the next moment, the crowd saw Huang Xiaolong's transformation into a 1,000-feet-long primordial blue dragon. The moment the primordial blue dragon appeared, the violent airflow became even more chaotic. Terrifying dragon might press down on everyone's body in the air like a primordial city. Various sects' disciples stared at the blue primordial dragon in disbelief and amazement. This primordial blue dragon. In the divine world, no, between heaven and earth there was a primordial blue dragon. Huang Xiaolong was actually from the primordial divine dragon clan. Feng Yingying's eyes widened in amazement. Her bosom rose and fell, as if it wanted to break free from the clasp of the divine armor. The Sea Tribe's ancestors, patriarchs, grand elders, and elders were all dumbstruck with disbelief. The Golden Phoenix Pavilion's head, Black Region World's Fortune Gate's Chief Lu Mengyuan, and others, including Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Zhu Yi, Zhu Feng, and Wang Wei were equally dumbfounded. A scary silence enveloped the square. All eyes were on the primordial blue dragon that was enshrouded in golden rays of lights, with blue dragon scales glistened within them. Guojun was forgotten by the world. The shock striking Guojun's heart was no lesser than the others. At Huang Xiaolong's primordial blue dragon transformation, he could feel the terrifying dragon might coming from Huang Xiaolong. The momentum was many times stronger than before, and it gave Guojun a strong sense of danger. His face turned ugly in an instant. Huang Xiaolong's primordial blue dragon transformation gazed coldly at Guojun. Huang Xiaolong could have changed into his Azura physique, and in combination with the Yellow Springs magic robe, he could have easily defeated Guojun. However, he couldn't expose the existence of the Yellow Springs magic robe. Therefore, he could only opt for his primordial blue dragon's body. This meant that he had no other choice but to expose his primordial blue dragon's body, since he didn't have the luxury to ponder and strategize. Dealing with Guojun at that moment was more important. Then Huang Xiaolong moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Guojun's head. Dragon claw the size of a hill slammed down on Guojun. Before the dragon claw descended on Guojun, he felt tremendous pressure, as if two giant chaos mountains were falling on him. It felt like this pressure could easily squash his eight-tailed silver whale true body into pieces, at any moment. Guojun bellowed in panic, like the rumbling whistle of a silver whale from the depths of the sea. The sea waves around the sea god city rose high in the air. The silver bone spikes on Guojun's arms and legs grew longer, sharper and thicker. Silver lights glistened. From afar, Guojun was the epitome of a deadly silver whale. Roar! His feet stomped on the stage, propelling him upward. A sphere of light wrapped around his fists as he met Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw head-on. The silver bone spikes from his knuckles were aimed at the center of the dragon claw. Bang! A blast thundered in the air. There was a burst of silver light along with exploding golden rays. As Guojun's fist and Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw collided to form an eye of a storm, air blasted and revolved into violent tempest. The crowd saw Guojun's figure freeze momentarily, before crashing towards the stage like a meteorite. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw chased after Guojun and slammed Guojun deeper into the stage. The stage shook violently as cracks appeared on its surface. Guojun's figure disappeared from view, as Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw completely rammed him into the stage. However, the crowd could see silver blood spurting out from a pit in the stage. Guojun, Juner, Guo family's ancestor Guoda, and Guo family's patriarch Guoshi both leaped towards the battle stage at the same time. Their palms struck the stage, and an overwhelming power swept out to simultaneously rescue Guojun and attack Huang Xiaolong. Both of them were high-level ancestor god realm masters. One could imagine the frightening intensity of their powers. Even if a tiny strand were to brush past Huang Xiaolong, it was enough to kill him. As their terrifying power was about to hit Huang Xiaolong, all of a sudden, a cold harumph sounded. A figure appeared on the broken stage and punched out with his fists. Two golden suns exploded forward, blinding everyone's sight. However, the ancestors and patriarchs could vaguely see Guo family's ancestor Guoda and patriarch Guoshi getting hit by the two golden suns. Their bodies shot backwards for several hundred li. Golden lights vanished, and calmness returned to the world. The crowd looked in astonishment at Guoda and Guoshi's figures that were several hundred li away. Then, their attention shifted to Golden Brow ancestor who had repelled them. A thought crossed everyone's mind. Other sea tribes' ancestors and patriarchs jumped up from their seats, all of their momentum locked onto Golden Brow ancestor. In a split second, the entire sea tribe turned hostile, and heavy tension filled the air. Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun, who was also the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony's master of ceremonies, looked coldly at Golden Brow ancestor. His voice turned icy as he said, "Golden Brow, you are interfering in our sea tribe's god of the Sea Grand Ceremony's battle competition. Is it because you think your strength is superior, and therefore you can disregard our sea tribe's rules?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. It was really surprising that Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun had actually turned around to bite them, and was accusing them of interfering with the god of the Sea Grand Ceremony. The sea tribe's shamelessness was truly eye-opening. Huang Xiaolong looked at the crowd. Not one person spoke a word on their behalf. Human forces such as the Wangu clan and Dark Elf tribe sat silently without moving. Golden Brow ancestor looked disdainfully at Feng Kaiyun and said, "Junior Kaiyun, your face must have been arched over by a boar. The more I see, the more disgusted I feel. The rules are made by the sea tribe, yet your sea tribe violated the rules to begin with and interfered in the battle competition. What? Only the sea tribe is allowed to be the winner? Can't afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, then don't come out to make a fool of yourself? You really think that my Vientiane world's fortune gate is made of mud, to be molded as you like?" A cold golden light glimmered in Golden Brow ancestor's eyes as he went on. "Believe it or not, I'll smash your Sea God City right now. Smash Sea God City." Golden Brow ancestor's supremacy soared in the air. In a short second, Blood Knife ancestor appeared by Golden Brow ancestor's side. His hostile gaze swept over the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, and he questioned domineeringly, "You all want to come one by one or all together?" His question was like oil over fire, as it instantly enraged the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs. "Enough!" Feng Yingying ordered from her sea god's throne. She had been quiet the entire time. She then announced, "Vientiane World's Fortune Gate wins this battle. All retreat right now." Feng Yingying's sea god's bloodline exuded pressure that reached the four corners of the square. "Yes, Lord Sea God." The Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs respectfully acknowledged her order. They threw an unwilling look at Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor before returning to their seats. Guo family's ancestor Guode and patriarch Guoshi both glared hatefully at Golden Brow ancestor and Huang Xiaolong, but they had no other choice except to return to their seats. Guojun was soon carried off the stage by other Guo family's elders to heal at some other place. Various experts were left wondering inwardly about the severity of Guojun's injuries. But it was clear to everyone that it would take more than a few days for Guojun to heal completely. At the same time, everyone looked strangely at Huang Xiaolong, who had already reverted to his original human form. His upper body was naked, revealing chiseled muscles, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. There was an air of unruly dominance, and also arrogance in his appearance. "Give young warrior Huang the stated rewards." Feng Yingying retrieved her gaze from Huang Xiaolong's body, and ordered the Feng family's grand elder who was in charge of handing out the rewards. The Feng family's grand elder acknowledged respectfully, and started going towards the stage to give the rewards to Huang Xiaolong. But Huang Xiaolong said indifferently, "There is no need for you to give me the Sea tribe's rubbish. It doesn't matter if I don't get the useless reward. Master, this god of the sea grand ceremony is boring and meaningless. Let's head back to the Fortune Gate earlier than we had originally planned." "The Sea tribe's rewards are rubbish? The god of the sea grand ceremony is boring and meaningless." The various sex experts blanked momentarily when they heard Huang Xiaolong's words. No one had expected that he would have the guts to say that the Sea tribe's rewards were rubbish in front of Feng Yingying and other Sea tribe's experts, and pour scorn on the god of the sea grand ceremony by calling it boring. Wasn't that the same as saying the Sea tribe was rubbish? The Sea tribe's experts were immediately enraged. "Punk, what did you say? Kill Huang Xiaolong." Some impulsive Sea tribe's disciples began shouting angrily. But Golden Brow ancestor laughed loudly. "You are right. These rubbish things don't hold any value for us. We're leaving." After saying this, he and Blood Knife ancestor flickered, and brought Huang Xiaolong back to where Zhuyi was. "Gate Chief, what do you say?" Golden Brow ancestor asked Zhuyi. After all, Zhuyi was the current Fortune Gate Chief. It was only appropriate that he asked for Zhuyi's opinion. Zhuyi frowned as his gaze swept around the square. The Sea tribe's experts' angry faces entered his sight. Therefore, he could only answer, "All right." Frankly, he was also dissatisfied with the Sea tribe. "Farewell." Zhuyi crisply greeted Feng Yingying, Sea tribe's ancestors, patriarchs, and experts from the neighboring surfaces, and then turned and whistled away in the air. Zhu Feng and Wang Wei quickly followed. During this entire episode, the little cow that was dozing off on the floor, Huang Xiaolong kicked and scolded the little cow angrily. "Wake up, we're leaving." The little cow rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Finished fighting already? Such a fast wrap-up." "Not finished yet. You can stay here and sleep." Huang Xiaolong replied to the little cow angrily before leaving. The little cow blinked a few times and looked around. She saw the murderous faces of the Sea tribe's disciples, and her hair stood up on the end of her tail as she jumped up. In the next second, she turned into a streak of light and chased after Huang Xiaolong as fast as she could. Feng Yingying's eyes were frosty as she watched Huang Xiaolong's back. Did Huang Xiaolong actually reject the rewards from her? And did he say they were rubbish? This not only insulted the Sea tribe, but also her authority. "Lord Sea God." Guo family's patriarch Guoshi cried out anxiously as he watched Huang Xiaolong leaving with Golden Brow ancestor and the others. "They cannot leave." Feng Yingying asked without any expression. "Reason?" Guoshi stammered as he tried to come up with a good reason. Huang Xiaolong injured my Gua family's disciple Guogang in Sea God City some days back. But his voice weakened at the end. Guo very well knew the details of that incident. By this time, the Fortune Gate group had arrived at the Sea God's transmission array. When they stepped into the transmission array, the Sea Tribe's guards did not stop them. Feng Yingying did not order them to. This time the group traveled without stopping. Hence they were able to reach the Infinite Circle's commerce hall's Wu Island in as short as half a month's time. At Wu Island, all of them breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, as they could be considered safe on Wu Island. If they were forcefully made to stay at the Sea God City, even though Golden Brow Ancestor was very powerful, there was no guarantee that he could rescue Huang Xiaolong unharmed. The group rested for a day on Wu Island. Inside a courtyard, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor summoned Huang Xiaolong. Both of them scrutinized him from top to bottom without saying a word as he stood in front of them. Goosebumps ran down Huang Xiaolong's neck due to their gazes. After a long time, Blood Knife suddenly let out a hearty laughter. "Kid, are you worried that we might smack your bottom?" Golden Brow Ancestor chuckled amiably. Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his two masters' courtyard. He felt like he had survived an ordeal. After that, he headed to the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall to look for head supervisor Meng Yuan. The result of this trip to the Infinite Circle's Commerce Hall delighted Huang Xiaolong. About 300 to 400 herbs out of 2,000 items from his list were already found, and a dozen of them were the items he needed urgently. Early the next day, the group departed from Wu Island. A few days of traveling and Huang Xiaolong was back in the Fortune Divine Kingdom. With nothing to do, Huang Xiaolong headed to Li Chaoxing's Cultivation Palace to see Yao Qi. A few months of separation had made Yao Qi even more mesmerizing, as she was exuding an alluring charm all over. Once he met Yao Qi, rekindling of feelings was unavoidable. Thus, Huang Xiaolong leaned in and whispered into her ear, "I won't be leaving for the next 3 months." The last time, he had accompanied her only for 10 days, before he was called away by his two masters. But this time he planned to stay with Yao Qi for a few months, now that the God of the Sea Grand ceremony was out of the way, and he didn't need to do anything specific urgently. Yao Qi actually trembled slightly, as she heard that Huang Xiaolong was planning to stay for 3 months. Even though she has a unique physique, it was nothing compared to Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique. Yao Qi's scared and trembling expression made Huang Xiaolong laugh loudly. Yao Qi pretended to be angry after hearing the smugness in Huang Xiaolong's laughter, and admonished, "You're so bad. You only know how to bully me." Huang Xiaolong's expression was full of wide-eyed innocence as he offered in return, "You can also bully me." But in the end, Huang Xiaolong didn't manage to stay for 3 months, as he was summoned back to the Fortune Divine Kingdom by Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor on the 9th day. Both of his masters did not mention any reason for summoning him when they sent the message in the communication talisman. They merely told him to return immediately. Huang Xiaolong looked helplessly at Yao Qi and saw the corners of Yao Qi's lips raised in a faint smile. Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth hatefully. "Just you wait. The next time I come, it'll be 3 years. 3 years. Yao Qi trembled involuntarily. Huang Xiaolong's laughter echoed in the air as he sped away. Yao Qi stood for a long time on the same spot as she watched Huang Xiaolong until he disappeared from her sight. Huang Xiaolong returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom on the little cow and headed straight to the Assembly Shrine. However, when he arrived, he was surprised to see that Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had additional company. Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and Gate Chief Zhu Yi were also present in the Assembly Shrine. So were Zhu Feng, Wang Wei, Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and Zhou Su. Not to mention, Li Chaoxing and other Fortune Gate's Grand Elders were also present. The atmosphere in the hall seemed a little tense and heavy. Huang Xiaolong grunted in his heart. Has something big happened? When they saw Huang Xiaolong, their meaningful gazes veiled various thoughts. The events of the God of the Sea Grand ceremony had spread like wildfire. While Huang Xiaolong was at the Sea God City, he had pummeled the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's #1 genius Li Ji, the Black Region World's Fortune Gate Wang Yu, And Gua family's Gua gang was no secret at this point. Above all that, even more startling was that Huang Xiaolong had actually transformed into a primordial blue dragon on the battle stage, and smashed the late 10th Order ancient god realm genius Guojun into meat paste. Gua family's number genius Guojun, a late 10th Order ancient god realm master, was smashed into meat paste by Huang Xiaolong. When the Fortune Gate had received this news, everyone was in an uproar from top to bottom. Many of the Fortune mainland's big families and first-rank forces were astounded. When Luo Yunjie saw Huang Xiaolong walk in, excitement and pride were shining on his face. He even gave Huang Xiaolong a look that said, "You're awesome. You're fucking awesome." Contrary to Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and Zhou Su felt immense fear slithering up their limbs. Huang Xiaolong's current strength could easily pinch them to death, if he wanted to do so. Despite their diligent efforts in cultivation, neither of them had broken through to 4th Order ancient god realm. Greetings, Gate Chief, Masters, and Ancestors. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the other end of the hall and stopped a few meters away to greet. Zhu Yi nodded with a faint smile on his face, then said, "No need to stand on ceremony. Xiaolong, take a seat." He pointed at an empty chair at the side. That seat was the first seat on the left side of the main hall, and the second chair was taken by Grand Elder Chang Xiaoyuan, the strongest of all Fortune Gate's Grand Elders. Seated opposite from Huang Xiaolong in the first place on the right side was Wang Wei. On the second chair next to Wang Wei was Zhu Feng. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. This? While Huang Xiaolong hesitated, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Lightning Hammer Ancestor all nodded warmly at Huang Xiaolong. Golden Brow Ancestor smiled and said, "Sit. It's fine." Only then did Huang Xiaolong acknowledge and sat down. Zhu Feng's expression looked a little ugly as he stared at Huang Xiaolong sitting on the first seat opposite to him. Seating positions represented status, and Huang Xiaolong was placed on the first seat in the left row. Didn't that mean Huang Xiaolong's status in Fortune Gate would be higher than him in the future? Wang Wei was as calm as always. No one could see what he was thinking. "Today, I have gathered everyone over here because there is something very important that I need to inform all of you." After Huang Xiaolong sat down, Gate Chief Zhu Yi began. Everyone turned their attention away from Huang Xiaolong and looked at Zhu Yi. Normally, there would be over 10,000 years left until the sealed devil entrance in the depths of the extraterritorial devil battlefield loosens. But we have received a message that some days back, something happened to the sealed devil entrance. Numerous devils crossed over to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Zhu Yi stated. Gasps of shock echoed in the main hall. Grand Elders in the hall were clearly astonished. Huang Xiaolong was equally shocked, as there was a problem with the sealed entrance connecting to the devil world in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, because this only meant that the devils were able to enter the divine world. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhu Feng, Wang Wei, Luo Yunjie, and others. He could detect the shock on their faces. Therefore, it was obvious that they had just heard of this matter. Whereas Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and other ancestors looked calm, as if they had already learned about this matter. Gate Chief, do you know how many devils had rushed into the extraterritorial devil battlefield? The Chief Grand Elder Chen Xiaoyun stood up and asked respectfully. Zhu Yi shook his head, his expression solemn. I'm not clear about the number, but it is a lot of them for sure. Most likely, the number of devils has exceeded 10,000. From the description of various disciples at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, the majority of these devils are Ancestor God Realm Masters. There might also be devils above Ancestor God Realm. Devils above Ancestor God Realm. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If these devils with such higher levels run out from the extraterritorial devil battlefield to the nearby world surfaces, the result would be catastrophic. Even some super forces ancestors would end up swallowed into these devils' bellies. The surrounding world surfaces super forces have already learned about this matter, and some of them have already sent requests to their headquarters to send experts over to reseal the devil entrance. However, until then, there would be endless streams of devils pouring out into the extraterritorial devil battlefield and into the divine world. Zhu Yi went on solemnly, Therefore, disciples are forbidden to leave Fortune Mainland, whether it is for tasks or experience. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Huang Xiaolong immediately thought of another matter, and blurted out, "Where's Li Lu?" That black ice old hag had taken Li Lu to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Only then did the other ancestors and grand elders remembered Li Lu. Myriad Flame's ancestor answered, "The second matter that we are going to talk about concerns Li Lu. After we learned there's a problem with the sealed devil entrance, we immediately tried to contact Black Ice Ancestor and Li Lu, but we were unable to reach them. It seems that we've lost contact with them." His brows were scrunched deeply in worry. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank with a sense of foreboding after hearing that. Did they run into those devils that had run out from the sealed devil entrance? Otherwise, situations where one loses contact were rare. The more Huang Xiaolong thought about it, the likelier his guess seemed to be true, hence he started feeling more anxious. "Master, I must go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield." Huang Xiaolong stood up in a rush. After learning that Li Lu might be in danger, no matter what, he needed to make a trip to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Not to mention, he had already planned to go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to search for the Grand Mist Aura after the God of the Sea Grand ceremony. "Not allowed!" Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor shouted simultaneously. "Xiaolong, we're just as anxious as you are knowing that Black Ice Ancestor and Li Lu might be in danger, but the extraterritorial devil battlefield is too dangerous right now. Not to mention, your current strength is too low, and even if someone must go to look for them, it would be us." Myriad Flame's ancestor persuaded. "Master, this time I must go," Huang Xiaolong said with determination. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were shocked seeing the unyielding determination on Huang Xiaolong's face. "Master, please don't worry, I will be careful," Huang Xiaolong reassured them, and added, "Furthermore, I'm someone with abundant luck, hence the loosening of the sealed devil's entrance is a good opportunity for me to gain some experience." A good opportunity to gain some experience. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces as a reaction to Huang Xiaolong's words. As the sealed devil's entrance was loosened, all the disciples who were in the extraterritorial devil battlefield were scrambling to leave, whereas Huang Xiaolong desired to go in there to train. He wants to hunt devils. However, considering the heaven-defying and monstrous talent shown by Huang Xiaolong so far, no one uttered a word of ridicule or tried to reprimand him. However, quite a few grand elders were inwardly shaking their heads, as they thought that Huang Xiaolong didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Didn't he hear Gate Chief Zhui say that there might be a possibility of devils above Ancestor God Realm crossing over to the divine world? Even if you have abundant heaven-defying luck, facing absolute strength meant only death. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, that level of masters could shred Huang Xiaolong into a million pieces with a mere blow from their mouths. "We'll talk about this later," Golden Brow Ancestor stated with finality. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong could only nod and sit down. He could sense that Golden Brow Ancestor would agree to let him go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield with a little persuasion. Huang Xiaolong planned to put in a little effort in persuading his masters in the next 2 days. Gate Chief Zhui went on to divulge more information related to the loosening of the sealed devil's entrance at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and the current situation before dispersing everyone. All of them returned to restrict disciples who were under their authority. Huang Xiaolong returned to his Cosmos Palace from the Assembly Shrine. He thought of cultivating, but his heart couldn't calm down, as he was worried about Li Lu. Thus, Huang Xiaolong went out riding on the little cow, strolling around the Fortune Divine Kingdom. When Huang Xiaolong was passing by Luo Yunjia's Cultivation Palace, he decided to pay him a visit. Whenever the two of them met, they drank wine inevitably. As they drank, Huang Xiaolong's mood actually worsened. Even the wine in his mouth was tasting bland. Huang Xiaolong left Luo Yunjia's place shortly after. Knowing Huang Xiaolong was worried about Li Lu, Luo Yunjia did not ask Huang Xiaolong to stay. Huang Xiaolong roamed aimlessly around the Fortune Divine Kingdom, and unknowingly came to the Blood-Eye Devil Stele, located close to the Assembly Shrine. The Blood-Eye Devil Stele stood inconspicuously at the same place, exuding a coldness from its matte black surface. Huang Xiaolong looked at the blood-eye devil steel, and suddenly said to the little cow, Xianxia, the divine world's impending calamity that you have mentioned before, is it the loosening of the sealed devil's entrance? Related to the devil world. The little cow shook her head. It is hard to say. The sealed devil's entrance is actually not a big deal for the divine world, or the divine world would have stationed experts at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong nodded. On second thought, what the little cow said was true. A while later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife's ancestor's place. The two were sitting and playing chess in the yard, as if they were waiting for Huang Xiaolong. They looked certain that he would come to visit them. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had arrived, Golden Brow Ancestor chuckled softly. I had already guessed that you would come. Sit. You're here because of Li Lu, right? Blood Knife Ancestor said as he pointed to a seat. Huang Xiaolong sat down awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. If you want to go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, then go. Golden Brow Ancestor said just as Huang Xiaolong sat down. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second, but asked enthusiastically, Masters, are you really allow me to go? Blood Knife Ancestor jokingly scolded him. Would you really stay here obediently, even if we didn't allow you to go? Huang Xiaolong grinned sheepishly, as he felt a little embarrassed to give any explanation. Indeed, a while ago, he had decided to sneak away to the extraterritorial devil battlefield even if Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were to refuse his request to leave. Even though the extraterritorial devil battlefield was more dangerous at present, he had to search for Li Lu to determine that she was safe. But you must be extremely careful this time, Golden Brow Ancestor exhorted. Then he took out a golden divine armor from his spatial ring as he went on. I forged this golden divine armor using numerous chaos metal spars. Put it on and protect yourself. Master this? Huang Xiaolong was overwhelmed. He knew this was Golden Brow Ancestor's divine armor that he always wore. It was one of Golden Brow Ancestor's most loved treasures. It could even be said that half of Golden Brow Ancestor's life was in that armor. Yet Golden Brow Ancestor was giving him his divine armor. You're a man, so don't act like a sissy and take it. Golden Brow Ancestor scolded Huang Xiaolong as he hesitated. Huang Xiaolong accepted the golden divine armor with both hands and solemnly said, Thank you, Master. With the possession of this golden divine armor, the Yellow Spring's magic robe, and his true dragon physique, there was no need for Huang Xiaolong to fear any attacks from cultivators below the Ancestor God realm. Since your big master is sending you away with the golden divine armor, I cannot not be stingy either. Blood Knife Ancestor said as he took out a blood-red knife from his spatial ring. With its air of bloodlust and piercing coldness, Xiaolong could tell from one glance that it was the great blood-red knife. A sky dragon was carved on the blood-red knife's body. It was so lifelike that it looked like it would come alive the very next second. This sky dragon blood knife has accompanied me for many years. I hope you would treasure it, Blood Knife Ancestor said to Huang Xiaolong. His fingers caressed the length of the knife, filled with reluctance. Huang Xiaolong was struck with shock. Blood Knife Ancestor was actually giving him his Sky Dragon blood knife? This Sky Dragon blood knife was Blood Knife Ancestor's symbolic weapon that has been with him for tens of thousands of years, deterring various world surfaces. Blood Knife Ancestor had defeated numerous experts and enemies, with the help of his Sky Dragon blood sword. The Sky Dragon blood knife was his beloved and precious partner. Huang Xiaolong was just about to shake his head in refusal, when Blood Knife Ancestor cut him off. Your big master has already said, you're a man, so don't act like a sissy. Take it. The Sky Dragon blood knife floated towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out and caught the Sky Dragon blood knife. Without a word, he suddenly dropped to his knees and respectfully kowtowed to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor accepted Huang Xiaolong's kowtow without any guilt, then reached out lightly to hold Huang Xiaolong up. Go prepare well and set off tomorrow. Golden Brow Ancestor went on. Both of us must stay and protect the Fortune Gate. Therefore, we cannot accompany you. You must have Feng Er and the others accompany you. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. The extraterritorial devil battlefield was filled with layers of perils. Therefore, Feng Er, Gue Yi, the void devil beast Su Baixing, and the others were bound to go with Huang Xiaolong. With these several bodyguards, Huang Xiaolong would be much safer. As long as Huang Xiaolong's enemy was not above the peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Master and above, it wouldn't be a problem. Masters, do you know Li Lu's last location? Before we lost the communication with her? Huang Xiaolong asked. The extraterritorial devil battlefield's territory was extremely vast with numerous world surfaces and planets. Without any indication, searching for Li Lu was akin to fishing for a needle in the sea. It would be impossible to find Li Lu if that were to be the case. According to Myriad Flame's ancestor, Li Lu and Black Ice Ancestor were last seen in the proximity of Wind Domain World. Blood Knife Ancestor answered. Wind Domain World. Huang Xiaolong repeated under his breath as he committed the name to his memory. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the Wind Domain World and details regarding the situation when Li Lu had gone missing. A while later, he left his master's place. While Huang Xiaolong prepared for his long trip to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, inside the Sea Tribe's Sea God Temple's main hall, the 12 prominent families' ancestors, patriarchs, and other ancestor god realm masters were assembled to discuss about the Lucent Sealed Devil's entrance at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Everyone was shocked, as Feng Yingying had mentioned that she wanted to go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Lord Sea God, you really want to go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, especially at this time? Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun asked.